In the suffocating darkness of a jagged cavern, heavy, ragged breaths echoed against the cold stone. A figure struggled in the shadows, his voice a low hiss as he cursed his current predicament with growing desperation. He spat out his frustration again, the weight of his situation pressing down on him like the very rocks above. With a look of pure bewilderment and rage, he demanded of the empty air how he could have possibly ended up in such a wretched state. He sat slumped against the cave wall, his clothes tattered and stained, a far cry from the life he once knew. The memory shifted back to a world of order and cold indifference. He reflected on a deep-seated truth that had defined his previous existence. He admitted that he had always harbored a profound hatred for his father. Standing in a dark suit, his gaze remained fixed and cold, as he recalled how he had spent years constantly hoping for the man's demise. Wisps of incense smoke curled upward from a ceremonial bowl, a somber reminder of the finality of death. He noted that, on that specific day, his dark wish had finally been granted. His father had actually died. The man lay still in a casket, his eyes closed forever, a peaceful end to a life that had caused nothing but turmoil for his son. It was a simple heart attack that had finally claimed him. A tall chimney belched gray smoke into a cloudy sky, a cold and industrial farewell as the body was reduced to ash. He reflected on the man's legacy, noting that his father had been nothing more than a common criminal. The memory showed his father in handcuffs, a smirking man in a flamboyant shirt being led away by police. He described the man further as a relentless womanizer. His father surrounded by a flock of women, a drink in his hand and a look of shallow satisfaction on his face, oblivious to the family he neglected. He added that the man was, above all else, a greedy and loathsome individual. His father's face was etched with a crooked grin as money fell like rain around him. He concluded that the man had been nothing but a source of constant trouble and misery for him. Standing in the shadows of a funeral hall, surrounded by others who seemed just as indifferent, he looked down in quiet contemplation. However, he noted that his father had managed to do exactly one good thing for him after passing away. He let out a breath of relief, telling himself that he was finally finished cleaning up the wreckage of his father's life. A thought occurred to him as he glanced back at a memory of his father's smug face. He wondered if the old man had somehow known that his own end was approaching. He dismissed the thought quickly, deciding that it didn't really matter in the end, asking himself why he should even care about the motives of a dead man. Bright morning sunlight lanced through the gap in a set of curtains, a brilliant herald of a brand new day. He looked out the window at the world below. He watched the office workers trudging toward their cars and students heading to school, describing their daily grind as a descent into a workplace hell. He stood there, a solitary figure in his pajamas, savoring the warmth of a fresh cup of coffee. He noted the profound satisfaction of simply standing there, watching the rest of the world struggle while he remained in peace. With a sudden surge of joy, he punched the air, celebrating a massive victory. He declared with absolute delight that he had officially become an NEET, someone free from the burdens of education, employment, or training. He marveled at the sheer absurdity of the situation. He wondered who could have ever guessed that the shitty old man had been hiding a secret fortune all along. Piles of bundled cash sat stacked in a perfect pyramid on a table, a glittering reward for his father's greed. He fell back onto a soft bed, a look of pure bliss on his face as he stared at the ceiling. With a mocking, playful tone, he admitted that perhaps the old man really was a great father in the very end. Inside the house, hidden away in the basement, he had discovered a staggering 500 million yen. He realized that with this much wealth, he was finally free to do and buy whatever his heart desired. He looked out at a modern, luxurious home nestled behind a stone wall, imagined a sleek, expensive car parked in the driveway, and even thought of the beautiful women who might now be attracted to his status. He told himself he could have anything he wanted. But his expression quickly turned to one of bored disdain. He admitted that he wasn't actually interested in any of those superficial things. Suddenly, he sprang into action, his eyes wide with excitement. He shouted that it had finally arrived. A deliverman stood at the front door, his hand raised as if about to knock. He announced that he had a package for the resident, held out a small digital device to verify the delivery, and thanked Dantalian for choosing their service. He then threw himself onto his bed with a shout of pure joy and cheered for his new life. Now that he possessed more than enough money to sustain himself, he reflected that he had finally achieved his true ambition. He lay sprawled across the bed in a room filled with high-end tech and soft lighting, noting that he had created his dream bedroom, a sanctuary that had cost him a total of 30 million yen. He looked toward the ceiling with a calm, satisfied gaze. He recalled the 3 sacred vows he had made to himself: never to work, never to have friends, and to never, under any circumstances, get married. He stated with absolute conviction that work was the worst thing a human could endure. He acknowledged his own laziness but firmly refused to participate in the system. He argued that having friends meant being trapped in a constant, exhausting battle of one-upping each other, comparing jobs and social status over meaningless dinners. He could think of nothing more annoying or draining than maintaining social ties. Then, he considered the concept of marriage. He found the idea of vowing to spend the rest of one's life with a single person to be a terrifying prospect. He recalled his scummy, stinking pile of a father with a look of pure disgust. He noted that the man had made those very same vows no less than 12 times throughout his life, calling the behavior absolutely repulsive. He declared that he had no intention of repeating the man's mistakes. He decided that he would spend the rest of his days simply playing games on his comfortable futon. He huddled under the covers, the glow of a handheld console illuminating his happy, focused face. He concluded that this, and nothing else, was the true definition of paradise and luxury. He announced to himself that it was time to dive into the mountain of games he had been collecting. He vowed to achieve 100% completion on every single one of them. He lay hidden under a white sheet in front of a massive monitor, his world reduced to the screen before him. 2 months passed in a blur of digital conquest. He let out a long, satisfied exhale as the screen amidst a swirl of purple light. He stretched his arms behind his head, a proud smile on his face. He noted that he had finally finished Dungeon Attack, completing the game entirely. He admitted that the endeavor had taken a considerable amount of his time. He sat in the middle of a room that had become a fortress of trash. Bags of refuse and empty containers were piled high around his desk and monitor, the floor barely visible. He began to wonder what he should play next, his mind already searching for the next escape. He wondered if a VR game might be the right choice. A sharp, digital chime suddenly rang through the quiet room. He paused, his expression shifting to one of mild curiosity. He looked toward the screen, which displayed a notification stating that he had one new message. He was confused, questioning why a message would arrive now. He noted that it was strange, especially since he hadn't even accepted any friend requests on the platform. Dantalian leaned in close to read the text. He realized the nature of the communication. The message thanked him for completing Dungeon Attack, stating that the creators were incredibly happy that he had played the game until the very end. He identified it as a message from the game's management team. He scoffed, thinking about how many countless hours the ordinary office workers must have put into creating the game. He lay back on the bed, holding his controller. He mused that games were likely just the products of bored salarymen after all. He dismissed the flattery as a simple business tactic, a way to encourage users to buy more of their products in the future. He offered a lazy, condescending compliment to the staff for their effort. Suddenly, another prompt appeared that caught him off guard. The screen asked if he would take the time to complete a brief survey. He questioned the need for a survey, wondering what kind of information they could possibly want from him now. Another digital chime echoed in the room. The screen presented 2 options, asking if he preferred cute girls or mature girls. Dantalian stared at the screen, baffled by the nature of the question. He dismissed it as unimportant, deciding he would just pick one at random. He pressed a button on the controller with a bored click. He was surprised by the next question. The screen asked if he got excited when people hit him, or when he was the one doing the hitting. Dantalian noted that this was another incredibly weird and personal question. He began to feel a sense of unease. A third chime rang out. His eyes widened as he focused on the monitor. He was genuinely disturbed, asking what on earth was happening with these prompts. The screen began to flash rapidly, a series of intrusive questions appearing in quick succession. The prompts asked if he preferred high or low difficulty, and if he solved problems with brute force or intelligence. More questions appeared, asking if he kept the secrets of others or took advantage of them. The screen asked about the meaning of friendship, whether it was about working toward a common goal or finding people who would never betray him. He found the entire experience to be incredibly creepy and unsettling. He shouted for the system to stop, his frustration mounting. Another loud chime filled the room. He looked at the screen with a mixture of anger and apprehension. The monitor displayed a final, chilling question, asking if he knew how this world would eventually end. He stared at the screen, his face pale and his mouth slightly open in shock. He scoffed, telling himself that obviously, he knew the ending since he had just completed the game. Another chime interrupted his thoughts. A new prompt appeared, asking if he would be able to change that specific ending. He stared at the glowing text, the red digital artifacts swirling around it. He found the situation to be disturbing beyond measure. He whispered to himself that the whole thing was as creepy as hell. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he jumped back in alarm. He told himself that he knew exactly what was going on. He began to panic, asking himself if this was all just some kind of fake message. He became convinced that it had to be a sophisticated scam. He predicted that the next screen would inevitably ask him for money, and cursed the situation, telling himself to forget about it. He reached out to turn off the console, his hand moving toward the power button. He muttered that one really couldn't trust anything in this wretched world. On the floor nearby, a large cockroach scurried across the wood. He felt a sense of smug satisfaction, glad that he hadn't fallen for the scam. He let out a sudden grunt of disgust. He recoiled in horror as he spotted the insect. He let out a high-pitched yell, flailing his arms in a panic at the sight of the cockroach. In his frantic movement to avoid the insect, his hand accidentally slammed down on the controller. He froze, the realization of what he had done sinking in. He looked down at the controller, his eyes wide with regret, and let out a soft sound of realization. The screen showed that he had accidentally selected the yes option for the final question about changing the ending. A brilliant, blinding white light began to emanate from the monitor. The screen glowed with an impossible intensity, the light filling the entire room. The light became a solid wall of white, drowning out everything else in the apartment. He shielded his eyes, crying out in confusion as the light overwhelmed his senses. He demanded to know what was happening. He struggled to understand the nature of the phenomenon as his vision began to blur and distort. The room around him seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The monitor and the piles of trash vanished, replaced by an empty, dark void. He was left alone in the silence, his breathing the only sound in the darkness. A series of heavy, guttural gasps filled the air. He gasped for air, his lungs burning, asking himself what on earth had just happened. He demanded an explanation from the void, then looked down to see a scorched and barren earth beneath him. He realized with a jolt of terror that the hands he was looking at were not his own. They were encased in black tactical gloves and seemed far smaller and leaner than they should be. He was wearing a dark, tattered cloak with gold accents, his face covered in blood and grime. He looked down, his single red eye wide with a mixture of pain and dawning realization. He collapsed onto the dry, cracked earth, his body weak and broken. A shadow loomed over him as a group of men approached. A man named Riff Hoffman, also known as Leaf, stood over him with a sneer and commanded the fallen figure to hurry up and reveal the location of the treasure. Leaf adjusted the heavy staff on his shoulder, his expression turning more menacing. He warned that if they did not get an answer soon, they would have to get much more serious with their interrogation. At his side stood a large, bald man holding a shield, looking just as eager for violence. Leaf let out a mocking, theatrical cry and called out to the fallen figure, derisively addressing him as "Dear Demon Lord." Dantalian lay there in the dirt, blood trickling down his face as he stared at the men with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. He then realized the terrifying truth of his situation. This was the exact moment his new and awful life had truly begun. Slumped against the rocks at the cave entrance, he was a weak and defeated demon lord at the mercy of low-level adventurers, their shadows stretching long across the ground as they prepared to extract whatever they could from their prize. Lying face down in the dirt, Dantalian lifts his trembling hands. Covered in grime and unfamiliar fingerless gloves, he stares at his own palms in a daze, quietly murmuring in absolute confusion. His battered face, streaked with blood and dirt, contorts in sheer bewilderment. Looking down at the heavy, regal cape draped over his shoulders, he stammers out loud, realizing with mounting dread that the hands attached to his arms are not his own. A sudden surge of panic overtakes him as his crimson eye snaps wide open, the horrifying reality of his situation setting in. Before he can process anything else, an agonizing cramp tears through his abdomen. He collapses onto his hands and knees, violently coughing up saliva as he clutches his stomach. Groaning in sheer agony, he desperately wonders what is happening to his body and why he is in so much pain. Heavy boots surround his trembling form. Standing above him in the dimly lit cavern are several rugged, menacing bandits clutching weapons. The leader of the group, a scarred man named Leaf, glares down at him and harshly orders him to spit it out. Leaf leans in close, his face twisted into a crazed, sadistic grin. He screams at Dantalian, demanding to know who he is dealing with. With a manic look in his eyes, Leaf violently presses the interrogation, roaring at the top of his lungs to demand the location of the hidden treasure. Dantalian flinches, his glowing red eye trembling as he stares up at the screaming bandit, entirely bewildered by the demand. Resting a heavy wooden club casually on his shoulder, Leaf stands beside a hulking, bald thug and smirks down at his victim. He cruelly asks if his captive wants them to hurt him even more, mockingly addressing him as Mr. Demon Lord. The title strikes Dantalian like a physical blow. Panting heavily, he forces his battered body up from the rocky ground, dust swirling around his heavy cloak and the single, dark horn protruding from his head. Utterly baffled, he repeats the word treasure under his breath. Glancing down at his own demonic attire, he questions the impossible title they just gave him, repeating the words Demon Lord in sheer disbelief. His gaze shifts past the bandits to a stone pillar illuminated by roaring flames, where a menacing gargoyle statue sits perched in the gloom. He frantically wonders if these thugs are actually talking about him, and tries to comprehend where he could possibly be. Taking in the vast, oppressive cavern and the ominous dark tunnel looming behind the heavily armed men, Dantalian's internal panic reaches a boiling point. He desperately screams in his own mind, demanding to know what is going on. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he grits his teeth. His crimson eyes narrow, locked in a state of intense, hyper-focused shock. Looking at the menacing silhouettes of the thugs standing over him, Dantalian struggles to piece together his fractured memories. He recalls playing a video game from the comfort of his own bedroom, but everything after that point is a complete, frustrating blank. Shaking the fog from his mind, he decides he has to forget about his missing memories for now. He knows with absolute certainty that he needs to do something about this deadly situation immediately. He assesses his physical condition as he lies sprawled in the dirt. His entire body is screaming in prolonged, excruciating pain. Realizing the severity of his battered leg, he concludes that running away is entirely out of the question. Frustration mounts as he curses his miserable luck. The pain is so overwhelming he feels like he is losing his mind. Taking a sharp breath, he firmly orders himself to cool his head, calm down, and think logically. Looking up at the ruthless thugs standing tall above him, he urges his brain to start working, knowing he must figure out the best way to escape before they kill him. Trembling, he raises a hand and begs the men to please wait. Determined to gather vital clues, he decides to keep them talking. With a strained, bloody face, he hesitantly asks the leader why they keep calling him a demon lord. The question enrages the bandit. Leaf violently lunges forward, grabbing Dantalian forcefully by his dark horn and yanking him upward. Leaf snarls, asking if the captive has finally lost his mind after taking so many beatings. With a cruel, mocking laugh, Leaf points out that the captive's fine horns are practically weeping. He then spitefully addresses him by his full title, Demon Lord Dantalian. The name echoes in Dantalian's mind. His crimson eyes widen to their absolute limit as a sudden, horrifying realization crashes down upon him. He finally remembers. A vivid image flashes in his mind of a classic, heroic adventuring party facing off against a horde of terrifying monsters. He realizes he is in the world of a role-playing game where heroes embark on a grand journey to defeat the demon lords. A game called Dungeon Attack. He recalls the grim lore of the fantasy game. It is a world where the player must save humanity by fighting numerous, incredibly powerful demon lords. It is notoriously known as an insanely difficult game where players die over and over again, set in a deeply depressing narrative where the only true ending results in the collapse of the world itself. The memory shifts to a hero violently clashing with a massive, terrifying demonic entity amidst a sea of fire. He then pictures his own dark bedroom and his glowing monitor, recalling the triumphant fanfare that played when he finally beat the grueling campaign. And as for the character named Dantalian, a familiar game over screen flashes in his mind, displaying Dantalian's sprite lying dead on the ground. The game text announces that the demon lord Dantalian has been defeated for a meager sum of experience and gold. He remembers with absolute clarity that Dantalian is the absolute trash of the 72 demon kings, ranked dead last at 71st. He is the weakest enemy in the entire game, the very first stepping stone to be slaughtered by the heroes. The memories of his final moments on Earth flood back perfectly. He remembers sitting in his messy room, receiving the mysterious message from the developers, and mindlessly clicking through the bizarre survey. He recalls the final, ominous question asking if he knew how the world ended, his accidental confirmation, and the blinding white light that had swallowed him whole. Back in the cold, damp cavern, Dantalian touches his own horn, trembling in sheer horror. There is absolutely no doubt left in his mind. He has been dragged into the brutal world of Dungeon Attack. And worse yet, he has been reincarnated as the absolute weakest of all the demon lords. Staring blankly at the cave floor, he wonders how such an impossible transmigration could have happened. Yet, despite the absurdity, he admits that it explains everything about his current predicament. A cold sweat breaks out across his face. He realizes that if he truly is the weakest tutorial boss, his current situation is catastrophically bad. His internal panic is abruptly cut short as Leaf barks at him, yanking violently on his horn once again. With a grunt of effort, Leaf hurls Dantalian through the air, tossing him aside like a broken ragdoll. Dantalian hits the rough, rocky ground hard, tumbling and skidding through the dirt with a pained gasp. Coughing up a splatter of blood, Dantalian stares up at the cavern's ceiling. He realizes with grim certainty that if this relentless beating continues, he is not going to survive. Satisfied with his throw, Leaf turns over his shoulder to address his gang of thugs. The bandits erupt into enthusiastic, bloodthirsty cheers, eager to finish the job and claim their prize. Leaf steps back, allowing his towering, heavily muscled subordinates to advance on the fallen demon lord. Watching them approach, Dantalian's heart sinks as he realizes he is about to be killed. A heavy, unforgiving fist smashes directly into Dantalian's face with bone-jarring force. Blood flies from his mouth as his head snaps back. In the midst of the brutal assault, he curses his fate, bitterly wondering if this is some kind of sick joke. After finally being freed from the miserable curse of his terrible father in his past life, the thugs mercilessly surround him, kicking and stomping on his defenseless body. He laments that he truly thought he was finally going to lead a comfortable, peaceful life. covered in fresh bruises and caked in dirt. His vision begins to blur. He curses as his consciousness slowly starts to fade, realizing he is once again on the absolute verge of death. As the darkness creeps in, a memory surfaces from the depths of his mind. He hears a voice and mentally asks who is there, visualizing a shadowed man sitting alone at a small table. The shadow takes form, and he recognizes the figure immediately. It is his wretched, manipulative father. His father stares back at him with a chilling, unsettling smile. In his fading state, Dantalian asks the apparition why he is laughing. The father's smile widens into a terrifying ear-to-ear grin. Dantalian notes bitterly that his father is the sole reason he had suffered so much in his previous life. Suddenly, he remembers a specific moment from his past where he had faced a similarly hopeless situation. The memory shifts to a white van speeding erratically down a blurred highway. He recalls a time in his childhood when he was kidnapped by someone who harbored a deep, violent grudge against his terrible father. He notes dryly that this particular incident was the fourth time it had happened. Inside the moving van, the desperate kidnapper glances nervously into the rearview mirror. Sweating profusely, the man mutters to himself, entirely unnerved by how strangely calm his young captive is acting. In the back seat, a young Dantalian sits securely bound with thick ropes. Despite the danger, the boy's expression is completely empty, his eyes dead and devoid of any fear. Reflecting on that day, Dantalian explains that he had simply reached his absolute limit. Exhausted by his miserable life, he had just let the kidnapping happen, maintaining a chilling sense of calm. The van arrives at an abandoned, sunlit warehouse. Inside, young Dantalian sits tied to a chair while the pacing kidnapper watches him. Dantalian reveals that, in that moment, he decided to make a deadly bet with himself. Pushed to the brink, the frantic kidnapper points a heavy handgun directly at the boy, screaming that the weapon is not a toy and threatening to kill him if he makes a single fuss. Looking up at the barrel of the gun with completely apathetic eyes, young Dantalian explains his internal wager, a bet to see if he could finally free himself from his father's suffocating shadow. Unfazed, the boy calmly tells the kidnapper that he understands, and invites the man to shoot him. The kidnapper recoils in shock, sweat pouring down his face as he screams, asking if the boy is out of his mind. Dantalian calmly reasons that if the gun is real, then dying means he finally wins. Leaning forward, the young boy presses his own forehead directly against the cold metal of the gun barrel, ordering the man to go ahead and pull the trigger. He reasons that if the gun turns out to be fake, then it is his loss, and he will be forced to live at the mercy of his wretched father forever. The terrified kidnapper holds the gun against the boy's head, his hand trembling violently against the child's unyielding resolve. Unable to handle the psychological pressure, the kidnapper collapses backward onto the floor, dropping the weapon and crying out in terror, demanding to know what the hell is wrong with the boy. The memory fades to the aftermath. A police officer escorts the young boy to safety while another arrests the broken, weeping kidnapper. Dantalian notes matter-of-factly that in the end, the kidnapper surrendered himself, meaning he had lost his twisted bet. Standing quietly in the sunlight, the young boy's eyes remain shadowed and cold. Yet, from that terrifying encounter, he came to understand a fundamental truth about the world. His eye gleams with a sharp, piercing light. He realized then that the one who ultimately survives in the end is always the one with the stronger resolve. The memory shatters, bringing Dantalian crashing back to the dark, blood-stained cave. Lying broken on the ground, he admits that he had let that crucial lesson slip from his mind. Above him, Leaf and the heavy thugs step forward, warning him that this is his absolute last chance. Leaf steps heavily toward the fallen demon lord. Without a shred of mercy, Leaf plants his heavy boot directly onto the side of Dantalian's head, crushing his face into the dirt as he demands the location of the treasure one final time. Underneath the crushing weight, Dantalian's eyes snap open. He realizes with chilling clarity that he had already died once today. He has absolutely nothing left to lose. Down in the dirt, Dantalian's hand twitches before clenching tightly into a fierce, unyielding fist. Blood runs down his cheek as he remains pinned under the bandit's boot. His breathing steadies as a dangerous, renewed focus takes over. A brilliant, golden surge of energy erupts within his mind as his resolve fully awakens. He declares with absolute certainty that he has the power to shape this entire horrific situation into whatever outcome he desires. Oblivious to his captive's awakening, Leaf sneers, asking if Dantalian really plans to take his hidden treasure with him to hell. Losing his temper, Leaf turns his back in disgust, warning the bleeding demon lord that he is not a very patient man. Behind him, the hulking bald thug readies his weapon. Lifting a massive, terrifyingly heavy spiked hammer over his shoulder, the bald thug pauses. He asks Leaf if he is absolutely sure he wants to kill the captive before extracting the location of the treasure. Leaf whips around with a psychotic, furious grin, screaming that it doesn't matter, and they will just tear the cave apart to find the treasure later. He roars the absolute command to kill him immediately. The bald thug nods, hoisting the colossal spiked hammer high above Dantalian's defenseless body, shouting for the demon lord to go regret his stubbornness in the afterlife. With a deafening rush of wind, the massive weapon swings downward with lethal, crushing force. In a split second, Dantalian's eyes snap open. He mentally shouts his readiness, his hand shooting outward. Just as the devastating spiked hammer is about to crush him into the stone, Dantalian thrusts his arm straight up toward the descending weapon. Watching from the sidelines, Leaf's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of sudden, genuine shock. Beneath the shadow of the falling hammer, Dantalian's face breaks into a fierce, blood-stained smirk. He locks his mind onto his goal, vowing that he will do whatever is necessary. Rising up from the dirt, his heavy cape swirling around his battered form, he mentally swears that no matter what it takes or what he has to endure, his crimson eye flares with a blinding, demonic brilliance. Blood streaks down his intensely focused, unyielding face as the weakest demon lord in history makes his ultimate vow. He will survive. Dantalian reflected on the tragic irony of his fate. After finally being released from the grip of his abusive father, who had mercilessly tormented him for so many agonizing years, he thought his suffering had come to an end. The somber memory of incense burning before a framed memorial photo lingered quietly in his mind. He remembered standing in his quiet, sunlit room, a warm cup of coffee in his hand, savoring the profound and peaceful realization that he was, at long last, truly free. Well, he was supposed to be free. But then, a blinding, radiant light had suddenly erupted from his computer monitor, completely engulfing him in an instant. Without any warning, he found himself violently transported into a brutal game world. Now, he stared down in sheer bewilderment at his dark, unfamiliar garments, the jagged demonic horns protruding from his head, cementing the terrifying reality of his new existence. What was infinitely worse, out of all the possible entities in this universe, he had been thrust into the battered, bloodied body of the absolute weakest demon lord in existence. Snapped brutally back to the present, he looked up at the band of hostile, rugged adventurers looming threateningly over him. The situation was undeniably catastrophic. He was just a single step away from being executed, completely at the mercy of a colossal, spiked metal mace that hovered mere inches from crushing his skull. His mind screamed in frantic frustration, cursing the cruel joke the universe had played on him. He couldn't fathom that he was about to die right after he had finally grasped the freedom he had suffered his whole life to achieve. Panting heavily and dripping with cold sweat, Dantalian forced his trembling voice to remain steady as he looked up at the towering thugs and declared that he understood their demands. His crimson eyes narrowed with an intense, burning determination as he promised to tell them exactly where the treasure was hidden. Deep in the recesses of his mind, he made an unshakable vow that he would survive this nightmare, no matter what it took. Leaf, the jagged-haired leader of the mercenaries, erupted into a fit of manic, arrogant laughter. Thrilled that their captive had finally broken under the pressure, Leaf boasted to his men that if they secured the treasure quickly and presented the demon lord's severed head to their boss, they would be showered with endless praises and glory. Dantalian remained completely silent, beginning to walk ahead of the group with a heavy heart. The fatal flaw in his sudden lie weighed heavily on him. He didn't even know if there was any actual treasure in this dungeon to begin with. He knew perfectly well that if he simply pointed the greedy mercenaries in a random direction and they found nothing, they would butcher him without a second thought. He decided that, first and foremost, he needed to navigate this immediate, deadly threat and somehow buy himself some precious time. Admitting to himself that he had been completely and utterly defeated in his previous life, he slowly rose to his feet. He broke the tense silence, revealing to his captors that the legendary treasure was hidden deep within the Demon Lord's inner chamber. Dantalian quickly added a crucial, calculated detail to his lie. He warned the greedy mercenaries that the treasure was heavily protected by powerful magic. Staring intensely into the eyes of the towering thugs, he boldly declared that he was the only being in existence capable of undoing that magical seal. His singular red eye gleamed dangerously from the shadows of his hood as he challenged them, asking how that sounded for a proposition. Leaf suddenly barked a sharp, commanding shout, his voice cutting violently through the tension. Without warning, a blinding flash of steel came crashing down. A massive broadsword slammed into the rocky earth, the razor-sharp edge stopping just millimeters from Dantalian's face, splitting his vision perfectly down the middle. Dust plumed from the shattered stone as Leaf kept the heavy blade planted firmly beside the Demon Lord's head. An aggressive, terrifying display of absolute dominance. Leaf glared down at him with unhinged fury, warning Dantalian in no uncertain terms that if he was lying, he would execute him on the spot. Unflinching, Dantalian's crimson eyes glowed with quiet defiance in the shadow of the cold sword as he calmly replied that he understood. Satisfied with the fear he believed he had instilled, Leaf pulled his weapon back and rallied his men, shouting triumphantly that the treasure awaited them in the chamber. The thugs cheered eagerly, and Leaf commanded the fools to move out. As the heavily armed group resumed their march deeper into the cavern, Dantalian sighed inwardly, realizing that somehow, he had actually managed to talk his way out of an immediate execution. The mercenaries raised their weapons in greedy celebration as they walked ahead. Following closely behind, Dantalian noted that he had successfully overcome the very first obstacle. But his brief moment of relief vanished instantly. He lowered his head, his expression darkening as he recognized that the true battle for his life started right now. He analyzed the grim reality of his bargain as they walked. The adventurers couldn't kill him right away because they believed they needed him alive to bypass the magical seal. However, that fragile safety would completely expire the second they set foot inside the Demon Lord's chamber. The sight of skeletal remains scattered in the dust ahead served as a grim reminder of his impending fate. Watching the silhouettes of the armed men marching confidently ahead of him, Dantalian knew he had to formulate his next plan incredibly quickly. His eyes narrowed with lethal, cold focus, scanning the darkness for any possible advantage. Leaf suddenly snapped at him to walk faster, mockingly addressing him as Mr. Demon Lord. Swallowing his pride, Dantalian immediately slipped back into the role of a terrified, broken captive, stammering out a meek apology. Leaf turned back with a wrathful sneer, aggressively demanding to know if their prisoner was stalling for time and threatening to end his life if he didn't pick up the pace. Dantalian kept his head bowed, matching their hurried pace. He concluded that if the situation continued on this exact trajectory, he was undeniably going to be slaughtered sooner or later. A desperate realization washed over him. Somehow, before they reached the chamber and decided he had outlived his usefulness, he had to slaughter every single one of them. But the sheer impossibility of the task weighed heavily on his mind. He wondered how he could possibly accomplish such a feat when there were 10 full-grown mercenaries, and every last one of them was heavily armed. Sweating nervously, he desperately searched his memories for anything he could use to his advantage. A sudden thought struck him. This was Dantalian's castle, a familiar dungeon from the video game. He reasoned that, logically, there had to be at least one remaining monster wandering the halls that he could use to ambush the intruders. Leaf barked another harsh order, telling him to hurry up and get on his feet so they could keep moving. As Dantalian obediently followed, Leaf glanced back with a sinister, arrogant smirk, silently confirming to himself that they would happily butcher the demon the second they secured the gold. Walking past massive, crumbling stone pillars, Dantalian noted a disturbing detail. They had been passing the remains of dead monsters for a while, but none of the bones were fresh. He wondered what that meant, before coming to a dreadful realization. Exactly as he feared, the dungeon had already been entirely cleared out. He couldn't rely on random monster encounters to save him. He had to eliminate these men all by himself. He anxiously calculated how much longer it would take to reach the final chamber. Frustration boiled over. He cursed his terrible luck, thinking that if this were actually just a video game, he would have a menu full of options. A brilliant spark of realization suddenly widened his eyes to their absolute limits. A wide, wicked grin stretched across his face as he muttered the name of a specific ability, Eyes of Zeus. It finally clicked. This world was real, but it operated entirely on the logic and mechanics of the game he knew flawlessly. Therefore, it stood to reason that he should be able to actively pull up and use his in-game abilities. Instantly, a massive, glowing red holographic interface materialized in his vision. The system proudly displayed Dantalian's castle, grading it as an F-rank cave. The detailed readout confirmed there were 0 special effects, 0 residents, and most importantly 0 troops. A comprehensive, glowing map of the winding dungeon illuminated the darkness before him. Dantalian smirked, his red eyes reflecting the crimson light of the interface, as a wave of absolute confidence washed away his fear. He stared intently at the floating screen, thrilled beyond measure that his game skills functioned perfectly in this new reality. He recalled that the Eyes of Zeus was a highly coveted skill in dungeon attack. The name of the ability perfectly described its incredible, omniscient power. The skill granted the user the ability to instantly view their own location, the exact positions of all enemies, hidden items, and deadly traps scattered throughout the dungeon. It was a high-level power that players normally couldn't acquire until the midpoint of the campaign. However, there was exactly one specific location where the developers allowed players to use it in the very early stages of the game. That location was the first tutorial dungeon, designed to teach adventurers the basic mechanics of exploration. And that tutorial dungeon was none other than Dantalian's castle. Studying the glowing red map floating in the air, Dantalian noted that he had been wondering why fate had cursed him to reincarnate as the absolute weakest boss. But now, he never expected that specific weakness to end up being so incredibly, profoundly useful. His expression grew serious again as he read the castle's current status. Just as his observation of the skeletal remains had suggested, the interface confirmed that his total troop count was 0. Suddenly, a cluster of glowing red warning pixels gathered in the center of his vision. A blaring alert interrupted his thoughts, loudly warning him that the current number of troops in the Demon Lord's castle was 0. The system declared this an extremely dangerous state and urged him to hire troops immediately. Dantalian gasped in sheer surprise. He stopped in his tracks, utterly shocked by the prompt. A new menu window titled Contract with Hades opened up, presenting a list of monsters available for hire, such as slimes, lesser fairies, goblin soldiers, and lesser golems, along with their respective combat stats and prices. A manic, hopeful grin broke out on his face. He realized the system actually granted the Demon Lord a skill to instantly hire and summon monsters directly to his side. But his excitement plummeted the moment he checked the bottom of the screen. He recoiled in dismay, staring at the pathetic balance of exactly 100 Libra available in his treasury. Clutching his head in sheer frustration, he silently cursed the previous Dantalian for being so utterly broke, wondering what the wretched Demon Lord had been doing to have so little money to his name. Doing the math, he realized that with only 100 Libra, he could afford a maximum of 8 goblin soldiers. He stood still, agonizing over the numbers, knowing full well that 8 weak goblins would have a terrible time trying to defeat 10 fully equipped adventurers. He debated buying a single, stronger lesser golem to launch a devastating surprise attack. But he quickly discarded the idea. There was absolutely no guarantee a single unit could secure a definitive victory. Cursing his lack of funds, he noted that the group had almost reached the final chamber. He fell completely silent, biting his thumb as his mind raced frantically through every possible tactical permutation. He rapidly scrolled through the contract menu, weighing the cost and strength of every available unit against his impending doom. He concluded that if he just threw the goblins or the golem at the mercenaries in a straightforward ambush, his chance of success would hover around a mere 60%. Sweat beaded on his face as he decided that a 60% survival rate was far too low to risk his precious second life on. Watching the armed men walk confidently ahead of him, he realized he had entirely run out of time to deliberate. Leaf turned his head, laughing as he shouted back at his captive. Dantalian's fist clenched tightly in the shadows. He knew he had no other choice but to execute his gamble. A dark, oppressive aura flared to life around his body. His crimson eyes glowed with terrifying intensity as he silently ordered his enemies to prepare themselves for their doom. He knew that for his overarching plan to succeed flawlessly, he first needed to manipulate them into completely dropping their guard and trusting him. But before he could weave that fatal web of deception, he needed specific ammunition. A wicked smile played on his lips. He activated a secondary skill, Apostle of Aphrodite. A brilliant red light washed over the cavern as he focused his magical gaze directly on the mercenaries. A detailed holographic profile instantly materialized above the bald thug. It displayed his name, human race, low-level stats, and laid bare his current emotional psyche, revealing that the massive man simply wanted to go home soon and eat his mother's stew. Dantalian's grin widened into a predatory smirk. He reveled in the power of the skill, which allowed him to perfectly read the hidden status and innermost desires of any enemy before him. Chuckling darkly to himself, he shifted his piercing gaze to the leader. A massive red window opened over Leaf, exposing his level 13 status, his weak leadership skills, and his profoundly greedy psyche. "I'm gonna find this treasure, then get some more." Dantalian delighted in the fact that he could see through them all, from beginning to end. Leaf suddenly stopped and glanced back over his shoulder, a look of extreme annoyance crossing his scarred face. Furious that his prisoner was lagging behind, Leaf cursed at him, aggressively demanding that the wretch walk faster and keep up with the group. Instantly hiding his sinister smirk, Dantalian reverted to his pathetic facade, bowing his head and stammering out a sincere, trembling apology. But beneath the deep shadows of his hood, a terrifying, unhinged smile stretched from ear to ear. The armed thugs continued their march deeper into the dungeon, completely unaware that the pathetic captive trailing behind them had just sealed their fates. Hungering for vengeance and fully armed with the system's power, Dantalian's dark cloak billowed dramatically as his glowing red eyes pierced the gloom. He declared in the absolute silence of his own mind that the true counterattack began right now. Staring intensely at the glowing red map floating in his vision, Dantalian noted with cold certainty that he had finally figured out exactly how to annihilate his captors. The crimson holographic window hovered before his eyes, displaying the contract with Hades menu and the meager list of monsters he could afford to hire. His sharp gaze analyzed the numbers, weighing his grim options. He concluded that the absolute first condition for his desperate plan to succeed was to manipulate the mercenaries. Images of the rugged adventurers, their faces twisted in greedy arrogance, flashed through his mind as he realized he had to earn their complete trust. His crimson eyes flared with a terrifying, predatory glow from beneath his hood. Within the darkness of his own mind, he declared that the counterattack was finally beginning. He reviewed the details of the Apostle of Aphrodite, a high-ranking skill from the game. Represented by the ethereal image of a radiant goddess, the ability granted the user the power to look past superficial appearances and view the hidden status screens and deeply concealed psychological details of other individuals. His eyes narrowed with lethal focus. Armed with this omniscient knowledge, he knew exactly what he wanted to know. All that remained was to figure out the perfect location to execute his trap and exactly which card to play. The tense silence was violently broken by Leaf, the jagged-haired leader of the mercenaries, who turned around and barked aggressively for their captive to get moving. His face contorted in rage. Leaf aggressively demanded to know if the wretched demon had heard him, screaming at him to start walking faster. Head bowed in perfectly feigned submission, Dantalian stammered out a sincere, trembling apology. But internally, a dark realization settled over him. The key to his entire survival was to somehow force this hostile leader to trust him completely. A glowing red status window materialized over Leaf, revealing the man's deeply hidden psyche. The interface laid bare Leaf's innermost thoughts, showing that the mercenary found Dantalian incredibly irritating and was secretly wishing he could just take the treasure and execute the demon lord right then and there. Leaf clicked his tongue in deep annoyance. Gripping his battered, bleeding arm, Dantalian steeled his resolve. He knew the path ahead was terrifyingly perilous, but even if it meant taking severe, agonizing risks, a massive, fiery aura of dark purple and black energy seemed to erupt from his very silhouette as he silently promised himself that he would absolutely take every single one of them down. The group marched deeper into the heart of the cavern, their torches casting long, flickering shadows against the grand, crumbling stone pillars of the dungeon's ancient architecture. As they walked, Dantalian's sharp eyes caught sight of a weathered arrow protruding from the skull of a long-dead monster resting in the rubble. A dark, calculated plan instantly snapped into place. He told himself that he needed to handle the first phase immediately. Without warning, Dantalian raised his voice, shouting urgently into the echoing cavern for everyone to stop right where they were. The sudden outburst brought the group to a halt. The massive, bald mercenary blinked, looking down at the demon lord in sheer confusion. Leaf whipped around, his face flushing with immediate anger and suspicion as he demanded to know the meaning of the sudden interruption. Stepping forward with quiet authority, Dantalian extended a gloved hand toward the dark tunnel ahead. He apologized for stopping them in their tracks but warned them with utmost seriousness that there was a deadly trap lying in the passage directly in front of them. The tension in the air shifted instantly. Leaf's eyes widened in a mix of shock and intrigue as he echoed the word, completely taken off guard by the revelation of a trap. Dantalian didn't hesitate. He took a bold step forward onto the cracked stone tiles, confirming the danger with a calm, unwavering voice. Passing by the stunned mercenaries, he explained the grim reality of the tunnel. If they took even a single step further, dozens of invisible arrows would come flying directly at them from the darkness. He warned that not a single man among them would be able to make it through the barrage unscathed. Leaving Leaf and the bald giant behind, Dantalian declared that he would proceed into the dark passage entirely on his own. Looking back over his shoulder, his red eye gleamed with a quiet, heroic resolve as he volunteered to trigger and get rid of the trap for them. Sweat broke out on Leaf's forehead. Thrown completely off balance by the demon lord's sudden willingness to sacrifice himself, the leader yelled out, demanding to know what Dantalian was plotting. Another adventurer, holding a flickering torch and studying a tattered map, called out nervously to his boss. He pointed out that the road grew exceedingly narrow from this point onward, and the shadows were far too thick to see anything ahead. The cavern entrance gaped before them, an absolute, pitch-black void that promised nothing but unseen horrors. Standing right at the threshold of the abyss, Dantalian's dark cloak fluttered. Leaf's voice rang out, frantically ordering him to hold on. The mercenary leader gritted his teeth, anger masking his unease as he screamed at Dantalian, accusing the bastard of trying to use the darkness to run away. Dantalian's heavy boots stepped confidently into the gloom. Without looking back, he calmly assured his captors that running away would be physically impossible with his severely injured legs. He added, his voice smooth and earnest, that taking on this danger was simply his way of showing his profound respect. Turning his head just enough for his profile to catch the faint light, a completely hidden, sinister smile played on his lips. He told them that they were vastly different from all the previous adventurers he had encountered, because they hadn't simply tried to slaughter him right away. The absolute conviction in his glowing red eye was chilling. He challenged them directly. If they still didn't believe him, they were more than welcome to follow right behind him. However, he warned them with a heavy, ominous tone that he absolutely could not guarantee their safety if they did. Leaf was struck entirely speechless, a heavy drop of sweat sliding down his stunned face as the psychological weight of Dantalian's words slammed into him. Snapping out of his stupor, Leaf aggressively ordered his men not to let fear overcome them, screaming for them to charge in after the demon lord. But panic had already taken root. A brown-haired mercenary frantically threw his hands up, begging his boss to wait a second and desperately suggesting they think the situation over first. Another thug nervously agreed, his eyes wide with fear as he reminded the group of the terrifying consequences if they made even a single mistake with the trap at the entrance. A grim memory surfaced among the men. A previous encounter with a dungeon trap where massive, chained iron pillars had swung violently from the ceiling, completely crushing one of their comrades. Remembering the sheer devastation, Leaf grimaced in deep frustration. Furious at the sudden mutiny of cowardice, Leaf cursed loudly, screaming at his men and questioning if they were even real men at all. The mercenaries simply looked down, shamed into absolute silence by their overwhelming fear. While the men bickered outside, Dantalian walked completely alone into the pitch-black tunnel. The shadows swallowed him, and a terrifying, glowing red smile stretched across his face as his trap fell perfectly into place. Deep within the jagged, stony throat of the cavern, he finally came to a halt. Glancing back toward the distant light of the entrance, he quietly wondered if he had walked far enough into the darkness. Satisfied with his positioning, he pulled 3 heavy, iron-tipped arrows from beneath his dark cloak. He gripped them tightly, whispering a quiet, desperate plea for his insane gamble to work. His eyes burned with an intense, manic light. He thought back to the skeletal remains they had passed earlier, revealing that he had secretly scavenged the arrows from the corpses, and had unknowingly carried the deadly projectiles with him exactly for a moment like this. Gripping the wooden shafts until his leather gloves creaked, Dantalian's expression shifted into one of raw, terrifying determination. He declared to himself that this was the exact moment where things really got started. He bared his teeth, aggressively forcing his mind to brace for the impending agony. He desperately tried to convince himself that what he was about to do wasn't a big deal at all. With a violent, merciless thrust, Dantalian drove one of the iron-tipped arrows directly into his own back. A horrific, blood-curdling scream of pure, unadulterated agony ripped from his throat, echoing violently off the cavern walls as blood sprayed into the darkness. The horrifying shriek spiraled out of the black tunnel, striking the mercenaries waiting outside like a physical blow. They all flinched, their eyes widening in sheer panic. The brown-haired thug gasped in horror, instantly recognizing the voice and questioning aloud if the demon lord had just been attacked. Panic erupting in his chest, Leaf leaned toward the dark passage and screamed at the top of his lungs, desperately demanding to know what the hell was going on in there. From deep within the shadows, Dantalian's strained, desperate voice called back, frantically warning them not to come in yet, because the invisible traps were still firing. Leaf's breath hitched in utter shock. The mercenaries were paralyzed by fear. The brown-haired thug looked to Leaf in a cold sweat, pleading for orders on what they should do next. Leaf stood frozen, his mind warring between greed and terror. Finally making a definitive choice, Leaf cursed loudly and drew his sword. He ordered his men to get ready immediately, aggressively threatening to execute any man right then and there if they dared to cower and back out. Terrified of both their leader and the dark, the thugs swallowed their fear, letting out shaky breaths of compliance as they prepared to charge. Heavy boots slammed against the stone as the group sprinted desperately into the dark tunnel. Holding his torch high, Leaf screamed Dantalian's name, searching the gloom. Suddenly, one of the thugs stammered, pointing frantically at the ground. A massive, fresh pool of crimson stained the cracked earth. The men stared in horror, realizing it was a thick, heavy trail of blood leading deeper into the cave. Following the grim trail with their flickering torches, the men hurried forward until the light finally caught a collapsed figure. Dantalian lay completely motionless, face down in the dirt. The gruesome sight halted them in their tracks. A long arrow was buried deep into the demon lord's back, a steady stream of blood soaking his dark cloak. Leaf called out to him, his voice laced with genuine alarm as he asked what had happened. At the sound of Leaf's voice, Dantalian let out a weak, agonizing groan. The mercenaries tensed, watching the battered demon carefully. Trembling violently, Dantalian clutched his injured shoulder and began to push himself up from the bloody dirt. He forced out a strained curse, muttering weakly that he must have been knocked unconscious by the sheer pain. Sweating profusely and visibly shaken, Leaf demanded a full explanation, urgently asking what had happened to the deadly trap. Sitting up with agonizing slowness, Dantalian offered a weak, exhausted smile. He told the towering mercenary that they could all be entirely at ease, assuring them with absolute conviction that all the traps had been completely taken care of. A wave of profound, overwhelming relief washed over the thugs. They exchanged shocked, joyful glances, unable to believe they had been spared from the lethal passage. Leaf dropped to his knees beside the wounded demon, his face a complex mask of disbelief and frustration. He aggressively demanded to know why Dantalian had gone to such extremes to help them, pointing out that it would have been vastly better for the captive to just keep quiet and let the traps slaughter them all. Dantalian slowly lowered his head, pressing his hand gently against his own chest. His voice was soft, carrying a tone of absolute, manufactured sincerity. He reminded Leaf of what he had said earlier at the tunnel's entrance. Looking up with an expression of profound gratitude, Dantalian explained that they were vastly different from any adventurers he had faced before. They hadn't slaughtered him on sight. They had shown him a sliver of mercy and allowed him to live. Closing his eyes as if deeply moved by their supposed kindness, he whispered that their restraint had truly touched his heart, and that was the sole reason he had risked his life for them. With a wince of pain, Dantalian reached around and grabbed the bloody shaft of the arrow lodged in his back. He brushed off the severe injury with a weak laugh, stating that getting hit shouldn't be a major problem. With a sharp, sickening pull, he yanked the arrow entirely out of his flesh. Blood splattered onto the cavern floor as he gripped the weapon tightly. Masking his agony, he gave them a reassuring smile and boldly declared that they should continue their journey onwards. Leaf stared at the bleeding, heroic figure in absolute, stunned silence. The mercenary's mind reeled, completely unable to process if the demon lord was actually being serious with this incredible display of self-sacrifice. But the moment Dantalian turned his head toward the shadows, a vicious, triumphant smirk split across his face. A system chime rang silently in his ears, bringing up a glowing red window that confirmed adventurer Leaf's likability towards him had just increased by 5 points. Dantalian quickly pulled up Leaf's psychological profile again. The system revealed a dramatic shift in the leader's psyche. Leaf was now seriously questioning if the bastard was genuinely trying to help them, and beginning to reconsider his murderous intent. Dantalian's crimson eye widened in sheer, manic joy as he realized his absolute manipulation was working flawlessly. A cascade of digital chimes flooded his vision. Glowing red windows popped up one after another, confirming that the likability of every single adventurer, Dill, Coda, Judo, Jack, Rossi, and the rest, had skyrocketed by massive margins. Glancing back, he saw the towering mercenaries. Leaf and the bald thug were no longer glaring with murderous intent. Instead, they offered the wounded demon genuine, friendly smiles. Dantalian noted with dark satisfaction that their affection toward him had firmly taken root. However, hidden completely within the dark folds of his cloak, his eyes burned with a malevolent, terrifying purple light. He knew this newfound trust wasn't nearly enough to secure his absolute victory. It needed to be pushed even further. He internally declared that the stage had only just been set, and enthusiastically urged the grand performance to move forward. A final, triumphant system chime rang out, announcing that Dantalian's overall charm rank had leveled up. Reviewing his glowing, updated status screen, the absolute weakest demon lord prepared himself for the devastating second act of his masterpiece. Gripping the shaft of the iron-tipped arrow lodged deeply in his thigh, Dantalian gave a sharp, agonizing pull, violently ripping the projectile from his flesh. As dark blood spilled over his garments, he tossed the weapon aside and firmly declared that they should continue their journey onwards. Watching the wounded demon stagger, Leaf stood completely bewildered. The rugged mercenary questioned inwardly if this man was genuinely for real, struggling to comprehend if their captive had seriously just sacrificed himself to save them. He tried to brush off the thought, telling himself there was no way, yet he could not completely dismiss the impact of the act. A digital chime echoed silently in Dantalian's mind as a red holographic window materialized, confirming that the mercenary leader's affection toward him had officially increased by 5 points. A rapid succession of chimes flooded his vision as multiple status windows confirmed massive increases in likability from Judo, Hans, Bro, and the rest of the crew. Beneath his dark hood, a wicked smirk curled across Dantalian's face as he noted to himself that this absolute trust was exactly what he had been waiting for. His crimson eyes glowed with predatory delight as he silently urged the mercenaries to think even more highly of him. Glancing at Leaf's shifting psychological profile, Dantalian reveled in his successful manipulation, declaring inwardly that the grand stage had only just begun. Stifling a groan of pain, the bruised demon lord pushed himself up from the rocky ground, meekly suggesting to the group that they should go ahead. Leaf watched him struggle, a calculating glint replacing his earlier confusion. The leader mused to himself that while he did not entirely know what the demon was playing at, he might still be able to use him effectively if he handled the situation correctly. Stepping forward, Leaf pointed out that Dantalian's severe wound would only slow everyone down, concluding aloud that they had no other choice. Raising his voice, the leader commanded his men to lend His Highness a shoulder, leaving the surrounding mercenaries utterly surprised by the sudden show of consideration. One of the younger thugs quickly stepped up, wrapping Dantalian's arm around his shoulder to support his weight. The unexpected assistance caught the demon lord completely off guard. Feigning touching vulnerability, Dantalian looked up with wide, trembling eyes and offered a hesitant, sincere expression of gratitude. Leaf erupted into a boisterous laugh, asking why the demon was so surprised when he had just saved their lives. The leader proclaimed that helping him walk was simply their way of showing gratitude for that sacrifice. Raising his flickering torch high, Leaf enthusiastically rallied his men, ordering them to get fired up and press onward into the depths of the cavern. Supported by the mercenary, Dantalian smiled darkly in the shadows. He praised his own progress, noting that everything was proceeding perfectly so far. However, as his gaze fixed on Leaf's broad back, he acknowledged that the leader was a difficult man to fully break and completely win over. His red eyes narrowed with insatiable ambition as he told himself that their current level of trust was still not enough. He needed much more. In his mind's eye, he visualized his hands expertly pulling the delicate, invisible strings of a marionette. Gripping those metaphorical strings tightly, Dantalian watched the mercenaries march through the torchlit tunnel and silently announced the beginning of his grand second act. The group finally arrived at a massive, imposing set of stone double doors adorned with a demonic skull and arcane seals. Dantalian announced that they had reached their destination, the true entrance to the demon lord's inner castle. The men gazed at the grand entryway in awe. Leaf grinned widely, admitting that the sight was far more impressive than he had ever imagined, and eagerly ordered his men to open it up. Pushing with all his might, the mercenary leader forced the heavy stone doors to slowly grind open, revealing the absolute, imposing darkness within. Standing at the threshold, Leaf let out a triumphant laugh, celebrating that they had finally arrived at the heart of the dungeon. Turning back to his captive with greedy anticipation, Leaf excitedly demanded that His Highness finally show them exactly where the legendary treasure was hidden. In the heavy silence that followed, A single, clear teardrop struck the stone floor. The mercenaries stared in stunned disbelief as tears streamed freely from Dantalian's crimson eyes, his face a portrait of profound, overwhelming sorrow. Leaf's excited grin instantly vanished, replaced by utter shock at the sight of the dreaded, monstrous demon lord openly weeping before them. One of the younger men asked with genuine concern why he was crying. Dantalian choked back a sob, offering a fragile plea for their forgiveness. Burying his face in his gloved hand, the weeping demon explained that stepping into the castle had painfully reminded him of his fallen comrades, quietly correcting himself to say it reminded him of his family. Leaf furrowed his brow in sheer bewilderment, asking aloud if monstrous beings like demon lords actually had families too. Staggering slightly on his wounded leg, Dantalian confirmed the leader's question, his voice trembling with fabricated grief as he spoke of the past. Peeking through his fingers with tear-filled eyes, he whispered that even a wretched existence like him once had people he dearly called his own family. The tragic memory vividly unfolded in his mind, depicting the grand, sweeping staircases of the castle's main hall completely reduced to ruined stone, the floor littered with scattered skeletal remains and broken weapons. He remembered how magnificent it had once been, guarded by towering, loyal demon warriors standing proudly before the grand doors, before everything changed on that fateful day. The peaceful memory was violently shattered by a raging inferno. An army of heavily armored human knights stormed the stronghold, mercilessly slaughtering the weeping demonic defenders as Dantalian recalled the exact moment the invaders suddenly appeared. He vividly recalled his own terrified flight down a long corridor, his dark cloak billowing as a squad of knights spotted him and eagerly shouted his location to the others. Drawing their heavy longbows, the human soldiers relentlessly issued the command to shoot. Glancing over his shoulder in absolute terror, the young demon lord realized there was nowhere left to run. A devastating barrage of arrows rained down upon the corridor, tearing through the air with lethal precision and striking flesh in a gruesome spray of crimson. Dantalian braced for death, but a massive shadow suddenly engulfed him. An enormous, armored demon stepped directly into the line of fire. The towering guard looked down at his master, blood spilling from his own lips as he urgently asked if Lord Dantalian was all right. Trembling and weeping in the shadow of his protector, the young lord could only stammer a fearful confirmation. Using his massive body as an impenetrable shield, the loyal guard stood tall against the relentless volley, taking multiple brutal spear and arrow strikes to his armored chest and back. The dying warrior commanded Dantalian to leave the defense to him and to run away as quickly as he possibly could. Devastated, Dantalian cried out in desperate refusal, insisting that if he was going to flee, his protector had to come with him. But the human assault was merciless. More blades pierced the guard's massive frame, drawing out agonizing screams as blood sprayed violently across the hall. Riddled with arrows, the dying demon looked back one last time, gently telling his lord not to worry about him. Smiling warmly despite the catastrophic injuries ending his life, the loyal guard begged Dantalian to please run quickly. Back in the present, tears cascaded down Dantalian's face as the overwhelming weight of the fabricated tragic memory settled over the room. The silent teardrops mirrored the harrowing memory of the demon lord turning his back on his fiercely loyal guard, forced to abandon him to the slaughter. The drops of sorrow fell continuously, echoing the absolute despair of running away to survive while his only true family was butchered behind him. Standing before the grand, ruined staircase of the decimated hall, Dantalian looked out at the destruction and whispered that they had all died just to protect him. The hardened mercenaries were visibly moved by the raw display of emotion. Lowering their eyes, they muttered their sincere sympathies, acknowledging the profound tragedy of his loss. One of the younger men stared at the ground, reflecting on how he had always been taught that a demon lord was a fundamentally evil and vile existence. Throwing his head back, Dantalian let out a heartbreaking wail of grief. The watching mercenary was struck by the undeniable reality that the supposed monster was genuinely mourning his dead comrades. The thug concluded that, to him, this weeping lord did not seem like an evil being in the slightest. Another digital chime rang out as the system confirmed that adventurer Jack's affection toward Dantalian had surged by 20 points. A flurry of notifications cascaded across Dantalian's hidden vision. The affection levels of Dill, Judo, Hans, and the rest of the crew spiked dramatically as his sorrowful performance thoroughly shattered their prejudices. Leaf observed the weeping demon with intense scrutiny, noting to himself that this display entirely contradicted everything he had ever been told about the demonic rulers. He recalled the cold teachings of his past, remembering a woman who had firmly instructed him that a demon lord was the lowest form of scum, a creature entirely devoid of blood or tears. The system chimed once more, revealing that Leaf's own affection had increased by 15 points as he fundamentally questioned his long-held beliefs. Pushing the philosophical conflict aside, Leaf's face hardened into a practical smirk. He decided that he did not care about the demon's morality. The only thing that truly mattered was whether the captive remained useful to him. Drying his tears, Dantalian slowly turned to face his captors, capturing their full, undivided attention. With an expression of profound, gentle humility, he thanked the mercenaries from the bottom of his heart for safely returning him to his beloved castle. Leaf listened quietly as Dantalian continued, stating that exactly as he had suspected, this group of adventurers was fundamentally different from the ruthless murderers who had slaughtered his family. Clutching his cloak with solemn grace, the demon lord suggested that if the ones claiming his treasure were as honorable as them, perhaps the spirits of the dead would find it in their hearts to forgive the intrusion. His crimson eyes glowed with an eerie, hypnotic intensity as he delivered his final line, completely surrendering the treasures of his castle, and his very life, entirely into their hands. A massive, triumphant notification filled Dantalian's vision, officially declaring that the demon lord's charm rank had successfully increased. His grand manipulation was complete, setting the perfect psychological stage for his ultimate counterattack. Dantalian led the group of rugged adventurers deeper into the dark, dilapidated fortress. Glancing back at the hardened, battle-worn men trailing behind him, he announced calmly that they had finally arrived. Stepping forward, Dantalian presented the sprawling, purple-lit throne room. He declared with a sweeping gesture that this grand, imposing space was the demon lord's chamber. A faint, confident smile played on Dantalian's lips. His single horn caught the dim light, and his eye glowed a faint crimson. Extending an open, welcoming hand toward the empty room, he assured the men that, just as he had promised, he would now give them the ultimate treasure of the demon lord's castle. Leaf, the leader of the adventurers, bared his teeth in a greedy, mocking grin. Chuckling darkly alongside his subordinate, he demanded to know exactly where this supposed mountain of treasure was hidden. Turning his back to the intruders, Dantalian kept his composure and gestured toward the vacant throne area. He calmly reminded the impatient men that the treasure was currently concealed by powerful magic. Peering over his shoulder with a sly, calculating smile, Dantalian stated that he would now undo the spell. He politely requested that everyone stand back to avoid the magical fallout. Startled but desperately eager to see the riches, Leaf quickly agreed. He shouted at his men to move out of the way immediately. The group of adventurers retreated past the massive double doors of the grand chamber. From the distant corridor, Leaf called out, asking if they were far enough away. Standing completely alone as a solitary figure in the vast, empty hall, Dantalian confirmed that the distance was sufficient. Now entirely out of their earshot, a dark, knowing smirk spread across Dantalian's face. He murmured to himself that everything was proceeding perfectly. Standing quietly beneath the towering, shadowy architecture, Dantalian chuckled under his breath. The ruse was going exactly as he had calculated. Just a little more effort, he mused, and his intricate plan would be a complete success. He stretched his arms wide, accessing the system hidden from the eyes of the humans. Analyzing his own status, a pitiful level 3 demon lord with 0 troops and a mere 100 libra in assets, he acknowledged the grim reality. He understood full well that there was absolutely no physical treasure in this desolate castle to begin with. The only thing left to his name was the pathetic inheritance left behind by the original Dantalian before his reincarnation. A meager 100 libra. A wicked smile touched his lips. It didn't matter. As long as the sum was just enough to fool the greedy men waiting outside, it was absolutely perfect. Drawing upon his vast knowledge of the world from his time playing Dungeon Attack, Dantalian mentally calculated the conversion rate. He noted that 1 single libra was equivalent to about 15 silver coins. A system prompt flashed in his mind, asking to confirm the discarding of 76 libra. Dantalian knew the game mechanics flawlessly. Any money or items discarded would physically manifest precisely where they were dropped. He fully intended to exploit that fundamental rule to his advantage. Without hesitation, he mentally selected the confirmation. "I'll do it in a bit," he whispered to himself, his hidden eye shadowed by his dark hair as a devilish, theatrical grin took over his features. Crackling magical energy surged into his fingertips as he dramatically reached his hand up toward the high ceiling. Throwing his head back, Dantalian projected his voice so the men outside could hear every single word. With absolute, overpowering theatricality, he roared that he was the 71st ranked demon lord who ruled over these lands, Dantalian. His red eyes widened with feigned, desperate pride. He called out to the brave heroes listening, shouting that in his name, he would bestow his greatest treasure upon them. He stood magnificently on the long red carpet, bathed in the eerie purple glow of the chamber, his arm held high toward the heavens as Leaf and the adventurers watched in silent anticipation from the threshold. Leaf stared unblinkingly, his breath catching in his throat as he waited for the illusion to break or the wealth to appear. Under the cover of his dramatic pose, Dantalian's lips curled into a dangerously cunning, razor-sharp smile. High above, a shimmering silver coin materialized out of thin air, tumbling down through the purple light. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sharp, metallic clinking of silver as a massive cascade of coins materialized and rained down from the heavens. One of the younger adventurers gasped, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. He whispered breathlessly that it couldn't be real. Another man broke into euphoric, hysterical laughter, sweat beading on his forehead as he declared that this sight simply had to be a dream. Leaf let out a maniacal, booming laugh. The sheer greed completely took over as he roared with unhinged delight. A torrential downpour of silver coins slammed into the stone floor, burying the red carpet beneath a shimmering mountain of overwhelming wealth. The men stared, completely mesmerized by the cascading fortune raining from the ceiling. All hesitation vanished. The adventurers swarmed into the grand chamber, dropping to their hands and knees to frantically scoop up the silver. They cheered wildly, screaming that they had done it and that the boundless fortune belonged to them. Clenching a silver coin tightly in his trembling fist, Leaf shook with dark ecstasy. He laughed under his breath, reveling in the intoxicating fact that they had finally secured their ultimate prize. Leaf's laughter grew louder, more distorted, and utterly feral. The sheer volume of the wealth shattered his composure, leaving him cackling wildly at the ceiling with wide, crazed eyes. Deep within the system interface, completely invisible to the humans, a notification flashed. Adventurer Leaf's likability towards Dantalian had just increased by 50 points. Snapping back to his brutal authority, Leaf ordered his men to divide the treasure equally. He barked at them to hurry up, keep their heads down, and gather every last coin. Watching his men scramble across the floor like starved dogs, an insidious thought crossed Leaf's mind. He chuckled inwardly, thoroughly convinced that they could squeeze even more use out of the captured demon lord. Getting rid of him now, he decided, would be a terrible waste of a golden opportunity. The chaotic clinking of coins was briefly interrupted as Dantalian took a heavy, deliberate step forward, politely asking if he might have a word with everyone. Irritated by the interruption, Leaf snapped back, asking what the demon could possibly want now. He sneered, wondering if Dantalian had even more riches to offer, before dismissing him entirely, telling him to hold on because everyone was far too busy lining their pockets. As the men desperately clawed at the silver, More system notifications flooded Dantalian's vision. The adventurers' likability scores were skyrocketing in rapid waves of 30, 40, and 35 as they blinded themselves with greed. Feigning deep remorse, Dantalian bowed his head and sincerely apologized for the inconvenience. However, he insisted with a grave tone that there was a matter he needed to discuss with them immediately. Standing tall amidst the scattered wealth, Dantalian delivered the crushing blow. He announced that, at this very moment, approximately 30 new adventurers had just breached the dungeon's entrance. Leif's maniacal grin instantly evaporated. He stared at Dantalian, completely blindsided by the impossible news. The frantic sound of clinking silver ceased. The men froze in place, looking up from the floor with expressions of pure, unadulterated horror. Dantalian pulled a look of profound distress, a tear seemingly welling in his red eye. He explained that his perimeter magic reliably alerted him to any intruders, but he claimed with a wavering voice that he had never expected a heavily armed force of this magnitude to arrive. Absolute dread swept through the room. The men began to panic, stammering that such a thing was a death sentence. Cold sweat dripped down Leif's face. His mind spun in circles as he choked on the sheer numbers. 30 people were simply too many. He muttered under his breath, realizing instantly that his exhausted, scattered crew couldn't possibly survive a clash with a rival force that large. Desperation clawing at his throat, Leif yelled at Dantalian, demanding to know if there was a secret escape route out of the castle. Dantalian's eye flared with a cold, absolute crimson light. He plainly stated the grim truth. The only way out was the exact same path they had used to enter. Total chaos erupted. The adventurers shrieked, realizing that if a rival group of 30 veterans attacked this chamber, they would be utterly slaughtered. A man screamed in terror that they would be torn apart in less than a minute. The sheer fear of losing their lives and their newfound wealth sent them into a frenzy as they begged for a solution. The men broke down completely. Some fell to the floor, clutching their heads and screaming in pure panic, while Leif stood frozen, entirely overwhelmed by the impending doom closing in on them. Stepping smoothly toward the paralyzed leader, Dantalian softly called out to Leif, offering that he had an idea. Leif jolted, looking down at the demon lord in absolute shock. Dantalian locked eyes with Leif, his expression hardening into one of heroic resolve. He stated that if they could not avoid the intruders, then they had no choice but to confront them directly. Leif was completely baffled. He stared blankly, asking what Dantalian could possibly mean by such a suicidal idea. Calmly, Dantalian asked if Leif possessed a map. Still reeling from the panic, Leif stuttered out a confused confirmation. Visualizing the intricate, glowing red pathways of the dungeon's layout, Dantalian explained that his weakened powers couldn't determine the exact route the intruders were taking. Lowering his head in a flawless display of ultimate, sacrificial bravery, Dantalian offered himself. He solemnly declared that he would act as their decoy. Leif was utterly stunned, repeating the word as if it were an entirely foreign concept. Dantalian elaborated, looking over his shoulder with a grim, determined smile. He reasoned that a group of 30 had to be a specialized military division, and that they would undoubtedly possess magical tracking capabilities. Because of that, they would sense his demonic magical signature and rush straight toward him. He outlined the strategy perfectly. There were 3 distinct routes from their location to the exit. Dantalian instructed Leif's men to take a separate path while he drew the enemy's attention. He urged them to simply run straight for the outside and escape with their lives. Leif was left speechless, marveling inwardly that the demon lord was actually willing to sacrifice his own life to save them. But then, a dark, cynical spark of paranoia ignited in Leif's mind. His face twisting in aggressive suspicion, Leif glared at Dantalian. He angrily accused the demon lord of trying to use this crisis as an excuse to run away, demanding to know if the terrifying story about the intruders was just a bluff to secure his own freedom. Dantalian threw his hands up, his eye wide with perfectly acted innocence and desperation. He vehemently denied the accusation, swearing that he truly just wanted to help them survive the night. Taking a quick, urgent step closer, Dantalian insisted there was no time left to argue about trust. Leaning in intimately, he began to whisper the deeper, hidden layers of his strategy directly into Leaf's ear. Leaf stood rigidly as Dantalian murmured the dark plan, the massive, cloaked shadow of the demon lord looming intensely over the human's shoulder. A grotesque, deeply unsettling grin stretched across Leaf's face. The whispered words hit every single corrupt, treacherous note of his greedy heart. Stepping away, Leaf held out an open hand in agreement, a sinister light returning to his eyes. He eagerly agreed to go along with Dantalian's strategy. Looking over his shoulder at his panicked men, Leaf formulated his own selfish variation of the plan. He decided right then and there not to tell the others about the decoy operation, figuring the truth would only upset the expendable pawns. Turning to the chaotic room, Leaf roared with absolute, brutal authority, demanding his men shut their mouths, speed up the collection of the treasure, and assemble immediately to move out. Watching the human leader blindly orchestrate his own doom, Dantalian stood quietly in the shadows. He mentally thanked Captain Leaf with a cold, hollow courtesy.
À terrifying, démonique aura enveloppé Dantalian.
His face was cast in heavy shadows, his red eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. He finished his thought in the dark recesses of his mind. He had fully counted on the fact that a man like Leaf would never, ever believe his innocent act. Standing dramatically over the panicked men, Dantalian reiterated his grim warning. He declared that at this very moment, a highly armed strike force of about 30 new adventurers had breached the dungeon. Leaf's face paled instantly. Cold sweat traced the deep lines of his expression as the horrific reality of the numbers set in. The glowing crimson of Dantalian's single exposed eye pierced the gloom. With a tone of heavy, sacrificial resolve, the demon lord offered his fatal strategy, vowing to act as their decoy. The scene shifted to the dark, claustrophobic tunnels of the cavern. The adventurers marched in a tight formation, their path illuminated by the flickering orange glow of torches. Dantalian walked quietly in their midst, his head bowed as if accepting his tragic fate. Glancing back at the cloaked demon lord, one of the younger adventurers whispered to his companion, marveling at the sheer audacity of their boss's plan. Beneath his heavy hood, Dantalian's crimson eye shifted in the darkness, silently observing the men who foolishly believed they held his leash. Memory bled into the present as Leaf's earlier commands echoed in his mind. He recalled snapping fiercely at his unruly men, ordering the wretches to speed up their collection of the treasure and assemble immediately. The memory continued with Leaf addressing his crew. With Dantalian standing obediently behind him, Leaf had boldly declared that they were going to split into 2 separate groups and make a break for the exit. His men had erupted into a chorus of panicked disbelief. They had questioned his sanity, shouting frantically that splitting up made absolutely no sense. But Leaf had silenced them with a ferocious shout, demanding they shut their mouths and look at the map he held tightly in his hands. Tracing the glowing red pathways, Leaf had explained the layout. With 3 distinct routes leading to the exit, he reasoned that the invading force would be cautious and likely restrict their advance to a single path. Sweat had dripped from Leaf's brow as he stated the harsh reality. An enemy unit of 30 men was essentially a small army. At their current level, he admitted, his crew stood no chance in a direct confrontation. A sinister, desperate grin had twisted Leaf's features. He had looked at his men, proposing that they take a massive gamble on their survival. The adventurers had stared back in stunned, breathless silence, completely captivated by their leader's words. Leaf had reassured them with a terrifyingly calm smile, promising a guarantee that at least one of their groups would make it out alive. If they were lucky, he had claimed no one would have to die. Gripping a heavy sack of silver coins, Leaf had added his final, greedy condition. He announced casually that he would be holding on to all the collected treasure for the time being. Outrage had flared instantly. One of the men screamed in sheer disbelief, demanding to know what their leader meant by hoarding all the wealth. Leif had quickly raised a hand to pacify the furious man, swearing smoothly that he wasn't trying to keep the treasure all to himself. He explained his twisted logic. One side would be forced to travel alongside the demon lord. Dantalian had stood silently beside them, looking downcast and playing the part of the defeated captive perfectly. Reaching out his hand, Leif spun the dangerous assignment as a hidden blessing, telling the men to consider the immense reward waiting for them. If the group escorting the demon lord survived, Leif promised, they would claim the massive bounty on Dantalian's head and instantly be hailed as heroes. Hoisting the heavy sack of silver over his shoulder, Leif had turned his back on them, feigning a heavy burden as he claimed his own path without the demon lord would actually be far more dangerous. Then, pivoting back with ferocious energy, Leif roared at the hesitant men. A manic, adrenaline-fueled smile stretched across his face as he demanded they show him their courage. He challenged their pride, screaming at them to decide if they wanted to die cowering like cornered dogs. Glaring at the speechless men, Leif invoked the families waiting for them back in their home villages, questioning if they were truly nothing more than spineless cowards. He leaned in, roaring the question one last time to ignite their fury and resolve. Throwing his voice to the cavern's ceiling, Leif bellowed that he wanted most, if not all of them, to survive. The cavern erupted in deafening cheers as the men pumped their fists, completely manipulated by his fiery, deceitful speech. Back in the present, the marching group pressed deeper into the stone corridors. Leif walked near the front, a smug, self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. He chuckled inwardly, mocking his own men as absolute idiots for buying into his theatrical bravado. His dark internal monologue continued. He admitted to himself that there was a fleeting moment when he thought his deception might fail. The memory of his private whisper with Dantalian surfaced. Leif had threatened the demon lord, warning him not to try anything foolish like running away. Dantalian had played the victim flawlessly, insisting he wouldn't dare, but acknowledging there was no time to earn Leif's trust. In that shadowed corner, Dantalian had leaned in close, softly suggesting that Leif assign guards to watch him, just to ensure he didn't flee. The proposition had caught Leif completely off guard. But Dantalian's whispers grew darker, planting the perfect seed of greed. He advised Leif to fabricate an excuse to hoard all the treasure for himself, ensuring the human leader held all the leverage. The demon lord's red eye had gleamed with chilling calculation. He reasoned that if the invading army truly was approaching, some of Leif's men would be sacrificed alongside Dantalian, thereby naturally increasing Leif's personal share of the wealth. And even if it was all a lie, Dantalian had murmured, he was still trapped. It was a flawless victory for Leif no matter the outcome. The memory faded, leaving Leif practically trembling with suppressed glee. He thought of the demon lord as a pathetic creature, deciding that as long as he ended up on top, nothing else mattered. A dark, bubbling laughter erupted in Leif's mind, echoing with unhinged triumph. Walking quietly at the rear of the formation, Dantalian smiled. A chilling, genuine curve formed on his lips. He knew exactly what the human was thinking. He internally mocked the greedy captain, marveling at how easily the fool had taken the bait. A glowing red interface materialized before Dantalian's eyes, mapping the dungeon and his resources. The time for deception had passed. With cold finality, he decided it was time to execute the trap. Navigating the glowing system menu labeled Contract with Hades, Dantalian browsed the list of monsters he could hire with his newly acquired funds. Slimes, lesser fairies, goblin soldiers, and lesser golems. Without a shred of hesitation, he sank his resources into the strongest option. He vowed silently to slaughter every last one of them. Suddenly, the earth beneath them violently shuddered. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling as one of the adventurers cried out in alarm, desperately asking if the invaders were attacking. Dantalian instantly dropped into character, letting out a convincing gasp of terror as the adventurer next to him grabbed his arm in panic. Ahead of them, the cavern floor erupted in a blinding, violet light. The men pointed in horror, shouting as the ground began to glow with dark magic. A massive, roaring pillar of purple magical energy blasted upward, swirling violently and tearing the stone floor apart. At the back of the group, the adventurer assigned to guard Dantalian turned around in a daze, clutching his head as he asked the demon lord what in the world was happening. Before the man could draw another breath, a gloved hand clamped viciously over his mouth, yanking his head back into the shadows. Dantalian leaned in, his voice stripped of all its previous weakness. He whispered into the man's ear with icy calm, advising him not to make a single sound. Pressing closer, Dantalian's red eye glared from the darkness as he coldly warned the guard that making noise would only bring him more suffering. With a swift, practiced motion, Dantalian drew a sharp blade from beneath his cloak. The terrified adventurer thrashed wildly, his muffled cries dying against the heavy leather glove. "Thank you," Dantalian whispered, his tone dripping with mock gratitude. "I'm indebted to you." The man's eye bulged in absolute, helpless terror as he let out a frantic string of muffled screams. The blade plunged downward. A heavy spray of blood painted the darkness as the man was silenced forever. Unaware of the execution happening right behind them, the rest of the adventurers stood paralyzed. They stared at the massive, pulsating magic circle illuminating the cavern in an ominous purple hue, casting long, terrified shadows against the rock. Panic rippled through the ranks as the men backed away, stuttering in confusion at the chaotic display of magic tearing their path apart. The intricate runic circle spun faster, unleashing a torrential shockwave of energy that shattered the bedrock, sending massive boulders levitating into the air. The men broke into a complete panic, screaming and falling over one another as they realized the sheer scale of the nightmare unfolding before them. From the blinding purple light, a monstrous stone golem materialized. Its colossal, jagged body blotted out the light, its glowing red eyes locking onto the fragile humans below. Total despair washed over the adventurers. They shrieked in horror, their voices cracking as they stared up at the impossible behemoth. The golem did not hesitate. It raised its massive stone arms and slammed them into the cavern walls, bringing the ceiling down upon the intruders. A torrential rain of jagged boulders collapsed over the men. They screamed at each other to run as the sky fell. The deafening roar of crushing stone echoed through the tunnels, throwing up thick, choking clouds of dust. One of the men coughed, clutching his head as he barely survived the initial cave-in. When the dust settled, the horrific reality set in. The adventurer choked on his own breath as he looked over to see his comrade completely crushed beneath a massive boulder, a horrific pool of blood seeping out from under the rock. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The stone golem reached down and hoisted another struggling adventurer high above the ground, crushing him in its massive, rocky grip. Driven by pure, desperate adrenaline, another man charged the beast, raising his sword and screaming a curse at the monster to stop. He swung with all his might, but the steel blade simply shattered into useless fragments against the golem's impenetrable armor. The adventurer froze, staring at his broken weapon as the color completely drained from his face. He muttered in hollow defeat. The golem loomed over him, raising its gargantuan fist with a mechanical, grinding roar. The man could only stare up at his impending doom, uttering a quiet, hopeless curse. The stone fist slammed down with earth-shattering force. The man was instantly pulverized, sending a violent splatter of blood across the dusty floor. A short distance away, the last surviving adventurer in the rear guard stared blankly at the blood-painted wall, his mind completely broken by the slaughter. Tears of pure terror streamed down his face as he screamed into the void, his voice ragged after watching his friends die so brutally. Then he felt a chilling presence standing directly behind him. He turned his head slowly. Dantalian stood there, perfectly unharmed. The frantic adventurer begged the demon lord for answers, stuttering that they needed to run away immediately. A sickening sound of tearing flesh interrupted his plea. The man's eyes widened in absolute shock. A confused gasp slipped from his lips. Dantalian had driven his blood-soaked blade straight through the man's back, the metal tip bursting through his chest. The dying adventurer coughed up blood, choking out a final, desperate question of why. The man collapsed, his lifeless body hitting the cavern floor. A massive pool of crimson spread across the stone, soaking into Dantalian's boots. A deeply sinister, ear-to-ear grin stretched across Dantalian's face. He let out a cold, mocking chuckle, asking the dying man why the answer wasn't completely obvious. Standing triumphantly in the dark, bathed in the shadows of the slaughter he had orchestrated, Dantalian's eyes glowed with pure, terrifying demonic energy. He delivered his final, chilling truth. He was, after all, a demon lord. Deep within the jagged, rocky tunnels of the cavern, the remaining group of adventurers marched forward, a bald man hoisting a heavy sack of silver over his shoulder. Leaf suddenly paused, glancing at the uneven walls as he asked aloud what on earth that violent earthquake was just now. Looking back over his shoulder, Leaf furrowed his brow in thought. He wondered if a brutal battle had already broken out with the supposed intruders, quietly concluding that the demon lord must have been telling the truth after all. The bald adventurer let out a dark, mocking chuckle. He praised their absent captive, remarking with vicious amusement that the demon lord really did a fantastic job acting as their decoy. Suddenly, Leaf froze in his tracks. A confused sound escaped his lips as he stared down the dim, dusty corridor. Standing completely alone in the distance, waiting in the shadows, was Dantalian. Leaf's confident expression instantly collapsed into a twisted mask of shock and dread. He demanded to know why Dantalian was standing there. Dantalian slowly turned his head. His single, exposed crimson eye glowed with an overwhelming, predatory intensity. A heavy silence filled the cavern as Leaf breathed out his full title in disbelief. Demon Lord Dantalian. Quickly forcing a strained, confident laugh to hide his rising panic, Leaf tried to regain control of the situation. He assumed aloud that Dantalian simply hadn't run into any intruders yet, asking where the other guards were. Before he could finish his sentence, Dantalian's cold voice cut through the cavern, speaking Leaf's name. With a terrifyingly smooth motion, Dantalian drew his blood-stained sword. A chilling calmness radiated from him as he informed the human captain that his friends, the ones who had followed him into the dark, had all died. Every single one of them. Caught completely off guard, Leaf let out a confused noise. He forced a rigid, nervous smile, desperately trying to brush off the horrific implication. He asked if that was the reason Dantalian was the only one here, warning the demon lord to stop fooling around because the joke wasn't funny. Dantalian casually wiped a fresh streak of blood from the flat of his blade with a gloved finger. He remarked softly that Leaf should have already noticed the truth, taunting the captain by asking if he was simply unable to accept reality. A terrifying, demonic aura flared violently around Dantalian, his red eyes piercing through the dark like burning coals. A sinister smirk crept across his face as he confirmed Leaf's worst, unspoken suspicion. He had killed all of them. Leaf reeled back in utter disbelief, his voice shaking with absolute shock as he demanded the demon lord repeat what he just said. Dantalian laughed coldly, the sound echoing off the stone walls. He confirmed it again, all of them were dead. He shook his head, mocking the fallen men, declaring that they were truly idiots to the very end. Looking down at the surviving adventurers from his higher vantage point, Dantalian's voice dripped with sadistic delight. He noted casually that Leaf really should have seen the pathetic looks on their faces when they met their end. Pure, unadulterated rage completely overtook Leaf's fear. His eye twitched violently as he hissed a vicious curse at Dantalian. The horrifying realization finally crashed down upon him. Right from the very beginning, they had been completely played. Hidden from human eyes, a cascade of system notifications flooded Dantalian's vision. The likability scores of every remaining adventurer plummeted instantly to absolute zero. Dantalian reveled in the hostility, his dark voice urging Leaf to get angry. Resting his bloodied sword casually on his shoulder, Dantalian smirked down at the furious captain. He stated smoothly that he was glad Leaf was even dumber than a monkey, expressing extreme, mocking gratitude for that simple fact. Dantalian's face twisted into a maniacal, unhinged grin. He goaded Leaf further, demanding he get angrier. He laughed hysterically, his voice booming through the cavern as he asked if Leaf truly believed that a demon lord would ever actually take his side. Veins bulged violently on Leaf's forehead. His teeth ground together as his fury reached its absolute, boiling limit. Throwing his head back, Leaf screamed Dantalian's name with raw, murderous hatred, his voice tearing through the silence of the dungeon. Screaming a string of venomous curses, Leaf ordered his men to attack. The surviving adventurers drew their weapons and charged forward in a desperate, furious blur, fully intent on tearing the demon lord apart. The bald adventurer and another massive man lunged directly at Dantalian, swinging their heavy, blunt weapons with lethal force. Dantalian stood perfectly still, utterly unbothered by the impending strike. As the men closed the distance, a pair of massive, glowing red eyes suddenly ignited in the pitch-black shadows directly behind the demon lord. With earth-shattering force, a colossal stone golem burst from the darkness. Its gargantuan frame smashed through the cavern, intercepting the charging adventurers with terrifying speed. One of the men halted in sheer terror, his sword trembling in his grip. The thick dust cleared just enough to reveal the golem's massive stone fist raised high above the wreckage. The giant stone beast brutally crushed one of the adventurers against the jagged cavern wall, leaving a horrific smear of blood down the rock face. The bald man stood paralyzed, watching his comrade get obliterated in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, the golem turned its glowing red eyes toward the rest of the group. It swung its massive arm in a devastating sweeping arc. An adventurer screamed in absolute terror, his eyes wide as the enormous stone fist descended directly upon him. The golem violently crushed the man, sending a heavy spray of blood across the dusty floor. Leaf watched helplessly as his crew was annihilated in mere seconds. Leaf stared with wide, trembling eyes, his mind completely unable to process the sheer speed and brutality of the massacre unfolding right in front of him. In a desperate, final stand, the bald adventurer swung his heavy spiked mace, screaming at the top of his lungs as he brought the weapon down on the stone monster. He poured all of his remaining strength into the massive downward strike. The spiked mace connected squarely with the golem's leg, shattering the rock into pieces and leaving a crater of rubble beneath the beast. The bald man turned back with a triumphant, crazed smile, excitedly shouting to his boss that he had actually done it. Leaf stared back at him, his face completely drained of color, his expression frozen in sheer, unadulterated horror. Dantalian materialized right behind the celebrating adventurer. With glowing red eyes and effortless precision, the demon lord drove his blade straight through the bald man's back. Pulling his weapon free, Dantalian exhaled a mock sigh of relief. With a thoroughly sarcastic tone, he offered his sincere thanks to Leaf for providing such an excellent distraction. Leaf stammered out a confused, terrified sound, completely unable to comprehend how the demon lord had moved so flawlessly. Behind Dantalian, a sinister red magic flared. The shattered pieces of the stone golem began to levitate, seamlessly reattaching themselves and reforming its massive body as if it had never been damaged at all. Sweat poured down Leaf's face. He stuttered helplessly, his mind breaking as the impossible monster stood tall once more. Dantalian stepped casually toward the towering beast, his tone conversational and light. He explained that one could easily kill a golem by simply destroying the magical core hidden deep within its chest. Placing a gloved hand affectionately on the colossal monster, Dantalian noted that as long as a fighter possessed the necessary knowledge and experience, even an average adventurer could defeat it rather easily. Dantalian's gaze sharpened into a cruel, knowing glare. He told Leaf that, in other words, if they had stayed calm and worked together without falling for his dumb provocations, they actually would have won the fight. The demon lord's aura exploded into a terrifying, blood-red storm. His eye glowed with predatory intent as he leaned forward, asking the human captain what he planned to do now that the power dynamics had completely shifted. Leaf backed away in terror, pressing himself against the rough cavern wall. He cursed under his breath, realizing with absolute clarity that the being standing before him was entirely different from the pathetic creature he thought he had captured. Dantalian smiled wickedly, fully embracing his terrifying identity. He was the real demon lord, Dantalian. Desperation took hold. Leaf gritted his teeth, furiously insisting to himself that things could not end here. He resolved fiercely that he would absolutely survive this nightmare. Clutching his chest, Leaf mentally reassured himself, recalling that he had survived impossible, deadly situations many times before. He vowed to get through this one just like the rest. A manic, defiant grin spread across Leaf's face. He stared directly at Dantalian, mentally declaring that no matter what tricks the demon pulled, he would not be defeated. Aloud, he addressed the demon lord with a forced air of defeat. Leaf dropped his sword onto the dusty ground, acknowledging in a strained, heavy voice that it was frustrating, but he had lost the battle. He dropped to his knees, pressing his hands flat against the dirt. With his head bowed, he officially stated his surrender and told Dantalian to kill him. Dantalian slowly lowered his blood-drenched sword, his tone eerily calm as he accepted the surrender. The demon lord casually walked toward the kneeling adventurer, leaving the towering stone golem behind him in the shadows. Leaf kept his head bowed, but a dark, cunning chuckle echoed in his thoughts. He waited on the floor, perfectly coiled like a snake ready to strike. His face contorted into a twisted sneer of pure malice. He internally mocked Dantalian as an absolute idiot, preparing himself for the kill. His arrogant inner monologue raced, questioning who would ever actually get killed by someone as physically weak as Dantalian. He confidently asserted that the demon lord was the one about to die. As Dantalian closed the final distance, Leaf slowly and silently slid a hidden dagger out from behind his back. A system prompt flashed briefly in Dantalian's vision, confirming a newly hired monster contract, a rank F slime. Dantalian's eye narrowed with deadly anticipation. He had perfectly calculated his funds, spending his last remaining Libra to hire the cheapest creature available. Leaf waited, his muscles entirely tensed. He mentally urged the demon lord to come just a little closer, promising himself that the exact moment Dantalian was within range, he would gut him with the hidden knife. Dantalian took another deliberate step. Leaf counted down the distance in his head. His entire focus narrowed onto the impending, lethal strike. A wicked, victorious laugh echoed in Leaf's mind as he prepared to spring forward and end the demon's life. Dantalian's boot came to a complete halt, stopping perfectly and precisely just inches out of Leaf's striking range. Leaf's eyes snapped wide open. Total confusion and rising panic shattered his focus as he realized the demon lord had completely stopped his advance. Dantalian stood tall over the kneeling human. With absolute, crushing superiority, he called out Leaf's name, telling the captain that he could see right through him and already knew everything he was planning. The system interface revealed exactly what Dantalian was looking at. Leaf's status window prominently displayed his current psyche, laying out his entire treacherous, murderous inner monologue word for word. Leaf stared up, genuine panic finally breaking through his deceptive facade. Dantalian threw his head back and erupted into a booming, merciless laugh. He leveled his blade squarely at Leaf, declaring that this time, it truly was over. Checkmate. Leaf stared at the tip of the blade, the word checkmate echoing in his mind as absolute terror took hold. He stammers helplessly, unable to comprehend his defeat. Refusing to accept his demise, Leaf's eyes ignited with a feral, desperate light. He screamed fiercely at Dantalian not to mock him, refusing to believe it was over. Leaf lunged upward with explosive force, swinging his hidden dagger with everything he had, roaring that the true victor would be him. Dantalian simply stepped back smoothly, effortlessly dodging the frantic, sweeping strike. His momentum completely wasted. Leaf lost his footing entirely and crashed hard onto the cavern floor. Scrambling in the dirt, Leaf snapped his head back in panicked confusion, wondering what had just grabbed him. A massive, viscous blue slime was clamped tightly onto his leg, pinning him to the ground. Leaf cursed in utter disbelief, struggling violently against the heavy, gelatinous mass. A dark shadow fell over him. Leaf looked up, his eye widening in sheer terror as Dantalian's boot stepped into his line of sight. Leaf screamed a panicked curse, throwing his arm up to defend himself as the colossal stone golem suddenly loomed over him. The massive stone hand descended rapidly, snatching the thrashing adventurer up from the ground with inescapable force. Leaf shrieked in unimaginable agony as the golem's grip tightened, crushing his body with terrifying, bone-breaking pressure. The sickening sounds of crunching bone and agonized screams filled the cavern. Dantalian watched the horrific display with cold satisfaction, noting that everything went exactly as he had expected. He chuckled quietly, deeply glad he had just enough money left over to hire that slime to stop Leaf's desperate charge. Dantalian watched the human suffer, his voice completely devoid of any mercy. He asked Leaf how it felt to have his pride, and everything else, utterly crushed by someone he had deemed weak. He questioned how it felt to die such a pathetic, helpless death. Blood dribbled continuously from Leaf's mouth as his body was slowly, mercilessly mangled. Through the blinding haze of agony, a final, desperate question surfaced in his fading mind. Where exactly did he go wrong? Leaf's recent actions flashed before his eyes. He wondered if his mistake was not executing Dantalian immediately. The memory of the bald adventurer asking to kill the demon lord, and Leaf's greedy refusal, haunted him. He wondered if his absolute downfall began when he obtained the map of the demon lord's castle from that mysterious woman. He quickly dismissed that thought. The crushing realization finally hit him. It wasn't a single miscalculation during the raid. His doom had been sealed from the very beginning, the exact moment he dared to challenge the demon lord. As the life completely faded from his eyes, Leaf finally understood his absolute folly. He admitted his fatal error, realizing he never should have gone against him. A final, terrifying vision burned into his dying consciousness. Dantalian, bathed in a storm of blood-red energy, his sword gleaming, laughing with absolute, unstoppable authority. In his last breath, Leaf accepted the undeniable truth. This being truly was a demon lord. Thick, ethereal clouds swirled endlessly in the void, wrapping Dantalian in a disorienting haze. It was a dream, hazy and fragmented. Dantalian's voice echoed through the mist, confused and alarmed, asking where he was and what was happening. From the billowing white fog, the face of his father materialized, wearing a wide, familiar smile. His father's voice carried through the expanse, gently urging his son to steel himself. Dantalian clicked his tongue in bitter annoyance. Glaring at the apparition, he spat that he didn't want to see him again, demanding to know what the phantom wanted and telling his father to just go to hell already. His father merely laughed, a hollow, echoing sound, and warned that no matter what choices Dantalian made from this moment onward, his life would undoubtedly be far worse off without him. The laughter morphed into a booming, agonizing chorus that pierced Dantalian's skull. He gripped his head, yelling into the void for the noisy apparition to shut its mouth and get lost. He cursed into the swirling mist, begging the relentless laughter to stop. Faintly, beneath the torment of the dream, a soft, distant voice called out to him, addressing him as "My Lord." The voice cut through the fog, repeating his title, Lord Dantalian. With a sharp gasp, Dantalian's eyes snapped open. He jolted awake, a heavy groan escaping his lips as a cold sweat clung to his face. Standing over him was a young woman with long, pale pink hair and small, demonic bat wings framing her head. Her blue eyes stared down at him with an unreadable, icy calm. She observed quietly that he was finally awake. Dantalian scrambled backward against the headboard, pulling the heavy blankets up to his bare chest. His arm was tightly wrapped in bandages from his previous battles. Startled, he demanded to know what she was doing in his quarters. The woman bowed her head slightly, offering a perfectly composed apology. She explained she had only intruded because he hadn't seemed to be waking up on his own. Straightening her tailored, double-breasted suit, the woman resumed a posture of absolute, unfeeling professionalism. Addressing him politely as her lord, she announced her intention to cut straight to the chase. Dantalian narrowed his red eyes, his heart still racing from the abrupt awakening. The woman began her merciless tally. She reminded him of the initial loan of 100 gold libra that she had provided him 2 months prior. Adding the staggering 96 libra in interest accrued to date, she stated that his total standing debt was now exactly 196 libra. With a flick of her hand, a glowing, magical promissory note materialized in the air between them. The contract pulsed with binding energy. Looking at him with absolute expectation, she stated her firm hope that he would be repaying the Chamber of Commerce in full today. Dantalian stared at the glowing document, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath as he wondered what on earth was wrong with this relentless woman. The overwhelming pressure of his reality forced his mind back to how this nightmare had begun. It had all started precisely 3 weeks ago. In a flash of memories, a glowing computer monitor, a sudden death, and a mysterious rebirth, he recalled the moment he became Dantalian. He had been thrust into the body of a lowly demon lord, ranked 71st out of 72 in the brutal game world. He had just cleared that very day. His memories shifted to the grim aftermath of his arrival. Almost immediately after waking in this new world, a greedy group of adventurers, led by a man named Leaf, had cornered him and tried to take his life for bounty and treasure. Dantalian remembered the desperate, bloody slaughter that followed. Driven to the absolute brink, he had manipulated the intruders and unleashed a magical massacre, eliminating the human captain and his men using every single trick, monster, and ounce of strength he possessed. The cavern had echoed with their dying, agonizing screams. When the dust had finally settled over the butchered adventurers, Dantalian's legs had given out entirely. He collapsed into the dirt, sliding down the massive, rocky leg of the deactivated stone golem he had summoned to do his dirty work. Leaning his head back against the cold stone, Dantalian had exhaled a long, shuddering breath. Utterly drained, he whispered to the empty, blood-soaked cavern that it was finally over. But then, his crimson eye had widened in sheer disbelief. Glowing system interfaces had suddenly exploded into his vision, illuminating the slaughtered bodies around him. A prompt declared that the tutorial was officially completed, and that his level had increased. A massive status window displayed his pitiful stats. A rank F monarch with abysmal power, ruling over a crumbling cave with exactly 0 troops and 0 remaining assets. Beside the floating text, Leaf's dead body lay face down in the dirt, Dantalian's sword still buried deeply in his back. Dantalian stared at the screens, cursing in disbelief that a life-or-death bloodbath was merely considered the game's tutorial. The system informed him that his temporary, high-level tutorial skills were being revoked, and as a reward for surviving, he was permitted to choose one S-class skill at level 1. A vast list materialized before him, offering godlike abilities such as the Eyes of Zeus and the contract with Hades. He realized grimly that the overwhelming powers he had just used to survive were gone, and he could only pick a single base-level replacement. A heavy sense of dread washed over him. Dantalian realized the terrifying truth. If that brutal massacre was just the warm-up, then from this moment onward, the true, agonizing survival game was about to begin. He admitted internally that he didn't even want to think about the horrors awaiting him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes hardened with a mixture of fear and defiance. He questioned his fate, wondering if he truly had to continue living the rest of his existence trapped in the body of Dantalian. Looking out over the gruesome remains of the adventurers, he accepted his grim reality. He swore bitterly, acknowledging that as things stood, there was absolutely no guarantee he would ever find a way back to his original world. He had no other choice but to keep moving forward. Sitting up slightly, Dantalian focused entirely on the glowing red skill menu. Survival depended entirely on this choice. He scanned the legendary options, calculating which ability would serve a physically weak, politically vulnerable demon lord the best. His eyes locked onto a specific title. He made his selection. A confirmation window popped up, asking if he was sure he wanted to acquire the S-class skill, Apostle of Aphrodite. Dantalian mused over the ability's description. It allowed the user to perfectly see another person's status, their hidden motives, and their true opinion of him. He acknowledged that to an outsider it might just seem like a simple mind-reading trick. But Dantalian knew better. With a hardened, determined glare, he affirmed his choice. In this world of betrayal and politics, he knew it was in reality the single most useful tool he could possess. He confirmed the selection, satisfied that it would be his greatest weapon. The glowing red screens dissolved into the dark air. Dantalian let out a heavy sigh, whispering to himself that his preparations were finally complete. The adrenaline completely left his body. He slumped heavily against the stone golem, his chest heaving as the absolute exhaustion of the battle consumed him. His eyelids fluttered, growing impossibly heavy. A weak, self-deprecating smile touched his lips as he admitted to the empty cavern that he was incredibly tired. The cavern remained dead and silent, save for the dripping of blood from the corpses scattered across the broken stone floor. Dantalian felt his consciousness slipping away. He mumbled sleepily that the exhaustion felt as if he had been awake all night for days on end. Reaching a hand up to rest on the stone beast beside him, Dantalian asked the lifeless golem to let him borrow its sturdy body for a little while. He closed his eyes, pulling his dark cloak tighter around himself, and softly pleaded for the darkness to just let him sleep. The flashback ended, snapping his mind back to the current timeline. Dantalian reflected that the very next thing he remembered was waking up in this bed. He looked around the gloomy, dilapidated chamber. The room was in ruins. A broken mirror hung on the wall, cracked floorboards led to a cold fireplace, and ancient, dusty bookshelves stood neglected in the corner. Looking down at his own hands, Dantalian pieced together that this ruin was his personal quarters, and that the golem must have carried him back here after he passed out. He admitted a lingering, foolish hope that the entire ordeal had merely been a terrible nightmare, but the evidence was undeniable. He was still Dantalian. He had stood by the barred window of his chamber, staring out into the bleak, purple-tinted sky of the demon realm, coming to terms with his permanent new life. Running a hand through his dark hair, he had sighed, his memories of his past life and the game world perfectly clear. He had accepted that he had to live as a demon lord now. But just as he had resolved to face his new reality, a completely new disaster had struck. That disaster had come in the form of the woman standing in his room. She had called out his name, breaking his solitary contemplation. He had turned around, surprised by the sudden intrusion in his private quarters. Standing before him was the pink-haired woman in the sharp business suit. Dantalian observed her internally, noting that she possessed a gaze as ruthlessly cold as permafrost ice. She had formally introduced herself as Lapis Lazuli, a representative of the Kunkuska Chamber of Commerce. The memories aligned with the present moment. Dantalian sat upon his grand, high-backed chair, pinching the bridge of his nose in utter exasperation. He spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. He asked Lapis how many times he had to repeat himself. Leaning back and gesturing aggressively, he insisted for the 100th time that the idiot who had borrowed the money from her firm was not him. Lapis's icy blue eyes did not waver for a fraction of a second. She politely asked for forgiveness for her rudeness, but stated flatly that she was having a very difficult time understanding his logic. Kneeling respectfully but firmly before his makeshift throne, Lapis reiterated her irrefutable point. 2 months ago, she stated it was undoubtedly him, the demon lord Dantalian, who had walked into their chamber of commerce and taken the loan. Holding the glowing promissory note up as the ultimate shield against his arguments, she declared that the magical contract was absolute proof. The text clearly outlined a loan of 100 Libra with a brutal 40% monthly interest rate, signed by Dantalian himself. Dantalian slouched in his chair, a heavy, defeated sigh escaping him. He cursed under his breath, realizing this deflection tactic was utterly useless. They had been engaging in this exact, agonizing banter back and forth for an entire week. He glared at the wall, mentally cataloging his miseries. Before, he had to deal with bloodthirsty bandits trying to sever his head. Now, he was cornered by ruthless debt collectors threatening to ruin him. He concluded grimly that he always knew this fantasy world was a nightmare. He stared at the glowing contract hovering in the air. The terms were predatory and absolute, explicitly stating that if the debtor failed to pay, the creditor could demand the full amount at any time. Dantalian seethed internally, furious that he was forced to clean up the catastrophic financial mess left behind by the original, foolish Dantalian whose body he now inhabited. Dropping the act of denial, Dantalian shifted his strategy. He looked Lapis dead in the eye and insulted her firm directly. He called them all complete idiots to begin with, demanding to know why a prestigious chamber of commerce would ever loan such a massive sum of money to a notorious dumbass. Lapis remained perfectly silent, offering no defense. A spark of predatory inspiration suddenly flashed in Dantalian's crimson eye. The atmosphere shifted as he asked if he could pose a few questions to her. Lapis blinked, slightly taken aback by the sudden change in his tone, but she quickly regained her composure and agreed. Dantalian leaned forward, the shadows of the room clinging to his face. He presented a hypothetical scenario. If the borrowed money absolutely could not be paid back, what was the standard procedure? Lapis looked at the glowing scroll and answered without hesitation. In the event of a total default, she explained, he would first have to officially declare bankruptcy. Dantalian let out an intrigued sound, urging her to tell him what happened next. Sitting back with his legs crossed casually over the arm of his chair, he asked what the immediate consequences of declaring bankruptcy would be for him. Lapis looked up at him, her expression serious. She stated that the Chamber of Commerce would immediately seize full ownership of the Demon Lord's castle and all its territories. Furthermore, she added, the firm would then begin asking a few small, mandatory requests of him. Her icy eyes narrowed slightly as she delivered the final, crushing condition. She told him that he wouldn't have to worry about making any decisions anymore. He would simply have to do exactly as he was told. He would become their permanent, indentured puppet. Dantalian listened quietly, a dark, calculating intelligence weaving behind his eyes. He nodded, accepting the terrifying terms, and announced he had one final question for her. He looked directly at her and asked what today's date was. Lapis let out a confused noise, completely thrown off by the seemingly irrelevant question. Suddenly, a heavy, suffocating pressure flooded the room. Dantalian sat upon his throne, enveloped in a swirling, violent aura of dark purple magic. His eyes burned with intense, demonic light. Lapis froze on her knees, an instinctual dread washing over her. Sweat formed on Lapis's brow. She called out to him hesitantly, her flawless composure finally cracking as she admitted she didn't understand the purpose of his question. Dantalian's voice deepened, echoing with supernatural authority, as he firmly demanded she tell him the exact day, month, and year. Hastily apologizing for her hesitation, Lapis quickly answered that it was the 17th of April, 1505. A sharp, predatory grin split Dantalian's face. He pointed out the crucial detail. It was already 6 days past the official repayment date listed on the contract. He laughed, a dark, booming sound, noting that if the 40% interest continued to violently pile up, he was absolutely guaranteed to go bankrupt. Lapis tensed, her eyes widening in alarm as the sheer weight of Dantalian's magical pressure bore down on her. The weak, pathetic debtor from a week ago was entirely gone. Dantalian addressed her with terrifying familiarity, calling her Lala, and announced that he had a counter-proposal for her firm. Bathed in an overwhelming, blood-red storm of demonic power, Dantalian smiled like a true king of the underworld. With absolute, unshakable audacity, he delivered his demand. He wanted her to lend him, the Demon Lord Dantalian, another 10,000 libra. Massive eagles soared through the pale, cloudy sky, their sharp cries echoing over a grand, Gothic clock tower. It was the 20th of April in the imperial calendar year 1505, high above the imposing Kunkuska firm headquarters. A small, green-skinned goblin named Toracle sprinted frantically down a grand hallway, clutching a stack of papers tightly to his chest. He screamed for everyone to get out of his way. Toracle, known far and wide as the Miser Goblin, and a top executive of the firm, sweated profusely behind his monocle. He dashed past startled employees, shouting apologies and complaining about how incredibly busy the day had become. Without slowing his pace, Toracle barked rapid-fire orders to a trailing assistant. He commanded that the documents in his hand be delivered to His Highness Prince Paimon no later than 8 o'clock. The assistant sharply confirmed the order. Toracle then demanded the status of the ship arrangements at Batavia Port, to which the assistant promised everything was proceeding smoothly. Toracle aggressively ordered him to make absolutely sure everything was ready to launch on time. Pulling a golden pocket watch from his vest, Toracle groaned heavily. Staring at the ticking hands, he muttered to himself that the situation was bad. Sweat rolled down his green, wrinkled face. He gritted his teeth, bitterly cursing his terrible luck as he wondered why all the executives were being abruptly summoned for an emergency meeting at such a critical time. He desperately questioned what on earth was going on. Toracle burst through a set of heavy wooden doors, hastily shouting his apologies for the holdup as he rushed inside. He entered a long, dimly lit meeting room where the firm's top executives sat shrouded in heavy shadows, illuminated only by flickering candelabras. At the head of the table sat Ivar Lodbrok, who coldly noted Toracle's tardiness. Ivar reminded the goblin that for merchants time was money. He ordered Toracle to take his seat quickly, stating firmly that they had wasted enough time already. Ivar leaned forward, his piercing red eyes glowing fiercely from beneath his stark white hair and the strange, crimson markings etched onto his forehead. Clasping his gloved hands together, he announced the official start of the meeting. The Konkuska firm was no ordinary trading company. It was an absolute powerhouse in the demon world, boasting the mighty 5th-ranked Demon Lord Marba and the 9th-ranked Demon Lord Paimon as their sworn guardians. Standing at the absolute pinnacle of this massive organization was Ivar Lodbrok, a terrifying, legendary figure recognized as one of the 3 ancient vampires of the demon world. Seated upon his grand chair, Ivar addressed the shadowy figures gathered around the long table. He stated that the reason for abruptly holding this emergency meeting would be explained by the one standing beside him. Turning his gaze, he commanded Lapis Lazuli to explain. Lapis Lazuli stood perfectly still in her tailored brown suit, her expression an impenetrable mask of ice. She respectfully affirmed the order. A murmur of shock immediately rippled through the room. Several executives, possessing the monstrous features of wolves and lizards, gaped at the young woman in pure outrage, sputtering in absolute disbelief. Indignant, vicious whispers broke out among the seated monsters. They glared at her, loudly questioning if she was a hybrid, a filthy, unnatural mix between a succubus and a human. Lapis remained completely stoic as the insults flew. The executives demanded to know what a woman from a cursed bloodline was doing in a high-level executive meeting, furious that such scum was permitted to stand in their presence. Ivar's eyes flared with a blinding, terrifying crimson light. He bared his fangs and roared at the room, commanding absolute silence. Toracle slumped back in his chair, swallowing hard and sweating nervously as the vampire's overwhelming, suffocating pressure crushed the room's descent. The chamber fell dead silent. Ivar folded his hands back together, the terrifying glow fading from his eyes, and politely asked Lapis to continue. She nodded firmly, entirely unbothered by the hostility. With her unshakable composure, Lapis delivered the news. The 71st-ranked Demon Lord, Dantalian, had formally made a request for another loan. Toracle's monocle nearly popped out of his eye. He stared at her, flabbergasted that the entire executive board had been gathered for something so incredibly trivial. Slamming his hands on the table, the goblin exploded in anger. He yelled at the mongrel girl, demanding to know if she was kidding him, before turning to Ivar and desperately questioning what this entire charade was about. Ivar didn't flinch. He raised a single, calm hand, instructing Toracle to settle down and hold his tongue. Turning his sharp gaze back to Lapis, The ancient vampire instructed her to reveal the exact amount requested by the lowly demon lord. Lapis locked eyes with her superiors and stated the sum without a single tremor in her voice. He had requested 10,000 libra. The entire room froze. The monstrous executives stared at her in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Torrical choked on his own breath, repeating the absurd number as if it were a physical blow. He practically shrieked that 10,000 libra could serve as the entire national budget for a small country. Leaning heavily over the table, the goblin stammered that the request was pure insanity, utterly bewildered that the notoriously incompetent Dantalian would actually ask for that much wealth. Lapis did not blink. Her icy blue eyes stared straight ahead as she confirmed that he had indeed made the request. The memory of that exact conversation surfaced in her mind. In the dim, purple-lit throne room of the Demon Lord's castle, Lapis had knelt before Dantalian, entirely taken aback as she asked His Highness to repeat what he had just said. Dantalian sat comfortably upon his throne, a sly, arrogant smile playing on his lips. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, he asked if she had not heard him. He clearly restated his demand to borrow an additional 10,000 libra. A single drop of sweat rolled down Lapis's cheek. Her flawless composure cracked slightly as she asked what he meant, respectfully reminding His Highness that he already possessed a standing, unpaid debt of 196 libra. Throwing his hands open with dramatic flair, Dantalian gleefully declared that his existing, unpayable debt was exactly why he wanted to borrow even more. Lapis stared up at him, her brows furrowed in genuine, uncharacteristic confusion. She admitted frankly that she really didn't understand what he was trying to say right now. Dantalian's smile widened into something much more dangerous. He suggested they have an open and honest conversation. He challenged her, asking why she had lent him the money in the first place, especially when he, Demon Lord Dantalian, was universally regarded as entirely incompetent in this brutal world. Shrouded in the heavy shadows of his high-backed throne, he leaned forward and asked if his assessment wasn't perfectly correct. Lapis knelt silently, carefully weighing his words. Her eyes sharpened as she firmly replied that no, she didn't think that was right at all. Dantalian stood up from his throne, chuckling darkly. He waved off her polite denial, stating that it was perfectly all right. He knew the truth. She had never believed he would be able to pay her back in the first place. Pacing slowly down the stone steps toward her kneeling form, Dantalian laid out her hidden scheme. He accused her of wanting him to go completely bankrupt so she could turn him into the firm's obedient lapdog. Lapis's breath caught in her throat. The Demon Lord had perfectly, surgically articulated her true, unspoken intentions. Standing directly over her, his red eye glowing with intense, piercing malice, Dantalian pressed the issue, demanding to know if he was wrong. Lapis quickly composed herself. Without missing a beat, she smoothly denied the accusation, claiming that wasn't the case. Dantalian wasn't deterred. He circled her like a predator, deciding to ask a different question. He posited that she had come to his castle under direct orders from her company, using the small loan as a convenient excuse to get closer to him and trap him. Lapis looked up, her expression hardening into absolute resolve. She flatly denied the theory, stating with perfect clarity that she had done everything entirely on her own accord. Dantalian paused, a dark, thrilled laugh escaping him. He found it incredibly interesting that she could lie so smoothly and without a shred of hesitation. Smirking, he steered the tense conversation back to the main topic. He stood before her, his tone dropping to a dangerous, conspiratorial whisper. He explained exactly why she should lend him the astronomical sum. Crouching down to meet her eye level, Dantalian laid out the undeniable reality of the situation. Taking that much money meant he would undoubtedly spend the rest of his eternal life acting as her obedient dog. His crimson eye locked onto hers, burning with terrifying ambition. He pointed out that she would essentially be buying a demon lord for 10,000 libra. With a devilish smirk, he asked how that sounded, noting that it wasn't a bad deal at all. Lapis was left utterly speechless. Dantalian pressed her, asking what she had to say, and if she didn't agree, it was a fantastic bargain for her. He elaborated, his words dripping with dark temptation. If she successfully acquired a demon lord to serve as the firm's pet for the rest of his life, there was absolutely no doubt she would receive a massive promotion. Reaching out, Dantalian's gloved hand gently caught her chin, tilting her face up to meet his intense gaze. He softly whispered her name, asking what she thought of the arrangement. Their faces were mere inches apart. He stared deeply into her icy blue eyes, demanding to know if she would go along with his plan and what her final decision would be. Lapis violently slapped his hand away. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she gave her unwavering answer. She understood perfectly. The memory faded, bringing the scene back to the dark meeting room. Torkel slammed his fist down, completely outraged. He argued fiercely that asking for 10,000 libra when Dantalian couldn't even repay 100 was an obvious, blatant trick. Ivar rested his chin on his clasped hands, thoroughly amused by the unfolding drama. He acknowledged Torkel's point but turned back to the young woman, eager for more details. He requested Lapis Lazuli to continue her report. Lapis nodded sharply, her expression an unyielding mask of professionalism. The scene shifted briefly back to Dantalian's shadowed face. He had given her specific, calculated instructions, telling her with a dark chuckle exactly what to say if the executives questioned the massive loan. Standing tall before the council, Lapis delivered the fabricated story flawlessly. She claimed that Dantalian had completely lost his mind, raving like a lunatic that a terrible plague was about to sweep across the world. She continued, stating that Dantalian swore he would invent a cure for this impending plague, and that he was doing it all for the sake of a loved one. Torkel's jaw dropped. He repeated the phrase, "a loved one," in complete bewilderment, unable to grasp the concept. Lapis closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them, she delivered the final, most shocking lie. She confessed that she was afraid this loved one was actually her, because she had secretly become Demon Lord Dantalian's mistress. The room erupted into absolute chaos. A reptilian executive leaped from his seat, screaming in pure outrage at the sheer audacity of her claim. The orc executive bared his tusks, calling her a horrible wretch. He was physically repulsed by the mere thought of a noble demon lord consorting with someone of her standing. Lapis's eyes remained dead and serious. She doubled down on the lie, stating that she had purposefully approached Dantalian herself, sacrificing everything to seduce him and become his mistress. The monstrous executives flew into a violent rage. They roared that she was a low-ranking piece of trash, absolutely disgusted that she dared to claim such a title. They hollered for someone to get the harlot out of the room immediately. Completely ignoring the screaming monsters around her, Lapis kept her eyes locked securely on Ivar Lodbrok. She finished her carefully orchestrated performance, declaring that she had done it all to turn the demon lord into a loyal dog for their great company. The tense atmosphere shattered as a booming, maniacal laugh erupted from the head of the table. Ivar threw his head back, roaring with absolute delight and shouting that her actions were simply wonderful. Ivar stood up, sweeping his intense gaze across the stunned executives. He asked them all to look closely at what she had accomplished. Torkel sweated bullets as Ivar proudly declared that this succubus-human hybrid had not only secured a demon lord for the largest trading company in the world, but she had completely defied her miserable fate as branded trash, going so far as to weaponize her own chastity to manipulate a ruler of the realm. Lapis stood silent, her face a mask of iron resolve, as Ivar praised her newly claimed title as a demon lord's mistress. Ivar laughed so hard his fangs fully extended, his red eyes burning with sheer euphoria. He loudly proclaimed that if this masterstroke of manipulation wasn't a true masterpiece, then he simply didn't know what was. His expression turned deadly serious, the suffocating aura of an ancient vampire filling the room once more. He reminded them that Konkuska was a strict meritocracy. Normally, he would never lend a single copper coin to an incompetent fool like Dantalian. However, a wicked, thrilling smile returned to Ivar's face. He announced with a rumbling laugh that this unique situation called for a very special loan. He called out Lapis Lazuli's name with deep, commanding respect. Throwing his arms wide in a display of absolute, terrifying power, Ivar roared his final verdict. He ordered Lapis to return to the Demon Lord's castle immediately and relay his message. He would gladly give Dantalian the 10,000 libra he so desperately desired. The sky above was a brilliant, unblemished blue, scattered with softly drifting clouds. It was the 3rd of May, in the imperial calendar year 1505. Down below, majestic galleon ships sailed gracefully through the sparkling waters toward Kyrgios, the famed city of merchants. Amidst the bustling, sunlit harbor, Lapis Lazuli stood before a bewildered guild merchant. She held up a small, unassuming sprig of a plant. The merchant stared at her, stammering as he asked her to repeat her ridiculous request. Unfazed, Lapis firmly stated her demand. She wanted his people to collect every single trace of this specific herb across the entire continent. The burly merchant threw his hands up in sheer disbelief. He gaped at her, asking if she genuinely just wanted them to gather that mundane weed. He practically yelled, demanding to know if she was seriously prepared to spend 8,000 libra to hire thousands of laborers just to harvest a plant that held absolutely no value. Lapis's icy blue eyes did not waver. Her face remained a perfect mask of apathy as she told him he needn't concern himself with the reasons. She explained smoothly that these were simply the absolute instructions of His Highness the Demon Lord, Dantalian. Without another word, she ordered the merchant to proceed as soon as possible. Turning on her heel, Lapis strode away, the sharp, deliberate clack of her high-heeled shoe echoing against the cobblestone path. As she navigated the crowded streets of the merchant city, the heavy weight of public mockery followed her. Derisive whispers swept through the shadowy corners of the crowd. Unseen faces sneered at her, mocking the sheer absurdity of a woman spending such an outrageous fortune at the behest of a foolish demon lord. The townsfolk whispered that Dantalian must have finally lost his mind, calling the entire endeavor a pathetic joke. They snickered at Lapis, referring to her as a mongrel and his rumored mistress, boldly concluding that Dantalian's short reign was already over. Weeks passed, bringing the timeline to the 20th of June. Far from the vibrant merchant city, the oppressive, Gothic spires of Dantalian's castle loomed, silently under a dark, purple-hued night sky. The heavy wooden doors of the Lord's chamber opened. Lapis stepped onto the hardwood floor, respectfully addressing her master. Dantalian sat casually in his high-backed chair, draped in his dark cloak, quietly reading a heavy tome. She announced her arrival, stating she had done exactly as he ordered. Keeping her hands politely behind her back, Lapis reported her full success. She confirmed that she had secured the massive quantity of herbs he had requested. Furthermore, dedicated storage facilities had been constructed and were currently under heavy guard. Dantalian listened lazily, leaning his cheek against his gloved hand without looking up from his book. With a soft thud, Dantalian closed the heavy manuscript. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. He murmured his acknowledgement, casually praising her for a job well done. Lapis stood rigidly before him. The confusion that had been gnawing at her for weeks finally broke through her professional veneer. She demanded to know what on earth he was actually planning to do. Dantalian lowered his book, his face casting a sinister shadow. His crimson eyes burned with dark amusement as he reiterated his ultimate goal. He simply wanted her to lend him an additional 10,000 libra. Lapis furrowed her brow, pointing out the glaring contradiction in his strategy. She reminded him of his initial claim that a horrific epidemic would soon befall the world, and he needed the massive loan to prepare for it. Yet, he had immediately turned around and blown 80% of that money entirely on worthless weeds. A dark, rumbling chuckle escaped Dantalian. He reached across his wooden table, his fingers wrapping around a carafe of deep red wine. Addressing her affectionately, he challenged her to take a guess at his true design. Lapis fell silent. Her sharp eyes analyzed the situation, but the pieces simply refused to fit together. Lowering her gaze, she admitted with brutal honesty that she was completely clueless. Dantalian sat back in his grand chair, gently swirling the dark liquid in his goblet. A wicked smirk crossed his face as he mused aloud at her lack of understanding, brushing it off with a casual, dramatic sigh. Standing up, Dantalian approached her and offered a small cup. He declared that, first and foremost, he wanted to congratulate her on a job flawlessly executed. With a charming yet commanding tone, he suggested they share a toast. Lapis hesitated. Her blue eyes locked onto the cup, a deep sense of caution making her pause. She stammered out a polite refusal. The playful demeanor vanished instantly. Dantalian's single exposed eye flared with a terrifying, blood-red intensity. He stepped closer, his voice dropping into a dangerous whisper as he asked if she was genuinely going to refuse the one thing he especially wanted to do for her. The suffocating pressure forced her compliance. Lapis bowed her head slightly, quickly apologizing for her hesitation. Instantly, the terrifying aura dissipated. Dantalian laughed brightly, telling her he was just kidding and urging her not to make such a grim face. He handed her the cup, warmly commending her once again for her hard work. Lapis accepted the drink, her expression solemn. Dantalian raised his goblet high, offering a toast to their shared future. He brought the rim to his lips, taking a long, deliberate sip. Lapis followed suit, drinking the mysterious liquid. A flush of heat hit her cheeks, and she lowered the cup, staring at the remaining fluid. She looked up at her lord, asking in profound confusion what in the world she had just consumed. Dantalian slumped back into his throne, covering his face as a fit of dark, maniacal chuckles overtook him. He revealed the punchline. The drink was brewed directly from the massive hoard of herbs he had just forced her to gather. Peering through his fingers, his red eye glowed with absolute, sadistic delight. He asked her how it tasted, mockingly pressing her to admit it was delicious. Lapis stared at him, her eyes wide in sheer disbelief. She asked flatly if he was joking with her right now. The roaring fire in the hearth illuminated Dantalian's wicked smile. He assured her he was not kidding in the slightest. He explained his twisted logic. In order to successfully secure the impossible 10,000 Libra loan from her firm, she must have been forced to tell the firm's executives that he had gone completely insane, obsessed with creating a cure for a plague that didn't exist. Tapping his chin, the demon lord grinned triumphantly. He asked if all the pieces didn't finally make perfect sense. Lapis stood in stunned silence, her mind racing to comprehend the sheer scale of his deception. Chuckling softly, Dantalian waved off the heavy atmosphere. Sitting comfortably in his chair, he casually asked her what the current date was. Still reeling from his revelation, Lapis answered mechanically. She stated that following the imperial calendar, it was the 20th of June. She immediately questioned why he wanted to know. Dantalian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, murmuring his understanding. He noted quietly to himself that it was finally about time. Taking a quill in hand, he began to hastily scratch out a message. He informed his dear Lala that starting tomorrow, she would not be required to report to the castle for quite some time. Folding the parchment, he handed it to her with a sly, knowing look. He instructed her to take the note, travel to the location written on it, and simply observe the area for a while. Lapis looked down at the folded paper, utterly bewildered. She muttered under her breath, asking what in the world any of this was supposed to mean. Dantalian merely laughed. His face was cast in ominous, purple-tinged shadows as he told her to just follow the instructions. Once she arrived, he promised she would understand everything. She stared at him, speechless. Dantalian smiled warmly, suggesting she take the opportunity to relax and explore the sights. 4 days later, on the 24th of June, deep within the kingdom of Sardinia, thick white steam billowed through the open-air Syracuse traveler bathhouse. Lapis, having followed his exact orders, stripped down to bathe. Wrapping a towel tightly around her chest, she stood amidst the suffocating heat, tying her pink hair up. Her thoughts were consumed entirely by Dantalian. She admitted to herself that she couldn't understand the man at all, deeply frustrated by his cryptic actions. She stepped onto the wet, cobblestone floor of the public baths, internally questioning why he would send her to a place like this. Other women, humans, elves, and demons alike, lounged casually in the bubbling hot springs. Lapis scanned the relaxing crowd, genuinely puzzled about what could possibly be of interest here. Sinking into the soothing, hot water, a flush spread across her cheeks. Her mind drifted back to the strange, ominous note Dantalian had handed her before she left. She vividly recalled the precise words written on the parchment. Kingdom of Sardinia. Syracuse public bathhouse. Joint pain. Fever. Black bruises. She scoffed internally, wondering if he really believed he could foretell a literal plague. Resting her chin just above the water's surface, she dismissed the absurd notion. It was completely impossible. That man simply did not possess that kind of prophetic power. But an abrupt, chilling wave of uneasiness crawled up her spine. Suddenly, a piercing, blood-curdling scream shattered the peaceful silence of the bathhouse. Lapis snapped her head toward the noise. She rushed over the wet stones. Another patron, trembling in fear, pointed frantically down at a young girl with mint-green hair who had violently collapsed onto the hard floor. The girl was hyperventilating. Her face flushed crimson as she gasped for air in visible, excruciating agony. Lapis dropped to her knees beside the girl, her stoic facade breaking. She shouted in alarm, demanding to know what was wrong and begging the girl to stay conscious. The child writhed, sobbing that it hurt everywhere. Panic rising, Lapis desperately asked her to specify exactly where the pain was coming from. The girl choked out that her entire body was in agony. Lapis reached out to touch the girl's forehead, recoiling as she realized the child was burning up with a violent fever. She immediately promised to carry her to the clinic. Lapis's icy blue eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated horror. The young girl weakly begged for help. Spreading rapidly across her neck and collarbone were massive, grotesque black bruises, creeping over her skin like a physical rot. Lapis stared, paralyzed by terror. The words from the note slammed into her mind with devastating clarity. Joint pain, fever, black bruises. The prophecy was exact. More screams erupted across the misty bathhouse. Women began dropping to the floor one after another. The cries for help blended into a chaotic symphony of despair. People shouted that others were collapsing all around them. Bathed in the thick steam, Lapis looked around the nightmare unfolding before her, whispering in horror, wondering what on earth was happening. The chaotic scene abruptly shifted to the quiet, sterile doors of a medical clinic. Hours had passed. Lapis sat alone on a wooden bench in the waiting area, a heavy blanket draped over her shoulders. Her face was buried in the shadows of despair. She noted grimly to herself that this was the 30th patient to be brought in. She silently begged the heavens, asking why this tragedy was happening. The crushing weight of realization finally began to take hold. Her eyes trembled with shock as she tried to deny the horrific truth. She told herself it was impossible. There was absolutely no way Dantalian could have known. The clinic doors swung open. A haggard, sweat-drenched doctor stepped out, calling her name. He asked if she was feeling all right, before delivering the devastating news. Every single person from the bathhouse had died, except for her. A chilling image flashed of cold feet poking out from beneath sterile white sheets. The doctor firmly advised her to hurry up and leave. His expression was grim and haunted as he warned her that it would be best if she fled the town entirely before the rot spread further. Lapis sat in silence, slowly raising her hands to her face. She stared at her perfectly healthy, unblemished skin. The memory of the dark, bitter tea Dantalian had forced her to drink hit her like a physical blow. She finally understood exactly what was in the cup. The demon lord's wicked, shadowed grin overlaid her vision. His taunting words echoed perfectly in her mind. "It's made from the herb I had you gather. Wasn't it delicious?" The truth was paralyzing. Lapis's expression darkened into a mask of terrified awe. She realized that despite her absolute reluctance to admit it, there was no other logical explanation left. Dantalian had not just predicted a plague. He had monopolized the only cure before it even began. Her icy blue eyes hardened, reflecting a deep, terrifying reverence for the monster she had tried to manipulate. She accepted the horrific brilliance of his plan. It was really true. The imposing figure of Demon Lord Dantalian, standing by the tall windows of his dark castle, casually sipping his wine as he looked out over the world. In the distance, Lapis's final, chilling realization echoed. A true plague was finally upon them. On the 16th of July, in the imperial calendar year 1505, glowing winged messengers darted through the skies toward the towering, opulent headquarters of the Konkuska firm. A rapid, urgent knocking echoed against the heavy wooden door of an executive office. From the other side, an assistant's muffled voice called out, profusely apologizing to Mr. Toracle for the sudden interruption. Inside, the green-skinned goblin sat comfortably in his plush armchair, a delicate teacup resting in his hands. Toracle's composure shattered instantly. He barked viciously at the intruder, calling him a complete fool and screaming that he was in the middle of a highly important meeting with Lady Paimon. Realizing his outburst, he immediately spun around, his face slick with nervous sweat as he bowed his head and offered his deepest apologies to the noble guest. A graceful hand, adorned with emerald rings and holding a crimson feathered pipe, waved off his frantic apologies. A soft, melodic voice assured him that it was perfectly fine, noting gently that he must have some very urgent business to attend to. Seated before him in absolute elegance was the 9th-ranked demon lord of beauty and charm, Paimon. A warm, disarming smile graced her stunning features as she told Toracle not to worry about her in the slightest. Toracle bowed deeply, expressing his most sincere gratitude. But as soon as he turned back toward the heavy wooden doors, his sharp teeth bared in deep irritation. He snapped at the assistant, demanding to know what exactly was going on. A tiny, winged fairy struggled through the doorway, her small arms wrapped around a massive, heavy scroll. She gasped out that they had just received an extremely urgent message directly from the central headquarters. Toracle grumbled in extreme annoyance, snatching the heavy parchment from the exhausted messenger. He muttered bitterly that if this turned out to be some trivial matter, they might as well just kill him on the spot. As he unrolled the document, Toracle's eyes bulged in sheer, unadulterated horror. The text detailed a catastrophic epidemic that had violently broken out, originating in Syracuse and spreading with terrifying speed throughout the kingdom of Sardinia. The report grimly predicted its inevitable spread to neighboring countries and noted a staggering mortality rate of 80%. Across the room, Paimon gasped in pure shock. Paimon's crimson eyes widened with deep concern. She immediately asked the goblin what was wrong. Toracle swallowed hard, a heavy lump forming in his throat. Cold sweat poured down his wrinkled face as he stammered, utterly unable to process the sheer magnitude of the disaster. The parchment continued with an even more impossible revelation. Demon Lord Dantalian had somehow created a miracle medicine to treat the horrific disease. Furthermore, one of their very own employees, Lapis Lazuli, had ruthlessly monopolized the essential herbs across the entire continent under Dantalian's direct orders. The estimated value of the cure sat between 1 to 3 million gold coins, prompting an immediate summons of all executives. Paimon reached her elegant hand forward, requesting to see the document at once. Trembling, Toracle quickly agreed. Paimon scanned the staggering financial estimates and the unbelievable reality of Dantalian's monopoly. A breathless sound escaped her lips as she read over the impossible figures. Toracle stared at the demon lord, his voice quivering as he nervously called out her name, completely unsure of how to react to a disaster of this scale. A dark, thrilling aura of magic flared around Paimon. Her lips curled into a dangerously amused smile. She let out a soft, dark chuckle, declaring that this entire situation was very, very interesting. Far away, thick, ominous storm clouds rolled across the darkened sky, violently lit by jagged flashes of lightning. In the high tower of his bleak castle, Dantalian stood quietly by a tall, glass-paned window, staring out into the tempest. His crimson eye reflected the storm's fury. He noted silently to himself that a massive storm was finally brewing. He turned away from the raging weather outside, casting a long, imposing shadow across the wooden floor of his dim, firelit chamber. Looking over his shoulder with a confident, wicked smirk, he addressed his newly arrived guest. He remarked that she had returned much quicker than he expected, teasingly asking if she had been able to relax and stretch her wings properly. Lapis Lazuli knelt on the hard wooden floor, completely drained. Her icy blue eyes stared blankly ahead as Dantalian's smooth voice called out to his dear Lala. Dantalian strode casually toward her trembling form. Looking down at her pale, exhausted face, he mused with mock innocence that he thought relaxing hot springs were supposed to be her favorite thing. Lapis glared up at him, her gaze piercing through his playful facade. Her voice was strained as she accused him of knowing exactly what was going to happen from the very beginning. Taking a comfortable seat in his high-back chair, Dantalian rested his cheek against his hand. He kept his infuriatingly calm smile, softly asking whatever she could possibly mean. Lapis gritted her teeth, her voice rising with furious desperation. She told him not to act as if he didn't know, explicitly stating that a horrific epidemic had just erupted in Syracuse. She leaned forward, connecting the terrifying dots. She declared that the thousands of worthless weeds he had forced her to gather were, in fact, the exact ingredients required to formulate a miraculous cure for the devastating disease. Outside, torrential rain lashed against the sharp spires of Dantalian's fortress. Inside, he kept up his flawless act, claiming smoothly that he didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about. A jagged flash of lightning briefly illuminated his face, revealing a monstrous, predatory grin. A dark chuckle rumbled in his chest as he reminded her that he had told her this exact outcome would happen. Thunder roared across the heavens as Dantalian stood before the grand windows. He repeated her accusation, asking if she truly believed he had orchestrated all of this since the very beginning. Lapis stared at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and absolute awe. Bathed in the eerie glow of the storm, Dantalian's red eye burned with omniscient power. He confirmed her deepest fear, proudly declaring that he had known exactly what would happen from the absolute start. He reflected internally on his past life, acknowledging that in the game of Dungeon Attack, the grand narrative of that world was meant to begin in the year 1515, a full 10 years after a catastrophic plague had ravaged the continent and plunged humanity into a dark, desperate age. According to the original plot, the horrifying disease had originated in a simple hot spring town named Syracuse during the blistering summer of 1505, leaving mountains of innocent corpses in its wake. It was only an entire year of suffering later that a miraculous cure, derived from the so-called black herb, was finally discovered. At this current point in time, that vital plant was universally dismissed as nothing more than a common weed. Dantalian pulled his cloak tighter, smiling darkly to himself. Having entered the brutal game world precisely during the year of the epidemic, he simply weaponized the absolute knowledge he already possessed. He looked down at the kneeling merchant. He explained that his grand strategy truly clicked into place the very moment he laid eyes on the firm's extortionate promissory note. He smiled warmly, telling his dear Lala that his massive success was, of course, all thanks to her. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, his gaze sharpened into a deadly focus. He asked her directly what the firm's current stance was regarding the situation. Sweat beaded on Lapis's forehead. She reported that the entire trading company was in absolute turmoil, buzzing furiously like a violently disturbed hornet's nest. She revealed that an emergency executive meeting had just been called. Dantalian hummed in understanding, before asking the most crucial question of all. Why wasn't she currently at the firm? He leaned in close, his shadowed face hovering mere inches from hers. He asked softly why she had chosen to flee to his castle instead of reporting back to her masters. A terrifying, knowing smile stretched across his face. He offered to guess exactly what was running through her calculating mind. He stated that right now, she fully realized that returning to the headquarters would put her very life in extreme danger. Pacing around her rigid form, Dantalian laid out the ruthless logic of the firm's executives. He was absolutely certain those monsters would firmly believe that predicting a plague of this magnitude was simply impossible. Leaning in until his horns nearly brushed her hair, he whispered that the executives would naturally conclude someone must have intentionally manufactured and spread the disease. He broke down their deductive reasoning, asking who did it and for what purpose. He locked his crimson eye onto hers, declaring that the only logical answer they could possibly arrive at was her. They would assume she seduced a foolish demon lord, took her position as his mistress, and deliberately lied to the firm about turning him into a lapdog, all as a cover for her grand, sinister scheme. Dantalian stood tall, laying out the final nails in her coffin. They would see her coincidental presence at the plague's epicenter in Syracuse, combined with her massive, preemptive purchase of the necessary cure, as undeniable proof of her guilt. Lapis gritted her teeth in a tight, frustrated grimace. Dantalian noted smoothly that all of these wildly convenient circumstances heavily suggested that she was the absolute mastermind behind the deaths of thousands. His gaze pierced right through her soul. He stated that she was painfully aware of this trap herself, which was exactly why she had run straight to him instead of facing the executioners at her firm. Lapis lowered her head, a dark, hollow laughter echoing in her memories. She remembered the sneering, shadowed faces of the executives who had mocked her entire existence. She admitted bitterly that ever since the day she was born, she had been spat upon and degraded as a filthy crossbreed, a mongrel and a mistake. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. She confessed that she had worked with desperate, bleeding determination to climb the ranks, solely to get back at every single monster who had looked down on her. Her icy blue eyes burned with a fierce, fragile fury. She realized that everything she had painstakingly built, every flawless plan she had executed up until this exact moment, had been overwhelmingly easy compared to this. She looked up at the looming shadow of Dantalian, a profound sense of dread and reverence warring in her chest. She questioned exactly who this man really was. She knew his name, but she realized with absolute certainty that this terrifying, omniscient being was not the same pathetic fool she had originally met. Dantalian stared down at her, his face twisted into an expression of pure, tyrannical dominance, his red eyes burning through the gloom. Lapis questioned if this truly was the same demon lord she had manipulated just weeks ago. Extending a welcoming, open hand, Dantalian offered her salvation. He told his dear Lala that there was only one path left for her to survive. He commanded her to kneel before him and willingly become his loyal servant. He swore that if she pledged her life to him, he would grant her unimaginable, real power. He promised to put her in absolute, total control of all financial transactions relating to the miraculous cure. Lapis gasped, entirely stunned by the sheer magnitude of the offer. Standing before the window as the storm raged on, Dantalian painted a picture of the grim future. He declared that the plague would ruthlessly ravage the world, indiscriminately slaughtering commoners and kings alike. He noted softly that even the very people who had violently despised her for being a crossbreed would soon be crawling on their hands and knees, desperately begging her for a chance to survive. He assured her that countless powerful figures would have absolutely no choice but to do business directly with her. A fierce, unyielding smile overtook Dantalian's face. He laid out her ultimate revenge. A half-human, half-demon outcast who had been mercilessly discriminated against her entire life would soon hold the absolute fate of hundreds of thousands of lives in the palm of her hand. He challenged her pride, asking if she didn't crave that supreme authority. He extended his hand one last time, demanding to know what she would do. Lapis stared at his outstretched glove, her mind screaming at her to refuse. She told herself she absolutely shouldn't take his hand. Yet, beneath her logical panic, her heart pounded with a fierce, undeniable exhilaration she had never felt before. A soft, genuine smile broke through her icy facade. The sheer brilliance of his absolute victory over the world, and over her, washed away all her remaining doubts. She smoothly dropped to one knee before the dark, imposing figure of the demon lord. With absolute conviction, she stated her complete understanding. Her blue eyes locked onto his, completely devoid of any remaining deception or manipulation. She formally swore that the life, soul, and intellect of Lapis Lazuli now belonged entirely to His Highness, Demon Lord Dantalian. Leaning forward with perfect grace, she gently kissed the back of his gloved hand, sealing her eternal oath of loyalty. Dantalian looked down at his newly acquired, brilliant servant. A dark, triumphant smile stretched across his face as he promised his dear Lala that, since she was willingly giving her absolute all to him, he would do the exact same for her, vowing to grant her the absolute greatest view the world had to offer. The morning air was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread and savory meats. Lapis Lazuli moved with practiced, silent grace, her expression unreadable as she pushed a silver serving cart through the dim corridors of the castle. The steam rising from the plates caught the faint light, a stark contrast to the cold, professional exterior she maintained. Her piercing blue eyes remained fixed forward, reflecting a depth of calculation that few could truly grasp. As a woman who had clawed her way up from the very bottom of society, every movement was deliberate. The soft rattle of the cart was the only sound accompanying her as she approached the heavy wooden doors of the inner sanctum. In the quiet of her mind, a memory surfaced, a moment of absolute surrender from months ago. She recalled kneeling before the man she now served, offering her very existence to him. She had declared then that the life of Lapis Lazuli belonged entirely to His Highness, the Demon Lord Dantalian. It was a vow that had reshaped her destiny, tethering her fate to a man most considered a failure. Returning to the present, she reached out and struck the door with a firm, rhythmic knock. A week had passed since the events that had shifted the balance of power on the continent. With a voice as steady as a heartbeat, she announced her arrival, informing her master that she had brought his meal. Receiving no immediate answer, Lapis gently pushed the doors open. She entered with a respectful apology, the heavy oak creaking softly on its hinges. The room was shrouded in a comfortable gloom, smelling of old parchment and spilled ink. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the interior. Her thoughts lingered on the man she called Master. To the world, he was the 71st Demon Lord, a figure of low rank and even lower expectations. But to her, he was the enigma that had rewritten the rules of the game. The room was a testament to chaotic brilliance. Stacks of leather-bound books reached toward the ceiling, some teetering dangerously on the floor. An empty wine bottle lay discarded near a pile of crumpled papers and a discarded white shirt. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint, rhythmic breathing of a man in deep repose. Dantalian was sprawled in his grand high-backed chair, his legs draped carelessly over the armrest. A book remained perched precariously over his face, serving as a makeshift sleeping mask. Lapis observed him, noting that his life seemed to consist of only two states: devouring the knowledge within the castle's library or drifting in the depths of exhaustion. He muttered softly in his sleep, a series of unintelligible groans that betrayed nothing of his inner thoughts. Lapis stood over him, her shadow stretching across the scattered documents. She watched him for a long moment, her expression softening ever so slightly into a look of profound curiosity. Despite their partnership, she found herself forced to admit a simple truth. She had no idea what was truly happening behind that sleeping mask. She wondered what the Demon Lord Dantalian was thinking in the quiet reaches of his mind. Her perspective drifted back half a year, to the day she first approached him. At that time, she had been a woman driven solely by her own cold, calculated goals, seeking a foothold through a man she believed she could easily manipulate. The memory of their first meeting was sharp and biting. She had introduced herself with professional courtesy on behalf of the Kunkuska firm, but she was met with a wall of sudden, unbridled hostility. Dantalian's voice had thundered through the throne room, ordering her to shut her mouth before she could even finish her introduction. He had leaned forward, his eyes wild and bloodshot, his face twisted into a mask of pure derision. He had told her with venomous clarity that he could not care less about the name of a filthy mongrel. He claimed to be far too busy for pleasantries, demanding to know what she wanted with an impatience that borderlined on madness. At the time, Lapis had looked upon him with hidden contempt, believing him to be an even more despicable character than the rumors suggested. She recalled how he had practically jumped at the sight of gold, laughing manically as the coins slipped through his fingers. It was exactly what she had expected. Following that meeting, she had begun spreading rumors of vast treasures, hidden within the castle to lure in the greedy and the desperate. She remembered the adventurers who had fallen for the trap. A man known as Leaf had approached her in a dimly lit tavern, his face full of arrogant greed as he inquired about a map of Dantalian's castle. Everything was moving according to her design, or so she thought. She had watched with a hidden smirk as Leaf looked at the map, his eyes wide with the prospect of easy wealth. She had intended for him and others like him to experience enough hardship that they would eventually come crawling back to her, begging for guidance. However, the man sleeping in the chair before her had shattered every expectation she had ever held. He had not been a pawn to be moved across the board. He was the one who had flipped the table entirely. Lapis looked down at him now, realizing that his capabilities had far surpassed anything her imagination could have conjured. The man who had once seemed like a common scoundrel had transformed into a master of geopolitical theater. He was no longer just the master of a small castle. He held the lives of more than half the continent in the palm of his hand. And yet, despite the weight of empires resting on his shoulders, he was still able to sleep with the peacefulness of a child. The soft rise and fall of his chest was a jarring contrast to the chaos he had unleashed upon the world. Lapis crossed her arms, her mind shifting to the logistics of their current success. They had already received official inquiries from several nations regarding the sale of the medicine. The trap had been set, and the world was now desperate for the cure only Dantalian possessed. She noted with a grim satisfaction that the Kunkuska firm had remained unusually silent. It was as expected, yet it filled her with a sense of brewing danger. The situation was truly unbelievable. A low-ranking demon lord and an outcast merchant had brought the world's most powerful trading firm to a standstill. Miles away, at the towering headquarters of the Kunkuska firm, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Toracle, the goblin executive, stood before a massive set of reinforced doors. His voice trembled slightly as he called out to Sir Ivar, asking if his master was within. A heavy, oppressive aura seeped from behind the doors. Ivar's voice boomed from the shadows, recognizing his subordinate and granting him permission to enter. The doors ground open, revealing a room filled with strange artifacts, astronomical globes, and the cold light of flickering candles. Toracle stepped into the vast, dark chamber, looking small against the looming stone arches. He felt a chill settle over him as he approached the center of the room, his eyes searching the darkness for his master. He called out again, his voice echoing in the hollow space. From the deep shadows at the far end of the room, Ivar spoke again, directing Toracle to come closer. The only light came from a three-armed candelabra sitting on a polished table, casting long, distorted shadows against the walls. Ivar Lodbrok sat in a massive wooden chair, his figure partially obscured by the darkness. He invited Toracle to take a seat, his tone deceptively calm. A single glass of wine sat on the table before him, the red liquid dark as blood. The elder vampire leaned forward into the candlelight, his white hair and beard stark against his red-lined cloak. His eyes, one glowing a fierce crimson, fixed on the goblin. He demanded a situation report with the bluntness of a man who had no patience for failure. Toracle's face was pale as he reported that the situation could not be worse. He explained that the plague was spreading with terrifying speed across the human territories. He feared it was only a matter of time before it consumed the entire continent. Ivar listened in silence, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. He remarked coolly that according to their own firm's analysis, the death toll would likely reach 30% of the total population. The goblin executive gasped, his monocle nearly falling from his eye. He stammered in disbelief, hoping that his master was merely joking about such a catastrophic number. Ivar's gaze sharpened, his red eye narrowing as he leaned closer. He asked Toracle with chilling sincerity if he had ever known his master to tell a joke. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of millions of impending deaths. Toracle quickly backed down, stuttering a denial. Ivar continued, noting that, as of today, every major lord had suspended their trade agreements with the firm. The economic foundations they had built over centuries were beginning to crack. The goblin's mouth hung open in shock. The sheer scale of the disaster was more than he could comprehend. He was a man of coin and ledgers, and he was watching his world burn. In a sudden outburst of rage, Toracle slammed his fist onto the side of the sofa. He cursed under his breath, directing his fury at the mongrel who had caused this. He demanded to know what had become of Lapis Lazuli, the woman who was supposed to be their eyes and ears. Ivar sighed, his hands resting on the ornate head of his cane. He admitted that he had still been unable to establish any contact with her. Toracle snarled that it was just as he had suspected. It was safe to say she had planned this betrayal from the very beginning. The executive pulled out a report, his voice rising in anger. He pointed out that Lapis had been present exactly where the plague had first manifested. Furthermore, there was information that Dantalian had somehow created a medicine to treat the disease. Lapis had been methodically monopolizing the necessary herbs across the continent for weeks, an operation valued at millions of gold coins. Ivar let out a dark, cynical laugh. He remarked that predicting a plague was a feat beyond even the gods. Therefore, the conclusion was inescapable. The plague had not been a coincidence. It had been intentionally created. Toracle's eyes widened in horror. He asked if Ivar was suggesting that someone had deliberately unleashed such a horror upon the world. Ivar leaned back, his mind already moving to the next stage of the game. The vampire pondered the identity of the mastermind. While Lapis was at the center of it, he dismissed the idea that a young girl like her possessed the power or the resources to orchestrate something of this magnitude. Toracle tentatively suggested that it might be Dantalian. He looked at his master, seeking any sign of agreement, but the room remained cold. Ivar scoffed at the suggestion. He argued that if Dantalian were capable of such a grand design, he would never have ended up as the lowest-ranked lord in the order. He dismissed both Dantalian and Lapis as mere small fry. In his eyes, they were nothing more than pawns being moved by a much more powerful hand. His lip curled in a sneer as he considered the true power hidden in the shadows. Toracle was lost. If it wasn't the demon lord and his merchant partner, he couldn't imagine who would be capable of creating and spreading a deadly infectious disease on such a scale. Ivar's red eyes gleamed with a sudden, dark recognition. He hummed to himself, stating that he could think of exactly one person capable of such a horrific feat. The goblin's breath hitched as he realized where his master's thoughts were heading. Ivar confirmed his suspicions, naming the most brilliant and ruthless necromancer on the continent. He spoke the name with a mixture of respect and loathing. The immortal monarch, the eighth-ranking demon lord, Barbatos. In his mind, she was the only one with the mastery of black magic and disease required to bring the continent to its knees. Toracle considered this, sweat beading on his forehead. It made sense. Barbatos had always held a deep, burning hatred for humanity. Her history was a long trail of started wars and annihilated nations. He pictured the immortal king standing atop a literal mountain of human skulls under a blood-red moon, a scythe in her hand. He realized that if the plague continued to spread, the damage to humanity would be far greater than anything the demons suffered. If things continued, the human race might face total extinction. Ivar watched the flickering candles, his expression one of grim acceptance. He noted that, in the end, this was simply the nature of a demon lord to consume and destroy. Toracle, however, was more concerned with the survival of the firm. He asked what their plan was if Barbatos truly was the architect of this disaster. He reminded Ivar that the Konkuska firm had spent a long time cultivating relationships with many demon lords. Their backing was the reason the firm had grown to its current immense size. Taking on a demon lord of the 8th rank was a suicide mission. He argued that they would need overwhelming preparation and, most importantly irrefutable evidence before they could even think of making a move. Ivor's mouth twisted into a jagged grin. He claimed they already had solid evidence. He intended to bring Lapis and Dantalian in and force them to tell the firm everything they knew. The vampire rose slightly from his seat, telling his subordinate not to worry. He revealed that he had already put his own plans into motion. A low, rumbling laugh escaped him, a sound of pure malice. He vowed that he would make those who dared to stand against him regret their choices until their final breaths. Toracle looked up at his master, his face a mixture of awe and terror. He had seen Ivor's wrath before, and it was not something intended for the living. The tension was interrupted as another elven servant entered the room, her face pale. She called out to Sir Ivar, holding a sealed scroll in her hands. Toracle looked back in surprise, his heart racing. Ivor's laugh grew louder, a boisterous sound that echoed off the stone walls. He reached out his gloved hand, noting that the message had arrived exactly on time. He snatched the scroll and unrolled it with a sharp snap. As he read the contents, a magical seal flared with golden light, confirming the authenticity of the message. Ivor's laughter turned manically triumphant, his red eyes glowing with an unholy light as he looked at the parchment. He turned back to Toracle, his face split by a wide, predatory grin. He ordered the goblin to go immediately to Her Highness Paimon and relay everything they had discovered. He explained that Paimon was the only one who stood a chance of challenging Barbados's influence. As Toracle nodded in fearful understanding, Ivar sat back, his confidence radiating through the dark room. Toracle realized the brilliance of the move. Paimon and Barbados were known to be on terrible terms. The demon lord of benevolence would spare no effort in cooperating to stop a plot attributed to her greatest rival. He turned to leave, his resolve renewed. Left alone with the servant, Ivor's aura turned truly monstrous. He laughed again, his voice dropping to a dark, vibrating tone. He mocked the brats who thought they could stand up to him, his shadow stretching across the floor like a living thing. The elven servant gasped in terror as the shadows in the room began to writhe and manifest into physical form. Dark, lightning-like energy crackled around the master of the firm. She called out his name, her voice trembling with the realization of his true nature. Ivor's eyes were now nothing but twin spots of red light in the gloom. He whispered that he could not wait to begin. He promised to take them down one by one, starting with the girl. His fangs elongated, gleaming in the candlelight. He declared that Lapis Lazuli would be the first to fall, and he would make her a permanent part of his living doll collection. With a sudden, blurred movement, he lunged at the servant, his teeth sinking deep into her neck. A spray of blood hit the floor as he claimed his price. Back at the castle, the peace of the morning was shattered. Lapis hurried into the study, her usual composure replaced by a look of urgent concern. She stood over the sleeping Dantalian and called out to him loudly, urging him to wake up. Dantalian groaned, rubbing his eyes with a look of extreme annoyance. He peered out from under the book, asking what could possibly be so important that she had to disturb his rest. Lapis didn't waste time with apologies. She held up a formal, heavy parchment, her voice tight with tension. She informed him that they had just received an official summons. Dantalian looked up, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face. He repeated the word summons, as if trying to place it. His red eyes sharpened as the last remnants of sleep vanished. He looked at Lapis, waiting for the details of who would dare to summon a demon lord so abruptly. Dantalian muttered a curse under his breath, wondering what was happening. Lapis explained that a meeting had been called, an event so sudden and unprecedented that it had caught even her by surprise. Her blue eyes glowed with a faint light, a sign of the immense magical pressure behind the summons. Far away, Ivar grinned, his face splattered with blood. He knew the wheels were turning. He whispered to himself that it was finally about to start. Lapis delivered the final blow to their temporary peace. She explained that the demon lords who ruled the world were all gathering. A Walpurgis night, the grand assembly of the 72, was about to be held. The game had truly begun. High above the world, the sky echoed with a whimsical, haunting melody. A group of figures drifted through the magical expanse, their voices rising in a rhythmic chant about drifting into a dream world. The Berber sisters moved through the clouds with an airy playfulness, their laughter punctuating the song as they wondered aloud what their next client would be like. Humbaba, the golden-haired leader of the coven, wore a mischievous smirk beneath the brim of her oversized hat. She informed her sisters that their new employer was none other than His Highness, the Demon Lord Dantalian. The mention of the 71st Demon Lord sparked an immediate wave of gossip among the witches. Humbaba noted with a playful lilt that this was the same man who had famously fallen in love with a woman of mixed succubus and human blood. The sisters reacted with dramatic flair, swooning over the idea of such a romantic, forbidden affair. They sighed at the thought of the drama involved, convincing themselves that any man capable of such passion must be a wonderful gentleman. Humbaba quickly reined in their wandering imaginations. She playfully scolded them, telling them to settle down and reminding them not to pry too deeply into the private lives of their clients. The levity of the flight shifted toward professionalism as the horizon changed. Humbaba pointed ahead, noting that they were almost at their destination. Below them, tucked away in the jagged, desolate mountains, the dark spires of a castle loomed against a blood-orange sunset. At the base of the mountain, the atmosphere was far more tense. Lapis Lazuli stood near the entrance of a cavernous path, her voice tight with urgency as she called out for her master to hurry. She looked back toward the shadows, her patience clearly wearing thin. Dantalian finally emerged, looking every bit the reluctant monarch. He looked disheveled and irritated, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He grumbled a demand for Lapis to be quiet, openly questioning why he was being forced to attend such a nuisance. He rubbed his forehead in a gesture of growing exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, he questioned the necessity of the event, specifically naming the gathering known as Walpurgis Night. Lapis turned to him, her expression a mix of disbelief and stern instruction. She asked him how it was possible for a demon lord to be so ignorant of the very traditions that govern their society. She narrowed her eyes, observing him closely. While she suspected he hadn't, she felt compelled to ask if he had ever actually participated in such an assembly before. Standing in the middle of the desolate, cracked earth, Dantalian gave a blunt and simple denial. He gestured casually, making it clear that the entire concept was foreign to him. Lapis let out a long, weary breath, accepting the task of educating her master. She began to explain that Walpurgis Night was far more than a mere social gathering. She described it as a monumental event where the demon lords and their most powerful followers congregated. It was a summit designed to address issues that transcended national borders, a place where the powerful met to maintain the fragile order of the entire world. She noted that while there was no fixed schedule, nearly every lord was expected to attend. The explanation only deepened Dantalian's sour mood. He picked at his ear, remarking that Lapis had just given him even more reasons to avoid the trip entirely. Lapis did not flinch. Her gaze remained cold and focused. She leaned in, informing him that the primary topic of discussion for this specific assembly was the plague currently ravaging the human lands. She walked ahead, her boots crunching on the dry soil. She revealed that the meeting would be held in Niflheim, the seat of power. The location held a specific, dangerous significance. Lapis pointed out that Niflheim was the headquarters of the Konkuska firm, the very organization they had recently antagonized. She laid out the grim reality of their situation. Since the firm was likely the one to initiate this Walpurgis Night, and since Dantalian currently held a complete monopoly on the cure for the plague, his absence would be seen as a declaration of war. She warned him that if they did not attend, their enemies would fabricate any excuse necessary to move against them. The goal of the firm was simple. They intended to crush the 71st Demon Lord. Dantalian stood silent for a moment, the weight of the political trap settling over him. He cursed under his breath, wondering why his life had become a never-ending series of crises. Despite his frustration, the logic of the situation was undeniable. He acknowledged that it would be disastrous if the firm were given a legitimate reason to use overwhelming force against them. Turning back to Lapis, his expression shifted from irritation to a cold, resigned determination. He announced his decision to attend the Walpurgis night, accepting the challenge laid before him. A sharp, predatory smirk returned to his face. He mused that if it was a place for discussion, there was always room for resolution. His eyes glinted with hidden schemes as he hinted that he had prepared for the worst-case scenario. He called out to Lapis, his tone now filled with a dark confidence. His smile widened, revealing a row of white teeth. He remarked that this was exactly why he had invested so much gold recently, to ensure they had the proper leverage for the coming storm. As they prepared to move, Dantalian looked around the barren landscape. He asked Lapis how they were supposed to reach Niflheim in a reasonable amount of time. He speculated that the firm was likely hoping they would fail to arrive, or were planning to intercept them on the road. Lapis reached into her pocket and pulled out a delicate pocket watch. She calmly informed him that she had already finalized the necessary arrangements for their transport. She checked the time, stating that their escort should be arriving at any second. Right on cue, the sky began to hum with that same whimsical song. Notes of music seemed to drift down from the clouds as the Berbera sisters made their grand entrance, their voices chanting about magical skies. The witches spiraled down toward the earth, chanting a spell in unison. Humbaba led the descent, her blonde hair whipping in the wind as she steered her broom with effortless skill. The coven circled above the demon lord and his partner, their singing reaching a crescendo. Dantalian and Lapis looked up, the wind from the brooms kicking up dust around them. Dantalian's eyes widened in sheer shock as the witches closed in. The sudden, high-energy arrival was far more than he had anticipated. Humbaba performed a perfect, graceful landing, her skirt billowing out as she touched the ground. She looked up at her new client with a bright, cheerful expression. The rest of the sisters followed suit, their boots hitting the dry earth in a synchronized rhythm. The witches dropped into a respectful bow. Humbaba spoke for the group, thanking them for choosing their services. She formally introduced them as the Berbera sisters, the coven tasked with escorting the great demon lord on his journey. Dantalian stared at them, his mouth agape. He looked from one youthful face to the next, his confusion reaching a breaking point. He leaned over to Lapis, shielding his mouth with his hand as he whispered frantically. He asked if these were all just children and questioned whether they would actually be safe under their protection. Lapis gave him a sidelong, weary glance. She advised him not to judge based on outward appearances, explaining that the nature of a witch was far different from that of a human. She revealed a secret of their craft. Once a witch entered into a contract with a demon lord, their physical aging ceased for all eternity. She noted that the fact they appeared so young was actually irrefutable proof of their immense talent and early mastery. She estimated that every one of the children standing before them was likely at least 2 centuries older than Dantalian himself. Dantalian froze, his face turning pale with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and coughed into his hand, admitting that he had been incredibly rude. He stepped forward and addressed the Berbera sisters, gesturing for them to raise their heads. Placing a hand over his heart, he offered a sincere word of gratitude. He thanked them for accepting the request and stated that he would be relying on their expertise. Humbaba and her sisters looked up, their eyes sparkling with genuine delight at the demon lord's polite manner. Humbaba blushed slightly, her expression turning into one of enthusiastic devotion as she confirmed their readiness to serve. Lapis watched the interaction silently, her blue eyes scanning the witches with her usual analytical precision. Dantalian noticed her lingering gaze and asked if something was wrong. Lapis simply looked away, stating that it was nothing. Humbaba took charge, pointing toward the sky with a triumphant cry. She announced that it was time for their departure. With a sharp flick of her wrist, a massive ornate throne manifested from the shadows. The chair was upholstered in deep red and crowned with the skull of a great horned beast. Humbaba invited the demon lord to take his seat on the flying vessel. Dantalian looked at the floating throne with a healthy dose of skepticism, asking if this was truly safe. Humbaba laughed off his concerns, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. She turned to her sisters and the onlookers, playfully demanding their attention. She thanked them once again for employing the Berbera sisters, her personality sparkling as she prepared for takeoff. The witches took to the air, their brooms trailing magical light. Humbaba sang a new verse about the beautiful weather and the blowing wind as they began their long journey toward the seat of power, Niflheim. The scene transitioned to the silent, moonlit majesty of Niflheim. A colossal statue of a winged angel stood guard over Hermes Square, its stone features illuminated by a pale, full moon. The city below was a labyrinth of glowing windows and cobblestone streets. Humbaba landed beside Dantalian, remarking on the grueling nature of the 6-hour flight. She expressed her hope that he was holding up well after such a long time in the air. Dantalian stood in the square, looking remarkably composed. He adjusted his coat and thanked her, noting that the journey must have been equally difficult for the witches. As a token of his appreciation, he invited the coven to join them for dinner. The witches were overcome with joy. Humbaba and her sisters blushed deeply, their eyes turning into hearts as they squealed that they would be absolutely honored to dine with him. Humbaba immediately took the lead, pointing down a nearby street and claiming she knew of an excellent place nearby. Dantalian nodded, asking her to lead the way. Lapis watched this exchange with a look of growing concern. She called out to him, her voice filled with a warning that he was being far too casual. Dantalian ignored her warning, complaining that they were all exhausted from the travel. He grumbled that he felt as though he might perish if he didn't get a drink into his system as soon as possible. Lapis stared at the back of his head, her eyes narrowing into slits of pure disapproval. The silence between them was thick with her unspoken lecture. Dantalian looked back at her with a smirk, asking if she truly believed the Kunkuska firm would try something so brazen. He argued that no one in the city would be foolish enough to launch an open attack on a demon lord in such a public place. Lapis closed her eyes for a moment, letting out a soft sigh of resignation. She conceded the point, murmuring that she understood his perspective. They moved deeper into the entertainment district. The city was alive with the sounds of revelry. Through the windows of local taverns, humans and demi-humans could be seen clinking oversized mugs of ale, laughing and singing in a rare display of communal joy. Dantalian looked around at the bustling crowd, commenting on how lively the atmosphere was. Humbaba agreed enthusiastically, explaining that Niflheim was a rare place where social class and race didn't matter. Everyone was free to enjoy themselves. Humbaba skipped ahead, pointing toward their destination and promising they were almost there. Dantalian began to offer his thanks. His voice was drowned out by a sudden, violent roar. A man's voice thundered through the square, filled with a coarse, unbridled rage. Dantalian stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening as he looked toward the source of the commotion. Nearby, a scene of brutal cruelty was unfolding. A man in noble attire was violently kicking an elderly innkeeper who lay curled on the ground. The victim pleaded for mercy, his voice trembling as he offered a sincere apology for whatever slight had occurred. The attacker ignored the pleas, screaming that the alcohol was foul, the chairs were too hard, and the service was beneath him. The noble leaned down, his face twisted into a mask of pure, ugly arrogance. He snarled at the bleeding man, mocking him for trying to earn a living while providing such a poor experience. With one final, heavy kick, the noble told the old man to simply disappear from his sight. The surrounding crowd watched in fearful silence as the victim whimpered in the dirt. Dantalian and Lapis watched from a short distance, their expressions unreadable. Dantalian spoke softly, calling Lapis by her nickname. His gaze was fixed on the attacker. He asked with a cold, detached curiosity who that piece of trash was. Lapis answered without hesitation. She identified the man as Andromalius, the 72nd ranked demon lord. The lowest of the low was making a public spectacle of his cruelty. Dantalian looked down, a dark shadow falling over his eyes. He reflected on the structure of their world, noting that there were 72 demon lords in total. He realized the irony of the situation. He was ranked 71st, and the man currently beating a helpless human was the only one ranked lower than himself. He remarked that he had often wondered what the 72nd Lord was like. A slow, chilling chuckle escaped his lips. He raised a glass of wine to his face, his expression hidden behind the dark liquid. Standing in the middle of the square with his companions, Dantalian raised his glass toward the night sky in a mock toast. Lapis looked at him, her eyes reflecting a sudden, sharp realization. She whispered his title, sensing the shift in his aura. Dantalian's face revealed in the moonlight, his eyes wide and glowing with a predatory, manic intensity. A drop of wine escaped his glass, falling through the air like a bead of blood. He smiled a jagged, terrifying smile, concluding that this trip was going to be far more entertaining than he had ever expected. The legend of the world was written in a game known as Dungeon Attack. It was a chronicle of power and conquest centered around the 72 demon lords who held the fate of the world in their talons. For many, it was merely a fantasy, a story where a chosen hero would rise to dismantle the iron rule of the demon hierarchy. The hero's journey was birthed in tragedy. As a mere child, the protagonist watched his world turn to ash. A demon lord descended upon his peaceful village, leaving nothing but fire, blood, and the echoes of screams in his wake. Years passed, and the boy's grief hardened into a blade. Driven by a singular goal to defeat the lords of the abyss, the hero traveled across the continent with a small band of loyal companions. History recorded the official start of his quest in the year 1515, according to the imperial calendar. In the present, however, the calendar read 1505, exactly 10 years before the hero was destined to take his first step. Standing in the shadows of this pre-war era was Dantalian. He was the 71st ranked demon lord, a man who occupied the second-to-last seat of power, watching the timeline of a world he already knew by heart. The narrative revealed a dark irony. The monster who had destroyed the hero's village, the one who had inadvertently created the savior of humanity, was none other than the 72nd ranked demon lord, Andromalius. Beneath the flickering lights of the city, the air was punctured by Andromalius's coarse insults. He loomed over an elderly innkeeper, his face twisted in a mask of grotesque fury. The old man trembled in the dirt, his voice cracking as he begged for his life, offering a sincere apology for whatever trivial offense had sparked the demon's rage. Andromalius refused to listen, his hatred fueled by a sense of petty superiority. He screamed at the man to shut his mouth, calling him nothing but trash. With a sudden, violent movement, he began to kick the defenseless innkeeper, his laughter echoing through the cobblestone streets as the victim cried out in agony. Dantalian watched the scene from the shadows, a cold, calculated smirk playing across his lips. He mused to himself that it would still be quite some time before this wretch eventually carried out the attack on the hero's village. The violence continued unabated. Andromalius's voice reached a fever pitch of insanity as he hurled another string of insults at the man beneath his boot, his blue hair and demonic horn making him a vision of unchecked malice. Dantalian adjusted his gaze, his expression hardening into one of predatory observation. He realized that the pieces were moving into place much quicker than he had initially anticipated. He reached for a glass of wine, his movements slow and deliberate. A soft, chilling chuckle escaped him as he watched the 72nd Lord make a spectacle of himself. Dantalian's red eyes gleamed with a dark resolve. He whispered that it was time to nip any potential seeds of anxiety in the bud before they could ever hope to bloom. Standing tall in the center of the square, framed by the moonlit architecture of the city, Dantalian raised his wine glass high in a mocking salute. Lapis Lazuli and Humbaba stood behind him, their gazes fixed on their master. Lapis's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Dantalian's smile widened into something truly sinister. Without warning, he relaxed his grip, letting the wine glass slip from his fingers. He remarked that he was beginning to think this journey would be far more entertaining than he had expected. The glass shattered against the cobblestones, the red wine splattering like fresh blood. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet square, drawing the immediate attention of the brawling demon lord. Andromalius froze, his head snapping toward the sound. A look of genuine confusion replaced his rage as he processed the sudden intrusion. Dantalian did not look away. He stood with his hand near his chin, his smirk unwavering as he met the gaze of the 72nd Lord. The air between them crackled with an immediate, violent tension. Andromalius stepped away from his victim, his eyes narrowing. He barked out a question, demanding to know what they were looking at. He leaned back, his mouth open in a jagged, arrogant snarl. He addressed Dantalian as a bastard, questioning his audacity to stare in such a manner. A close-up of Dantalian's lower face showed his smile only growing sharper. He offered no verbal reply, letting his silence provoke the higher-ranked demon. Andromalius's face flushed with a mixture of confusion and burgeoning rage. His single horn seemed to pulse with his anger as he stared at the intruder's calm facade. The 72nd Lord shouted across the square, asking what was so amusing. He demanded to know why Dantalian was smiling in the face of his authority. Dantalian turned his head slightly, addressing Lapis Lazuli by her nickname. Lapis responded immediately, her voice steady and professional despite the chaos. He asked Lapis if Andromalius had any forces currently protecting him. His eyes remained fixed on the blue-haired demon, searching for any tactical advantage. Lapis informed him that as far as she was aware, the 72nd Lord had no protection. She explained that he spent the vast majority of his time wasting away in the casinos of Niflheim. She continued her report with a hint of hidden contempt, stating that Andromalius was infamous for using his rank solely to torment the weak. She noted that even among the demon lords, he was considered an absolute disgrace to their kind. Dantalian's smirk turned into a full, dark grin. He noted her assessment, his plan beginning to take its final shape. Andromalius marched toward them, his boots echoing loudly on the stone. He looked ready to tear the strangers apart, his ego bruised by their lack of fear. He stopped a few paces away, eyeing Dantalian with intense suspicion. He mocked Dantalian's outfit, finding his more refined attire to be out of place in such a setting. His gaze traveled up, and he suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he noticed the horn protruding from Dantalian's head. The realization of his opponent's identity began to dawn on him. Andromalius shifted his gaze to the woman standing behind the dark-haired man. He recognized Lapis as a succubus, or rather a half-breed. He remarked that they must be the ones everyone had been whispering about lately. Lapis stepped forward slightly, addressing Dantalian. She urged him to remain calm and begged him to refrain from doing anything rash. She reminded him that open conflict between demon lords carried immense political and legal complications. Dantalian scoffed, his gaze never leaving Andromalius. He repeated the words common law, his tone dripping with a dangerous skepticism. Lapis confirmed that those were the rules they were bound by. She explained that a demon lord stood above all human nobility, existing as the highest-ranking beings with the power to level entire worlds. She described how 72 of them existed in total. Due to the diverse nature of the issues they faced, they relied on common law rather than codified statutes to maintain order among their ranks. Lapis leaned in, her expression grim. She reminded him that the primary rule of common law was a strict prohibition against demon lords fighting one another. She warned him that if he allowed his emotions to get the better of him and started a childish fight, he would surely face a severe punishment from the higher-ranking lords. Dantalian laughed softly, acknowledging her warning. He stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Andromalius. Andromalius glared up at him, his face a contorted mask of hatred. He asked with a venomous hiss exactly who the newcomer thought he was. Dantalian leaned down, his face inches from Andromalius's. He told him that his identity didn't matter. He stated that seeing a coward acting so high and mighty in front of the weak made him feel physically sick. He ordered Andromalius to get out of his sight, calling him nothing but trash. The insult hit Andromalius like a physical blow. He asked if Dantalian truly possessed a death wish. Dantalian's eyes glowed with a predatory hunger. He invited the 72nd Lord to try and kill him, the challenge clear and absolute. Driven by pure instinct and rage, Andromalius wound up a massive punch. He swung with everything he had, his face a map of murderous intent. Lapis saw the strike coming and lunged forward, her hand reaching out to intervene and protect her master from the blow. However, Dantalian moved with surprising speed. He threw out his arm, blocking Lapis's path and stopping her from interfering. She gasped in shock as he forced her to stand down. Dantalian's face was filled with a manic, terrifying glee. He whispered to himself that this was perfect. He internally begged Andromalius to strike him to land the first blow. The fist stopped just an inch away from Dantalian's nose. The air from the punch ruffled his hair, but he didn't even flinch. Andromalius held the strike, a look of sudden, sharp realization crossing his features. The square fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Then, a low, rhythmic chuckle began to rise from Andromalius's throat. Andromalius relaxed his stance, a smug grin replacing his fury. He remarked that he had been hearing some very strange rumors lately. He spoke of a lord of noble birth who had chosen to mingle with the common folk, and worse, with human-demon crossbreeds. He looked at Lapis with pure derision, noting that some idiot had supposedly taken such a creature as a lover. Lapis stared back, her face a mask of cold fury. Andromalius chuckled again, stating that he hadn't expected to encounter such a person in a place like this. He turned his gaze back to Dantalian. He leaned in close, shouting Dantalian's name with a mocking, sing-song tone. Dantalian's expression shifted to one of bored disappointment. He mused that it seemed the 72nd Lord wasn't a complete idiot after all. He asked with a cold indifference what the demon intended to do next. Andromalius laughed, claiming it had been a close call. He gloated that he had almost broken the law because of Dantalian's provocation. He explained that since demon lords were forbidden from attacking each other, Dantalian had clearly been trying to bait him into a violation. He called Dantalian a bastard, admitting that if he hadn't recognized him, he might have fallen for the trap. He reached out and tapped Dantalian on the chest, mocking the deliberate provocation. He laughed at the idea that Dantalian thought he could be manipulated so easily. Andromalius threw his head back, his laughter echoing across the rooftops. He told Dantalian that it was too bad for him, relishing his supposed victory. Dantalian stood perfectly still, his eyes shadowed as he let the mockery wash over him. Andromalius began to walk away, still chuckling to himself. He announced that he was leaving, but then he stopped and turned his attention toward Lapis once more. He pointed a finger at her, asking if she was the one who had enticed the demon lord. He stepped toward her, his expression turning predatory. He called her a filthy street rat, his eyes traveling over her with a vile, lingering intensity. He told her to be easy on the eyes, even for a half-breed. He leaned in, sniffing the air near her face. He remarked that she reeked of the rotten smell that the lower classes typically carried. He asked with a disgusting curiosity how she had managed to make that idiot fall for her. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the front of Lapis's jacket, pulling her toward him. His grin turned truly repulsive. He stated that he was so curious about her that he wanted to try her out himself, at least once. He began to force his hand against her chest. Lapis did not scream. She met his gaze with a look of absolute, icy hatred. With a voice like cracking winter air, she told him to please stop. Andromalius merely hummed in response, his expression one of bored amusement as he ignored her request. He looked back over his shoulder at Dantalian, a mocking glint in his eyes. He mentioned the common law they had discussed earlier. He leaned back and laughed, saliva dripping from his teeth. He pointed out the fatal loophole in the rules. The protection of the common law applied only to interactions between demon lords. He turned back to Lapis, winding up his fist once more. He declared that, in other words, everyone else was fair game. Lapis's eyes widened in a rare moment of genuine terror as she realized the demon was serious. With a sudden, violent movement, Andromalius threw a massive punch. The force of the blow was immense, striking Lapis squarely in the face. The impact sent Lapis flying backward through the air. Blood sprayed across the cobblestones as she collapsed into a heap, her body skidding across the ground. The surrounding witnesses were paralyzed with shock. Humbaba and her sisters stared with mouths agape, unable to process the sudden explosion of violence. Even the passers-by froze in horror. Andromalius stood over the fallen woman, laughing manically. He shouted that he could attack anyone who wasn't a demon lord and that it was completely fine under the law. His face transformed into a mask of pure, unbridled madness. He vowed to beat her to a pulp, use her for his own amusement, and then return her broken body to Dantalian afterward. He continued his tirade, stating that even if she was filthy, he would take good care of her. He laughed a high-pitched, mocking laugh, shouting Dantalian's name to ensure he was watching every second of the humiliation. Dantalian stood amidst the splattered wine and the silence of the crowd. He placed a hand over his heart, his expression settling into a cold, terrifying stillness. His red eyes remained fixed on the man who had just struck his partner, his silence screaming louder than any threat. The night air was filled with the sounds of a madman's triumph. Andromalius towered over the square, his face a grotesque mask of laughter as he spewed venomous promises. He boasted with cruel delight that he would beat the woman to a pulp, use her as he saw fit, and then return her broken form to her master. His eyes glowed with a sick intensity as he mocked her low birth, laughing that even if she was filthy, he would take good care of her. Dantalian stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his dark hair. His red eyes were fixed on the spectacle, cold and focused. Andromalius barked his name, his voice a jagged edge of provocation, desperate to see a flicker of despair or rage from the 71st Demon Lord. The 72nd Lord spread his arms wide, a silhouette of arrogance against the moonlit buildings of Niflheim. His laughter was a continuous, rattling sound that demanded attention, a declaration of his supposed dominance over the small crowd and the defeated woman at his feet. Lapis Lazuli lay curled on the cold cobblestones, her professional attire stained with dirt and blood. Her face was bruised, her breath coming in shallow gasps as the weight of the assault settled into her bones. She looked small and broken, a discarded thing in the center of the square. Andromalius reached out toward the silent onlookers, his face twisting into a sneer. He asked them all if they were watching, calling them fools for their silence. He declared with terrifying clarity that he would show no mercy to anyone who dared to oppose him, not even women or children. He threw his head back, his mouth opening in a wide, jagged roar of power. He demanded that everyone in the square kneel before him. He screamed for them to worship Andromalius, his voice vibrating with a desperate need for validation. Gesturing wildly to the bruised woman on the ground, he asked the crowd if they wanted to end up like the mongrel at his feet. He flexed his hands, threatening to use absolute force if anyone dared to defy his will. In the shadows, the witches of the Berbera coven watched in stunned silence. Humbaba's eyes were wide with shock, her usual playfulness replaced by a look of pure dread. Beside her, the other sisters stood frozen, their youthful faces reflecting the horror of the scene. Even the veteran residents of the city looked on with grim, fearful expressions. Andromalius looked down at Lapis once more, a low, rhythmic chuckle bubbling in his throat. He savored the sight of her lying in the dirt, relishing the power he held over a creature he considered beneath him. With a sudden, violent grunt, he lifted his heavy boot high into the air. He brought it down with crushing force, stomping directly onto Lapis's back. The sound of the impact echoed through the square, followed by a sickening crunch as the air was forced from her lungs. Lapis let out a strangled cry of agony, her body jerking under the weight of the blow. As she lay gasping, the air was filled with Andromalius's hysterical laughter, a high-pitched sound of pure, unadulterated madness. The 72nd Lord leaned over, his face flushed with a dark euphoria. He sighed in contentment, remarking that the feeling was incredible. To him, the suffering of those below him was the ultimate nectar, a high that eclipsed any victory. The perspective shifted to Dantalian, focusing on his calm, steady breathing. His attire remained pristine, his chin held high. He offered no immediate reaction to the torture of his partner, his silence becoming a heavy, suffocating presence in the square. Andromalius turned back to him, gesturing with an open palm. He asked Dantalian how he was feeling now, his voice dripping with mockery. He taunted him, shouting that his favorite was being beaten right in front of his eyes. He looked up at the full moon, his shadow stretching long across the stones. He laughed that Dantalian was powerless to stop him, trapped by the very laws that were supposed to protect them both. His voice rose in a crescendo of manic glee. He demanded that the fools in the crowd say his name. He claimed with delusional fervor that he was the one who stood at the absolute top of the world, his hands reaching for the dark sky as if he could grasp the stars themselves. His eyes glowed a fierce, demonic red as he screamed his own title into the night. Demon Lord Andromalius. He stood as a monument to unchecked ego and bloodlust, a creature who mistook cruelty for true strength. His laughter died down as he noticed Dantalian's expression. A look of sudden, intense irritation crossed Andromalius's face. He narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing as he tried to decipher the meaning behind Dantalian's silence. He stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. He asked what was so funny, demanding to know why Dantalian was looking at him with such a calm, unsettling gaze. Dantalian looked at him through half-lidded eyes, his voice steady and devoid of fear. He remarked that it was nothing, but then he added a chilling observation. He noted that Andromalius had been talking very arrogantly for quite some time. He then posed a devastating question. He wondered how many people in this world would actually choose to follow a man like him. Andromalius's jaw dropped in disbelief. He asked if Dantalian was truly such a sore loser that he would resort to petty insults. His face contorted into a mask of wounded pride and rage. He snapped that if people didn't follow him, he would simply overpower them by force, just as he was doing to the filthy crossbreed on the ground. A slow, dark smirk began to creep across Dantalian's face. Dantalian leaned in, his eyes piercing. He asked with a razor-sharp edge if there was even a single person in the entire world that Andromalius had actually managed to overpower by force. The question was a direct challenge to the demon's legitimacy. Andromalius froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He stammered, asking what Dantalian had just said. The air around them grew heavy with a sudden, localized pressure as the 72nd Lord's composure began to shatter. In the background, Lapis Lazuli began to move. Her hands gripped the cobblestones, her fingers digging into the gaps between the rocks as she forced herself upward. She stood up slowly, her body trembling but her spirit unbroken. She wiped the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand, her blue eyes fixing on Andromalius with a cold, unwavering intensity that made the Demon Lord's previous assault seem meaningless. Andromalius snarled, his voice a low growl of pure hatred. He told Dantalian that he should have just kept his mouth shut. He declared that it was clear Dantalian simply wanted to die, his single horn pulsing with demonic energy. A close-up of Lapis's eyes revealed a depth of resilience that terrified the weak. She stared through the bruises and the dirt, her gaze a silent, icy judgment of the monster standing before her. Andromalius recoiled slightly, letting out a frustrated grunt. He screamed at her, asking how she dared to look at him with such defiance. Driven by a need to break her spirit, he wound up his arm and threw another violent punch. He roared, asking how a disgusting mongrel could possibly think she had the right to defy a lord. The strike was heavy, but Lapis didn't move. She took the blow, her head snapping to the side, yet she remained on her feet. Andromalius gasped in shock, his own hand stinging from the impact against her resolve. She turned her head back to face him, a single strand of hair falling over her bruised cheek. She offered no words, only a silent, soul-piercing stare. Andromalius lost all sense of control. He screamed for the insect not to get cocky. He raised his fist again, declaring that a creature like her should be kneeling in the dirt before him. The witches watched, their hearts racing as the violence escalated. Andromalius's rage was a physical thing, a storm of curses and blows that seemed to have no end. He demanded to know who he thought he was. Dantalian watched the assault with a terrifyingly calm internal monologue. He placed a hand to his chin, his red eyes reflecting a dark pride. He reflected on Lapis's past, noting that she was someone who had survived the slums as a crossbreed since she was a small child. He realized that because of her history, she was intimately familiar with being beaten. She had endured far worse than the petty rage of a low-ranked demon. He concluded that Andromalius's rampaging fists were powerless against her. Physical pain was nothing to a woman who had already conquered the despair of a lifetime of rejection. Andromalius continued to strike, his voice a series of barks and curses. He screamed about his status, shouting that he was a demon lord. He claimed he was a king of this world, his fist striking Lapis again and again. Each blow was fueled by his growing fear of her silence. The square was a blur of motion and violence. Andromalius was a whirlwind of blue hair and silver plate, his desperate strikes raining down on the woman who refused to break. Dantalian turned away from the spectacle for a brief moment. He reached out to a nearby table and casually picked up a small, sharp blade. He whispered a mocking apology, stating that he would be borrowing the weapon for a short while. Lapis wobbled on her feet, her legs nearly giving out, but she refused to fall. She stood as a pillar of defiance in the center of the storm. Andromalius backed away, his chest heaving as he struggled for breath. He looked at Lapis with a mixture of confusion and genuine terror. He asked what was wrong with her, screaming that he was a demon lord, and yet she didn't even flinch. He snarled, asking why a filthy mongrel was looking at him with such eyes. His ego was in tatters, replaced by a primal, murderous desperation. His vision turned red. He cursed the world, his mind spiraling into a single, repetitive thought. Kill. He vowed that he was going to end her life then and there. From behind him, Dantalian's voice rang out, a low, calm call of, "Hey!" Andromalius snapped his head around, a question forming on his lips. He was met with a vision of Dantalian moving with blinding, predatory speed. Dantalian swung the small blade in a wide, shimmering arc. The movement was too fast for the 72nd Lord to track, the metal catching the moonlight as it sliced through the air. A close-up showed the blade crossing directly over Andromalius's wide, terrified eyes. The demon gasped in a moment of pure, realization-filled shock. Humbaba's eyes widened to dinner plates as she witnessed the sudden, surgical strike. A look of complete disbelief washed over her face. Blood began to spray through the air in a heavy, rhythmic pulse. It splattered across Lapis's face, the dark red liquid a stark contrast to her pale skin. The crowd gasped in unison as the 72nd Lord's scream finally tore through the night. Andromalius collapsed to his knees, his hands clawing at his face. He wailed in agony, crying out that his eyes had been taken. Dantalian stood over him, the bloody blade held casually in his hand, a dark shadow obscuring his upper face. Dantalian's smile was wide and terrifying. He told the kneeling demon that he didn't need eyes anymore. He remarked that since Andromalius was clearly unable to see the true strength of the person he was picking a fight with, sight was a wasted gift on him. Lapis looked up, her voice trembling as she asked what he was doing. Lapis stared at him, her expression a mix of relief and profound concern. She asked if he realized the legal consequences of what he had just done. Dantalian didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Lapis, pulling her toward him with a firm, protective grip. He pulled her into a deep, tight embrace in the middle of the blood-stained square. He whispered to her that she had done well, his voice losing its edge and becoming surprisingly tender. Lapis froze in his arms, her wide eyes reflecting the starlit sky. She looked up at him, her bruises and the blood on her face making her look fragile and precious. Dantalian looked down at her and offered his thanks. He leaned his head down, his dark hair brushing against hers. He told her with absolute sincerity that his gratitude came from the very bottom of his heart. He pulled back slightly and took her hand. He called her by her nickname and asked her to hold out her left hand. A soft, genuine smile touched Dantalian's lips. He admitted that he had wanted to give this to her on a more fitting, noble occasion. But then he corrected himself, stating that he would give it to her now, while she was shining more beautifully than anyone else he had ever seen. Lapis looked at him in total shock, her breath hitching as she sensed the weight of the moment. Dantalian slid a brilliant, sparkling ring onto her finger. The stone caught the light of the moon, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Lapis stammered in disbelief, her voice a tiny whisper as she realized the significance of the gift. Dantalian lifted his hand to her lips, gently telling her to say nothing for now. He told her to simply be quiet and watch the theater he was about to perform. He turned toward the square, his voice booming with the authority of a true monarch. He addressed the people of Niflheim, his words cutting through the silence. He announced himself as the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian. He gestured to Lapis, his mouth opening wide in a defiant, public declaration. He shouted for all to hear that the person standing next to him was the one he truly loved. He addressed the commoners and the nobles alike, stating that while they might be of different status, it didn't matter to him. He declared that even if the laws of their world forbade them from being together, his love for her was absolute. The tone of his voice shifted to one of dark, righteous fury. He looked down at the blinded, groaning Andromalius. He stated that while he had nothing personal against the man, Andromalius had made the fatal mistake of hurting the person he loved. He asked the crowd if such an injustice could ever be forgiven. He vowed that he was going to make Andromalius disappear from the world. Dantalian's face was a vision of demonic power, his eyes glowing like embers in the dark. He roared that he could definitely not forgive this transgression, even if the perpetrator was a fellow demon lord. He declared to the city of Niflheim that the time for judgment had finally arrived. In the moonlit square of Niflheim, a declaration of identity shattered the silence. The 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian, stood tall, his voice resonating with an authority that seemed at odds with his lowly standing. He raised a hand, specifically the hand of the woman beside him, into the cool night air. The light from the surrounding buildings caught the brilliant, shimmering stone of a ring he had just placed on her finger, casting a sharp, crystalline glow across Lapis Lazuli's shocked and bloodied face. Dantalian didn't just hold her hand. He presented her to the world. He stood as a pillar of defiance, his silhouette framed by the architecture of the city. Beneath them, the once arrogant Andromalius was reduced to a groveling figure, clutching his ruined eyes in the dirt. Dantalian's voice boomed again, drawing every eye in the square toward the two of them. With a gaze that burned like a cold fire, Dantalian looked directly at the crowd. He proclaimed that the person standing by his side was the one he loved. Lapis, her face a map of bruises and dried blood, looked up at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, her breath hitching as she realized the magnitude of his public confession. The effect on the onlookers was immediate. The common folk of the city, both human and demon alike, were paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the scene. They whispered amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of awe and terror as they witnessed a high-ranking noble cast aside status for the sake of an outcast. Andromalius, however, was a vision of pure agony. He clawed at his face, blood streaming through his fingers and staining the cobblestones a dark, visceral crimson. His screams were no longer filled with arrogance, but with the primal, high-pitched wail of a creature who had been stripped of his most vital sense. Dantalian ignored the demon's suffering, instead pulling Lapis closer to his chest. His voice dropped to a low, vibrating growl as he addressed the square once more. He shouted that Andromalius had made the fatal error of hurting the person he loved most in the world. He stood as a self-appointed judge under the stars. Dantalian roared that he could not, and would not, forgive such an injustice. He declared that even if the man before him was a fellow demon lord, he would not be spared from the retribution he had earned. In the shadows of a nearby alleyway, the witches of the Berbera coven watched, their faces pale with shock. Humbaba looked on with her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the shift in her client's nature. Beside them, another figure watched with a more calculated interest, Beatrice. Beatrice's eyes narrowed as she observed the scene. She whispered to herself in amazement, realizing that Dantalian was actually prepared to break the sacred laws of the demon lords for the sake of his partner. To her, this wasn't just a brawl. It was a revolutionary shift in the status quo. Dantalian turned his head slightly, whispering to Lapis. He called her by her nickname, Lala, and gently urged her to step back and simply watch the performance he had prepared. His eyes remained fixed on the blinded demon on the ground. A cold, sharp smirk returned to Dantalian's lips. He remarked that this was the moment where things would finally become interesting. He addressed the townspeople again, pointing out that they had long been subject to the whims of an unreasonable and cruel lord. He spread his arms wide, looming over the kneeling Andromalius. He asked the crowd how long they intended to simply submit to such a man. He challenged their very spirits, asking them to find the strength to question the authority that had kept them in chains. The crowd shifted, the fear in their eyes slowly turning into a burgeoning, dangerous anger. They looked at each other, realizing that the demon lord standing before them was giving them permission to feel the rage they had suppressed for years. Dantalian's silhouette was framed by the dark, starry sky. He shouted that if justice truly existed in this world, then the man groveling in the dirt deserved to face a final, absolute judgment. Close-up on Dantalian's face revealed an expression of manic energy. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and his teeth were bared in a jagged grin. He reached a hand out to the mob, inviting them to participate in the carnage he had orchestrated. Andromalius tried to speak, his voice a series of wet, labored gasps. He clutched his face, his blue hair matted with blood, but the words died in his throat as he sensed the predatory shift in the people around him. A horrific close-up of his eye socket showed the extent of the damage. The blood was fresh and flowing, a physical manifestation of the sight he would never regain. Andromalius managed to scream that they were only one rank apart. He called Dantalian a small fry who was getting carried away by a moment of luck. He desperately tried to reassert the hierarchy that was currently crumbling beneath him. He warned that Dantalian had violated the common law by attacking another lord. He pointed his blood-stained fingers toward the dark sky, threatening that the authorities would not let this transgression stand. His voice broke into a hysterical, blood-choked laugh. He claimed that Dantalian would be the one who would ultimately be judged and executed for his crimes. He stood as a dying monument to the very system Dantalian was dismantling. In a final, desperate act of cowardice, Andromalius screamed for someone to help him. He begged the very people he had just been beating to seize Dantalian and hold him for the law. He threatened the townspeople, his voice cracking with panic. He vowed that if they didn't capture Dantalian immediately, he would personally ensure that every one of them was slaughtered. He looked like a cornered animal, snapping at anything that moved. He continued his tirade, screaming that as a demon lord, no one had the right to judge him. He was a king of this world, and he expected the trash around him to obey his commands. Dantalian laughed, a soft, mocking sound that cut through the demon's panic. He noted with a cold amusement that Andromalius was still talking so arrogantly, even when he had completely misunderstood the reality of the situation. Andromalius froze, his head tilting toward the sound of Dantalian's voice. His face was a mask of ruined flesh and terror, his mouth hanging open in a silent question. Dantalian raised his hand to the people of Niflheim, his gesture commanding and regal. A close-up of his mouth showed the intensity of his words. He invoked the name of the demon lords, casting his actions not as a personal vendetta, but as a divine mandate. He announced to the square that he was passing judgment on the man at his feet. The crowd leaned in, the silence so absolute that the sound of Andromalius's shallow breathing seemed like a roar. Dantalian's expression was one of dark, calculating brilliance. He told the people that he would not be the one to deliver the verdict. Instead, he would leave Andromalius's fate to the collective will of the citizens themselves. The perspective shifted to the crowd, showing a diverse line of silhouettes, humans, goblins, and elves. Dantalian's voice echoed over them, stating that the only reason the demon lords were able to survive and thrive was because of the people they ruled. He stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. He told them that their existence was the foundation of the Lord's power. Without them, the high and mighty would be nothing. He pointed a mocking finger at Andromalius. He remarked that the 72nd Lord was simply born into his position, inheriting power he never worked for and never understood. Dantalian listed the demon's failures. How he spent his time drinking in bars and gambling in casinos instead of fulfilling his duties. He accused him of being a parasite on the very world he claimed to rule. His voice rose in a crescendo of condemnation. He asked the crowd what kind of lord raises his hand against the weak. He declared that Andromalius didn't behave like a demon lord at all. He was merely a common bully with a title. Dantalian told the commoners that the world did not exist for people like Andromalius. He claimed, with a voice that sounded like liberation, that the world truly belonged to the people standing in that square. He looked down at the demon's ruined face, which was twisted in a silent, blood-soaked scream. Dantalian asked the crowd if a man who had caused so much suffering for his own amusement truly deserved to continue living. Dantalian's face was half shrouded in shadow, his eyes glowing with a manic intensity. He called the people the heroes of Niflheim, effectively deputizing the mob to carry out the violence he had set in motion. The townspeople looked up, their fear finally replaced by a dark, unified purpose. A young man in the front of the crowd stared with a look of realization, his fists clenching as he prepared to move. Andromalius sensed the shift and panicked. He screamed for them to shut up, calling them bastards. He lashed out blindly, his voice filled with a desperate, pathetic fear. He shrieked for them to hurry up and capture Dantalian, calling them useless. But it was too late. The wall of silence from the crowd was a physical weight pressing down on him. Dantalian's smile was one of pure victory. He asked Andromalius why he was panicking so desperately. He mocked the demon's sudden realization that his titles carried no weight when the people decided to stop believing in them. Dantalian stood over the crawling demon, looking down at him with a cold, detached pity. He noted that Andromalius was afraid because he could no longer see the world around him. He remarked that the small injury he had inflicted was actually a death sentence. Andromalius told him to shut up, his voice barely a whisper. Dantalian replied that he understood perfectly. He leaned in close, his voice a soft, terrifying promise. Dantalian mused that if someone were to kill Andromalius right now, the blinded lord wouldn't even know who had delivered the final blow. He clapped his hands together with a sickeningly cheerful gesture. The 72nd Lord unleashed a final, blood-curdling scream of, "Shut up!" His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred, but his words were drowned out by the sound of approaching footsteps. Suddenly, a heavy blade plunged through Andromalius's back, the metal emerging through his chest with a sickening squelch. The demon's eyes widened to their absolute limit as he felt the cold steel invade his body. He let out a strangled gasp, his head snapping back. He tried to ask who was there, but his voice was nothing more than a wet gurgle of blood. The camera pulled back to reveal the attacker. The elderly innkeeper Andromalius had been beating just minutes before. The old man's face was a map of rage and grief as he twisted the blade deeper, his hands shaking with the weight of his revenge. Dantalian leaned over the dying demon, his face inches from Andromalius's. He whispered with a chilling, demonic chuckle that everything up until this point had been going exactly according to his plan. He thanked Andromalius for playing his part so perfectly, his smirk widening as he watched the life fade from the other lord's eyes. Andromalius screamed one last time, a sound of pure confusion and terror, before his body finally went limp. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the dry cobblestones. Dantalian stood up, the bloody scene behind him. He remarked that sight was a wasted gift on those who couldn't recognize true power. Lapis Lazuli watched him, her voice trembling as she asked what he had truly done. She looked at him with a mix of awe and horror, asking if he realized the legal storm he had just invited upon them. Dantalian didn't offer a political answer. Instead, he reached out and pulled Lapis into a sudden, protective embrace. He held her tightly in the middle of the blood-stained square, ignoring the crowd. He whispered to her that she had done exceptionally well, his voice filled with a surprising, genuine warmth. Lapis froze, her bruised face pressed against his coat. Her blue eyes reflected a moment of profound, quiet realization as she felt the strength in his arms. Dantalian pulled back, his face a vision of dark pride. He told her again, from the very bottom of his heart, that he thanked her for her loyalty. He gently took her left hand, calling her by her nickname. A soft, almost sad smile touched his lips. He admitted he had hoped for a better occasion. But then he looked at her bruises and declared that she was shining more beautifully in this moment than anyone else he had ever known. Lapis was left speechless, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she processed the depth of his devotion. A close-up of her hand showed the ring, a symbol of a pact that went far beyond mere politics or survival. Dantalian lifted his finger to his lips, silencing her. He told her to simply shut up and watch the final act of the show. The townspeople stood in the background, their anger now focused and calm. They watched as the demon lord who had just declared his love walked away from the corpse of his rival. Dantalian turned one last time to the people of Niflheim. He repeated his declaration of love for all to hear, cementing the narrative he had created. Lapis looked at him, her expression settling into one of quiet, resolved determination. She understood now that she was no longer just a merchant, but a cornerstone of a new world. The crowd erupted into a low murmur of shock and approval. The story of the demon lord who broke the law for love would spread through the city like wildfire, exactly as Dantalian intended. Dantalian's internal monologue reflected on the scene. He noted that Andromalius had brought this on himself by hurting the one person he truly cared for. He asked the world if such a crime could ever be forgiven. With a final, terrifying roar, Dantalian vowed that the demon would vanish from the world's memory. He declared that it was time for a final, absolute judgment. The mob finally descended on the body of Andromalius, a wave of frustrated, angry citizens reclaiming their dignity through violence. The square was filled with the sounds of a town breaking its chains. Dantalian walked calmly through the chaos, his hands in his pockets. He looked completely at peace as the world burned behind him. He sighed, admitting to himself that he was a bit tired. He remarked to his companions that dinner would have to wait for another time. Humbaba watched him with a look of genuine bewilderment. She tilted her head, wondering if she was truly looking at the same weak demon lord she had met that morning. High above the city, on a stone ledge, Beatrice watched the group depart. She let out a soft, tinkling laugh, admitting that she certainly hadn't expected such a brilliant display. The moon shone bright over her silhouette. Beatrice smiled a sharp, predatory smile, whispering that Dantalian was truly something special. She concluded with a chilling promise that the next show would be even bigger and more spectacular than this one. The festive lights of Niflheim twinkled like distant stars against the urban sprawl, but the celebratory banners fluttering in the wind couldn't mask the underlying tension. Beneath the shadows of the pointed roofs, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant, muffled sounds of a city that never truly slept. Towering above the cobblestones, the great clock tower stood as a silent sentinel. Its massive gears turned with a rhythmic grind, marking the final hours before an event that would reshape the continent. Mist began to roll in from the surrounding peaks, swallowing the lower districts in a cold, blue-gray shroud. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors of the Kunkuska firm, Torkel moved with frantic haste. His footsteps echoed hollowly against the stone as he hurried toward the inner sanctum. He muttered to himself that tomorrow was finally the day, the long-awaited Walpurgis night, and the weight of the coming summit was clearly taking its toll on his nerves. The goblin executive stopped, his face contorted in a mask of mounting anxiety. He gnashed his teeth, admitting that he had been completely unable to establish contact with Sir Ivar for an entire week. The silence from his master was deafening, leaving the firm's leadership in a state of suspended panic. Torkel reached the massive, iron-studded doors of Ivar's private chambers. He hesitated, his small frame looking insignificant against the heavy wood. With a trembling voice, he called out, asking if Sir Ivar was within. The only response was the low, ominous creak of the building's ancient foundations. He leaned closer, his monocle reflecting the dim light of the hallway. He called out again, his voice cracking as he pleaded to know if his master had returned yet. The uncertainty was a physical weight, pressing down on him in the cold silence. Standing before a row of upright coffins, the numerical designations on the caskets suggested a dark and calculated order, a library of lives or vessels kept in reserve. Torkel stared at the closed door, his expression one of pure dread. He whispered to himself that Ivar hadn't returned, his mind racing with possibilities. He wondered where on earth his master could possibly be in such a critical hour. A sudden, melodic chuckle drifted from above, a sound that was both playful and terrifying. Torkel froze, his eyes darting toward the ceiling as a single question mark manifested in the air, signaling his complete bewilderment. Perched high in a stone window frame, the witch Beatrice sat silhouetted against the moonlight. She looked down at the goblin with a mocking, tilted head, her presence as unexpected as a ghost. Below her, the row of coffins remained as a grim reminder of the firm's hidden nature. Beatrice looked down with a sharp, lime-green eye visible beneath her mask. Her voice, however, carried the unmistakable weight and tone of Ivar Lodbrok. She asked Torkel if he had been keeping a proper eye on the firm during her absence, her smile wide and predatory as she held a dangling spider by its thread. With a fluid, inhuman grace, the figure in Beatrice's body leaped from the high ledge. Her cloak billowed out like the wings of a bat as she descended toward the floor. She landed silently, the impact cushioned by a swirl of dark, magical mist. Her boots clicked sharply against the stone as she straightened up, the transition from the heights to the floor appearing effortless. Torkel gasped, his mouth hanging open as he struggled to process the sight. He stammered, demanding to know where on earth she, or rather his master, had been. The figure standing before the central coffin smiled, a jagged, unsettling expression that belonged to Ivar but wore the face of the young witch. Torkel's eyes bulged as he finally realized the truth, calling out to Sir Ivar in a voice filled with shock. Ivar, speaking through Beatrice, let out a soft laugh. He revealed that he had gone to see Lapis and Dantalian with his very own eyes. He looked back on the journey, recalling the sight of the demon lord and the half-breed moving through the city of Niflheim. His expression turned manic, his teeth bared in a wide, frightening grin. He boasted that he had observed them real well, his laughter echoing off the stone walls in a booming, triumphant roar that shook the very air of the chamber. Torkel was visibly shaken. He asked frantically what his master had done and if he had managed to discover anything useful about their adversaries. Ivar's expression cooled as he leaned against the stone wall. He admitted that they hadn't said a single word regarding the plague. However, he paused, a dark glint returning to his eyes as he prepared to reveal his findings. A close-up of Ivar's borrowed face showed a look of intense, calculated interest. He stated that he had witnessed something very interesting at Hermes Square, something that had fundamentally changed his assessment of the situation. Torkel leaned in, his curiosity momentarily overriding his fear. He repeated the words, asking what could possibly be so interesting about the weakest demon lord. Ivar chuckled again, his smile stretching thin. He mused to himself, his gaze drifting to the shadows as he processed the theatrical display he had witnessed in the square. He looked back toward a spectral image of Dantalian, his expression one of begrudging respect. He admitted that he had underestimated the 71st Demon Lord just a little bit. However, Ivar's tone shifted to one of cold dismissal. He observed that Dantalian was still lost in the throes of love, recalling the image of the Demon Lord embracing his battered partner. He concluded with a chilling certainty that this was Dantalian's fatal weakness. Ivar stared forward, his mind focusing on a single target. He declared that Dantalian's weakness was, without a doubt, lapis lazuli. He turned his attention back to Torikal, his voice becoming authoritative once more. He ordered the goblin to provide an update on the situation with Lady Paimon. Torikal responded immediately, reporting that Lady Paimon had agreed to support them. He confirmed that the high-ranking lord had promised to spare no effort in helping the firm achieve its goals. Ivar's laughter returned, a wild and boisterous sound. He reached out and swung open the heavy lid of a coffin marked with the numeral 13, the velvet lining a deep, blood red. He climbed into the casket with a chilling smile, remarking that he saw the path forward clearly now. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice as he prepared to return to his true form. The heavy lid of the coffin slammed shut with a final, echoing thud. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark, violet energy. Shadows writhed across the walls, manifesting as physical entities that clawed at the air around the numbered caskets. A pillar of brilliant blue flame erupted from the center of the room, snaking its way up toward the ceiling. The magical pressure was immense, causing Torikal to recoil in shock as the very essence of the room seemed to ignite. Ivar's true hand emerged from the shadows, gripping the edge of the first coffin. His voice boomed through the chamber once more, ordering Torikal to convey every word he was about to say to Lady Paimon, ensuring that not a single syllable was lost in translation. Ivar stood tall, shrouded in a cloak of writhing darkness. He laughed breathlessly, stating that it had been hundreds of years since he had looked forward to a tomorrow this much. He vowed to pay back those who crossed him with interest, his eyes glowing like embers in the dark. 24 hours passed since the Andromalius incident. The day of the Walpurgis night finally arrived. Niflheim had transformed. The streets were filled with nobles in fine attire, their carriages lining the cobblestones under a vast, starry sky. A line of elite guards stood in perfect formation, their silver armor and heavy axes gleaming in the torchlight. They provided a wall of iron, ensuring that only the most powerful beings on the continent passed through the gates. The grand palace of Niflheim was bathed in moonlight, its towers reaching toward the heavens. A red carpet stretched from the street to the massive golden gates. A beetle shouted at the top of his lungs, announcing that the first of the demon lords had arrived and ordering the crowd to make way. The air was filled with a magical, pink luminescence as the carriage approached. The onlookers, dressed in their finest hats and gowns, watched with bated breath, their faces illuminated by the shimmering light. A pair of pristine white horses led the ornate red carriage down the street. The driver, a tall man in a top hat, steered with practiced precision, the sound of the horses' hooves echoing against the nearby buildings. The carriage came to a halt. A group of masked attendants in formal suits bowed in perfect unison, their movements synchronized to welcome the arrival of a titan. The door of the carriage opened with a soft click. A regal hand reached out, and the demon Lord Paimon emerged. She offered a soft, feminine laugh, thanking the attendants for their welcoming display. An aide responded with a low bow, stating that it was entirely their pleasure to serve her. Paimon stood before them, a vision of maternal authority. Her red hair was framed by massive, curved horns, and she held a feathered fan to her chest. Her crimson eyes scanned the area with a mixture of grace and hidden calculation. A wide shot showed the scale of the reception. A dozen aides knelt along the red carpet as Paimon stepped down from her carriage. The aide at the front welcomed her formally by name, acknowledging her status as a high-ranking power. Paimon looked at her lead attendant, asking if the arrangements with Ivar had been finalized. The aide confirmed that everything had gone according to plan, moving smoothly toward their shared objective. She smiled behind her fan, a low chuckle escaping her. She remarked that she saw the pieces were moving well, her eyes reflecting the glowing magical lights of the square. Paimon glanced around the assembly area, noting that she didn't see any familiar faces yet. She mused that perhaps she had arrived a little too early for the festivities. The silence was interrupted by another shout from the beetle. He signaled for the crowd to clear the path once more, announcing that the next demon lord had arrived. Paimon narrowed her eyes, watching the approach from behind her fan. A low rumble of wheels and the sound of heavy hooves signaled a much more aggressive arrival. A team of dark horses charged through the square, foam flecking their mouths. They pulled a massive, black carriage at a dangerous speed, forcing the crowd to scatter in every direction. The onlookers gasped in terror, crying out for people to watch out and make way as the carriage careened toward the red carpet. The horses reared up, their powerful hooves pawing the air as the driver hauled on the reins. The carriage skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust and magical static. The black carriage sat heavily on the pavement, its dark wood looking like it had been forged in the heart of a volcano. Without waiting for an attendant, a heavy boot kicked the carriage door open with such violence that it nearly flew off its hinges. A dark, shadowed figure with glowing yellow eyes lurched from the interior. The figure groaned, complaining that her backside was hurting from sitting for far too long. She stepped out into the light, her aura one of pure, unbridled chaos. She looked around with a scowl, asking what was happening. She looked at the gathered crowd and snarled, stating that the place smelled like garbage, specifically, like a horny-so. The insults were delivered with a casual, biting arrogance that silenced the square. Barbados stood fully revealed, the 8th-ranked demon lord, the god of black magic and disease. She looked small but radiated a terrifying power, holding a bottle of wine in one hand as she adjusted her dark, fur-trimmed dress. Barbados's yellow eyes fixed on Paimon, her expression hardening into a look of pure loathing. She grit her teeth, her fangs visible as the two high-ranking lords locked gazes. Barbados broke the silence first, calling out to Paimon with a venomous grin. She referred to her rival as a noble whore, the insult cutting through the formal atmosphere like a blade. Paimon didn't flinch. She looked down at Barbados with a gaze of bored superiority. She remarked that Barbados's taste remained as questionable as ever, her voice calm and mocking. Barbados didn't back down. She shot back with a disgusting rumor, mocking Paimon for her supposed history with centaurs and making a vile comment about her physical character. She laughed a high, jagged laugh that grated on the nerves of everyone present. Paimon sighed behind her fan, expressing her disappointment at such indecent behavior in a formal situation. She advised Barbados to start acting like an adult for once. She leaned in, a sharp, predatory smile touching her lips. She made a pointed remark about Barbados's youthful, underdeveloped body, suggesting that with a form like that, she would have a difficult time ever finding a partner. Paimon concluded with a soft chuckle, stating that Barbados would likely remain childish for the rest of eternity. She suggested that perhaps Barbados should stop taking out her own inferiority complex on those around her. Barbados's aura exploded in a surge of violet energy. Her face twisted in a mask of absolute rage as she gripped her wine bottle, screaming that she was going to chop off Paimon's head right then and there. The two powerful lords stood at opposite ends of the red carpet, the air between them crackling with the potential for world-ending violence. The crowd watched in paralyzed horror as the summit threatened to turn into a bloodbath before it even began. The sound of another approaching carriage broke the tension. The wheels ground against the stones, drawing the attention of both warring lords. The beetle's voice rang out again, more desperate this time. He announced the arrival of another demon lord, shouting for the crowd to make way for the newcomer. Barbados turned her head, her anger momentarily replaced by a sharp, predatory curiosity. She wondered who else could possibly be arriving at such a volatile moment. From within the shadows of the square, Dantalian and lapis lazuli appeared. Dantalian looked at his partner, asking if she was okay and offering his hand for support. Lapis looked ahead, her face a mask of cold professionalism, stating that such a gesture would not be necessary. The crowd began to whisper. A group of nobles stared with wide eyes, recognizing the man from the rumors. They murmured his name, the realization of who he was spreading like a virus through the assembly. Barbados watched them, her teeth bared in a silent snarl. She took in the sight of the low-ranked lord and his partner, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and instinctive aggression. Lapis leaned toward Dantalian, her voice low as she pointed out the powerful figures watching them from the carpet. Dantalian didn't look away. He wore a subtle, knowing smirk as he observed the crowd. He remarked that it seemed everyone present knew exactly who they were. He told Lapis not to be afraid, his voice carrying a dark, unshakable confidence. The perspective shifted between the three powerful women present, Barbados, Paimon, and Lapis. The atmosphere was a powder keg of rivalries and hidden agendas, with each figure assessing the threat posed by the others. Dantalian adjusted his collar, his red eyes glowing with a calm, analytical light. He placed a hand to his chin, looking at the palace gates with a sense of grim destiny. With a single, authoritative command, he declared that it was time for them to go. High above the cobblestone streets of Niflheim, the great clock tower stood as a silent witness to the approaching storm. The night air was thick with the scent of mist and anticipation. With only 30 minutes remaining before the grand assembly of the Walpurgis night, the city of demons was alive with a flickering, nervous energy, its pointed roofs shadowed against a vast, indifferent sky. Through the quiet districts, a blue carriage rolled with a rhythmic clatter of hooves. Inside, the atmosphere was suffocating. Lapis lazuli sat stiffly, her gaze fixed on the floorboards. In a voice barely above a whisper, she addressed her master, confessing that she didn't believe she could go through with it after all. Dantalian leaned back against the plush velvet seat, his expression one of mild confusion. He questioned what she was talking about, asking if she was actually feeling nervous, a trait he found entirely unlike her. He reminded her that before the heavy politics of the meeting, there was the matter of the ball to attend. He let out a long sigh, resting his head on his hand as he watched her. He gestured toward the empty space beside him, posing a practical problem. He asked who his partner would be if she chose to stay behind, and questioned if she truly expected him to walk into the lion's den alone. Lapis remained silent, her blue eyes reflecting a deep, internal conflict. The professional mask she usually wore was beginning to crack under the weight of the spectacle they had created the night before. Dantalian observed her closely, his eyes narrowing. He asked if her hesitation was still rooted in the events of yesterday. He wondered aloud if she was actually angry with him for the path he had chosen to take in the town square. The memories of the incident flashed through their minds like a fever dream. The image of Dantalian holding her hand high, declaring his love before a crowd of thousands, and the terrifying red glow of his eyes as he used her as the centerpiece of his political theater. Dantalian defended his actions, stating simply that he had been left with no other choice. He looked out the carriage window at the passing lights, his silhouette sharp against the glass. He turned back to her, his voice softening as he addressed her directly. Lapis shook her head, clarifying that his assumptions were wrong. She explained that the Walpurgis night was an event strictly reserved for demon lords and the highest-ranking members of their society. Her voice carried a note of tragic realism. She pointed out that for someone of her status, an outcast, a half-breed, to even set foot in such a prestigious venue was a violation of every social norm they lived by. Dantalian let out a weary breath, realizing her worry was born of the very prejudice she had spent her life fighting. He conceded that if that was her only concern, then the solution was simple. He sat upright, his presence filling the carriage with a sudden, overwhelming confidence. He told her that she was now officially recognized as his fiancée. He commanded her to cast aside her fear and to stand by his side with the absolute confidence that her new title afforded her. He flashed a sharp, predatory grin, noting that they were currently the most talked-about couple in the entire world. He urged her not to disappoint the audience that was surely waiting with bated breath to see them arrive. Lapis swallowed hard, the sound loud in the small space of the carriage. She remained silent, her mind racing as she tried to reconcile the man before her with the failed scholar she had first met. Internally, Lapis was reeling. She wondered what on earth was truly happening inside Dantalian's mind. The complexity of his schemes seemed to grow with every passing hour. She recalled her initial assessment of him, admitting to herself that she had once believed his lover charade was nothing more than a convenient excuse to secure funding. Now that lie had transformed into a reality that threatened to consume them both. The stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. She realized that depending on how this summit unfolded, total war could break out across the continent. She understood that even the smallest gesture tonight could impact the lives of tens of thousands. Her fingers brushed against the ring he had given her. Between the plague and the previous day's incident with Andromalius, they were walking into a powder keg. She looked up at him, her heart heavy with a question she couldn't voice. She looked at Dantalian as he sat in thought, his hand to his chin. She found herself marveling at his composure, wondering how he could possibly remain so calm and collected when the world was poised to tear them apart. The carriage finally slowed to a halt. Outside, the grand palace loomed, a fortress of marble and light. The driver announced their arrival, and the weight of the moment settled over them both. Dantalian glanced at Lapis, noticing her hesitation as she looked out at the red carpet. A wide, confident smile spread across his face, a look that promised either salvation or total ruin. Lapis took a steadying breath, her eyes regaining their icy blue focus. She suggested that perhaps she should step out first to gauge the reaction of the crowd. Dantalian laughed softly, reaching out his hand to her. He disagreed, stating that it was better to show off their unified front right away. He asked her, with a voice full of dark invitation, if they should begin their walk. Lapis stared at his offered hand, the reflection of the palace lights dancing in her eyes. She looked away for a moment, her voice quiet but firm as she declined the hand. Dantalian chuckled, noting to himself how cold she could be even in the most romantic of circumstances. He followed her out of the carriage, his smirk never wavering as he stepped onto the red carpet. As they approached the entrance, Lapis whispered a warning, pointing out the figures already gathered at the head of the path. The air was thick with a double-layered aura of malice. Paimon and Barbados stood together, their powerful presences clashing even as they waited for the newcomers. The two high-ranking lords looked toward the carriage, their expressions a study in predatory curiosity and disdain. Dantalian didn't hesitate. He marched forward onto the carpet, his stride measured and arrogant. He came to a stop before the two titans and offered a formal, shallow bow. With a voice dripping with feigned politeness, he remarked that it was a pleasure to meet Lady Paimon and Lady Barbados. He straightened up, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He introduced himself formally for the benefit of the gathered crowd. Dantalian, the 71st ranked demon lord. Barbados reacted with immediate, burning hostility. An aura of violet flames erupted around her as she growled at him to watch his tone. She called him low-ranking trash, stating clearly that she was in a very foul mood and had no patience for his posturing. Dantalian maintained his smile, dipping into another respectful bow. He apologized with a mock humility, noting that he was still quite young and lacked the refinement of his elders. He claimed that he had never seen such great people as the two of them before, and insisted that he couldn't possibly have passed by without offering a proper greeting. His gaze sharpened as he added that if he had somehow managed to offend them, he offered his most sincere apologies. The sincerity in his voice was so thick it was almost insulting. Barbados grit her teeth, her yellow eyes fixed on him with a mixture of confusion and building rage. She hummed to herself, trying to understand what game this bottom-tier lord was playing. In a sudden shift of character, Barbados dismissed the tension with a wave of her hand. She told him to stop his groveling, stating that it wasn't a big deal and he should just move on. Lapis watched the interaction from behind Dantalian, her eyes scanning the powerful lords for any sign of a true opening. As Barbados turned away, her internal thoughts were far less dismissive. She noted that despite being at the very bottom of the hierarchy and standing in the presence of two high-ranking powers, Dantalian didn't show a single shred of fear. A sharp, toothy grin spread across her face as she realized the potential of the man before her. She found the anomaly of Dantalian to be increasingly fascinating. Paimon watched her rival's reaction with a sidelong glance, her fan held close to her face. She let out a soft groan of annoyance, finding the entire exchange to be beneath her dignity. Paimon addressed Dantalian directly, her voice smooth and regal. She expressed her hope that her words wouldn't offend him, but admitted that she had heard quite a lot about the infamous Lord Dantalian recently. Dantalian met her gaze with a serious, unblinking expression, the red of his eye contrasting sharply with the pale light of the moon. Paimon shifted her attention to the woman standing behind him. She remarked that the person in his shadow must be the one from the stories. Lapis stepped forward and offered a graceful, professional bow. She introduced herself as Lapis Lazuli, the loyal servant of Lord Dantalian. Paimon watched her with a keen, analytical interest, a low oh-ho escaping her lips as she took in the half-breed's composure. The High Lord told Lapis that such formality wasn't necessary in her presence. Lapis replied simply that it was fine, her gaze remaining fixed on the ground. Paimon laughed, a rich musical sound that filled the square. She looked down at the bowed woman, a new light in her eyes. With a sudden, intimate movement, Paimon reached out with her fan and lifted Lapis's chin. She remarked that Lapis possessed such a young and beautiful face, her smile taking on a playful, almost predatory edge. Dantalian interjected immediately, his voice smooth as silk. He told Lady Paimon that surely no one in the world would ever dare to compete with her own legendary beauty. Paimon smiled, clearly amused by the blatant flattery. She remarked on what a nice thing that was to say. She looked Dantalian up and down, noting that upon closer inspection, he was a rather handsome man himself. Dantalian bowed again, stating that he was deeply grateful to receive such praise from a lord of her standing. Paimon leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. She told him that she would love to have a much longer conversation with him at a later time, her eyes reflecting a mix of political interest and genuine intrigue. With a final laugh, she announced that she would be seeing him later. She turned and began to walk toward the palace, her long hair flowing behind her as her aides followed. Dantalian and Lapis were left alone on the carpet for a brief moment. Lapis looked at him with a look of profound exhaustion, the stress of the encounter evident in her eyes. Dantalian touched his chin, a low chuckle escaping him. He remarked that the encounter had been quite entertaining, as if he had been watching a play rather than risking his life. He turned back to Lapis, his expression shifting to one of serious intent. He told her that it was time for them to go in for real now. The opening act was over. Lapis's face was pale, her expression dark. Dantalian noticed and asked what was wrong, commenting on her lack of color. She let out a long, weary breath. She admitted that no matter how many lives she might possess, she felt they would never be enough to survive the path he was carving out for them. The doors of the grand ballroom opened, revealing a scene of opulence and shadows. The room was filled with the elite of the demon world, nobles in towering hats, elegant dresses, and masks that hid their true intentions. Dantalian looked around the vast hall, commenting that it was a very nice venue. He seemed entirely at home amidst the luxury and the danger. He looked back at Lapis, calling her by her nickname. He asked her if she had noticed the shift in the room. Lapis confirmed that she had, her eyes scanning the crowd with professional precision. Dantalian gave a soft, satisfied laugh. He noted that the trap had worked perfectly. He observed that there was no running away for them now. Every single person in the ballroom, from the lowliest noble to the highest lord, was staring at them. The two of them standing amidst a sea of silhouettes, the glowing eyes of the crowd fixed upon them. Dantalian noted with a cold, triumphant certainty that absolutely everyone in the room was paying attention to them. The stage was set, and the world was watching. Under the silver glow of a full moon, the grand fortress of the demon nobility stood as a monolith against the starlit sky. Its towering spires reached upward like jagged teeth, silent and imposing. Below the heavy stone arches, the golden gates waited, marking the entrance to a night that would reshape the world's power balance. The interior of the ballroom was a spectacle of cold opulence. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a sharp light over the polished checkered floors. At the center of the vast hall, Dantalian and lapis lazuli stood shoulder to shoulder, small figures eclipsed by the cavernous architecture and the dark, looming silhouettes of the guests surrounding them. Dantalian's gaze remained fixed forward, his eyes sharp and calculating. He quietly asked Lapis if she had noticed the atmosphere. Without turning her head, her blue eyes scanning the room, she confirmed that she had. The weight of the room was heavy, a suffocating blanket of observation. Dantalian noted that everyone present was watching them. The gathered nobles moved with a practiced, feline grace. They sipped their wine and exchanged pleasantries, maintaining a mask of perfect indifference. Yet, beneath the surface of their social etiquette, their attention never wavered from the low-ranking demon lord who had dared to cause such a stir. As they walked deeper into the hall, the pressure mounted. Dantalian observed that while they appeared to be ignoring them, every eye in the room was actually locked onto their every movement. He felt the heat of their stares, a predatory focus that made the air feel static. The masks of the nobility began to slip, revealing eyes that glowed with a faint, malevolent crimson. Dantalian realized there was no turning back and no escape from the theater he had entered. The social trap had been set, and he was the center of the performance. A dark, internal chuckle escaped him. He mused to himself that he felt like a rare, exotic animal trapped within a gilded cage, put on display for the amusement of those who considered themselves his superiors. He knew the real trial was only just beginning. He pondered the nature of the spectacle they had become. The nobles whispered behind fans and over the rims of crystal glasses, their expressions twisted into unsettling grins. He wondered if they truly found him that fascinating, or if there was something more sinister behind their collective gaze. His thoughts grew darker as he compared the crowd to ravenous beasts circling their prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and devour. In his mind's eye, a great lion loomed over two small, defenseless white rabbits, a chilling metaphor for the power dynamic currently at play in the ballroom. Dantalian turned slightly to Lapis, his voice a low murmur. He posed a vital question, asking if every participant in this gathering was somehow connected to the great trading firm. He needed to know the depth of the web they were walking into. Lapis responded with professional clarity, her voice devoid of the tremor her heart might have felt. She explained that customer information was a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the boss and the highest levels of upper management. She subtly adjusted a list of participants she held, her mind cataloging the factions present. She began to break down the demographics of the room, revealing the hidden lines of loyalty that divided the ballroom. Her eyes flicked toward Paimon, who stood regally amidst her supporters. Lapis noted that approximately 40% of the attendees belonged to Lady Paimon's faction, a formidable block of power built on the mountain faction's ideals. She then turned her gaze toward the opposite side of the hall where Barbados lounged. She reported that another 40% of the room served Lady Barbados and the Plains faction, creating a tense, nearly equal divide between the two rival powers. The remaining 20%, she explained, were either aligned with the neutral Lord Marba or remained unaffiliated, existing as the wild cards in the political game that was about to unfold. Marba stood like a pillar of stone, his monocle glinting in the chandelier light. Dantalian absorbed the information, his expression unreadable. He whispered that he understood the situation. The room was a powder keg, divided almost perfectly between two warring ideologies. He looked out at the sea of faces, beings with multiple eyes, horns, and predatory features. He wondered how many of these so-called nobles were actually nothing more than dogs of the firm, bought and paid for by the wealth of the Kunkuska. Predatory smirk touched his lips. He mused that if he were a company, he would find this distribution of influence quite challenging. He began to search for his exit strategy, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the crowd. Suddenly, the world went dark. The massive chandeliers flickered and died, and the candles on the wall were snuffed out by an unseen force. A wave of panicked whispers swept through the hall. Guests stumbled in the gloom, crying out in confusion, asking what was happening and complaining that they couldn't see anything. Through the pitch-black void, the face of Ivar Lodbrok appeared, illuminated by a ghostly internal light. The ancient vampire's expression was one of absolute, terrifying calm. He remained silent, allowing the darkness to amplify the fear of the guests. Then, a spark of blue ignited. One by one, torches held by iron crowns along the walls burst into life, burning with an eerie, azure flame. The blue light cast long, dancing shadows across the room, illuminating Dantalian and Lapis as they stood unmoved in the center of the floor. The blue fire reflected in Lapis's wide eyes as she watched the display of power. Beside her, Dantalian remained a statue of composure, his gaze fixed on the figure at the far end of the hall. A heavy, rhythmic sound echoed, the thumping of a cane against the floor. Ivar Lodbrok stepped forward into the blue light. He addressed the assembly, stating that he wished to greet everyone present on this Walpurgis night. He welcomed the lords and ladies, his voice carrying a rasping authority that demanded silence. He declared that he held the distinct honor of presiding over the grand meeting tonight. He formally introduced himself as Ivar Lodbrok, the head of the Kunkuska firm. His eyes, glowing a deep, bloody red, settled on the crowd, carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated wealth and blood. Dantalian's own eyes flashed with a brilliant, dangerous crimson. A surge of malicious energy rolled off him, hidden beneath his suit but visible in his predatory gaze. He had found his primary target. He leaned toward Lapis, calling her by her nickname. He asked for confirmation, wanting to be certain that the man standing before them was indeed the legendary Ivar Lodbrok. Lapis confirmed it, her voice hushed. She described him as the richest man in the entire demon world, an ancient, powerful vampire and the absolute owner of the Kunkuska firm. She added a note of personal betrayal, admitting that because of her loyalty to Dantalian, she had been forced to turn against her former employer. Ivar's presence loomed over the room like a physical weight. Dantalian covered his face, a low, manic laugh bubbling in his throat. He wondered if this was truly how the night was going to proceed, finding the appearance of the final boss so early in the evening to be incredibly stimulating. The realization settled over the guests. The master of the firm himself had appeared to lead the proceedings. Ivar stood as a bridge between the factions, a man who answered to no one but the bottom line. A thin, cruel smile pulled at Ivar's lips. He whispered to himself that he had been waiting for this exact moment for a very long time. His red eyes locked onto the pair in the center of the room. He spoke with a chilling satisfaction, declaring that he had finally found them. He addressed Lapis Lazuli specifically, his voice dripping with aristocratic venom. He called her a common mongrel and noted with a sneer that, despite her low birth, she had somehow managed to outsmart him. He continued his verbal assault, mentioning how she had even managed to become the lover of a demon lord. He called her a horrible woman, his aura flaring with a dark, suffocating power that seemed to drain the warmth from the room. He declared that her journey ended tonight. He looked down at them with absolute certainty, promising that he would be the one to witness their total downfall before the assembly. He then turned back to the crowd, preparing to formally open the night. Ivar raised his voice, declaring to the ladies and gentlemen that tonight's Walpurgis night was now officially opened, but his declaration was cut short. Barbados interrupted with a loud, mocking shout. She called him a yapping old man and complained that he had been talking for far too long. She leaned back, casually chugging wine directly from a bottle, her manners non-existent. The tension in the room shifted instantly. Dantalian and Ivar exchanged a brief, sharp look as the unexpected interruption broke the vampire's carefully crafted momentum. Barbados wiped her mouth, stating that she had just finished a long journey and simply wanted to rest. She remarked that it was no fun having a foul-smelling old man with bad breath serving as the host. She claimed the atmosphere was making her feel sick and demanded something decent to drink. She snapped at Ivar, telling him she couldn't stand his weak and incredibly boring hosting style. Dantalian watched the scene with a hidden grin. He internally cheered her on, realizing that Barbados's chaotic nature was the perfect wrench to throw into Ivar's gears. Ivar attempted to maintain his dignity, stating that he completely understood her feelings. However, Barbados cut him off again with a sharp, "Huh." She asked if the old man was actually daring to challenge her. Caught off guard by her sheer volatility, the ancient vampire bowed his head in a shallow, forced gesture of deference. He quickly backtracked, insisting that he wasn't challenging her at all. Ivar's eyes narrowed in frustration, but before he could speak, the clicking of heels announced a new player. Paimon stepped forward, her voice icy and sharp. She told Barbados to know her place. Paimon expressed her shame at being considered the same race as someone so unrefined. She defended Ivar, pointing out that he had gone through a great deal of trouble to prepare such a wonderful venue for them. Barbados turned her fury on Paimon, asking if she was interfering again. She hurled a vulgar insult at the mountain faction leader, her eyes burning with yellow fire as she prepared for a confrontation. Without a second thought, Barbados wound up and hurled her wine bottle directly at Paimon's head. The bottle sailed through the air with lethal intent. Paimon didn't move an inch. The bottle shattered against an invisible barrier or the floor nearby, raining glass and dark red wine across the checkered tiles. Paimon's eyes narrowed into slits of pure, cold rage. Barbados pointed a mocking finger, telling Paimon to go home and play with her centaurs. She warned her to stop acting so high and mighty in front of her superiors. Paimon let out a long, weary sigh. She remarked on how vulgar the display was, questioning if Barbados acted this way because she looked like a child. She called her a poor thing, suggesting her mind was just as underdeveloped as her body. She lectured her rival, stating that while adults understood the concept of etiquette, it was clearly something Barbados would never be able to comprehend. The insult hit home. Barbados's face contorted with rage, her hair standing on end as she screamed, asking who Paimon was calling a child. She challenged her to step forward and settle it then and there. Paimon merely chuckled behind her fan, her eyes dancing with amusement. She asked if the little girl was actually getting angry. Barbados was trembling with fury, a dark, violet aura beginning to seep from her pores. Her eyes glowed with an animalistic intensity as she hissed a final warning. The two high-ranking demon lords unleashed their auras. The ballroom shook, the blue flames flickering wildly as two massive, monstrous shadows loomed behind them, ready to tear each other apart. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the pressure, commanding them both to calm down. The sheer weight of the new command caused both Paimon and Barbados to freeze. They looked toward the source, their expressions shifting from rage to wary respect. Lord Marba stood before them, his presence like an immovable mountain. He told the two of them that they should simply be quiet for a while, his voice carrying the natural authority of one who had lived through eons of conflict. This was Marba, the fifth-ranking demon lord and the demon lord of nobility. He stood tall and regal, his green cloak and fur-lined collar emphasizing his status as the true elder of the gathering. Barbados clicked her tongue in annoyance but backed down, the violet flames receding. Paimon closed her fan, her expression returning to one of stoic, royal indifference. Marba turned to Ivar Lodbrok and offered a brief apology for the disruption. He calmly told the merchant to continue with his opening. Ivar nodded, acknowledging the intervention with a terse, understood. Ivar chuckled softly, noting that he expected nothing less from a man of Lord Marba's stature. He looked around the room, declaring that now that the minor squabbles were settled, all the necessary people were finally in place. Lapis noticed a change in Dantalian. She whispered his title, seeing him clench his hand into a tight fist. She sensed the sudden spike in his heart rate. Dantalian's face was twisted into a wide, terrifying grin. A single vein of glowing red energy pulsed near his eye. He wasn't afraid. He was drowning in the sheer, ecstatic thrill of the danger surrounding them. Ivar took a deep breath, his voice booming through the silent hall once more. He declared, for the second and final time, the start of the proceedings. The blue light played across the faces of the most powerful beings in the world: Marba, Ivar, Paimon, and Barbatos. Each was a titan of power, and all of them were now inextricably linked by the events of this night. With a final, ringing tone in his voice, Ivar Lodbrok looked out at the assembly and declared the Walpurgis night officially opened. The games had finally begun. The air in the grand hall grew heavy as Ivar Lodbrok prepared to speak once more. His ancient, weathered face was set in a mask of absolute authority, his red eyes gleaming with the weight of centuries. He began his address, his voice cutting through the lingering murmurs of the crowd like a blade. As he spoke, the gaze of the high-ranking nobility settled. Paimon stood with a serene, almost porcelain-like grace, her expression unreadable but her presence undeniable. She was the picture of demonic elegance, watching the proceedings with a quiet, calculating interest. In stark contrast, Barbatos wore a wild, jagged grin that revealed her sharp fangs. Her yellow eyes danced with a manic energy, clearly relishing the tension that filled the ballroom. To her, this gathering was a game, and the fun was only just beginning. Marba stood as a pillar of stoic tradition, his monocle glinting under the eerie blue light. His face was etched with the gravity of his rank as the demon lord of nobility. Behind him, Ivar Lodbrok's voice continued to resonate, formalizing the start of the historic night. Lapis Lazuli remained perfectly still, though her blue eyes darted across the room. She was acutely aware of the eyes upon them, sensing the hidden daggers behind every polite smile in the crowd. She remained the silent, watchful shadow at Dantalian's side. Dantalian stood with a calm that bordered on the unnerving. His red eyes were fixed forward, his expression stoic despite the predatory atmosphere. The weight of the world's most powerful beings was pressing down on him, yet he did not flinch. Ivar Lodbrok finally let out a single authoritative word, declaring that the Walpurgis night was officially opened. The perspective shifted to show the vast scale of the assembly. A sea of powerful silhouettes gathered under the high, vaulted ceilings of the palace. A chilling change came over Dantalian. His stoic mask shattered, replaced by a wide, toothy grin that looked entirely out of place in such a formal setting. It was the smile of a gambler who had just seen a winning hand. Lapis looked up at him, her composure breaking into visible shock. She whispered his title in a frantic tone, her eyes wide with alarm. She realized that something had shifted in his mind, and the danger had just escalated. Dantalian remained lost in his own thoughts, the blue light of the torches casting deep shadows across his face. He seemed to be savoring the sheer malice directed toward him. Internally, Dantalian reflected on the terrifying reality of his situation. He recognized the overwhelming power radiating from the real demon lords surrounding him. He acknowledged to himself that he was nothing more than a low-ranking lord in their eyes. He surveyed the checkered floor, noting the vast distance between his position and the high thrones. He mused that if he were to make even a single misstep, the consequences would be fatal. He understood that these titans of the demon world would think nothing of ripping him to shreds the moment he became an inconvenience. His smile remained, but his mind was calculating the lethal stakes of every breath he took. His thoughts turned to Ivar. He imagined that if he were in the merchant's position, he would use this opportunity to turn every high-ranking lord and attendee against his victim. He envisioned a dark void where Ivar stood surrounded by dozens of glowing, hateful eyes. He realized the merchant's goal was likely to isolate him completely, ensuring he had no allies left in the room. He visualized a spider waiting patiently at the center of its web, watching a beautiful butterfly struggle as it was slowly devoured. He knew that Ivar intended to crush him while maintaining a safe, untouchable position. A flicker of true unease crossed his features. He looked at his hand, realizing that a strange, uncomfortable feeling was beginning to settle in his gut. He glanced at the high-ranking lords again, catching a brief, sharp look from Ivar and Paimon. He wondered if this uneasy feeling was a premonition of the trap they had set for him. The proceedings were suddenly interrupted by Paimon. Her voice, usually soft, carried a commanding edge as she addressed the guests as her friends. She stated that before they moved on to the night's planned topics, there was a grave matter they all needed to hear. A shadow of a smile touched Ivar's lips as he turned to her. He addressed her with feigned politeness, inviting her to tell them what was on her mind. Marba echoed the sentiment, his voice low and serious as he asked what she had to say. Marba repeated his demand for her to speak. Paimon looked up, her crimson eyes cold and focused. She stated that of course she would share the news, as it concerned them all. Addressing the entire assembly, Paimon claimed that she believed many were already aware of a certain tragedy. She stood alone in the center of the hall, the focus of every soul in the room. She revealed that earlier that morning, the 72nd ranked demon lord, Andromalius, had been found dead. Her voice grew darker as she added that his body had been discovered in a state of horrible mutilation. A wave of genuine shock rippled through the minor nobles in the audience. They gasped and whispered in disbelief, horrified by the news that one of their own kind had met such a brutal end. Paimon's expression turned grim. She stated that she possessed useful information regarding this tragedy. She leaned forward, the shadows under her eyes deepening. She dropped the bombshell, declaring with absolute certainty that the truth was that Andromalius had been murdered. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. Ivar Lodbrok reacted with an exaggerated display of shock. He gasped out a question, asking if there was any way such a thing could be true. His performance was perfect, adding to the growing chaos in the hall. Lapis watched the scene with a cold sweat, her breathing shallow. Beside her, Dantalian remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he watched the political play unfold. Marba turned back to Paimon, his voice booming with authority. He asked her directly if what she had just said was the absolute truth. Paimon confirmed it, addressing Marba with a steady gaze. She claimed that there was solid, undeniable evidence to support her accusation. Marba's face clouded with rage, his features twisting. He demanded to know if she was aware of who the murderer was. Paimon spread her arms wide, gesturing to the entire hall. She claimed that the culprit was, in a sense, the people of Niflheim themselves. Marba was stunned, shouting in disbelief at the idea that common people could have committed such a crime against a demon lord. Paimon's eyes glinted with a sharp light. She clarified that while the people did the deed, someone else had been working behind the scenes. She explained that a mastermind had incited the populace, using them as a weapon to kill Andromalius. She stated firmly that this entire event had been orchestrated on purpose. She scanned the room, her voice rising in power. She claimed that the person responsible was currently standing right there in the ballroom with them. Lapis was visibly trembling, her hand twitching with a nervous energy. Paimon noticed the tension and told everyone that there was no need to panic. Dantalian watched her, his mind working at lightning speed. He realized that Paimon was clearly trying to crush him then and there. He noted that she wouldn't have bothered with such a long-winded, dramatic speech otherwise. He came to a grim conclusion. Ivar, Paimon, and the firm must have been working together all along. He realized with a start that they knew exactly what had happened the previous day. He visualized the events as a giant jigsaw puzzle. He wondered how long they had been watching him. He realized the only possibility was that they had been monitoring his every move from the very beginning. He looked at the high-ranking lords, a new question forming in his mind. He wondered how and from where they had managed to maintain such close surveillance on him. Paimon stood her ground, her gaze fixed on him. She seemed to be waiting for the moment to deliver the final blow. Their eyes met, Paimon's cold and calculating, Dantalian's sharp and defiant. A silent acknowledgement passed between them. Dantalian mused to himself that he finally understood how things stood. He saw the structure of the trap they had built for him. A dark, shadowed smile returned to his face. He found the challenge exhilarating, despite the near certainty of his own destruction. Ivar took the lead, calling out to Paimon in an urgent tone. He demanded to know the identity of the one who had encouraged the people to kill Andromalius. Paimon slowly folded her fan, her voice dripping with a dangerous calm. She spoke of the one who had tricked the commoners using nothing but clever words. Her eyes glowed with a predatory light as she narrowed her focus. She pointed her fan directly at the pair in the center of the room. With a voice that echoed through the silent ballroom, she pointed directly at Dantalian and declared that the mastermind was the 71st ranked demon lord himself. The reactions were immediate. Ivar watched with a smug, knowing look. Marbaz's expression was one of cold, aristocratic judgment. Barbados leaned in, her grin growing even wider as she watched the prey being cornered. Dantalian and Lapis stood in the center of the floor, the physical distance between them and the rest of the nobility feeling like a vast, unbridgeable chasm. Dantalian's face was partially obscured by shadow, a single red eye glowing with an intense, focused light. He looked like a man who had been expecting this exact moment. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of whispers and gasps. They couldn't believe that a demon lord would actually kill another member of their own kind. The air was thick with the scent of a brewing scandal. Marba stepped forward, his voice thundering over the noise. He commanded everyone to be quiet immediately, his authority restoring a tense silence to the hall. He turned to Paimon, asking her to confirm her words one last time. He stated that if what she said was true, it was an incident that could shake the very foundation of the demon world's order. Paimon dropped into a deep, formal curtsy. She stated simply that she swore she had spoken nothing but the absolute truth. She looked up, her gaze locking onto Dantalian with lethal intent. She formally accused him of committing the crime and proposed that a formal hearing be held immediately. Ivar gave a low, triumphant chuckle. He remarked to himself that he had witnesses prepared and that there was no possible way for Dantalian to escape this time. Marba turned to the accused. He addressed the 71st ranked lord, asking if he had any objections to the charge that had been leveled against him. Lapis was frozen in terror, her heart hammering against her ribs. The High Lords watched like vultures, their red eyes fixed on the man they believed they had successfully trapped. Lapis looked at Dantalian, her eyes pleading for him to say something, anything, to save them. Dantalian threw his head back and laughed. He responded with a chilling clarity, stating that no, he had absolutely no objections at all. The room fell into a stunned, dead silence. Ivar's eyes widened in genuine disbelief, his mouth hanging open. He stuttered out Dantalian's name, asking him what on earth he had just said. Dantalian straightened up, his eyes burning with a brilliant, manic light. He placed a hand over his heart and confirmed it for the entire assembly. Yes, he was indeed the one who had incited the people to kill Andromalius. He had just confessed to the highest crime in the demon world with a smile on his face. The high-ranking demon Lord Marba was paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the confession. His voice trembled with a mixture of disbelief and growing rage as he struggled to process what had just been uttered. He demanded to know if Lord Dantalian understood the weight of his own words, his exclamation echoing through the now stifled ballroom. A heavy silence descended, thick enough to suffocate. Lapis Lazuli's icy blue eyes widened in terror, her breath catching as she stared at the man she served. Across the floor, Paimon's gaze sharpened, her crimson eyes burning with a predatory intensity that matched the rising tension in the room. Dantalian stood his ground, his hand pressed firmly against his chest in a gesture of mock sincerity. He confirmed his statement without a shred of hesitation, reiterating that it was indeed he who had incited the people of Niflheim. A sinister, self-assured smirk spread across his face, his red eyes gleaming under the dim light of the palace. He spoke the final, damning truth. He had manipulated the masses for the express purpose of ending Andromalius's life. As the declaration settled, the mental pieces of the grand game began to click into place for Dantalian. He visualized the suspicions and doubts that had been swirling around him like scattered fragments of a puzzle. Finally, the picture was becoming clear. He recognized the trap for what it was. Ivar Lodbrok's objective was unmistakable. The merchant had joined forces with Paimon, using the brutal death of Andromalius as the perfect catalyst. The scheme was designed to utterly destroy Dantalian and, more importantly, to seize the black herb, the only known cure for the plague ravaging the lands. The image of the solitary plant served as a reminder of the immense wealth and power at stake. Dantalian realized that his enemies were far better informed than he had anticipated. They seemed to know every detail of the bloody encounter that had taken place. He retraced his steps, remembering how he had encountered Andromalius by what seemed like mere chance in the city streets and taverns just the day before. The meeting had felt like a coincidence at the time, but the reality was far more chilling. He looked out at the sea of shadowed faces surrounding him. A single, haunting question burned in his mind. How could they possibly know the details of a private encounter? He concluded there could be only one logical explanation. They had been monitoring his every movement from the very moment he set foot in the city. He felt the weight of unseen eyes, represented by two massive, glowing red orbs watching him from the darkness. The identity of the spy became clear. The one who had been assigned to trail him, Beatrice of the Berber sisters, had mysteriously vanished the previous day. Her absence was the missing link. Dantalian's mind raced as he analyzed the strategy used against him. He questioned why they had gone to such lengths to watch him. If Ivar already had the support of a powerhouse like Paimon, they had no need for such elaborate theater. Logically, it would have been far simpler for them to launch a direct assault. Paimon possessed enough raw power to crush him where he stood without a single word of debate. He was, after all, only a bottom-tier demon lord. The discrepancy between their overwhelming strength and this elaborate political hearing bothered him. He asked himself why they hadn't simply struck. The answer struck him like a physical blow. Perhaps they simply couldn't. He wondered why they were enduring the tedium of a formal meeting and the constraints of demonic law. The timing was the key. This move had to be made during the Walpurgis night. He looked at Paimon, realizing she was the one who had provided the final clue to the puzzle. She had unintentionally revealed the boundaries of their plan. He recalled the heavy atmosphere he had felt since the moment they arrived at the venue. The stares of the nobility weren't just curious. They were pointed. He realized the source of the persistent discomfort he had been feeling. The crowd hadn't been looking at him with the expected disdain. Rather, they were looking through him, as if he were merely a prop. He glanced between Ivar and Paimon, realizing that their true target wasn't the 71st Demon Lord at all. He questioned who they were really watching. His thoughts drifted to the plague. Logically, such an outbreak was impossible to predict with such precision. In the demon world, the common consensus would be that the pestilence had been intentionally manufactured by a master of the dark arts. He pondered who would be the first person the nobility would suspect of such a crime. He realized that this suspicion must have been the center of Paimon's thoughts from the very beginning. The target was Barbados. As the demon lord associated with black magic and disease, she was the natural scapegoat for the plague. Dantalian's smirk deepened as the pieces locked together. Ivar and Paimon had clearly labeled Barbados as the mastermind. With that realization, every confusing element of the night suddenly made perfect sense. They viewed the 71st ranked lord as nothing more than a puppet on Barbados's strings. Their surveillance had been a desperate attempt to prove a secret alliance between the weakest lord and the most volatile one. They feared that a direct attack on Dantalian would be seen as an act of war against Barbados and her skeletal legions. That was the purpose of this grand stage. By bringing them to a place filled with high-ranking lords and neutral witnesses, Ivar and Paimon were trying to bypass a direct military conflict. Their plan was to use the legal pressure of the hearing to force a confession. They expected Dantalian to fold and reveal his supposed connections, to the Plains faction leader. They counted on the fact that with so many peers watching, Barbados would be forced to deny any link to him to save her own reputation. Once isolated, she would be unable to interfere. The endgame was clear. With his protection gone, Dantalian would be executed for the plague and the death of Andromalius, and the cure would be confiscated by the firm. He envisioned himself kneeling before the assembly, blades crossed at his throat. A soft laugh escaped his lips as he acknowledged Ivor's cunning. He found himself feeling a genuine shred of respect for the ancient vampire's intricate web spinning. He looked directly at the merchant, admitting internally that Ivar was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered since arriving in this world. However, the spark of madness in Dantalian's eyes flared into a raging fire. He declared to himself that he didn't care about their plans or their power. He deduced that if they were truly targeting Barbados, then she wasn't part of their conspiracy. He then turned his analytical gaze toward the noble Marba. He dismissed the idea of Marba being involved. As the demon lord of nobility, Marba was too rigidly principled for such a backhanded scheme. If Marba had known the truth, he would have confronted Barbados directly and openly. Dantalian narrowed his focus to the only two players that mattered. He realized that, despite the crowded room, he was only fighting Ivar and Paimon. He mused on their arrogance. They had picked a fight with him, truly believing that the two of them were enough to dispose of someone of his rank. Bathed in a dark, violet aura and with lightning dancing in his eyes, he prepared to strike back. He vowed to show them that their carefully laid plans were about to go horribly wrong. Ivar was visibly shaken, his face pale as he asked for clarification. He stammered, asking if Dantalian was truly agreeing with every accusation Lady Paimon had leveled against him. Dantalian leaned in, his expression one of pure, dark delight. He confirmed that was exactly what he was saying, then mockingly asked the merchant if he had a problem with that outcome. Ivar could only manage a weak, stuttered negative, his confidence crumbling as he stood in the shadow of the massive Marba. Internally, the vampire was screaming in panic, desperately trying to figure out what game the 71st Lord was playing. The total surrender didn't fit any of his calculated scenarios. Dantalian gestured to the room, claiming that he had his own reasons for his actions. He requested that they proceed with the hearing exactly as they had planned. Ivar took a moment to compose himself, his eyes narrowing as he tentatively agreed to proceed. Before the merchant could speak, Dantalian raised a finger, interrupting him. He addressed Ivar directly, accusing him of pretending to be a fair and neutral host. With a terrifyingly wide grin, Dantalian told Ivar that he was merely holding the meeting for his own profit, watching the world from a special seat. He told the ancient vampire that it was time to step down, calling the sight of him an eyesore. He turned his back on the merchant and addressed Lord Marba. He pointed out that, in a formal dispute between demon lords, a change in leadership was necessary. He argued that it was only natural for a truly neutral party to act as the judge in such a high-stakes matter. Dantalian dropped into a respectful bow, kindly requesting that Lord Marba, as the highest-ranking and most noble lord present, take the role of judge upon himself. Marba looked down through his monocle, his gaze heavy with the weight of ancient laws and personal integrity. The High Lord turned to Ivar and spoke with cold finality. He agreed that the matter had grown far too complex for a mere merchant to handle. Marba announced his intention to take over as the host of the hearing. He asked Ivar if he was okay with that change. Terrified by the shift in power, Ivar bowed deeply, stammering his compliance. Ivar accepted the command with a forced smile, though a frustrated groan escaped his lips as he realized he had just lost control of his own trap. Marba then turned to Paimon, asking if she also agreed to the change. Paimon, ever the graceful politician, offered a simple wink and agreed that she didn't mind. Marba stepped into the center of the hall, his presence commanding absolute silence. He declared that the matter was now entrusted to him, the fifth-ranking demon lord. He looked toward the accused, telling Dantalian that if he wished to prove his innocence, He should step forward to the center of the room with the confidence befitting a lord. A dark smirk played on Dantalian's lips as he looked at Lapis. He whispered her nickname, asking her if the other matter was taken care of. Lapis looked up, her expression turning from fear to a grim, focused determination. She confirmed that everything was ready whenever he gave the word. Dantalian nodded, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He told her to watch closely for his signal. Lapis watched him, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and dread. She wondered how he could possibly be laughing in a situation where his life was hanging by a thread. Dantalian faced Paimon across the checkered floor, his eyes burning. He invited her to enjoy their upcoming game of wits, his voice full of a dark, infectious excitement. The two stood at opposite ends of the grand hall, the world holding its breath as the weakest lord prepared to challenge the titans of his world. The trial had truly begun. The rhythmic sound of steady footsteps echoed through the heavy silence of the grand hall. Dantalian walked with measured confidence across the checkered marble floor, flanked by flickering blue flames that cast long, dancing shadows against the dark surroundings. At the far end of the chamber, a formidable figure waited for him, marking the beginning of a high-stakes confrontation. Standing tall with an air of authority, Paimon greeted the newcomer. She expressed her sincere gratitude to him for accepting her request for a formal hearing. Her eyes, a piercing red beneath her curved horns, held a mixture of predatory focus and diplomatic grace as she acknowledged his presence. Dantalian brushed off the gesture with a sharp, knowing smile, replying that it was no significant matter. He admitted that he had also been looking forward to having a long, thorough conversation with her. They stood in the center of the vast hall, two powers preparing for a battle of words and influence. As the tension thickened, Dantalian's mind drifted to the imagery of a medieval duel. He envisioned himself and Paimon clad in armor, standing on a blood-stained battlefield with swords drawn. Mentally, he challenged her to come at him, treating this political hearing as a lethal trial by combat. The internal imagery intensified as he braced for the struggle ahead. He reflected on the nature of their clash, thinking that they should both risk their lives in an attempt to destroy one another until one of them finally ceased to draw breath. His expression darkened, his gaze becoming fixed and intense as the weight of the situation settled in. Marba, the elder demon lord acting as the arbiter, broke the silence. He adjusted his monocle and officially declared that the hearing would now commence. His voice was gravelly and firm, carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. Marba continued, explaining the procedure to the gathered assembly. He stated that after listening to the testimonies from both sides, it would be determined which party was in the right. He emphasized that the final decision would be reached through a majority vote and asked if those involved agreed to these terms. Dantalian looked out at the silent audience, processing the reality of a majority vote. He found it amusing, noting to himself that such a system was exactly the kind of thing the established powers would come up with to maintain their control. His gaze swept across the gallery, meeting the cold, judgmental eyes of various noble demons. They looked down from the balconies with expressions ranging from smug disdain to calculated indifference, clearly already leaning toward a predetermined conclusion. The scale of the challenge became clear. Dantalian recalled information provided by his aide, Laura, noting that roughly 40% of the individuals present were already firmly aligned with Paimon. He stood alone in the center of the floor, surrounded by potential enemies. In a moment of quiet introspection, Dantalian touched his face and admitted his own limitations. He acknowledged that in terms of raw physical strength, he was nowhere near the level of a high-ranking demon lord like Paimon. He knew he could not win a test of force. He realized that his only true advantage in this world was the extensive knowledge he carried from his past life as a master of the game Dungeon Attack. A digital interface flickered in his mind's eye, reminding him that information was his most potent weapon. Specifically, he focused on a unique ability he possessed, the Apostle of Aphrodite. As he looked at Paimon, he saw the intangible data of her soul, noting that her current favorability toward him was at a complete zero. He recalled using this power back at his castle during the initial tutorial of his new life. He remembered how, at its maximum level, the skill allowed him to peer directly into the minds of others, seeing their darkest intentions and hidden thoughts as clearly as printed text. However, his current level was far lower than it had been. He observed the glowing red status windows floating above Marba and Paimon, noting that he could currently only see their likability ratings. Despite this limitation, he remained confident, believing that even this small edge would be more than enough to turn the tide. Dantalian lowered his hand from his face, a sinister and determined grin spreading across his lips. He prepared himself to strike the first blow in this verbal war, confident in the trap he was about to set. Marba gestured toward Paimon, officially granting her the right to begin the questioning. He identified her as the accuser, setting the stage for her to lay out the charges against the 71st Demon Lord. Paimon accepted the right to speak with a fierce, confident smile. The air around her seemed to vibrate with a heavy, oppressive energy as she prepared to corner her opponent. She addressed Dantalian directly, stating that she wished to ask him about the events of the previous day. She noted his presence at Hermes Square in Niflheim and pointed out that he had been fully aware that the person he was confronting was a fellow demon lord. She continued her accusation, asserting that he had skillfully manipulated and convinced the common people to take a horrific action. Her voice grew cold as she accused him of inciting the mob to murder the demon lord Andromalius. Paimon finished her opening statement by asking if she was wrong in her assessment. Dantalian met her gaze without flinching, a calm and almost bored expression on his face as he prepared his response. He simply replied that she was not wrong. He stood with his arms spread wide in a gesture of mock openness, confirming that her statement was correct. However, he added with a playful glint in his eye that if he were to be more precise about the details, there was more to the story. Paimon looked at him with a confused and suspicious glare, her horns twitching as she waited for his elaboration. Dantalian pointed a finger upward, preparing to reveal a detail that would shock the entire room. He recalled the brutal moment in the square, visualizing the strike. He informed the court that even before the enraged mob had moved in to finish the job, he had personally used his own blade to slash Andromalius' eyes, ensuring the other demon lord was completely blinded. A wave of shock rippled through the hall. Marba gasped in disbelief, and the noble demons in the gallery began to whisper fervently. They questioned if Dantalian had gone completely mad, wondering if he had forgotten the fundamental common laws that governed their kind. Dantalian remained unfazed by the growing uproar. He held out his hand casually, as if discussing a mundane detail of business rather than a capital offense against his own race. His eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying red light as his expression shifted into one of pure, unadulterated malice. He declared that even if the people had been unable to kill him, he wouldn't have cared about rank or status. He stated with chilling conviction that he still would have personally torn the heart out of that worthless individual and taken his head. Paimon was struck speechless, her eyes widening in genuine horror at the sheer audacity of his words. The intensity of his hatred seemed to physically push back against her own aura. The crowd fell into a stunned, fearful silence. Even Lapis Lazuli, watching from the sidelines, looked on with a troubled and uncertain expression, realizing that Dantalian was taking an incredibly dangerous path. The system echoed with the sounds of decreasing favorability as red windows appeared everywhere. In the shadows, the wealthy vampire Ivar Lodbrok chuckled darkly, whispering to himself that Dantalian was a complete fool. Ivar watched with a mixture of amusement and pity, wondering if the young demon lord had completely lost his mind to speak such treasonous thoughts so openly in front of the council. Paimon eventually found her voice, warning him that referring to a fellow demon lord in such a derogatory manner was unacceptable. She told him that he ought to be much more careful with how he chose to speak in this noble setting. Dantalian dismissed her warning immediately, stating that he unfortunately could not comply with her request. He looked at her with total defiance, his presence dominating the floor despite his lower rank. He raised his voice, his tone reaching a fever pitch of theatrical rage. He repeated his insult, shouting for everyone to hear that worthless trash like Andromalius deserved nothing less than a miserable death. The demons in the gallery were aghast, clutching their faces in disbelief. They muttered to one another, asking if anyone had actually heard what he just said and questioning if he had truly become insane. Paimon slammed her fan shut, her face contorted with anger. She told him he was going too far, reminding him that regardless of his actions, Andromalius had still been one of their own, a member of the High Council of Demon Lords. Dantalian narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. He stated clearly that he did not agree with her opinion in the slightest. Looking toward Marba, he reiterated his stance. He argued that the individual in question was never truly one of them, refusing to acknowledge the dead demon lord as a peer. He turned his gaze back to Paimon, labeling the deceased a complete disgrace to their entire race and the throne they represented. His fingers crackled with dark energy as he let out another outburst. He shouted that while Andromalius could be killed, he could never be dead enough to satisfy justice. He expressed a dark hope that the demons of the deepest hell would continue to violate that man's soul for all of eternity. He stood his ground, the air around him swirling with pressure. He told Paimon quite honestly that he was sick of her efforts to protect such a piece of trash. His face was shrouded in shadow, his glowing red eyes the only things visible as he pointed directly at her. He addressed her by name with a tone of utter disrespect, challenging her entire ideology. Paimon's face turned pale with fury, her jaw tightening until her teeth bared. A massive system notification appeared between them, announcing that her favorability toward him had plummeted by an additional 40 points. She hissed out a demand, asking how he dared to speak to her in such a way. Trembling with rage, she ordered him to change the way he spoke to her immediately. Her power began to flare, casting a dark, swirling aura beneath her feet as she reached the limit of her patience. The entire hall became a sea of red status windows. One after another, notifications popped up showing that the favorability of every noble in the room was crashing. The sound of the system alerts became a deafening chorus of disapproval. Dantalian stood at the center of the storm, surrounded by the literal symbols of everyone's growing hatred for him. He looked small against the vast floor, but his posture remained unbroken as the notifications continued to rain down. Marba stepped forward, his footsteps heavy and echoing. He warned Dantalian that this was a noble place and that Paimon was correct in her outrage. He leaned in close, his voice a low, terrifying growl as he told Dantalian to watch his mouth and asked if he understood. Dantalian remained silent for a heartbeat, his eyes hidden behind his hair as a small, subtle smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his entire demeanor changed. He lowered his head and placed a hand over his heart in a perfect, graceful bow of apology. He told the council that he was truly sorry for his outburst. He laughed softly to himself, admitting that it seemed he had been unable to control his emotions in the heat of the moment. Internally, however, he was satisfied, thinking to himself that this was perfectly fine for the time being. His eyes darted to the side, sharp and calculating. He thought to himself that the outrage of the crowd and the anger of the nobles was not his true goal in this performance. He looked back at his targets, wondering how they would react to the next phase. He reflected on the hit he had just delivered to Paimon's reputation and standing, knowing he had provoked her exactly as intended. He watched as the red system particles swirled around him, waiting for the one notification that actually mattered. A massive, glowing red window appeared, but unlike the others, it brought news of a staggering success. It announced that Demon Lord Barbados's favorability toward Dantalian had increased by 50 points. Barbados sat nearby, her face flushed with a dark, manic delight and a predatory grin. Dantalian looked toward her, knowing that his true goal had always been to win over the powerful leader of the Plains faction. Dantalian stood amidst a storm of crimson light. Dozens of translucent screens flickered and pinged around him, each one recording the plummeting respect of the noble demons in the hall. Lord Baron Gilbert, Noble Gorgon, and many others watched their favorability toward him drop away in chunks of 5 and 10. Yet, as he stood with his back to the gallery, his thoughts remained calm. He told himself that this was fine for now. This hostility was not his true objective. His gaze sharpened, a faint, predatory glint igniting in his eyes. He focused his mind on the real prize, the single needle he needed to find within this haystack of hatred. Suddenly, a massive notification flared a brilliant red. Unlike the others, this one brought news of a staggering success. Demon Lord Barbados's likability toward him had surged by 50 points. A dark, satisfied chuckle bubbled up within him. He had found his mark. It was her. It was Barbados. Dantalian's mind raced through the cold mathematics of the room. He knew that 40% of the souls in this hall were firmly entrenched on Paymon's side, ready to follow her lead without question. He surveyed the vast, checkered floor. 20% of the assembly looked to Marba, the neutral arbiter. That left a final, decisive 40% who remained loyal to Barbados. The realization was clear and absolute. To survive this hearing and win the majority vote, securing Barbados's support was not just a strategy. It was the only path forward. He looked toward the silver-haired demon lord, seeing the wild, hungry light in her yellow eyes. He reflected on his previous performance. Every insult he had hurled at the deceased Andromalius, every vile description of the man as trash and scum, had been carefully calculated. He had answered Paymon's questions with the sole intent of grating on her nerves, pushing her toward a breaking point. The memory of Paymon's face, contorted with a mixture of shock and righteous fury, brought a cold smile to his lips. He knew exactly how to play the part of the unhinged villain to provoke her. He wondered what Barbados was feeling in this moment as she watched the exchange. He could feel the weight of her gaze from the shadows of the balcony, a silent observer to his theatrical display. He theorized that Barbados had likely come here today wanting to deal a significant blow to her rival, Paimon. The tension between the two powerful women was like static in the air, a feud centuries in the making. Dantalian decided that he would be the one to provide that blow. He would be the weapon that crushed Paymon's position once and for all. He narrowed his eyes, the red of his iris burning with a sudden, sharp intensity. He told himself that it was showtime. The young demon lord suddenly shifted his posture, the arrogance vanishing as he offered a deep, seemingly sincere apology. He addressed Paimon with a voice full of feigned humility, offering his deepest regrets for his previous conduct. Paimon gasped, her red eyes wide with confusion at his sudden reversal. Dantalian bowed low, his hand pressed against his chest, as he begged her to forgive his unforgivable rudeness. He extended this apology to every noble present, his voice echoing with practiced remorse. The gallery erupted in whispers. The noble demons looked at one another in shock, wondering why he was choosing to apologize now, after being so defiant only moments before. Dantalian maintained his bow, insisting that he had meant no disrespect to the council. He slowly straightened, covering his face with his hand in a gesture of shame. He described himself as an immature man, someone who lacked the discipline to control his own volatile emotions in such a prestigious setting. He reminded them that he was merely the 71st ranked demon lord, the lowest of the low. His voice took on a self-deprecating edge as he called himself a nobody, a man with no achievements, no titles, and nothing of value to offer the Great Order of 72. Marba watched him through his monocle, his expression unreadable but his brow furrowed in deep suspicion. The old demon sensed a trap but could not yet see where it was laid. Dantalian continued his act, standing tall and lonely in the center of the hall. He stated with conviction that even a man as lowly as himself would never dream of raising a hand against a weak, elderly person. He clutched his shirt, his voice trembling with a well-crafted imitation of moral outrage. He insisted that he would never, under any circumstances, kill a child simply for failing to offer him a proper greeting. The nobles leaned over the balconies, their confusion growing. Marba finally spoke, his voice heavy with skepticism, demanding to know what Dantalian was getting at with this line of reasoning. Beneath the shadow of his hand, a wicked, jagged smile split Dantalian's face. The mask of the lowly nobody was already beginning to slip, revealing the predator beneath. He looked up at the assembly, asking if they were truly unaware of the reality. He lowered his hand, his eyes glowing as he prepared to drop a bombshell. He stated clearly that the number of innocent people Andromalius had slaughtered in the city of Niflheim was no less than 54. The hall went silent. The noble demons stared at him, their smug expressions replaced by sudden, uncomfortable uncertainty. Dantalian hammered the point home. He revealed that among those 54 victims were 12 children. He painted a gruesome picture of the deceased demon lord, describing how the man had forced a child no older than 10 to drink until he was senseless, before whipping the boy repeatedly until he finally died. He stood with his arms outstretched, his voice dropping to a haunting, somber tone. He told the story of a mother he had seen crying, a woman who had lost her daughter to a horrific assault before the girl's body was discarded in the sewers like common refuse. He scanned the faces of the nobles, stating that if they included the injured, the total number of victims reached 327. And those, he added chillingly, were only the cases they currently knew about. Paimon's face was a mask of pale horror, a bead of sweat tracing down her temple. Marba looked genuinely shaken, asking with a strained voice if what Dantalian had just said was actually the truth. Dantalian confirmed it with a sharp, singular word. He looked back toward Lapis Lazuli, who stood silently in the distance, and informed the council that this information had been thoroughly investigated by his own trusted vassal. Lapis met his gaze, her blue eyes reflecting a mix of stoicism and the weight of the secrets she had unearthed. Dantalian noted to himself that he had tasked her with looking into this matter specifically that morning, just to be absolutely certain of his facts. Internally, he felt a surge of grim satisfaction. He was glad that the man he had helped kill was a genuine scumbag, as it made his current strategy far more effective. A cold, calculating grin returned to his face. He admitted to himself that he had exaggerated the details slightly for dramatic effect, but he knew that dead men tell no tales and can offer no defense. He resumed his performance for the court, placing a hand to his forehead as if haunted by the memory. He claimed that just the day before, he had heard the screams of an old man in agony. He said he had turned around and looked directly into the victim's eyes. He described the confrontation, claiming that Andromalius had started a fight with him for no reason, using foul language and aggressive behavior. The nobles watched him with rapt, horrified attention, their earlier disdain for him beginning to shift into a different kind of unease. Dantalian explained that once Andromalius realized he was facing a fellow demon lord, the man didn't back down. Instead, he had launched a vicious attack. Dantalian gestured toward Lapis, his voice cracking with a feigned, desperate emotion. He claimed that the blow hadn't been aimed at him, but at the person he loved most in the world. His face hardened as he recounted how the man had stomped on her stomach and, when she tried to stand, had punched her in the face repeatedly. He repeated the words over and over again, like a rhythmic, sorrowful chant, his voice echoing through the silent rafters of the hall. Marba watched him, his monocle reflecting the dim light as he processed the sheer brutality of the accusation. Dantalian looked directly at Paimon, his gaze piercing and accusatory. He asked her point-blank what she thought he should have done in that horrific situation. He stood with his palms up, his eyes wide as if pleading for understanding. He asked the council how a man could stand by and watch his loved one be subjected to such senseless and unreasonable violence. He leaned toward Paimon, asking if she truly believed it would have been better if he had simply stood there as a silent witness to such cruelty. Paimon let out a soft, choked sound of distress, her fan trembling in her hand. The moral high ground she had occupied moments ago was rapidly crumbling beneath her feet. Dantalian watched her, a dark, hidden part of him laughing. He addressed her mentally, noting that while she was different from the other cold-hearted demon lords, she had a specific trait he could exploit. He recalled her character from the game, a woman who was unusually friendly toward humans, unlike many of her peers. She looked regal and composed, but he knew the soft heart that beat beneath her armor. He noted that unlike the vampire Ivar, who acted for profit, Paimon likely acted out of a genuine and pure concern for those suffering. He knew she had suspected him and Barbatos of being the culprits behind the recent plague. He acknowledged that she probably couldn't forgive such a crime because of her deep-seated sense of justice. He thought to himself that her morality was truly commendable in a world as dark as this one. However, as he watched her struggle to maintain her composure, he thought that such a sense of justice was also a profound weakness. He looked at her with a terrifying, red-eyed grin, his face wreathed in shadows. He realized that in this political arena, her morality was a double-edged sword, and he was about to turn the blade against her. Dantalian envisioned the scene as a public execution. He saw metaphorical chains of glowing red light binding Paimon, pulling her toward an inevitable judgment as he prepared his final argument. He raised his voice to a thunderous shout, demanding to be heard once more. The entire hall rattled with the force of his conviction. He threw his hand into the air, declaring that Andromalius was nothing more than scum who had forfeited any right to be called a demon lord. He roared that if things had been allowed to continue, the list of innocent victims would have only grown longer and more tragic. He leaned over the railing of the floor, his eyes wide and manic as he addressed the stunned nobles. He told them that what they truly needed to focus on wasn't his breach of protocol, but the lives of the innocent. He gestured toward Marba and Ivar, his voice cracking with a powerful, simulated grief. He shouted that those people had been slaughtered for absolutely no reason at all. Flares of purple and red aura erupted around him as he reached the climax of his speech. He cried out that this was the reason he had asked the common people for their judgment, to decide whether or not such a monster deserved to live. The silence that followed was absolute. The noble demons were frozen in their seats, their faces pale and eyes wide. Dantalian took a slow, deliberate step toward Paimon, his expression turning cold and sharp. He asked her, standing right in front of her, if she still considered that man to be one of them. He asked if she was willing to let the noble image of all demon lords be tarnished and dragged through the mud just to protect one singular scumbag. The air shimmered with the intensity of his challenge. He reached out a hand toward her, demanding a clear and honest answer right here and right now. He asked if she would truly continue to defend him until the very end. Paimon stammered, her voice failing her. She looked down at her own hands, whispering that this wasn't how things were supposed to go. Her confidence was shattered, her eyes darting around as she realized she had been cornered by her own sense of right and wrong. She looked away, her face covered in a cold sweat. She finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper, stating that she would never associate herself with such a person. She repeated the word, no, over and over, a desperate attempt to distance herself from the monster Dantalian had described. She looked broken, her head bowed in a forced admission of defeat. The silence was suddenly shattered by the sharp, rhythmic sound of slow clapping. Dantalian, Marba, and Paimon all turned toward the source. Barbatos stood on the balcony, her small frame shaking with a wild, uncontrollable laughter. She clapped her hands with manic energy, her silver hair whipping around her face as she delighted in the chaos. She shouted down to the floor, praising Dantalian. She called him 71st, and thanked him on behalf of the entire council for finally getting rid of such a pathetic pest. She threw her head back, her yellow eyes glowing with a terrifying joy. She gestured to the surrounding nobles, asking them if they didn't all feel the same way. Her laughter echoed off the high stone walls, a signal that the tide of the entire room had turned. The other demons began to look at one another, the earlier atmosphere of judgment vanishing. They saw the shift in power and, one by one, their expressions of horror began to fade into nodding agreement. A massive wave of sound erupted from the gallery as the nobles began to cheer and shout. Barbatos stood alone in her spotlight, her presence commanding the entire hall as she celebrated the public downfall of Paimon's accusation. Ivar Lodbrok watched the scene with wide, sweating eyes. The vampire's face was pale, realizing that the political landscape had just been fundamentally altered by the lowest-ranked lord in the room. Lapis Lazuli stood frozen, her breath hitching in her throat as she watched the madness unfold. She whispered to herself, wondering what on earth was actually happening and how Dantalian had managed to turn a death sentence into a triumph. Dantalian stood in the center of it all, a lone figure in the dark. Above him, a final, massive cascade of red notifications filled the air. The ping of the system was constant, a digital symphony of shifting allegiances and shattered reputations as the hearing reached its chaotic conclusion. Lapis Lazuli stood in the shadows of the grand hall, her expression tight with a mixture of disbelief and growing dread. She watched the chaotic scene unfolding before her, whispering to herself in a strained voice, wondering what on earth was happening in that very moment. The atmosphere in the chamber had shifted from a structured hearing into something far more volatile and unpredictable. Barbados threw her head back, her silver hair whipping around as she let out a piercing, manic laugh. Her golden eyes sparkled with a dangerous delight, completely reveling in the disruption she was causing. The vast, checkered floor of the council chamber became the stage for a bizarre standoff. Barbados continued her cackling in the background, while Dantalian and Paimon remained locked in a silent, high-tension gaze. Marba stood between them, his presence a failing anchor of order in the rising storm. Dantalian's single visible red eye narrowed, fixed on his opponent with a chilling, calculated calm. Opposite him, Paimon looked as though she had been struck, her face pale and her eyes wide with a growing sense of panic as she realized the room was slipping from her grasp. Barbados began to clap slowly and mockingly. She addressed the room with a booming voice, laughing as she shouted that the 71st-ranked demon lord, Dantalian, had said everything perfectly. Leaning forward with a predatory grin, Barbados admitted to the assembly that she had honestly wanted to kill the late Andromalius herself. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice. She gestured casually toward the empty space where the accused once stood, remarking with a smirk that the deceased had done a remarkably good job of hiding from her wrath while he was still alive. Barbados resumed her rhythmic clapping, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She stated how truly glad she was that such a piece of trash was finally dead, and she made a point of thanking Dantalian once again for his role in the matter. The noble demons in the gallery were paralyzed. The elven nobles and high-ranking officials looked on with sweating brows and gaping mouths, unable to believe the blatant disrespect being shown to the council's traditions. Barbados turned her attention to the silent crowd, her laughter dying down into a sharp, challenging edge. She asked them all what was wrong, mockingly questioning if any of them were actually planning to defend the horrific actions of the man Dantalian had described. Her gaze turned cold as she scanned the balconies, her voice dropping to a low, threatening register. She asserted that surely, none of them would be foolish enough to take such a side. A wave of forced, terrified movement rippled through the gallery. One by one, then in small groups, the nobles began to join in the applause. Their faces were masks of fear and uncertainty, clapping not out of support, but out of a desperate need to avoid Barbados's target. Barbados's lips curled into a jagged, toothy smile of victory. She looked around the room, laughing as she noted that everyone seemed to agree, declaring it to be a truly blessed day. She turned her sharp tongue back toward Paimon, wondering aloud what would happen if the rest of the demon world found out that Paimon had spent a Walpurgis night defending such a loathsome individual. The mockery continued as Barbados leaned in, telling Paimon that the other demon lords and the entire nobility would surely laugh her out of her position for such a display. The thunder of the applause grew louder, filling the high vaulted ceiling. The nobles clapped with a frantic energy, the sound becoming a rhythmic condemnation of Paimon's initial accusation. Ivar Lodbrok, the wealthy vampire merchant, winced at the noise. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he looked on, clearly unsettled by how thoroughly the lower-ranked Dantalian had dismantled the status quo. The entire hall was now a sea of clapping figures. The flickering blue flames cast long, dancing shadows across the crowd, making the scene look like a surreal celebration of a public execution. Even the most stoic nobles were now joining in, their forced smiles and frantic hands signaling a complete shift in the political winds of the night. Barbados pointed a sharp finger toward Dantalian, laughing as she predicted that even the common people in Niflheim would be singing his praises at that very moment. She continued her enthusiastic endorsement, declaring that he had been willing to break the law for the person he loved and had managed to rid the world of a filthy degenerate in the process. Dantalian stood perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask of stoicism. Behind him, Barbados's voice rang out as she gave him a title that shocked the room, declaring that he was, in fact, a hero. Barbados roared with laughter, finding the idea of a demon lord being called a hero to be absolutely brilliant. Her joy was infectious and terrifying in equal measure. She suddenly stopped her cackling and barked Paimon's name, demanding to know if the accuser didn't agree with the rest of the room's assessment. Paimon looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. She gasped out a desperate refusal, begging for the clapping to stop. She looked around the hall with hollow eyes, asking why everyone was suddenly supporting her enemy. She bowed her head, her hands trembling as she pleaded for them to stop. The sound of the applause seemed to be physically wounding her. Paimon's expression shifted into one of desperate, cornered rage. She gritted her teeth and insisted that Dantalian was the true criminal, the one who had violated their sacred common laws. She whispered in horror that this was not at all how the hearing was supposed to end. From high above, the four central figures looked like small pieces on a massive chessboard. The constant, rhythmic clap of the audience acted as a suffocating background noise to Paimon's failure. Marba stood in the shadows, his face darkening with a silent, ancient fury. His single eye glared through his monocle, his patience finally reaching its absolute limit. The elderly demon lord's voice tore through the hall like a thunderclap as he roared for silence. The sheer force of his command caused the air itself to vibrate. The room fell instantly silent. Dantalian and Barbados stood their ground, waiting for the arbiter's next move as the echoes of Marbas's shout faded into the rafters. Marba stood tall, gesturing toward the gallery with a stern hand. He declared that the recent applause was a blatant and intentional disruption of the hearing. He warned the assembly in no uncertain terms that such an outburst must never happen again. The nobles in the gallery shrank back, their mouths agape and eyes wide with terror as the weight of Marbas's authority settled over them like a heavy shroud. Barbados offered a mocking, insincere acknowledgement of the order, her voice dripping with false compliance. However, she wasn't finished with her commentary. She turned her gaze back to the center of the floor, stating clearly that despite the disruption, she had been genuinely impressed by what she had witnessed. Looking directly at Dantalian, she remarked that there was usually nothing but worthless trash among the lowest-ranking demon lords. She noted with a sharp smile that it had been a very long time since someone actually useful had appeared in their ranks. Barbados held up a hand in a mock gesture of peace, claiming that she had no further intention of disrupting the legal proceedings. Marba turned his attention back to the accuser, his voice weary and cold. He looked at the defeated woman and prepared to bring the session to a close. He addressed Paimon directly, suggesting that they wrap up the hearing right then and there, implying that the case against Dantalian had effectively evaporated. Paimon remained a silhouette in the center of the hall. Her voice came out low and strained as she pleaded for Marba to wait, refusing to let the matter drop. A close-up of Paimon's eye revealed her state of extreme distress. She was sweating profusely, her pupil dilated with a mix of fear and an obsessive, desperate determination to reclaim her honor. Marba looked down at her with a questioning grunt, asking if there was truly anything left that she wished to discuss. Paimon snapped her head up, her eyes burning with a wild intensity. She shouted that she was still not done and insisted on her right to continue questioning Dantalian. Marba sighed, reminding her that they had known each other for over 5 centuries. He stated that he knew her character as well as he knew his own. He continued, expressing his genuine confusion as to why she would continue to defend a man like Andromalius. He pointed out that, normally, a person of her moral standing would be the first to despise someone who had committed such atrocities. Paimon stood in a daze, the word, no, repeating like a broken mantra in her mind, as she struggled to reconcile her sense of law with the horrific truth of the victim's suffering. She suddenly let out a sharp, visceral scream of denial, her voice echoing with a raw, emotional pain. Paimon looked at Barbados, her thoughts racing with confusion and hatred. She wondered why the other woman was wearing such a smug, knowing expression in the face of such chaos. She lashed out, asking what there was to laugh about. She looked at the figures surrounding her, her voice trembling as she began to turn her accusation toward the entire room. Dantalian watched her with a faint, mocking smirk. Paimon's teeth were bared in a snarl as she began to suggest that those standing against her were the ones hiding something. A violent purple aura erupted around Paimon as she reached a fever pitch of rage. She screamed at the assembly, asking if they were not the real villains in this story. Exhausted and desperate, Paimon suddenly sank to her knees before Marba. She looked up at the elderly arbiter, her voice cracking as she called out his name. She bowed her head low against the cold marble floor, pleading with Marba to give her just one last chance to prove her case. Paimon looked up, her face a mask of sweating, wide-eyed intensity. Marba looked back at her with a silent, calculating gaze, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Marba let out a short, dismissive grunt and told her to do as she liked. In the background, Dantalian watched the exchange with a quiet, sinister chuckle. Dantalian thought to himself that he had known this would happen. He looked at Paimon with a dark, triumphant expression, acknowledging her name as if she were a piece on a board he had already won. He noted that it was about time for the next phase of his plan. He cast a quick, subtle glance toward the side of the hall where Lapis was waiting. Standing with his back to Paimon, Dantalian casually gave a thumbs-up signal behind his back, hidden from the main council but visible to his associate. Lapis Lazuli's eyes widened as she received the signal. She looked determined, realizing that the most dangerous part of their gambit was about to begin. Without a word, Lapis turned and began to walk away from the hearing. Dantalian watched her go with a sharp, toothy grin, knowing his pieces were moving into place. Lapis slipped through the shadows of the gallery, moving past the distracted nobles and disappearing through the massive stone doors at the back of the hall. Dantalian's smirk widened. He turned back toward the center of the room, whispering the word now to himself as he prepared to face Paimon's final, desperate attack. Paimon stood in the center of the hall, her silhouette framed by a swirling, malevolent purple aura. She looked like a vengeful spirit, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light as she prepared to speak. She addressed the noble guests of the Walpurgis night with a booming, authoritative voice, declaring that she had not yet told them everything. The crowd erupted into murmurs of surprise and apprehension. They leaned forward, sensing that a new and even darker revelation was coming. Paimon looked at the assembly and asked if they were all aware of the horrific plague currently ravaging the continent. Her voice was cold and heavy with accusation. The nobles looked at one another with fearful, sweating faces, the mention of the disease bringing a fresh wave of panic to the room. She described how the plague had appeared out of nowhere and spread with unnatural speed, leaving a massive and growing death toll in its wake. She paused, her expression turning lethal. Paimon's eyes flared as she made a shocking claim, stating that the plague was not a natural disaster, but had actually been spread intentionally by a malicious hand. The gallery descended into an uproar of disbelief. Ivar Lodbrok looked as if he might collapse, his face pale with shock as he realized the direction the hearing was taking. Paimon pointed a shaking finger toward the floor, her voice rising to a crescendo. She declared that the one who had spread the plague, the true culprit behind the suffering. She screamed the final word, the sound tearing through the chamber. She pointed directly at her opponent and shouted that the monster was him. Standing with her fan leveled like a weapon, Paimon roared Dantalian's name, officially accusing him of biological warfare and mass murder in front of the highest demon authority. Dantalian's face remained calm and composed. Despite the weight of the new accusation, he looked back at Paimon with a subtle, knowing smile, as if he had been expecting this very move from the start. Paimon's voice cut through the heavy air of the chamber, her tone sharp with a burgeoning sense of victory. She demanded that everyone present focus on the tragedy of the current plague, but then her voice dropped to a conspiratorial chill. She declared that the sickness was not a stroke of bad luck, but something far more sinister, an intentional act of biological warfare. The accusation hung in the air like a physical weight. Noble demons in the gallery gasped, their faces contorted with shock and confusion. Paimon didn't let up, her red eyes burning with a righteous fire as she prepared to name the architect of the continent's misery. She leveled her gaze at the center of the hall, her shadow stretching long across the checkered floor. With a voice that shook the rafters, she screamed that the one responsible for spreading the devastation was none other than the man standing before her. Dantalian remained an island of calm in the rising storm. A faint, jagged smile played on his lips as he looked back at her, his single visible eye reflecting a cold, predatory intelligence that seemed entirely unfazed by the death sentence she was attempting to weave. Internally, Dantalian noted that the time for their true gambit had finally arrived. He realized that the narrative regarding the fallen demon lord had only been a preliminary move. This new accusation was the real attack they had planned all along. He watched the secondary players in the room, his mind already 3 steps ahead. To him, the previous debate over Andromalius had been nothing more than an appetizer. His gaze shifted toward the wealthy vampire lord, Ivar Lodbrok, who stood in the shadows. Dantalian's focus intensified as he prepared for the main dish. The atmosphere around the high-ranking lords became thick with tension, the silence of the room punctuated only by the low, rhythmic thrum of dark energy. Marba, the elder arbiter, turned his stern gaze toward Paimon. His expression was etched with a grim seriousness as he prepared to address the gravity of her claim. The elderly demon lord questioned her directly, noting that such an extreme accusation required more than just words. He demanded to know if she possessed verifiable evidence to support the claim that a fellow lord had unleashed a plague upon the world. Paimon met his gaze without a hint of hesitation. Her voice was steady and absolute as she confirmed that she did indeed have the proof required to condemn Dantalian. In the shadows of the balcony, Ivar Lodbrok tightened his grip on his cane. He felt a surge of dark satisfaction, noting that Paimon had finally regained her composure. To him, the path to victory was now absolute. He believed there was no possible way they could lose this legal battle. Paimon addressed the assembly again, her voice carrying a weight of somber authority. She reminded them that the plague was a merciless killer, claiming the lives of humans and demons without distinction. She paused for dramatic effect before revealing that there was a glimmer of hope. She announced to the stunned crowd that a cure for this mysterious and deadly affliction actually existed. As Dantalian looked on with a hand to his chin, Paimon identified the savior of the continent, a rare medicinal plant known as the black herb. The image of the unassuming weed flickered in the minds of those present, a symbol of life amidst the dying. She then raised a challenging question to the nobles in the gallery, asking who it was that had first discovered the medicinal properties of this herb, seemingly out of nowhere. She pointed a finger directly at Dantalian, her voice ringing with a cold irony. She named him as the visionary who had discovered the cure for a disease that had never before been seen in recorded history. Paimon leaned in, her expression turning lethal. She pointed out the most damning detail. Dantalian had moved to purchase every available scrap of the black herb on the market just before the plague had even begun to spread. Confusion and suspicion rippled through the gallery like a wave. The noble demons began to mutter amongst themselves, unable to reconcile how a lowly lord could have such perfect, prophetic timing. Barbados watched the exchange with a deepening scowl, her teeth bared in a silent snarl. Paimon hammered the point home, stating that Dantalian hadn't just predicted the plague. He seemed to know exactly when it would arrive. She added that he was also conveniently prepared with the only known cure before a single person had even fallen ill. The logic of her trap was closing around him like a noose. She asked the council how such a coincidence could possibly be explained. How could a man find the cure for a brand new disease before it even existed? Paimon stood over him, her presence looming. She declared that the answer was painfully simple and required no further speculation. She repeated her accusation with finality, branding Dantalian as the architect of the plague itself, using the cure as a means to profit from the very suffering he had created. The crowd erupted in whispers of disbelief, questioning if such a horrific scheme was even possible. Paimon then turned her attention to the logistics, noting that Dantalian had employed a full-time consultant from the Concuska trading firm to handle his affairs. She claimed that it was through this specific consultant that the massive and suspicious acquisition of the black herbs had been carried out in secret. Her aura flared with a menacing light as she asserted that they could prove every single transaction. She promised the council that they would show, without a single omission, exactly how Dantalian had cornered the market on the cure before the first victim had died. The four figures at the center of the hall stood in a tense, triangular standoff. The weight of the evidence seemed insurmountable, and the gallery watched with bated breath to see if the 71st Demon Lord could possibly talk his way out of a death warrant. Marba remained silent for a long moment, his eye fixed on the evidence. Finally, he turned his head slowly toward the vampire lord standing nearby. Marba called upon Ivar Lodbrok to step forward. Ivar responded immediately, his voice smooth and calculating as he acknowledged the arbiter's summons. The elder demon lord asked Ivar point-blank if everything Paimon had just stated regarding the trade records and the consultant was the absolute truth. Ivar stepped into the light, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of exaggerated respect. He addressed Marba with a tone of feigned humility. The vampire merchant claimed to be hesitant, stating that he was afraid to judge what was truth and what was a lie in the presence of such a noble authority. He played the part of a reluctant witness perfectly. However, he added with a sharp glint in his eyes that if Marba commanded it, he was fully prepared to provide the necessary documentation and evidence to support Paimon's claims. Marba grunted, his patience thin. He asked if Ivar could provide this definitive proof right here and right now, in the middle of the sacred assembly. Ivar confirmed that he could, his gaze fixed on Dantalian with a look of predatory triumph. He believed he was moments away from crushing his rival. Dantalian's mouth curled into a dark, satisfied grin. He wasn't looking at his accusers. He was looking at a future they couldn't yet see. Without saying a word, Dantalian turned his back on the council and began to walk calmly toward the exit of the main floor. Ivar let out a mocking laugh, calling out to him. He told Dantalian that there was no use in trying to run away now that the truth had been revealed. Ivar began to declare that Dantalian would soon lose everything, but his victory speech was abruptly cut short. A frantic voice echoed from the back of the hall as a servant burst in, begging for a pardon for the interruption of the sacred Walpurgis night. Marba and Paimon both turned in shock, their faces etched with confusion at the blatant breach of protocol. The armored messenger scrambled through the crowd of nobles, who parted in a flurry of whispers. Marba demanded to know the meaning of this intrusion. The elderly arbiter roared, reminding the messenger that they were in the middle of a high council meeting and demanding an immediate explanation for the disruption. The messenger fell to his knees, trembling before the might of the demon lords. The report was staggering. The servant gasped out that they had just received word that the headquarters of the Concuska trading firm, the seat of Ivar's power, was under a violent attack. Barbados's jaw tightened in shock while Ivar's eyes went wide with sudden terror. A close-up revealed Dantalian's face, his grin widening into something truly demonic. He looked like a man watching a masterpiece unfold exactly as he had written it. Ivar was nearly hysterical, pointing a shaking finger at the messenger. He stammered out a demand for the servant to repeat what they had just said, his composure vanishing in an instant. The messenger confirmed the nightmare, stating that smoke was currently pouring from the top floor of the headquarters following a massive explosion. The color drained from Ivar's face. He whispered in horror that the top floor was where his priceless, long-time collection was stored. He turned to Marba, his voice desperate as he begged for the elder's permission to leave and attend to the crisis. Marba looked down at the panicked merchant and told him to raise his head. He stated with a cold, detached tone that he understood the severity of the situation. However, Marba made it clear that the sanctity of the meeting could not be fully ignored. He granted Ivar exactly 15 minutes to handle the matter, warning him that he would not normally tolerate such an interruption. Ivar bowed low, his hands clutching his cane so hard his knuckles turned white. He thanked Marba profusely for his generous consideration. Transforming into a blur of motion, Ivar shoved past the surrounding nobles, screaming at them to get out of his way as he fled the chamber in a blind panic. Barbados watched him go, her laughter returning with a manic edge. She mocked the sight of the powerful merchant lord running out of the room like a terrified animal. Paimon stood frozen, her teeth gritted in fury. The momentum of her accusation had been completely derailed by the chaos. Seeing Dantalian also walking away, Paimon barked an order for him to hold his position. She demanded to know where he thought he was going in the middle of her questioning. Marba intervened, telling her to let him go for the moment. Dantalian paused and looked back at her with a condescending smile. He told her to have a little patience, assuring her that she would eventually get her turn. He claimed that he simply wanted a bit of fresh air, and insisted that he had no intention of running away from the proceedings. His expression shifted into one of pure malice as he looked over his shoulder, his eyes glowing red. He told her not to worry, his voice dripping with a threatening confidence that left her speechless. Dantalian brushed past a startled noblewoman with a casual request for her to excuse him, walking toward the shadows of the upper balconies. Paimon remained in the center of the floor, seething with a helpless rage as she watched her control over the situation evaporate. Deep in the corridors of the palace, Ivar ran with a desperate intensity. He screamed for his subordinate, Torokal, and found the goblin executive waiting in a panic. Ivar demanded to know what the hell was happening at their headquarters. Torokal looked completely lost, stammering that he had no idea what was going on. Wasting no more time, Ivar ordered Torokal to send every remaining servant and soldier they had to the headquarters immediately. Ivar declared that he would check the situation himself from the observation deck, believing he could see the headquarters from that high vantage point. He cursed under his breath, wondering who could possibly have the audacity to attack his firm on Walpurgis night. He realized with a snarl that the culprits had intentionally targeted a location with weakened security. As he climbed the stairs, his mind raced with anxiety over his precious collection. He grumbled about the time it took to climb in his current physical condition and resolved to change back into his younger, more powerful form as soon as the night was over. His internal monologue turned to cold vengeance. He vowed that he would never forgive those responsible for this trouble and promised to make whoever was behind it pay a terrible price. Reaching the balcony, he saw that the reports were true. Thick black smoke was indeed rising from the distant cityscape. Suddenly, a voice drifted through the night air, mocking him. "I knew you'd come here," the voice chuckled. Ivar froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He looked toward the railing and saw Dantalian leaning casually against the stone, looking out at the burning city as if he were enjoying a scenic view. Dantalian pointed out toward the horizon, telling Ivar that with his vampire senses, he should be able to see his own room perfectly from this height. Ivar's face was half shrouded in darkness, his expression a mask of pure, murderous hatred. He growled out a single question, demanding to know why on earth Dantalian was standing there waiting for him. Dantalian stood on the high stone balcony, the moonlight silvering his hair as he looked out over the sprawling city. He let out a soft, mocking chuckle, remarking that he knew the other would eventually seek him out there. With a casual gesture toward the horizon, he pointed out that from such a height, a man of great power should be able to see his own private quarters quite clearly. Ivar Lodbrok's face was a mask of sheer, trembling disbelief. His eyes bulged as he stared at the younger demon lord, his breath hitching as he demanded to know the meaning of the chaos and why Dantalian was standing there so calmly. The silence of the night was heavy between them. Ivar stood in the shadows of the doorway, watching the silhouette of the 71st Demon Lord, who remained focused on the distant view of the city. Dantalian turned slightly, a sharp, predatory smirk cutting across his features. His red eyes glinted with a terrifying amusement, the look of a man who had orchestrated a masterpiece and was now savoring the final act. 10 minutes earlier, high above the city streets, the air hummed with magical static. Humbaba, the leader of the Berber sisters, adjusted her oversized witch's hat and peered through the darkness, asking her companions if the signal had been spotted yet. The massive clock tower of the Kunkuska firm headquarters loomed over the surrounding buildings, a monument to wealth and influence that was about to become a target. Hovering on their brooms amidst the clouds, the Berber sisters felt a flicker of hesitation. One of the witches asked Humbaba if they were truly committed to such a dangerous path. Without looking back, Humbaba confirmed that they were. Humbaba reminded them that this was a direct request from Dantalian himself. Her expression was solemn as she prepared her sisters for what was to come. The memory of their secret meeting played in their minds. Dantalian, accompanied by Lapis Lazuli, had stood before the gathered witches in the courtyard, stating that he had one final, crucial request to make of them. Humbaba had looked at him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, asking him plainly what he required of their circle. The reaction was immediate shock. The sisters gasped, their faces pale as they processed the audacity of his plan. They asked for clarification, unable to believe he actually wanted them to launch an assault on the headquarters of the world's most powerful trading firm. Humbaba stepped closer to the demon lord, searching his face for any sign of a jest. She asked if he was truly being serious about such a suicidal mission. Dantalian's gaze had been like cold iron as he confirmed his intent. There was no hesitation in his voice, only the steady chill of a calculated command. He informed them that they were no longer bystanders in the political storm. He insisted that the sisters were now deeply entwined in the fate of the demon world. He then revealed a dark truth that struck Humbaba to her core. He suggested that their sister, Beatrice, had already fallen into Ivor's clutches. A grim vision of the elderly vampire lord looming over a bloodied and broken Beatrice flickered in their thoughts, fueling their rising anger. The blonde witch's eyes turned golden with a cold, simmering fury. She stated that if Dantalian's words were true, she would never find it in her heart to forgive Ivar Lodbrok for his transgressions. The other sisters whispered in the dark, still fearful, asking if such a horrific thing could truly be the truth. Humbaba steeled her resolve, telling them that they would find out soon enough. She urged them to cast aside their fear, reminding them that regardless of his rank, this was an official request from a demon lord. She vowed that they would discover exactly what had happened to Beatrice. In the present, a brilliant streak of light suddenly tore through the night sky, erupting from the palace like a silent firework. The witches stared in awe, recognizing the long-awaited signal. On a distant balcony, Lapis Lazuli stood with her hand raised, the magical flare dissipating above her. Her blue eyes were cold and resolute as she signaled the start of the operation. Humbaba felt the mana surge around her, her cloak billowing in the wind. She called out to her sisters, telling them that the time had come to act. The night sky above the Kunkuska headquarters was suddenly illuminated by a massive, intricate magic circle. The Berber sisters circled the glowing glyph, their combined power focusing into a single point of devastation. With a flash of lightning reflecting in her eyes, Humbaba gave the final command to begin the assault. Back at the palace observation deck, the sound of the distant explosion finally arrived, followed by the sight of thick, black smoke billowing into the moonlight from the top of the firm's tower. Ivar stared at the destruction, his mind finally connecting the pieces. He looked at Dantalian's smirking profile and realized with a growl that this entire catastrophe was the work of the man standing before him. The vampire lord's thoughts raced, wondering how deep the conspiracy went. He suspected that Barbados must be lurking somewhere nearby, acting as the muscle behind Dantalian's schemes. He tried to force himself to remain calm, reasoning that they were still in the middle of a formal council meeting. He tried to convince himself that even Dantalian wouldn't be stupid enough to escalate things further in such a public setting. Dantalian began to walk toward him, the sound of his footsteps steady and rhythmic. He told Ivar not to worry, laughing softly as he noted that there were no witnesses left. It was only the two of them on the balcony. The young demon lord stopped inches away from the elderly vampire, his taller frame looming over the merchant. His eyes glowed with a feral red light as he bared his teeth in a wide, jagged grin. He leaned in and stated that he simply wanted to have an open and honest conversation with him. Ivar clutched the handle of his cane, his knuckles white. He was internally reeling, wondering what kind of madness was driving the 71st Demon Lord to take such risks. The Vampire Lord expressed his utter disbelief, struggling to accept that Dantalian would have the gall to physically attack his company while the council was still in session. Dantalian admitted to the crime without a shred of remorse. He smiled and confirmed that it was indeed his doing. Ivar's rage flared, his teeth sharpening as he realized the depth of the insult. The younger lord waved a hand dismissively, telling Ivar not to be concerned. He claimed that the entire destructive display had been orchestrated for the sole purpose of securing a private audience with him. He folded a hand over his chest, insisting that he had no actual intention of destroying the Kunkuska firm entirely. Dantalian placed a familiar hand on Ivar's shoulder, leaning down to his level. He explained that without such a drastic move, there would never have been an opportunity to get him alone, away from the prying eyes and ears of the other nobles. A truly sinister smile stretched across Dantalian's face. He let out a light, mocking laugh, admitting that while the company had suffered a little damage, he was only slightly sorry for the trouble. Ivar's jaw tightened until it nearly cracked. He thought to himself that this filthy rat of a lord was making a complete fool of him, treating his life's work like a disposable pawn in a game. The vampire lord stared back with murderous intent, convinced that Dantalian had finally overplayed his hand and was as good as finished. His red eyes narrowed into slits of pure hatred. Ivar vowed to himself that he would completely ruin Dantalian, no matter what cost he had to pay to see it done. Maintaining a thin veneer of politeness, Ivar addressed him as Your Highness, but stated firmly that there was absolutely nothing left for them to discuss. He turned away, declaring that he would simply submit all the incriminating information to the council exactly as Lord Marba had instructed, ensuring Dantalian's execution. Dantalian looked down at him with a feigned air of disappointment. He remarked that it was a shame their first meeting had to be so adversarial. Ivar echoed the sentiment with a voice dripping with venom, agreeing that the situation was indeed very regrettable. A close-up of Dantalian's mouth revealed a jagged, triumphant grin that reached from ear to ear. He leaned in again, his tone dropping to a dark whisper. He asked Ivar if he surely understood the depths of the emotions he was feeling at that very moment. Ivar snapped at him, calling him a brat and telling him he had to be kidding if he expected any sympathy or understanding. The vampire merchant mocked him, stating that an old man like himself couldn't possibly begin to imagine what was going on inside the head of a demon lord. Dantalian's eye flared as he repeated the phrase, an old man, back to him, his voice holding a dangerous, mocking weight. He spoke Ivar's name with a chilling clarity that seemed to freeze the air on the balcony. He asked, with a terrifying calmness, how the other felt about a new proposition. Standing tall and confident, Dantalian extended an invitation that left the older man stunned. He asked Ivar point-blank if he would like to become his subordinate. Ivar's face contorted with a mixture of shock and insulted pride. He wondered if he had heard correctly, thinking it was impossible for someone ranked 71st to expect a man of his stature to submit. Looking up at the younger lord, Ivar asked with a strained voice if he was surely joking about such an absurd request. Dantalian threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing into the night. He looked down with a wide, toothy grin and told Ivar that there was no way he was joking. He was entirely serious. He repeated the offer with a cold, deliberate pace, asking Ivar Lodbrok once more if he would become his subordinate. Ivar suddenly exploded into a fit of wild, hysterical laughter. He covered his face with his gloved hand, the sound of his cackling filling the balcony as he mocked the sheer insanity of the proposal. Dantalian remained in the shadows, a knowing smirk remaining on his face as he watched the vampire's outburst. The two stood on the balcony, framed by the moonlit sky, both sharing a moment of dark, mutual amusement that masked the lethal intentions beneath. Ivar's laughter turned into a snarl. He shouted at Dantalian, telling him he had to be completely out of his mind to make such an offer. Dantalian chuckled, noting that at long last, Ivar had finally dropped his polite merchant's mask and shown his true face. With his red eyes burning with an intense, dominating light, Dantalian stared down his opponent, calling him out by name one last time as the psychological battle reached its peak. Dantalian's voice was like a cold blade as he observed that Ivar had finally dropped his facade. He remarked with a chilling smirk that the vampire lord had at last shown his true face. Ivar's composure shattered entirely, his voice a ragged snarl as he hurled insults at the younger lord, calling him a mere brat who had pushed his luck too far. The night air hung heavy over the sprawling, ornate towers of the palace. Far below, the city lights twinkled, oblivious to the lethal game of shadows being played out on the high observation deck. Ivar stood hunched, a malevolent purple aura erupting from his frame like a poisonous flame. The dark energy swirled violently around him, casting long, distorted shadows against the stone floor as he glared up at the towering silhouette of Dantalian. Dantalian's lips curled into a jagged, predatory grin. He stated with absolute finality that the time had come to settle their dispute once and for all. Turning slightly toward the shadows of the balcony, Dantalian called out, telling someone that they could emerge now. The sound of steady, rhythmic footsteps echoed against the stone. The sound of heels clicking on the pavement sent a fresh wave of shock through Ivar. His eyes bulged, his face contorting in a mask of disbelief and growing horror as he realized he was no longer alone with his tormentor. Lapis Lazuli stepped into the moonlight, her expression cold and unwavering. She stood tall against the backdrop of the burning city, her blue eyes fixed on the scene with a sharp, piercing intensity. Dantalian let out a low, mocking laugh. He looked at Ivar and asked what he thought of this reunion after such a long and calculated silence. Ivar's rage reached a boiling point, the purple mana around him flaring into a jagged crown of energy. He roared that he had been waiting to see her, demanding to know if she had truly forgotten the sacred rules of the firm. His face was a mask of ancient, vampiric fury as he bellowed that within the walls of the Kunkuska firm, traitors were forced to pay for their transgressions with their very blood. He pointed a shaking finger at the pair, his voice echoing into the night as he promised Lapis that she would live to regret the moment she chose to betray him. Lapis remained unmoved by his threats. She looked away, her voice a calm, detached whisper as she recalled a lesson she had been taught, that one should use whatever means necessary to achieve their goals. She looked back at Dantalian, acknowledging that he had promised to provide her with the best possible view of the events unfolding. Stepping forward with a quiet confidence, Lapis moved across the stone tiles, her movements deliberate and devoid of fear. She stood beside Dantalian, looking down at the hunched figure of the vampire merchant. She stated firmly that she was confident in the path they were taking and declared that she felt not a single shred of regret for turning against the company. Dantalian chuckled at her resolve, noting to himself that the pieces of the board were exactly where they needed to be. He spoke Ivar's name with a mocking softness. Ivar gritted his teeth, his knuckles white as he clutched the handle of his cane. He spat out that the idea of a great view was a pathetic joke and snarled that they were both finished. The vampire lord's power pulsed with a desperate energy. He claimed that he only needed to present the evidence regarding the black herbs to the council to ensure their total ruin. Dantalian stood with his arms crossed, his face partially hidden in shadow. He looked entirely comfortable, the smirk never leaving his lips as he allowed Ivar to vent his futile threats. Ivar looked up, his eyes bloodshot and wide with a frantic confusion. He demanded to know what Dantalian could possibly be laughing about and asked if the boy had truly gone insane. Dantalian met his gaze with a terrifyingly calm eye. He denied being mad. Instead, he claimed with a silk-thin irony that he was actually quite worried about Ivar. The merchant was blindsided by the comment, his voice cracking as he asked what on earth Dantalian meant by such a statement. Dantalian reached into his pocket and slowly drew out several strands of glowing golden thread. He held them up in the moonlight, asking Ivar if he recognized what they were. Ivar froze, the color draining from his face. His eyes were fixed on the shimmering strands, his jaw hanging open in a silent, paralyzed shock. He whispered to himself in a trembling breath, asking what that glowing hair was. A realization struck him like a physical blow, his mind screaming in denial. Dantalian's smile widened, becoming something truly monstrous. He clarified that he wasn't worried about the old, fragile body Ivar currently inhabited. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. He stated that what he was actually concerned about was a certain location in the frozen, desolate lands of the far north. Dantalian described a hidden cave, deep within the ice, where a young woman lay sealed inside a crystal coffin. He identified the sleeping figure as Ivar's true body, the source of her existence. The younger lord's eyes burned with a dark triumph as he watched Ivar's world collapse. He reiterated that the vulnerable, original self, was the object of his concern. Lapis looked on in genuine surprise, her eyes widening as she realized the depth of the secret Dantalian had just uncovered. Ivar's cane clattered to the floor as he collapsed to his knees. He gasped for air, his voice a frantic stutter as he asked how it was possible. He insisted that he had never told a soul about his real body. He looked up at Dantalian, trembling from head to toe, terrified of the man who seemed to possess godlike knowledge of his most guarded secrets. Dantalian watched the breakdown with a satisfied chuckle. He knew there was no way he could be ignorant of Ivar's identity, given the merchant's role in the world he came from. In the world of the game Dungeon Attack, Ivar Lodbrok had a different fate. She was known as a vampire heroine, a tragic figure destined to fall in love with the protagonist. Dantalian recalled the lore, how she had been betrayed by the very demon lord she served. To escape further exploitation, she had sealed her original form in an eternal ice coffin. To interact with the world, she had learned to project her consciousness into a series of living dolls, inhabiting various forms while her true self remained hidden and protected by the elements. Dantalian admitted to himself that he had been surprised when he first met this version of Ivar, noting that she was a far cry from the heroine he remembered from the game's narrative. Returning to the present, he spoke with a voice full of feigned sympathy. He wondered aloud what would happen if a lovely young lady's limbs were to be torn off by vicious monsters in a frozen wasteland. Ivar's face was a mask of pure terror. Dantalian suggested that if he were to give just a small, simple signal to those nearby, the demon lord's face was wreathed in shadows, his glowing red eyes and bared teeth making him look like the very devil. He asked what would happen if a sudden, violent disaster were to fall upon that sleeping girl. Ivar was hyperventilating, his pupils dilated to pinpricks. He repeated to himself that it was impossible, that no one but her could possibly have known the truth. He looked at the glowing hair in Dantalian's hand once more, the realization of his complete vulnerability shattering his mind. Dantalian offered another dark chuckle, commenting on the beauty of the blonde hair he held. He admitted that as a precaution before leaving the palace, he had borrowed a few strands of hair from a certain individual. He confessed with a smirk that he had never expected such a simple gesture to be so devastatingly effective. The demon lord's face was partially obscured by dark lines of intent as he decided the time had come for one final, decisive push. Lapis watched him from the side, her brow furrowed in confusion. She whispered to herself, wondering what on earth he was talking about and what game he was playing. However, looking at Ivar's catatonic state, Lapis realized that whatever Dantalian was saying, it must be the absolute, undeniable truth. Dantalian spoke Ivar's name again, his voice echoing with an irresistible authority. Ivar looked up, a single broken word escaping his lips as he waited for the final blow. The younger lord leaned over him and asked for the final time if Ivar would choose to serve him. Ivar began to scramble backward on the stone floor, his mind screaming in agony. He wailed into the night, asking why this was happening to him. The vampire merchant looked like a broken man, his face wet with sweat and tears as he clutched at the air, unable to find a way out of the trap. His internal thoughts were a chaotic storm of hatred. He told himself that he hated the situation and vowed that there was no way he would ever submit to a man like Dantalian. His eyes burned with a desperate, cornered rage. He repeated his hatred over and over like a mantra, trying to convince himself that the nightmare wasn't real. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark purple energy erupted from the floor between them. Dantalian and Lapis both recoiled in surprise, as the air was filled with a sudden, violent pressure. A horrific, distorted scream tore through the night as the energy expanded, the sound of breaking stone and shifting mana filling the balcony. Dantalian narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the center of the eruption, as he realized the vampire lord was taking a desperate, final stand. A monstrous shadow emerged from the purple flames, a mass of dark tentacles and jagged teeth that reached out toward the observers with lethal speed. Dantalian winced as the dark appendages whipped past him, the sheer force of the transformation catching him off guard. In a blur of motion, Ivar seized Lapis Lazuli. He held her by the throat, his hand replaced by a jagged claw as he warned Dantalian not to take a single step forward. Ivar loomed over his hostage, his face a mask of predatory desperation. He hissed that if Dantalian or the girl moved even a fraction of an inch, she would die instantly. The tension on the balcony reached a breaking point as Ivar snarled, warning the younger demon lord not to take another step. He tightened his grip on Lapis Lazuli, his eyes bloodshot and wide with a mix of fury and fear. He hissed that if Dantalian so much as twitched, the woman in his grasp would die. Lapis remained stoic, her blue eyes narrowed as the vampire lord's claws pressed against her throat. Dantalian remained perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask of cold indifference. The moonlight caught the sharp angle of his jaw and the single horn protruding from his hair, casting a long, intimidating shadow across the stone balcony as he stared back at his opponent. The distance between the two men felt like an ocean. Ivar stood hunched over his hostage, a sinister purple aura flickering around him like dying embers. Dantalian stood tall, silhouetted against the night sky, seemingly unmoved by the life or death struggle unfolding inches away. Breaking the heavy silence, Dantalian spoke Ivar's name with a chilling, monotonous tone. He glanced over his shoulder toward the smoking ruins of the Kunkuska headquarters in the distance, then turned back and asked the vampire lord what he intended to achieve with such a desperate display. Ivar's response was a frantic roar, screaming at the demon lord to shut up and stay back. His face was a mask of sheer panic, his teeth bared in a desperate snarl. Dantalian merely watched him, his eyes partially veiled in shadow, a silent observer to the older man's crumbling composure. Sweat beaded on Ivar's brow as he insisted with a trembling voice that he was deadly serious. He looked more like a cornered animal than the world's richest man, his eyes darting between Dantalian and the hostage in his arms. He repeated his ultimatum, vowing that he would truly end Lapis if Dantalian dared to close the distance. They stood on the precipice, the city lights below them flickering like distant stars as the wind whipped through the open balcony. Suddenly, Ivar tried a different tactic. His face twisted into a grotesque, forced smile as he suggested a deal. He claimed that despite everything, there was still a way for them to settle the matter. He demanded that Dantalian release his original body immediately. He promised that if his true form were returned safely, he would spare Lapis's life and end this confrontation right then and there. A dark chuckle escaped the vampire lord as he leaned closer to Dantalian. He remarked that he finally held the upper hand, knowing that the life of the woman Dantalian loved was currently at his mercy. Ivar's internal thoughts were a storm of cold calculation. He reminded himself that Lapis was Dantalian's primary weakness, the one thing he had proven he would kill another demon lord to protect. He believed that Dantalian had no choice but to accept the bargain. The vampire lord struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving with exhaustion. He noted to himself that while he would prefer to end Dantalian on the spot, his priority had to be the safety of his true body hidden in the north. He realized with a surge of frustration that his previous transformation had expended nearly all of his remaining magical reserves. He was running on fumes, his power fading into the dark smoke billowing from the city. He steeled his resolve, deciding that this hostage situation was his only remaining path to survival. He vowed that once his true form was secured and out of danger, he would return and ensure Dantalian met a gruesome end. He barked at the younger man to hurry up and release his body, his patience clearly reaching its limit as Dantalian remained silent and motionless. Dantalian's response was a simple, flat acknowledgement that he understood the request. Ivar felt a brief surge of triumph, but it was instantly extinguished when Dantalian added with a chilling smile that if Ivar wanted to kill Lapis, he should go right ahead and do it. The shock was physical. Ivar froze, his eyes bulging as he stared at the demon lord in utter disbelief. Even Lapis seemed momentarily taken aback by the casual dismissal of her life. Ivar stammered, his mind reeling as he tried to process what he had just heard. He gasped in confusion, unable to comprehend why his trump card had suddenly become worthless. Dantalian's eyes glowed with a feral, predatory light. He asked if Ivar had failed to hear him correctly, then repeated with a terrifying grin that he simply did not care about the hostage's fate. He commanded Ivar to go ahead and end her. The vampire lord could only manage a stunned whisper, his world spinning. He looked at Dantalian as if seeing a monster for the first time. He blinked rapidly, his mind screaming in denial. He wondered if the man before him had actually just uttered those words or if he had finally descended into madness. Dantalian let out a mocking laugh, asking if this wasn't supposed to be a deal. He reminded the older man that a deal was a specific type of transaction. He gestured to an imaginary set of scales, explaining that a deal could only be struck when both parties were equal or when one side possessed overwhelming strength. He noted that the head of the Konkuska firm should have understood such a basic concept. The demon lord adjusted his coat, his face partially masked in darkness. He stared down at the broken merchant and remarked that he had expected someone of Ivar's stature to comprehend something as simple as the balance of power. Ivar began to lose control, screaming for Dantalian to shut up. He tightened his claws further, his voice a ragged mess of desperation as he insisted again that he would kill her. Dantalian's mouth opened in a wide, silent roar of mockery. He shouted back that he didn't care and dared Ivar to follow through on the threat. He looked directly at Lapis and asked if she was okay with this outcome. Lapis met his gaze, her expression softening into one of absolute, unshakable devotion. The demon lord's gaze was cold and piercing, his red eyes focused entirely on his partner. Lapis looked back with a calm, serene resolve. The fear of death seemed entirely absent from her features. She spoke with a voice that was both quiet and firm, stating that she understood his decision. She declared that she would gladly give her life for his sake. She reiterated that her sacrifice would be for the ultimate glory of His Highness, her loyalty transcending her own survival. Ivar staggered back, his mind finally breaking. He stammered in disbelief, asking himself what kind of relationship these two had. He couldn't fathom how both the master and the servant could be so utterly devoid of the instinct for self-preservation. Dantalian began to walk forward again, the sound of his shoes clicking sharply against the stone. He told Ivar that from the very beginning, the vampire had been fundamentally wrong. The vampire lord stared up at him in terror as Dantalian continued, noting that Ivar's assumptions regarding the recent plague had been completely flawed. He noted that Ivar had believed Barbados was the mastermind and Lapis was the executor, while viewing Dantalian as nothing more than a convenient pawn in their game. Ivar sweat profusely, his eyes darting frantically as Dantalian's footsteps grew louder. The demon lord asked if that wasn't exactly what Ivar had been thinking the entire time. A soft, mocking chuckle filled the air as Dantalian asked if Ivar had finally figured it out. The merchant was trembling uncontrollably, the realization of his error hitting him with the weight of a mountain. Dantalian's aura exploded into a terrifying purple flame. He revealed with a wide, jagged grin that the true mastermind behind every single event was himself. He told Ivar that he had been completely and utterly mistaken about the hierarchy of their enemies. Dantalian expressed his disappointment, noting that he couldn't believe a man of Ivor's experience had lost his judgment over a petty desire for revenge. Lapis watched the exchange, her expression turning into one of silent, clinical observation. Ivar collapsed into a kneeling position, his head bowed as he wept and gasped for air. He was a shell of a man, his spirit crushed by the revelation of Dantalian's true nature. His thoughts were a chaotic mess of fear. He asked himself who this man truly was and realized with a sickening clarity that he could never hope to defeat someone like him. He remained on the ground, staring at Dantalian's feet, too terrified to even look up. Ivor's eyes were wide and vacant as he whispered the title Demon Lord to himself. He looked up and saw Dantalian wreathed in a terrifying red and purple energy, the younger man appearing like a true god of destruction. He gasped out the name Dantalian, in a voice full of awe and terror. The magical pressure subsided. Dantalian laughed softly and told Ivar that there was no need to be so frightened. He leaned in, his face a mask of predatory kindness. He reminded Ivar that he had previously asked the vampire to work under him. He stated that there was no need for Ivar to change his lifestyle. He should continue as he always had. However, Dantalian added that he simply wished for Ivar to occasionally listen to his requests and follow his lead when necessary. He crouched down to Ivar's level, his smile never fading. The Demon Lord's voice dropped to a sinister whisper. He told Ivar that he had no right to refuse the offer. He warned that if he did, he would snap the thread, the strands of hair connected to Ivar's real body. He asked if Ivar understood the consequences of disobedience. Dantalian then leaned in even closer to whisper his very first request. Ivar's eyes widened in fresh horror as he listened to the Demon Lord's command. The merchant's face contorted as if he had been struck. He stuttered in disbelief, insisting that such a request was impossible and beyond the pale. Dantalian stood up and looked at the full moon, his expression calm and satisfied. He suggested that it was time for them to head back to the council meeting. As he turned to leave, he mentioned one last detail. He revealed that he had actually never spread the plague at all. He looked back over his shoulder with a smug grin and told Ivar that he would leave the rest of the cleanup to him. The scene shifted back to the Grand Council chamber. Marba sat at the high table, checking his gold pocket watch with a huff of impatience. The elder Demon Lord declared that it was finally time to resume the proceedings. His single monocle glinted in the torchlight as he scanned the room. A heavy silence fell over the gathered nobles. Paimon and Barbados sat in their respective positions, their attention drawn toward the entrance. Ivar Lodbrok entered the hall alone, walking with a slow, heavy gait. He looked aged and defeated. Barbados watched him with a sharp, suspicious gaze, while Paimon's eyes were filled with a dark, simmering anger. Marba called out to the merchant, asking for an update on the situation. He stated his intention to resume the Walpurgis night meeting immediately. Ivar's response was a hollow, broken whisper. He stated that he had no objections and urged the council to begin. His eyes were shadowed, his face showing none of the fire he had possessed earlier. Barbados suddenly burst into a wild, mocking laugh. She pointed at the merchant and asked what was wrong, noting that he looked incredibly depressed. She teased him, asking if the destruction of his castle had taken away all of the courage he had displayed just moments ago. Marba commanded Barbados to be silent, his voice booming through the hall. Barbados merely stuck out her tongue and laughed, while Paimon remained focused on the empty entrance. The Elder Lord turned his attention back to the door, stating that they were now only waiting for one final man to arrive. Dantalian and Lapis Lazuli walked through the massive double doors, their footsteps echoing on the checkered floor. The gathered nobles whispered amongst themselves as the pair moved toward the center of the room. Paimon gritted her teeth, her red eyes burning with a murderous light as she glared at the 71st Demon Lord. Dantalian met her gaze with a calm, almost bored expression. Marba stood and announced to the assembly that now that everyone was present, the Walpurgis night would officially resume. Paimon spoke up, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She remarked that she was glad Dantalian had decided to come back instead of running away like a coward. Dantalian smirked and reminded her that he had already explained his absence. He had simply wanted to step outside for some fresh air. Paimon snarled, calling his excuse absolute nonsense. Her face was flushed with rage as she prepared to bring her accusations to light. Dantalian ignored her anger and called out to Ivar, who was standing quietly by the wall. He urged the merchant to hurry up and present the evidence they had discussed to the council. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at the vampire lord. Ivar stood with his head down, clutching his cane, as the seconds ticked by. Paimon's eyes widened in confusion. She shouted Ivar's name, demanding to know what he was doing and urging him to show the proof of Dantalian's crimes. Ivar finally spoke, his voice barely audible. He stated simply that there was no evidence to show. He stood with his hands folded, looking like a man resigned to his fate. Paimon let out a choked gasp of disbelief. The other nobles in the room whispered in shock, their faces showing a mix of confusion and mounting tension as they looked between the merchant and the high demon lord. A close-up of Paimon revealed her teeth clenched in fury. She demanded to know what Ivar had just said, her voice trembling with the effort to maintain her composure. Ivar repeated his statement, his face a mask of pale despair. He claimed that there had never been any evidence to begin with. He went even further, stating that everything Lord Paimon had said previously was nothing more than a blatant lie. The chamber erupted into a chaotic murmur. The nobles gasped and covered their mouths in shock. Barbados let out a wide, jagged grin of delight at the sudden turn of events, while Marba watched the unfolding drama with a stoic, analytical gaze. A close-up of Dantalian revealed a sharp, triumphant grin. His teeth glinted in the torchlight as he realized his plan had worked to perfection. Paimon finally lost all control. Her aura exploded into a violent red flame as she let out a primal scream of rage. Lightning crackled around her as she bellowed in fury, her world collapsing as the merchant she relied on turned against her in front of the entire council. The grand chamber trembled under the weight of Paimon's absolute, explosive fury. A towering pillar of crimson energy erupted from her, scorching the air as she demanded to know what Ivar had just said. Her voice, thick with a lethal edge, commanded him to repeat his words one more time. Dantalian watched the spectacle with a cold, jagged smirk, his eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a trap perfectly sprung. Nearby, Lord Marba remained stoic, his analytical gaze fixed on the unfolding disaster, while Barbados bared her teeth in a wild, predatory grin. Lapis Lazuli stood silent and watchful, a single bead of sweat betraying the immense pressure radiating from the enraged High Demon Lord. Ivar Lodbrok stood in the center of the storm, a broken shell of a man. His face was pale, his eyes wide and vacant as he repeated the killing blow to his own side. He whispered with a trembling voice that there was no evidence to show, none at all. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Paimon's expression shifted from rage to a terrifying, quiet malice. She noted that if he truly wished for death so badly, she would be more than happy to oblige. Her power flared to a blinding intensity as she vowed to kill him where he stood. Before she could strike, a heavy thud echoed through the hall. Lord Marba stepped forward with such force that the stone tiles beneath his boots shattered into a web of cracks. A surge of blue mana rippled outward, meeting Paimon's crimson aura with the weight of a mountain. The gathered nobles gasped and recoiled, their faces pale with terror as the two high-ranking powers clashed. The sheer pressure of the mana in the room made it difficult for the lesser demons to breathe. From a bird's-eye view, the hall was a battleground of color and intent. Paimon stood wreathed in her violent red flames, while Marba loomed over her, a bastion of cold, neutral authority. Dantalian and the others were scattered like pieces on a chessboard, waiting for the next move. The observers watched with bated breath, their mouths agape. The tension had transcended a mere political debate. It had become a confrontation that threatened to tear the sacred assembly apart. Marba roared for Paimon to stay her hand. His voice carried the absolute authority of his rank as he reminded her that this was the sacred Valpurgis night, a time where blood was not to be spilled lightly between their kind. Paimon gritted her teeth so hard that her jaw ached, her face contorting in a mask of frustrated agony. She let out a low, guttural groan of suppressed rage, forced to hold back her lethal intent by the Elder Lord's intervention. Desperate to regain control of the narrative, Paimon shouted for Torkel to be summoned. She demanded that her personal consultant from the Kunkuska firm be brought before the council immediately to provide the truth. A small, stooped figure emerged from the shadows. Torkel, an elderly goblin wearing a monocle and a tattered cape, addressed Paimon with a humble bow, asking if she had called for him. Barbados watched with a suspicious narrow of her eyes, while Dantalian remained unreadable. Paimon looked at the goblin with a mix of desperation and hope, her teeth bared as she prepared to use him as her final weapon against Dantalian. Torkel stood alone on the checkered floor, a tiny figure surrounded by the towering silhouettes of the demon nobility. The silence in the hall was suffocating as the goblin prepared to speak. Ivar Lodbrok watched his subordinate with a look of pure despair. He whispered Torkel's name, his eyes reflecting the guilt of a master who knew his servant was about to walk into a slaughter. Dantalian looked down at the newcomer with an air of casual dismissiveness. He wondered aloud who the old goblin was and asked with a mocking chuckle what difference a mere servant could possibly make at such a late stage in the game. The demon lord's eyes glowed with a predatory red light. He leaned in, his voice a dark promise that this would be the absolute end for both Paimon and Ivar. Torkel looked across the hall at his master, Ivar. He let out a low, pained groan, his expression one of deep, agonizing conflict. Ivar met the goblin's gaze, his own eyes shadowed with an unspoken apology. The bond between the master merchant and his loyal consultant was palpable, even in the midst of their shared ruin. Paimon roared at the goblin, demanding that he confirm the truth. She insisted that Torkel was the one who had told her that Dantalian was the sole culprit responsible for spreading the plague. Her red eyes were fixed on the goblin, burning with a frantic need for validation. She stated that there could be no doubt about the accusations they had brought forward. Torkel bowed his head, his voice steady despite the chaos. He confirmed that it was exactly as Lady Paimon had said. The room erupted in a low murmur. The noble onlookers exchanged shocked glances, wondering if the tide was about to turn once again. However, Torkel continued, his voice dropping to a somber tone. He confessed that he was indeed the one who had named Lord Dantalian as the culprit. But then he delivered the final, crushing blow. He admitted that every single word he had spoken was a lie he had fabricated himself. Marba remained silent, his expression unreadable, while Ivar Lodbrok looked as though he had been struck. Ivar could only manage a stunned whisper of disbelief as his subordinate took the full weight of the blame. Dantalian watched the goblin through narrowed eyes, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his own intent. Paimon was reeling. She grabbed at her chest, her voice trembling as she asked Torkel what he was saying. She demanded to know who had ordered him to tell such lies, asking if it had been Ivar who coerced him. Torkel looked up, his monocle glinting. He stated firmly that he had received orders from no one. He claimed that he had orchestrated the entire deception on his own. Paimon screamed at him to tell the real truth. She bellowed that there was no possible way a mere consultant like him could have pulled off a scheme of this magnitude without higher backing. She stepped toward him, her voice softening slightly but remaining intense. She reminded him that they had known each other for a very long time and that she knew his character better than anyone. Her eyes burned with a desperate fire as she asked him, not as his employer but as a longtime friend, who was truly behind the conspiracy. Torkel didn't flinch. He repeated that everything had been his doing and his alone. He explained his supposed motive. He had wanted to obtain the black herb that Lord Dantalian possessed. He admitted that he couldn't achieve such a goal by himself, but he realized there were two powerful individuals he could manipulate for his ends. He identified those two as Lady Paimon and Lord Ivar. He claimed to have played them both like instruments to further his own selfish greed. Paimon stood frozen, sweat pouring down her face. Torkel continued, stating that he had taken advantage of her legendary benevolence to lead her into this trap. He added that he had similarly exploited Lord Ivor's vast power and resources for his own gain. Dantalian watched the goblin's performance with a mix of surprise and dark admiration. He realized with a start that Torkel was deliberately sacrificing himself to protect his master from the fallout of their failed coup. Marba looked down at the small goblin, his voice like grinding stone. He noted that Torkel had just admitted to using high-ranking demon lords for personal gain. He asked if the goblin truly understood the gravity of the sin he was confessing to. Torkel nodded, stating that he was fully aware of his transgressions. He noted that now that his plans had failed, everything was over for him. He added a final, heartbreaking detail. If there was any fault to be found with Lady Paimon, it was only that she had been foolish enough to place her trust in an old fool like himself. The goblin stood with his head bowed, a tiny, dignified figure awaiting his end. His thoughts turned to Ivar one last time. He internally called out to his master, stating that this was the final service he could offer. With a sudden, decisive motion, Torkel drew a dagger and declared that he would pay for his crimes with his own life. Tears pricked at his eyes as he prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Dantalian, Lapis, and even Ivar watched in stunned silence as the goblin acted with a speed born of total resolve. Paimon screamed Torkel's name as he plunged the blade into his own chest. Blood erupted in a violent spray across the checkered floor, the crimson droplets splattering against Paimon's dress. The gathered nobles watched in horror as the life drained from the goblin. Torkel collapsed to the floor, his hand reaching out feebly one last time before going still. Paimon was in a state of total shock. She could only manage a broken whisper of denial, her eyes fixed on the body of her friend. She fell to her knees, her voice a repetitive wail. She insisted that this couldn't be happening, her mind unable to grasp the sudden and violent loss. Weeping openly, she whispered to the dead goblin that she had never called him there for this purpose. Her cries of agony echoed through the silent hall. Her aides rushed forward, surrounding her and asking if she was all right. They looked up at Marba, seeking guidance in the wake of the tragedy. Marba watched the scene with a heavy heart. He let out a low sigh and ordered the aides to take her away. The hall was filled with the sound of Paimon's sobbing as she was escorted out. Dantalian stood nearby, his back to the scene, his expression hidden from the crowd. Barbados let out a harsh, mocking laugh. She shouted after the departing Paimon, telling her she got exactly what she deserved. She even suggested with a twisted grin that Paimon should take the goblin's corpse for a spin as a memento. Marba silenced her with a sharp command. Barbados shrugged dismissively, while Dantalian knelt beside Torkel's body, his face shadowed. Internalizing the moment, Dantalian noted to himself that the goblin had actually followed through. He acknowledged that Torkel had taken his own life to cover for the sins of Ivar and Paimon, effectively ending the investigation. Dantalian reached out and gently pulled his own cloak over Torkel's body, covering the bloody remains. He whispered that the goblin's actions were, in their own twisted way, quite admirable. Ivar Lodbrok stood in the background, his hand covering his eyes as he wept silently for the servant who had died to save him. Dantalian remained on one knee, his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. He stated that he saluted the goblin's absolute resolve. Marba approached the younger lord and promised that he would personally ensure Paimon paid for the chaos she had caused. He asked Dantalian to remain patient for the time being. Dantalian looked up and stated calmly that there was no need for further punishment. His words caused a ripple of shock through the room. Marba, Barbados, and Lapis all stared at him in disbelief. Dantalian stood and explained that Lady Paimon had simply been used by a manipulative subordinate. He pointed out that now that Torkel was dead, the chain of responsibility had been broken. He turned to the council and stated with a cold logic that there was no one left who could be held legally responsible for the false accusations. Marba looked at him for a long moment, then let out a grunt of approval. He remarked on how admirable Dantalian's magnanimity was. A magical notification flickered in the air. Lord Marbaz's likability towards Dantalian had increased significantly. Marba declared to the assembly that he respected Dantalian's decision and noted that his graciousness would be remembered for a long time. He then announced that there was no longer any need for a vote and that the night's proceedings were concluded. With a dramatic gesture, the Elder Lord officially brought the Walpurgis night to an end. Marba then addressed the entire room, announcing that he would treat everyone to drinks tonight to wash away the bitterness of the evening's events. Barbados's eyes lit up at the mention of alcohol. She laughed wildly, demanding that the drinks be brought out immediately and praising Marba for his generosity. She then turned her attention to Dantalian, calling out to him and insisting that they drink together to celebrate his victory. Dantalian let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself that Barbados was going to be a real pain to deal with in her drunken state. The scene shifted to the lush interior of the palace. The council hall had been transformed into a ballroom, filled with glittering chandeliers and dancing nobles. Couples twirled across the floor, the earlier violence seemingly forgotten in a haze of music and fine wine. Away from the festivities, in a dark and quiet corridor, Ivar Lodbrok walked slowly, carrying the shrouded body of Torkel in his arms. Ivar's face was a mask of ancient, crushing grief. He whispered the goblin's name and admitted with a broken voice that they had utterly lost the battle. He continued down the hallway, his footsteps heavy. He whispered an apology to his fallen servant and vowed that one day he would find a way to repay the immense debt he owed. Back on the high balcony, Dantalian stood alone, looking out over the city. The moonlight was bright, casting long shadows across the stone. Barbados suddenly appeared, stumbling slightly as she forced a bottle of wine into Dantalian's hands. She laughed and told him not to be shy, urging him to drink up and join the fun. Dantalian looked down at the bottle with a look of pure exhaustion. He wondered how she could be such a heavy drinker and asked himself if all high demon lords were as exhausting as her. He eventually retreated back to the balcony railing, admitting to himself with a grimace that he had ended up getting a little drunk. He looked up at the stars, the cool night wind blowing through his hair. Memories of his past life and his reincarnation into the world of Dungeon Attack flashed through his mind. The battles he had fought, the people he had manipulated, and the enemies he had crushed. He reflected on how many things had happened in such a short amount of time since his arrival in this brutal reality. A dark, triumphant thought crossed his mind as he addressed his worthless father in his memory, stating that he was currently having the absolute time of his life. Lapis Lazuli's voice suddenly broke his reverie, noting that she knew she would find him here. Dantalian didn't turn around, simply smirking and remarking that he would expect nothing less from his fiancée. He looked back at her with a knowing smile, stating that she knew him far too well. Lapis remained silent, her expression unreadable. Lapis stepped closer, her voice holding a rare note of genuine concern. She told him that what he had done tonight was incredibly reckless. She asked why he had chosen to forgive Lady Paimon instead of crushing her while he had the chance. She looked him in the eye, questioning if it was truly wise to leave the root of the problem unresolved. She warned him that he had allowed a very dangerous and troublesome opponent to escape. Dantalian leaned casually against the stone railing, asking if she was really going to give him a lecture now. He claimed he was far too tired for a debate and asked her to give him a break. Lapis stared at him with an intense, piercing gaze, her blue eyes glowing with a quiet power. Dantalian noticed her expression and asked what was with the serious face. He dismissed her concerns, claiming that Paimon was ultimately nothing to worry about. He extended his hand toward the horizon, his voice filling with a grand, ambitious energy. He told her to listen carefully, stating that his thoughts and plans were beyond anyone else's comprehension in this world. He declared that he had massive designs for the future. He turned to her with a warm, genuine smile, a rare sight. He promised her that, as he had said before, he would eventually give her a view of the world that no one had ever seen. Lapis was visibly moved, her eyes widening as she took in his words and the rare sincerity in his expression. She lowered her head slightly and whispered that she understood. Dantalian chuckled at her sudden obedience, noting that she would usually be scolding him at this point. Suddenly, Lapis reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Before he could react, she pulled him down and kissed him deeply. Dantalian's eyes went wide with shock, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. The world seemed to fall away as they shared the moment under the moonlight, the sounds of the distant party fading into insignificance. When they finally broke apart, Dantalian was stammering in genuine confusion. He shouted, asking what the meaning of that was, his cool composure finally shattered. Lapis looked at him with a calm, steady gaze. She stated clearly that she was fully aware of his true nature. Dantalian tried to regain his footing, frantically explaining that he had only made her his fiancée as part of a larger plan. He even went so far as to claim that he might let her die, just as he had almost done during the confrontation with Ivar, if it suited his objectives. Lapis cut him off, stating simply that she already knew that. Dantalian went silent, looking at her with a mix of wonder and confusion. She offered him a small, beautiful smile, perhaps her first real one, and declared with absolute certainty that she believed in him. Dantalian was floored. He whispered that this was the first time he had ever seen her smile like that. He pulled her into a tight embrace, and they stood together on the balcony, two monsters found in each other's shadows, sharing a quiet moment of connection under the vast, star-filled sky. The heavy weight of a traumatic past hung in the air, unchangeable and cold. Within a chaotic swirl of memories, a woman's face was twisted in a mask of homicidal mania. Brandishing a kitchen knife, she shrieked at the trembling children before her, labeling them with vile insults and vowing that she would be their end. Nearby, two young girls huddled together on the floor, their bodies racked with sobs as they clung to each other for protection. From the shadows of the doorway, a young boy watched the horrific tableau. Beside him stood his father, a man whose calm demeanor was as terrifying as the woman's rage. They stood in stark light, separated from the violence by a narrow gulf of indifference. The boy reached out, his small hand gripping his father's arm in a desperate plea. With tears streaming down his face, he begged the man to break ties with the woman, hoping for a shred of salvation for their broken family. The father looked down, his expression unchanging. He stated firmly that he had no intention of leaving her. He reprimanded the boy, telling him to listen closely and forbidding him from speaking of her with such disrespect, reminding him that, regardless of her actions, she was his mother. The boy's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He cried out, questioning how such a title could belong to someone who was currently trying to kill her own children simply because they were born of different mothers. He pleaded for his father to see reason, warning that if nothing changed, she would truly commit the unthinkable. The boy issued a heart-wrenching ultimatum, asking his father to choose between the woman and his children. The man remained silent for a long moment before looking away. He repeated with a chilling finality that she was the boy's mother. A sinister, vacant smile spread across the father's face. He looked directly at his son and declared that he loved that woman more than anything else in the world. The father criticized the boy for his persistent negativity, suggesting that it wouldn't hurt him to try and think more positively about their situation. The young boy stood frozen, his jaw clenched in a mix of agony and dawning hatred. As the boy looked at the man he once respected, his sorrow hardened into iron. He dismissed the concept of love as a lie and vowed internally that he would absolutely never find it in his heart to forgive his father. The scene shifted violently to the present. Under a bright, mocking sky, a sharp crack echoed through the square. Lapis Lazuli's hand swung through the air, delivering a stinging slap across Dantalian's face with such force that his head snapped to the side. The act was witnessed by a crowd of onlookers standing in the shadow of a grand angelic statue. The public square, decorated with festive banners, suddenly felt deathly quiet as the common folk and minor nobles alike looked on in terror. The witnesses were paralyzed with shock. A man stared with bulging eyes, and a young woman covered her mouth in a silent gasp, unable to believe that a subordinate would dare to strike a demon lord in public. Lapis stood tall, her back to the crowd, her pink hair whipping in the wind as falling leaves danced around her. Dantalian stood hunched over, his hand pressed to his reddening cheek as the weight of the public humiliation settled over him. Lapis glared at him with a cold, unrelenting fury. She stated with a voice loud enough for all to hear that she had never expected His Highness to be so utterly lacking in character. Dantalian slowly lowered his hand, his eyes burning with a low, dangerous light. He remained silent, the mark of her fingers still vivid on his skin as he processed the betrayal. A low snarl escaped his lips as he addressed her with a derogatory name. He demanded to know how she, a mere servant, dared to lay a hand on her lord, especially in front of such a large audience. He asked if she truly understood the lethal consequences of her actions. Lapis did not flinch. She met his gaze with a defiant yes, her blue eyes showing no sign of regret or fear. Dantalian's expression shifted into one of cold, calculating resolve. He acknowledged her answer, his voice dropping to a low, ominous tone. Standing in the center of the plaza, Dantalian raised his arm in a dramatic gesture of authority. He announced to the gathered crowd that he was hereby dismissing Lapis Lazuli from his service, effectively severing their bond in the most public way possible. 2 hours later, the setting shifted to the Admiral of Niflheim's official residence. It was the evening of September 20th, 1505. Dantalian sat slumped in a plush red velvet chair, his face a mask of weary contemplation. He muttered to himself that this was the reason they had finally separated. He looked to his side, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. He demanded to know why a certain guest was currently occupying his private quarters. Across from him sat Barbados, lounging comfortably with a glass of red wine in her hand. She wore a wicked, knowing smirk, her golden eyes glinting with amusement at his misfortune. Barbados chuckled, noting that the hottest couple in the demon world had just gone through a messy public breakup. She teased him, stating that of course she wanted to know every sordid detail of the fallout. Dantalian let out a long, frustrated sigh. He remarked on how quickly rumors spread, considering the incident had only occurred 2 hours prior. He leaned back and stated firmly that he was in no mood to discuss his personal life with anyone. His gaze sharpened as he stared into the distance, his eyes burning with a quiet intensity. He repeated that he didn't want to talk, hoping to end the intrusion. Barbados laughed at his cold reception, labeling him as heartless. She claimed that she had traveled all this way specifically to lend an ear to her cute junior in his time of need. Dantalian scoffed at the term junior, his lips curling into a cynical smirk as he endured her mocking sympathy. Barbados swirled her wine, noting that normally, even touching a demon lord was a crime punishable by death. She marveled at the fact that a mongrel like Lapis had managed to get away with it. She leaned in and asked point-blank what exactly Dantalian had done to provoke such a reaction. Dantalian barked at her to keep her nose out of other people's business. He ordered her to get out of his sight, his patience finally snapping. Barbados remained unmoved, telling him not to be so defensive. She claimed that she had actually taken quite a liking to him and felt it was her duty as a senior to look after him. She flashed a sharp, toothy grin and told him not to take the breakup too seriously. She noted that there were plenty of other women in the world and promised him that everyone would forget about his dalliance with the merchant girl in no time. Dantalian went silent, his hand resting on his chin as he considered her words. The room was quiet, save for the occasional crackle from the nearby fireplace. Barbados boasted of her age, reminding the newbie that she had been alive for over 500 years. She claimed to know more about the complexities of love than anyone else. She promised him that if he followed her advice, even high elves would fall at his feet without him having to utter a single word. Dantalian looked at her with a flicker of interest, curious to see where her arrogance would lead. Barbados took a sip of her wine and urged him to listen to his senior's wisdom. She asked once more for him to tell her exactly what had transpired between him and Lapis. Dantalian let out another heavy sigh and began to recount the events of the previous weeks. He explained that about half a month ago, an old woman had come to visit him. The memory showed a stooped, elderly goblin woman with a tattered headband and a wooden staff. Dantalian noted that she had arrived claiming to be Lapis's long-lost mother. In the memory, Dantalian looked at the woman with suspicion. He noted that he had heard Lapis was orphaned the moment she was born. He asked the old woman why she had abandoned her child and run away all those years ago. The woman began to weep, covering her face with a gnarled hand. She claimed that she had been forcibly kicked out of her village right after giving birth. She sobbed that not a single day had passed where she didn't think about her daughter. She insisted that she had been searching for Lapis for ages and had only recently tracked her down after hearing rumors. Dantalian, playing the part of a compassionate lord, told her that was enough and promised to let her meet with Lapis. The old woman looked up with a toothless, tearful grin. She thanked him profusely, calling him a merciful demon lord and claiming she was truly honored. However, a close-up of her eyes revealed a momentary, predatory glint that Dantalian did not miss. The memory shifted to a dark corridor. Lapis arrived, holding a letter, and addressed Dantalian. She stated that she had come to deliver an important message that had just arrived. Dantalian greeted her and asked if she recognized the old woman standing beside him. Lapis looked at the stranger with a blank, unreadable expression. Dantalian noted that he had been surprised by the woman's arrival and hadn't expected her to seek them out. The old woman began to tremble, reaching out toward Lapis and whispering her name with feigned emotion. Lapis stood frozen, a sudden shadow falling over her eyes. She looked at the woman with an intensity that bordered on a trance, a single gulp, suggesting a deep, internal reaction. The woman continued her performance, tears streaming down her wrinkled face, as she offered a wide, hopeful smile to the daughter she had supposedly missed for decades. Dantalian watched Lapis, noticing her hands clenching into tight fists at her sides. He acknowledged to himself that he saw the truth behind the scene. He turned to the old woman, his voice turning cold and sharp. He called her an old hag, and asked if she was absolutely certain that she was Lapis's mother. Dantalian towered over the kneeling woman, his shadow looming large against the wall. He warned her that lying in the presence of a demon lord resulted in instant death. He noted that she must have come here fully convinced of their biological connection. The woman stammered a yes, insisting again that she was the mother. Dantalian leaned in, his face inches from hers, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. He asked one more question. Why had she decided to come looking for her daughter now, at this specific moment? The woman stuttered, claiming she had always wanted to find her. The woman tried to justify her absence, saying she had spent every day struggling just to survive. Dantalian's aura began to flare with a dark, violent energy. He asked if she was really suggesting she had been too busy to look for her own child for all those years. The woman tried to backpedal, suggesting that because Lapis had been a child, there might have been misunderstandings. She promised that things would be different now and stated her intent to talk to Lapis properly. She suggested that instead of dwelling on the painful past, they should all look forward to the future together. Dantalian's eyes burned with a lethal hatred as he listened to her hollow platitudes. Without a word, Dantalian delivered a brutal, soaring kick to the woman's face. Blood exploded from her nose and mouth as she was sent flying backward with a horrific scream of pain. Dantalian's face was wreathed in shadows, his expression that of a demon. He roared at her, telling her never to dare try and settle the past on her own terms after what she had done. He struck her again, his voice full of a righteous, proxy fury. He asked if she had any interest at all in the suffering Lapis had endured throughout her life while she was absent. He stood over her broken form, a dark purple flame erupting from his body. He accused her of only seeking Lapis out now that she had become someone of importance and wealth. He snarled that she only wanted to leech off her daughter's success and enjoy a good life at Lapis's expense. Dantalian turned away from the sobbing woman, his tone shifting to one of possessive devotion. He stated that Lapis was the woman he loved and vowed that he would never allow anyone to hurt her again, regardless of who they claimed to be. Lapis suddenly stepped forward, her voice low and firm. She told Dantalian to please stop the assault. He refused, his anger still simmering. He turned his fury toward Lapis, claiming he could see the resentment on her face. He accused the mother of wanting to play a role she hadn't earned. He asked if she was planning to leech off her child, his voice rising in an intense crescendo. The old woman wailed in agony, her face bloodied and bruised as she begged for the violence to cease. Lapis stepped between them, placing a protective hand over the woman. Dantalian looked at her in shock, unable to understand why she would shield the person who had caused her so much pain. Lapis looked up at him, her expression one of deep, disappointed sorrow. She moved to assist the woman, ignoring Dantalian's confused stare. Dantalian watched them, his sword still drawn. He asked Lapis why she was stopping him, insisting that she must feel the same hatred he did. He pointed out that the person who ruined her life was currently living without a care. Lapis's face was hidden in shadow. She stated calmly that there was no need for His Highness to dirty his own hands for something as insignificant as this. Dantalian's frustration boiled over. He shouted that if that was the case, he would go and hire mercenaries to finish the job instead, his voice cracking with a desperate need to avenge her. Lapis looked back at him with a look of pure, unadulterated coldness. She told him that he truly knew nothing about her. A series of magical notifications pinged in the air, revealing that Lapis's likability towards him had plummeted drastically, settling at a meager 18. Dantalian was left standing in the dark hallway, his hand reaching out as she walked away. He asked himself why she was so angry, insisting that he had only done it for her sake. He called out for her to wait, but she disappeared into the shadows. Back in the present, Dantalian asked Barbados what on earth he could have possibly done wrong. Barbados let out a long, incredulous groan of annoyance. She looked at him from her sofa and asked if he was truly out of his mind. She demanded to know if he even realized the gravity of his mistake. Dantalian looked away, muttering to himself that the person who ruined her life had been standing right in front of him. He insisted that his reaction had been perfectly reasonable. Barbados stuck her tongue out at him and labeled him a total psycho. She admitted she had hoped he would be a capable newcomer, but his lack of emotional intelligence was staggering. Dantalian looked at her with a sullen, defensive expression, his brow furrowed as he waited for her explanation. Barbados sat up, her face turning serious. She told him to listen carefully. He had tried to murder Lapis's biological mother right in front of her very eyes. Dantalian argued that if someone was a scumbag who deserved to die, then they should naturally be killed without hesitation. Barbados sighed and said she felt incredibly sorry for Lapis. She told Dantalian that if she were in Lapis's position, she would have done something much worse to him than just a public slap. Dantalian complained, asking whose side she was actually on. Barbados dismissed his whining and asked what had happened next in the story. Barbados noted with a smirk that the visit had been about half a month ago. She asked what had occurred after that initial encounter. Dantalian looked at her legs, his expression unreadable. Barbados leaned back, her legs crossed, and teased him, asking where exactly he was looking. She reminded him that her attention wasn't free and demanded that he pay up with the rest of the story. Dantalian rubbed his neck, stating that he was exhausted and needed a good reason to keep talking. He reminded her that he had just broken up with his lover 2 hours ago and wasn't in a conversational mood. Barbados eventually conceded, telling him it was fine and urging him to continue his tale. Dantalian went quiet for a moment, then resumed. He recalled that back then, right after the encounter with the mother, Lapis had delivered a specific letter to him. Barbados asked about the nature of the letter. Dantalian looked at her with a grim, serious expression and confirmed it was that letter, the one that changed everything. A close-up of Barbados's yellow eyes revealed a sudden, sharp alert. The text of the letter was revealed. It warned that Dantalian was being targeted and that in 10 days, a force of 2,000 soldiers would launch an attack on his castle. The scene was a terrifying vision of the future. A massive army of armored soldiers marched through a dark canyon, their black banners fluttering in the wind. In the distance, Dantalian's castle loomed on a high peak, silhouetted against a sky choked with fire and smoke. The air in the room grew heavy as a silent threat loomed over Dantalian. Etched in blood-red text, a stark warning declared that he was now a target. The young demon lord sat stoically in his high-backed velvet chair, his face an unreadable mask of calm despite the invisible pressure mounting around him. A vision of a grim future flickered in the mind's eye. A vast legion of armored soldiers, thousands strong, marched through a narrow mountain pass toward a fortress wreathed in flame and shadow. The message was clear and cold. In 10 days' time, 2,000 warriors would descend upon his castle to see it fall. Barbados lounged across the sofa, a wicked, jagged smile spreading across her face. She looked at the letter with an air of dark amusement, her golden eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. Taking a slow, deliberate sip of her crimson wine, Barbados noted that it was quite the threatening letter. Dantalian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor, seemingly lost in deep calculation as the gravity of the situation settled between them. Dantalian broke the silence, suggesting that rather than a simple threat, the message felt more like a calculated warning. Barbados leaned forward, her interest piqued, and asked what possible difference there could be between a threat and a warning in their world. With a weary sigh, Dantalian reached for the weathered parchment. He held it up and urged her to take a much closer look at the details others might overlook. He pointed to the 2 short sentences that detailed the coming invasion. He explained that although the message was brief, it contained a multitude of hidden hints for those who knew how to read them. Barbados looked at him with skepticism, questioning what secrets could possibly be buried in such a blunt statement. Dantalian began his analysis, focusing on the opening phrase where the writer stated he was being targeted. He argued that this choice of words could be interpreted as a silent admission that the sender was not actually his enemy. His eyes took on a sharp, analytical light as he reasoning that the tone was far too informative to be a standard threat. He felt certain that there was a deeper layer of intent waiting to be unraveled. He wondered aloud who had sent the missive and what their ultimate intention was. Barbados offered an intrigued laugh, finding his interpretation of the warning to be quite fascinating. She prompted him to continue his deduction. Dantalian observed the handwriting with a critical eye. He noted that the elegant flow suggested the writer was an educated individual of the upper class. Furthermore, he pointed out that the specific tilt of the letters indicated the author was likely left-handed or ambidextrous. Barbados stared at him, her smile widening into a predatory grin. She marveled at the fact that he had managed to glean so much information from a few strokes of ink, admitting that he was becoming more interesting by the second. He continued his lecture, stating that a person's writing was always a reflection of their lifestyle. Because of the precision and style, he concluded that the sender likely held a position of significant rank and authority. Amused by his confidence, Barbados extended her hand and asked to see the letter once more. With a casual flick of her wrist, she used a thread of mana to lift the paper from Dantalian's grasp, the parchment floating across the room to her waiting fingers. She peered at the 2 sentences again, her brow furrowed in concentration. She asked how he could possibly come to such specific conclusions based on such a meager amount of evidence. Dantalian let out a frustrated sigh, asking if she even bothered to use her eyes. He directed her attention toward the numbers, specifically pointing out the comma placed between the 2 and the zeros in the number 2000. Barbados looked at the number, still confused by the significance. She urged him to explain the connection. He explained that most commoners or warriors wouldn't bother with the grammatical habit of using commas in large numbers. However, this person had done so purely out of instinct. Visualizing the motive, he suggested that the sender was likely someone who frequently handled vast sums of gold and treasure. He painted a picture of a man spent years hunching over financial ledgers and official documents, where such punctuation was second nature. He went further, speculating that there was a high probability the sender held a specialized role, perhaps even that of a high-ranking chamberlain. Barbados hummed in approval, finally admitting that the younger demon lord was quite intelligent after all. Dantalian's face was half hidden in shadow, a knowing smirk on his lips. He told her it was far too early to be truly impressed, revealing that there were at least 5 more secrets hidden within those few lines of text. He decided to withhold the rest of the information for the moment, noting with a dark chuckle that it wouldn't be any fun to reveal all his cards at once. Barbados mocked him playfully, calling him a tease and a pervert for dragging out the mystery. She brought the conversation back to business, asking if his primary conclusion was that the sender was most likely a merchant. Dantalian leaned back and agreed that it certainly seemed to be the most logical case. A dangerous light flickered in Barbados's eyes. She stated that the time had come to find the definitive answer. She stood up with a predatory grace, declaring her intention to personally track down the person who had written the letter. Dantalian watched her with a skeptical look, questioning if such a feat was even possible given the lack of a physical trail. The air in the room began to crackle as Barbados unleashed a surge of dark, purple mana. She laughed at his doubt, asking him rhetorically who he thought he was talking to. With a sharp, sudden movement, she bit into her own finger. As droplets of her powerful blood fell onto the parchment, she prepared to cast a high-level tracking spell. The blood struck the paper, and the air hummed with magical resonance. Dantalian watched with narrowed eyes, his mask of indifference finally slipping in the face of such raw power. The spell, known as Thanatos Regret, took hold. Barbados commanded the spirit of the blood to seek out and fly to the letter's original author. The paper suddenly erupted in brilliant, ghostly blue flames. The room was filled with a swirling vortex of blue and purple energy, the light reflecting off the bookcases and the cold stone floor as the ancient magic took shape. Dantalian stared into the heart of the storm, his eyes wide as he witnessed the manifestation of a spell he had only heard of in legends. From the roaring flames, a large, demonic bat emerged with a piercing, glass-shattering screech. It circled the room, its wings beating back the shadows. The familiar perched on Barbados's arm. She looked at Dantalian with a triumphant grin, explaining that this creature would now fly directly to the writer's location. She noted that the moment the bat reached its destination, she would be granted full knowledge of the writer's identity. Dantalian's lips curled into a smirk. He admitted to himself that this was a truly impressive display of sorcery. Barbados walked to the open window and released the creature into the sunset-colored sky. She looked back at Dantalian and remarked that he officially owed her a great favor for this assistance. Dantalian acknowledged her prowess but asked how long the search would actually take. He offered a rare, playful wink and suggested that since she was the great Barbados, surely the culprit would be found in no time at all. Barbados snapped at his sarcastic tone, her teeth bared in a mock snarl. She retorted that if the target was nearby, they could act on the information immediately. She told him to be grateful that they were making progress at all and to stop testing her patience. Pointing a finger at him, she reminded him that her magic was absolute. She stated that she was eager to see if his clever deductions would actually hold up against the truth. She asked one last time for confirmation, checking if he truly believed the sender was a merchant. Dantalian's grin became sharp and wide. He admitted it was only a guess, but he noted with a chilling confidence that he believed he was already very close to the merchant in question. He claimed that if the writer was indeed a merchant, catching them would be a simple and quick matter. Barbados asked him how he could be so certain. Wreathed in a malevolent purple aura, Dantalian pointed a gloved finger toward himself. He repeated that he felt a strange sense of proximity to this particular individual. The scene shifted through time and space to a past encounter at the Konkuska firm on September 5, 1505. In the memory, a desperate Ivar Lodbrok pleaded his innocence, shouting that he had never written any such letter. Ivar stood trembling, his face drenched in sweat and his eyes bulging with terror, as he faced the silent judgment of the demon lord. Dantalian sat across from him, looking down with a heavy, judgmental gaze. He stated that while he wanted to believe the merchant, the reality of the situation was far more complicated. Leaning forward into the light, Dantalian reminded Ivar of his treacherous nature. He pointed out the undeniable fact that the merchant had a long and documented history of attempting to attack him. Ivar bowed his head in a show of total submission, his voice a frantic whisper. He insisted that he had absolutely no remaining intention of ever defying His Highness again. Dantalian looked at him through the shadows. He admitted that while he had a certain belief in Ivar's raw power and influence, he had yet to find a single reason to trust his character. Ivar looked up with a single bloodshot eye, his face a mask of anxious desperation. He asked what he possibly had to do to finally earn the Demon Lord's trust. A slow, predatory smile crept across Dantalian's face. He told Ivar that the path to trust was simple. The merchant just needed to perform a few more favors for him. Ivar swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked for clarification on what these favors would entail. Dantalian watched him from his seat, his eyes cold and focused like those of a hunter watching a trapped animal. He finally spoke his demand, stating that his first requirement was for Ivar to hire a specific group of mercenaries on his behalf. Visions of brutal, elite warriors clashing in battle filled the space between them. Dantalian specified that he would only accept the absolute cream of the crop, the most lethal killer's money could buy. He issued a final, impossible command. Ivar was to gather 3,000 of these elite fighters and have them ready for deployment within a mere 2 days. Ivar stared back in stunned, paralyzed silence. His face was a mask of pale horror as the sheer impossibility of the task and the terrifying ambition of the man before him became clear. In the cold, shadowed interior of the Konkuska firm on the 5th of September, 1505, a terrifying ultimatum hung in the air. Dantalian sat with a predator's poise, his voice low and rhythmic as he repeated his demand. He ordered Ivar to gather 3,000 individuals, and he gave the merchant a mere 2 days to accomplish the impossible. Ivar Lodbrok stood paralyzed, his aged face drenched in a cold sweat. His red eyes bulged with a mixture of disbelief and sheer terror as the weight of the Demon Lord's words pressed down on him like a physical burden. The distance between them in the silent room felt like a vast canyon. Ivar's voice was barely a whisper as he struggled to process the scale of the request, stammering out the number 3,000 as if the words themselves were poison. His panic only deepened as he repeated the timeline. He looked at Dantalian with a mask of frantic desperation, unable to fathom how such a massive force could be mobilized in only 48 hours. Dantalian leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing and unforgiving. He asked if there was a problem and questioned if the merchant was actually suggesting that he was incapable of fulfilling the order. Ivar tried to find his voice, shaking his head in a frantic denial. He admitted that while gathering the troops might be physically possible eventually, doing so within the 2-day window was beyond any reasonable expectation. He pleaded for a more realistic time frame, suggesting that 10 days or perhaps half a month might be sufficient to secure the quality of warriors Dantalian demanded. He gestured toward the room at large, his hands trembling with the effort to remain composed. Dantalian's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He dismissed Ivar's concerns, stating that there were plenty of mercenaries already standing within arm's reach. Ivar blinked in genuine confusion, his brow furrowing as he tried to grasp the Demon Lord's meaning. Dantalian chuckled at the merchant's slow realization. He gestured vaguely toward the city outside, clarifying that he was referring specifically to the 4,000 soldiers currently stationed in Niflheim. Dantalian noted that since Ivar was the de facto leader of the city, it should be a simple matter for him to borrow them for a short duration to serve his purposes. The suggestion sent a fresh wave of panic through the merchant. Ivar cried out in shock, immediately questioning what would happen to the city's defenses if the garrison were suddenly reassigned. He reminded the Demon Lord that Niflheim was a free city, the very spine of the demon world's economy. He argued with growing fervor that if its defenses were weakened and the city fell, the resulting disaster would negatively impact their entire civilization. He added another grim detail, noting that the plague was still far from being under control. He watched Dantalian, hoping for a shred of logic or mercy. Dantalian remained unmoved, his face partially obscured by the darkness of the high-backed sofa. The silence that followed was suffocating. The Demon Lord's eyes flashed with a sudden, violent intensity. He snarled that the city's problems were Ivar's alone to deal with and had nothing to do with him. He asked with a cold edge what was with the merchant's defiant look. Ivar swallowed hard, his throat tight with fear as he realized he had crossed a dangerous line. Dantalian stood up and began to walk toward the merchant, his footsteps echoing through the silent hall. He remarked that Ivar couldn't possibly have forgotten the leverage held over him. A malicious grin spread across Dantalian's face as he conjured a shimmering, magical light between his fingers. He reminded the merchant that his true form was firmly within the demon lord's grasp. Within the magical glow, an image appeared. A young girl with golden hair, dressed in a simple white gown, her eyes closed in a peaceful, yet captive slumber. Ivar's eyes widened in total horror at the sight of the image. He let out a strangled gasp, his world crumbling as he realized the depth of the trap he was in. Desperate to appease his master, Ivar began to babble, reminding Dantalian that he had defied Lady Paimon just as he had been instructed to do. His voice rose to a frantic scream as he pleaded his loyalty, claiming he had even sacrificed his own firm's executives to ensure Dantalian's protection. Dantalian stopped walking and let out a weary sigh. He told the merchant not to get the wrong idea, stating flatly that such actions did nothing to prove his true loyalty. The pressure in the room became unbearable. Ivar let out a low groan of agony, his spirit finally breaking under the weight of the demon lord's aura. Dantalian's voice dropped to a low, commanding growl. He ordered Ivar to get down on all fours once again. His red eyes burned with a dark, absolute authority as he commanded the merchant to kneel before him. Ivar trembled violently, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He made a low, pained sound as he fought the instinct to resist, but the power behind the command was absolute. Slowly, the proud merchant king sank to the floor, his knees hitting the carpet with a dull thud. He remained hunched over, his head bowed in total submission. Dantalian showed no mercy, further commanding him to put his hands on the ground and bow his head low. Completely defeated, Ivar pressed his forehead to the floor, his body racked with silent, humiliating tremors. Dantalian raised his boot and placed it firmly on the back of Ivar's head, grinding the merchant's face into the floor. He asked if the man finally understood the nature of their reality. Dantalian looked down at the broken man, stating that their relationship was actually very simple. The demon lord's smirk was wide and cruel as he savored the moment of absolute dominance. He continued his sentence, declaring that their bond was defined by one thing and one thing only. With a chilling finality, he stated that it was Ivar's absolute obedience to him that governed their dynamic. The wide room stood as a testament to the new order. Dantalian stood tall, his foot pinning the merchant to the ground, while the vast bookshelves and expensive furniture felt like silent witnesses to the subjugation. Dantalian repeated his order with lethal clarity. 3,000 soldiers were to be ready in exactly 2 days. Ivar whispered a broken "understood" into the carpet. Dantalian chuckled and called him a good boy, though his tone remained mocking. He then noted that while they were handling business, there was one more thing he required. He explained that he wanted Ivar to look into the background of a certain individual. A vision of the future or past flickered. A young girl with a red sash standing amidst a field of swords and skulls, a burning castle looming behind her. The scene shifted back to the present. Barbados let out a wild, cackling laugh from her sofa, calling Dantalian a complete sadist. She noted with glee that she could only imagine the look on the old merchant's face during that encounter. Barbados suddenly cut her laughter short, her expression turning sharp. She asked what had happened regarding the investigation into the person who had actually written the warning letter. Dantalian gestured for her to be patient, telling her not to be in such a hurry to reach the conclusion. He offered a knowing smirk and noted that there hadn't been much time left before the actual attack occurred. He promised to discuss the letter's author later. He turned the conversation, asking Barbados if she was curious about what had become of Lala, the girl from his thoughts. Barbados looked at him with a predatory, expectant grin. The narrative shifted to a flashback on the 7th of September, 1505, at the governor of Niflheim's mansion. Sunlight streamed through the windows of a bedroom where Dantalian lay in bed, his eyes covered by his arm. He groaned in annoyance, asking why there was so much noise being made so early in the morning. A familiar voice replied. Lapis Lazuli looked over her shoulder, her blue eyes calm and focused. She informed him that it was, in fact, no longer morning. Lapis sat on the edge of the bed, her back to him, currently unclothed as she reviewed a piece of parchment. The domesticity of the scene stood in stark contrast to the violence of the previous memories. Dantalian propped himself up, a smirk playing on his lips. He asked if the message she was holding had come from Ivar. Lapis confirmed that it was indeed from the merchant. She prepared to stand, the white sheets draped loosely around her. Dantalian asked for her assessment. She looked back at him and noted that the quality of the information provided by the merchant seemed to be quite high. She began to detail the findings, stating that there were 13 known slave markets in the Kingdom of Sardinia. She pointed out that out of those, only 4 dealt specifically with individuals of noble origin. Lapis revealed that the specific slave His Highness had been searching for had been officially registered at the slave market located in Pavia. Dantalian's smirk widened. He acknowledged the news with a cold sense of satisfaction. Lapis spoke the name that would change the course of their war. Laura de Farnese. She explained the girl's tragic origins, noting that she was the illegitimate child of Marquis Farnese and a common servant. A blurred family portrait showed a group of faceless nobles, emphasizing how the girl had been excluded from their ranks. Lapis detailed the cruelty the girl had faced, stating that not a single person, not even the household servants, had ever treated her as a human being. Her existence had been a shameful secret, and for many years, she had been kept imprisoned in an underground cellar. The memory showed a young, blonde-haired Laura sitting alone in a dark, barred room, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Lapis noted that the girl had endured a truly harsh and unfortunate childhood. Lapis turned back to Dantalian, her expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. She asked why on earth a demon lord would find himself so interested in a common human child. Dantalian lay back against the pillows, a teasing grin on his face. He asked if she was perhaps feeling a bit jealous of the attention he was giving the newcomer. Lapis's gaze remained steady and unimpressed. She noted flatly that she had simply never imagined His Highness would have a preference for such young girls. Dantalian's composure shattered instantly. He sat up, shouting in protest and telling her she was completely misunderstanding the situation. He insisted with frantic energy that he had absolutely no interest in children or childlike body types. Lapis stared at him in a long, judgmental silence, her expression unchanging as he tried to defend his reputation. Dantalian let out a weary sigh and rubbed his face, realizing how ridiculous he must sound. He eventually composed himself and stated that the real reason for his interest was far more practical. He explained that they needed her because of the specific role she would play in the coming conflict. On the desk nearby, the warning letter about the 2,000 soldiers remained a silent reminder of the threat they faced. Dantalian's voice filled with a dark, appreciative gravity. He looked at the image of the girl, noting that Laura de Farnese was the one person in the entire world who hated humanity more than anyone else. In the quiet of the morning, Lapis Lazuli stood by the bedside, her gaze fixed on Dantalian as he lay under the sheets. She asked him directly why he possessed such a sudden and intense interest in a human child. Dantalian remained still for a moment before replying that his interest in the girl was far from ordinary. A dark, jagged smile spread across Dantalian's face as he explained the nature of the girl he sought. He stated with a chilling conviction that she was the one individual who harbored a deeper hatred for humanity than anyone else in the world. In his mind's eye, the image of the girl appeared, her green eyes glowing with a cold, unrelenting fire. Lapis narrowed her eyes, her expression remaining stoic as she processed his words. She fell into a long, thoughtful silence, her blue eyes searching his face for any sign of a deeper motive. Lapis repeated his words with a hint of skepticism, questioning if mere hatred was truly enough to warrant such an exhaustive search. She stood tall in the center of the room, her presence demanding a more substantial explanation. Dantalian scoffed at her doubt and urged her to put herself in the girl's position. He began to recount the girl's history, noting how her own family had turned a blind eye to her suffering from the very moment she was born. He described her years of imprisonment, showing a vision of a young girl huddled in a dark, barred cellar. He spoke of the repeated abuse and the crushing weight of being despised by the very people who should have protected her. The memory shifted to a cold, imposing mansion that had served as her gilded cage. Dantalian pointed out that now that the Farnese family had fallen into complete ruin, the girl's situation had somehow worsened. He noted with a dark irony that she had been reduced to a common slave and sold off to the markets. Sitting up and leaning against the headboard, Dantalian gestured toward Lapis. He asked her to consider what a girl like that must be thinking at this very moment, what kind of dark longings must be filling her heart after a lifetime of torment. Lapis looked at him, her expression unchanging. He told her to simply imagine it, promising that the answer would become clear if she truly understood the depth of the girl's pain. The demon lord's face was cast in deep shadow, his red eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. He declared with absolute certainty that for a soul as broken as hers, there could only be one possible answer. A violent vision filled the space between them, a scene of fire and blood. In the center of the chaos stood a small silhouette, a sword in hand, surrounded by the screams of the dying. The words of her internal monologue seemed to echo through the room, a desperate plea for something to save her, or for the power to destroy everything. The vision intensified, showing the girl surrounded by a crowd of terrified, screaming humans. Dantalian's voice narrated the scene, explaining that her sole desire was to exact a total, bloody revenge on every single human being in the entire world. With a wide, satisfied grin, Dantalian stated that this was exactly why she was the person he wanted more than anyone else at this moment. He saw her not as a victim, but as a weapon of unparalleled potential. Lapis remained silent for a long beat, her face unreadable as she processed his dark ambitions. Noticing her hesitation, Dantalian asked what was with her strange expression. He wondered aloud if she was perhaps feeling disappointed by his choice. Lapis confirmed his suspicion with a blunt yes. She stood with her back partially turned to him, her posture rigid. She admitted that she had made a different assumption regarding his interests. She stated quite plainly that she believed he simply wanted to indulge himself with a high-class, noble-born sex slave. Dantalian's composure vanished instantly. He barked out a protest, asking if she was out of her mind. He shouted at her, demanding to know what kind of person she truly took him for. Lapis looked back at him with an indifferent, half-lidded gaze. She remarked that it was a shame he wasn't interested in that way, noting that if he had used the girl to satisfy his physical needs, it would have significantly reduced the burden placed upon her own shoulders. Dantalian covered his face with his hand, looking genuinely exhausted by her logic. He asked if she was really saying she didn't want to sleep with him. He reminded her that, if he recalled correctly, she had been the one to make the first move in their relationship. Lapis countered his argument, stating that at the time, she hadn't been aware that His Highness was akin to a stud in heat. She added with a sharp edge to her voice that he had taken far too long to make a move himself, forcing her hand. Dantalian narrowed his eyes, stunned by her boldness. He muttered to himself that he couldn't believe she was saying so much, realizing that if he spent all his time in bed with her, he would never get any actual work done. A sharp knock at the bedroom door interrupted their bickering. A voice from the hallway announced that lunch was ready for the great demon lord. Dantalian and Lapis both looked toward the door, their private moment shattered. Dantalian let out a resigned sigh and looked away. Lapis remained watchful, her expression cooling as the outside world intruded. Dantalian finally gave the command for them to enter. The door opened, and a line of maids dressed in formal black and white uniforms entered the room, pushing a silver service cart. They kept their heads bowed respectfully as they moved into the chamber. One of the maids, an elf with sharp, observant eyes, stole a quick glance toward the bed. She looked at Lapis, who was still standing by the bedside in a state of partial undress, and then back to the shirtless demon lord. Dantalian noticed the look and felt a sudden spike of irritation. The perspective focused on Lapis's legs and her open shirt, highlighting the intimacy of the scene the maids had just walked into. Dantalian addressed the servants with a dismissive wave, stating that it didn't matter that they had seen them, as he was the one who had given them permission to enter. He told them to simply continue with their duties. The lead maid bowed low, acknowledging his command with a soft "Yes, Your Highness." While the others moved to set the table, the maids began to expertly lay out a lavish meal consisting of steak, fresh vegetables, tea, and pastries. The clatter of silverware against porcelain was the only sound in the room. As the maids worked, one of them looked toward the bed again, her eyes reflecting a hidden judgment. Dantalian watched them closely, his hand held out as if sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Lapis ignored the servants entirely, focusing on dressing herself. She pulled on her trousers with a practiced, efficient grace, her back to the rest of the room. Suddenly, the air in the room grew cold. Dantalian's face was obscured by a dark shadow, one of his eyes glowing with a lethal crimson light. He had heard something, a small, disrespectful sound that others might have missed. He looked toward Lapis, who was currently tying back her hair, and then turned his gaze back toward the departing maids. The maids began to retreat, bowing and stating that their work was finished. Dantalian's voice cut through the air like a blade, commanding them to hold it right there. He ordered all of them to stay exactly where they stood. The lead maid turned back, her face pale with confusion and fear. She asked what the matter was, her hand pressed to her chest. Dantalian looked at the group with a terrifying intensity and demanded to know which one of them it was. He specified that he was looking for the one who had just clicked their tongue in disapproval. The maids gasped in terror, their eyes wide. The lead maid stammered, asking what he was talking about, but Dantalian's expression remained frozen in a mask of cold fury. Dantalian stood up from the bed, his powerful physique silhouetted against the light. He stated firmly that he had heard the sound very clearly and had no intention of letting it slide. He repeated his accusation, stating that one of them had definitely clicked their tongue. He began to walk toward them, the sheer pressure of his presence causing the air to vibrate. One of the maids, a young woman with animal ears, let out a terrified gulp as she realized the danger they were in. His bare feet moved silently across the carpet. The maids began to tremble violently, their knees knocking together as the demon lord approached. Dantalian focused his gaze on the maid with the animal ears. He loomed over her, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper as he asked if it was her. He demanded to know why she had made such a disrespectful sound. The maid began to sob, her voice failing her. He leaned in close to her face, his red eyes burning into hers. He repeated the question with an even more intense edge, causing the girl to let out a terrified whimper. She managed to stammer out a desperate apology. Dantalian's expression didn't soften. He stated that it was fine, noting that he knew the insult hadn't actually been directed at him. He pointed out that she had clicked her tongue at Lapis instead. He reasoned that she probably didn't like the idea of someone she considered a mongrel flirting so openly with a demon lord. The maid continued to weep, repeating her apology over and over, while the other servants looked on in silent horror. Dantalian reached for a knife on the nearby table. He stated with a cold, absolute gravity that before Lapis was anything else, she was his fiancée. He declared that absolutely no one had the right to mock or look down upon the person he loved. The maid's eyes were filled with tears of pure terror as she looked at the blade. Lapis watched the scene from the background, her expression unreadable as she witnessed his protective, yet violent, outburst. Lapis finally spoke up, telling him no more and asking him to stop. Dantalian stood with the knife raised, the maids cowering before him in a state of total collapse. Dantalian paused, his face hidden in shadow as he processed Lapis's intervention. He looked back at her, the crimson glow in his eyes slowly fading as he regained a measure of control. A series of internal thoughts raced through his mind. He cursed himself for allowing his emotions to get the better of him once again. He realized that this situation was fundamentally different from his past outbursts. A magical notification pinged in the air, informing him that Lapis's favorability towards him had just decreased by 10 points. The maid continued to sob, begging for her life. She cried out that she had only clicked her tongue and that it wasn't a crime worth dying for. Dantalian gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his brow as he fought his own internal demons. He asked himself why he was reacting so strongly, struggling to find the logic in his own fury. He realized he needed to calm down immediately. He noted that Lapis clearly didn't want this kind of violence, and he resolved to end the confrontation. He looked at the sobbing maid and asked if she had finally had enough time to think about the consequences of her actions. The girl nodded frantically, her face a mask of wet, desperate relief. Dantalian dropped his hand and turned away, declaring that he had had enough of the spectacle. He ordered all of them to get out of his sight immediately. The maids scrambled to comply, supporting each other as they hurried toward the door. They whispered frantic pleas for forgiveness as they fled the room. Left alone with Lapis, Dantalian stood in the center of the room, looking at the floor. He tried to explain himself, noting that when it came to her, he always seemed to lose his composure. He claimed that this time he had actually managed to stay relatively calm compared to before. A close-up of Lapis's eye showed a cold, calculating light. Another magical notification appeared, stating that her favorability had decreased by another 7 points. Dantalian was shocked, unable to understand why her opinion of him was continuing to plummet despite his attempt at restraint. Lapis's favorability score sat at a dismal 11. She ignored his attempt at an apology and stated professionally that she had already arranged their trip to the slave market. She informed him that His Highness would be departing immediately after lunch. She turned her back on him and began to walk toward the door, stating that he should excuse her. Dantalian reached out a hand, calling after her and asking her to wait. Dantalian was left standing alone, his hand clutching at the air. He let out a low groan of frustration and confusion. He asked himself why she wouldn't forgive him and what was fundamentally wrong with him that he couldn't bridge the widening gap between them. Under a punishing sun, the arid winds swept across a desolate canyon. The vast, blue expanse of the sky offered no relief to the scorched earth below, where ancient cacti stood like silent sentinels over the parched dunes. Footsteps crunched against the dry sand as a small group gathered in the middle of the wasteland. Humbaba, the blonde witch, adjusted her oversized hat, her gaze shifting toward the man who stood before her. She addressed Dantalian with a playful yet focused tone, signaling that it was time to begin their operation. Behind them, Lapis Lazuli stood ready, her eyes sharp beneath her traveling cloak. Dantalian offered a sharp, confident smirk, his red eyes glinting with anticipation. He gave her his approval, telling her to proceed without delay. With a mischievous wink and a toothy grin, Humbaba raised her hand. Small arcs of blue electricity danced between her fingers as she prepared to weave her incantation. Her amber eyes focused on her target. She invoked the spell known as Hermes's dressing. Instantly, a massive, intricate magic circle erupted from the ground, bathing the canyon in a blinding white and blue light. Dantalian and Lapis stood at the center of the surging mana, their silhouettes flickering against the magical discharge. Humbaba hummed a cheerful tune, directing Lapis to step aside for a moment. With a graceful flick of her wrist and a light-hearted exclamation, she unleashed the full force of the transformation magic. A towering pillar of celestial light descended directly upon Dantalian, obscuring him completely. Lapis watched with a stoic, unreadable expression, her face illuminated by the brilliant glow of the high-level sorcery. As the light began to fade, thick plumes of white smoke swirled around the figure in the center. Humbaba announced with satisfaction that the task was complete. She noted that the theme for this specific transformation would be something quite special. The smoke cleared to reveal Dantalian, but his demonic features had vanished. In their place stood a man dressed in the fine, practical attire of a high-ranking human merchant. He wore a ruffled cravat, a dark waistcoat, and a sword at his hip. Humbaba proudly introduced his new identity as the mysterious merchant. Dantalian reached up, running a hand through his hair with a look of genuine surprise. He noted with a quiet huff that his horns had truly disappeared, leaving no trace of his demon heritage. Dantalian surveyed his new appearance, admitting that the work was not bad at all. Humbaba beamed at the rare praise, skipping toward him and expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his approval. A dark, satisfied smile spread across Dantalian's human face. He remarked that with this disguise, no one would be able to suspect his true nature as a demon lord. Humbaba's expression suddenly turned somber. She held up a finger, urging Dantalian to listen carefully and to remain on his guard throughout the mission. A spectral clock face materialized in the air, its hands nearing the top. She warned him that the enchantment was temporary and would be undone the moment the clock struck midnight. She pleaded with him to ensure all his business was concluded before the deadline passed. Dantalian chuckled at the comparison, asking if he was supposed to be a dark version of Cinderella. He dismissed her concerns, claiming he wouldn't require nearly that much time to achieve his goals. Turning his attention back to the plan, Dantalian addressed Humbaba with authority. He instructed her to wait for his specific signal, at which point she was to lead her sisters into action. The witch snapped a sharp salute, her eyes wide as she confirmed that she understood his commands perfectly. The group stood in silence for a moment as the reality of the coming deception settled over them. Dantalian glanced over at Lapis, who remained quiet, her face hidden deep within the shadows of her hood. Lapis looked away, her blue eyes reflecting a complicated mix of focus and something far more distant. She offered a small, awkward cough to break the heavy silence. Dantalian struck a dramatic pose, gesturing to his new clothes. He asked Lapis if she didn't find the makeover refreshing. He even teased her, asking if she found herself falling in love with him all over again in this new human form. Lapis remained professional and cold, refusing to entertain his banter. She informed him that she would arrange for a guide before they reached the town and suggested that he head toward the entrance ahead of her. She let out a heavy sigh of exasperation. She reminded him that the success of their plan relied entirely on strict confidentiality. With a piercing, serious gaze, she emphasized that he must ensure absolutely nobody discovered his identity as a demon lord. Dantalian looked back at her with a drop of nervous sweat on his brow, feeling the weight of her warning. He turned and began to walk away toward the town, waving a hand dismissively as he claimed that he already knew the stakes. As he walked alone, Dantalian's confident facade slipped. He muttered a quiet curse to himself, his expression darkening. Memories of the recent incident with the maid flashed through his mind. The fire, the blood, and the look of sheer disappointment on Lapis's face. He recalled the painful notification that her favorability toward him had plummeted because of his emotional instability. He touched his face, reflecting on the awkward tension that had grown between them ever since that day. He admitted to himself that he truly had no idea what had gone wrong or how to fix the fracture in their relationship. Back at the campsite, Humbaba watched him leave with a look of pure confusion. Her head tilted as she wondered what was troubling her lord. The scene shifted to the distant, sun-bleached walls of the city. Dust rose from the roads as travelers approached the gateway to the slave market. The date was September 10, 1505, at the Pavia slave market in the Kingdom of Sardinia. The air was filled with the sounds of misery and greed. A brutal slave trader roared at his captives, calling them bastards and ordering them to move faster. A whip cracked through the air, striking the backs of malnourished men who were struggling to move heavy wooden crates. The overseers showed no mercy, their faces twisted in cruelty. Rows of captives sat in the dirt, chains clinking as they were moved. Elves and humans alike sat with hollow eyes, their spirits broken by the indignity of the trade. Dantalian approached a hunched, green-skinned goblin who served as a tour guard. He handed over a heavy bag of gold, causing the goblin's eyes to bulge. The guard stammered in shock at the amount, immediately promising to guide the distinguished guest through every corner of Pavia. The guard asked if it was the man's first time visiting the city, addressing him as Mr. Husband. Dantalian confirmed it was his first visit. The guard then asked what specific kind of slaves he was interested in purchasing that day. Dantalian tapped his chin thoughtfully. He noted that he was still somewhat undecided but hinted that he was looking for something exceptional. As they walked, the guard boasted that there were over 4,000 slaves currently in the city. He claimed that while Pavia wasn't the largest market, the quality of its stock was top-notch. They passed by a blindfolded Medusa and a powerful centaur in chains. The guard pointed out rare merchandise rarely seen elsewhere, including mermaids and harpies huddled in the shadows. He offered a sleazy chuckle as he showcased the variety of the market. Dantalian's gaze sharpened, his focus narrowing. He remarked that the news was very exciting. He shifted the conversation, mentioning that he had heard rumors of a very specific item, the daughter of a fallen human noble. The guard looked at him with sudden surprise, impressed by how well-informed this stranger was. A wide, greedy grin spread across the goblin's face. He confirmed that the rumors were absolutely correct. The guard lowered his voice, leaning in to share a secret. He whispered that the girl would definitely be the highlight of the entire auction and revealed that she was scheduled to be put up for sale the following day. Dantalian offered a knowing smirk, complimenting the guard on how knowledgeable he was. The goblin bowed, honored by the praise, but his expression turned slightly regretful. He warned Dantalian that he likely wouldn't be able to get his hands on that particular young lady this time. Suddenly, the guard's eyes lit up. He pointed toward a group in the distance, remarking that they were speaking of the devil. Across the busy square, a group of influential figures stood in a tense circle. Dantalian watched them from a distance, his mind already beginning to calculate the odds. Dantalian asked the guard for the identities of the men standing in the center of the clearing. The guard explained that the man on the left with the eye patch was the one currently in charge of all the slave traders in Pavia. He then identified the man in the white bird mask as Count Roselle. He whispered that the Count was the one who had already made plans to purchase the noble girl. Dantalian hummed, noting that if the Count was involved, it seemed like any other buyer's chances were impossible. He realized with a smirk that the buyer had already been decided before the auction even began. A dark, cackling laugh bubbled up in Dantalian's throat. He found the blatant corruption of the situation to be incredibly interesting. Dantalian placed a hand on the guard's shoulder, stating that like the nobleman, he also wished to be on good terms with the local slave traders. He asked for advice on how a newcomer like himself could achieve such standing. The guard let out a heavy sigh, claiming it was an impossible request. He explained that the merchants of Pavia were bound by a deep, impenetrable trust with one another that outsiders could never breach. Dantalian glanced over his shoulder. Lapis Lazuli stepped forward and handed the goblin another heavy, jingling bag of gold. The guard's mouth fell open in total shock as he thanked them profusely for their incredible generosity. With his pockets full, the goblin's tune changed instantly. He suggested that if the guest was truly serious, there was a private dinner party for the slave traders being held that very night. Dantalian's face was cast in shadow, his single visible eye glowing with a lethal, predatory red light. He had found his opening. The setting shifted to the outskirts of town as night began to fall. The narrative detailed that the traders were meeting at a local bar, which they likely used as a front for an illegal gambling den. Dantalian pushed through the swinging wooden doors of the tavern, his presence immediate and commanding. The interior was dim and filled with the smell of cheap ale and smoke. Rough-looking men looked up from their tables, their eyes filled with suspicion as the well-dressed stranger walked across the stone floor. Dantalian walked straight to the bar and addressed the large, bearded bartender. He calmly placed his order for a single glass of wine. A sudden violent outburst echoed from a nearby card table. A man screamed in frustration, cursing his luck and lamenting that he had lost once again. Dantalian's eyes flickered toward the source of the noise. Dantalian recalled his final question to the tour guard. He had asked for the name of the specific trader who would be handling the noble girl's auction. The guard had provided a name, Giacomo. In the center of the bar, a group of men sat around a circular table covered in cards and beer steins. They were laughing and cheering, fueled by the thrill of the game. The man at the center, a disheveled human noble named Giacomo Petrarch, slammed his hands onto the table. He stared at his losing cards with a look of frantic desperation, his face red with alcohol and shame. He begged for just one more round, his voice trembling with the addiction of a gambler. Dantalian stood by the bar, slowly swirling his red wine as he watched the clock on the wall. A wicked, triumphant smirk crossed his face. He whispered to himself that he had finally found his target. The heavy silence of the gambling den was shattered by the rhythmic ticking of a wall clock, followed immediately by a roar of pure, unadulterated frustration. Giacomo Petrarch slammed his cards onto the table, his voice cracking as he screamed into the dim room, cursing his luck. He had lost again, and the desperation in his voice made it clear he was reaching his breaking point. He stared at the cards, whispering that he had been so close to a victory that remained perpetually out of reach. Giacomo's face was a mask of pathetic longing, flushed with wine and the fever of a losing streak. With sweat beading on his brow and tears pricking his eyes, he pleaded for just one more round. He looked like a man drowning in his own poor choices, grasping at the very thing that was pulling him under. From across the long, cobbled floor of the tavern, a low, dark chuckle vibrated through the air. The establishment was filled with various groups of men hunched over drinks and games, but the sound seemed to cut through the ambient noise with predatory intent. At the bar, Dantalian swirled a glass of deep red wine, a faint, dangerous smile playing on his human lips. He didn't look back at the table, but his red eyes glinted with the satisfaction of a hunter who had finally cornered his prey. He whispered to himself that he had finally found his target. At the center table, the other slave traders burst into mocking laughter. One of the older men, a grizzled figure with a cigar clamped between his teeth, asked Giacomo if he was truly all right. He noted with a sneer that Giacomo had been betting far more aggressively than usual today. Giacomo didn't look up, instead tipping back a massive wooden stein. He drained the ale in a single, desperate gulp, his eyes vacant as he tried to numb the sting of his mounting losses. He muttered a hollow reassurance that he was fine. Wiping the foam from his mouth, Giacomo's eyes flared with a brief, frantic spark of hope. He shouted for the game to resume, demanding another chance to win back what he had lost. The traders exchanged knowing glances, the dealer signaling that the next hand was about to begin. The cards were dealt with a practiced flick. A middle-aged trader with a thin mustache offered a mock apology as he revealed his hand. Giacomo's eyes went wide with shock, the color draining from his face as he realized the tide had not turned in his favor. The trader smugly announced that a 21 meant blackjack, declaring his win with a self-satisfied grin. He began to pull the pile of gold coins toward himself, chuckling about how incredibly lucky he felt this evening. Giacomo buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. He let out a broken sob, questioning why the universe seemed determined to see him fail time and time again. One of the men at the table reached out and patted Giacomo's shoulder with a condescending air. He told the boy not to be so depressed, noting that everyone had bad days. He reminded Giacomo that despite his losses at the table, he still had the Farnese girl in his possession, which was a fortune in its own right. Giacomo's expression shifted from despair to a sharp, pained alertness at the mention of the girl. The trader continued his taunt, noting that Giacomo was guaranteed to earn a staggering amount of money the very next day. The grizzled man with the cigar admitted he was envious of the windfall Giacomo was about to receive. He identified the confirmed buyer as Count Roselle, a man known for having deep pockets. Blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, the veteran trader leaned back. He remarked with a callous grin that the Count would surely pay an exorbitant price for such a rare piece of merchandise. The man with the mustache added a darker layer to the conversation. He chuckled, noting that Count Roselle was infamous for his peculiar indulgences. He suggested, with a chilling lack of empathy, that perhaps the girl would have been happier remaining a common slave than falling into the Count's hands. A low, guttural sound escaped Giacomo's throat. His teeth were clenched so tightly they threatened to crack, and his eyes were shadowed with a mixture of shame and suppressed rage. The men at the table laughed together, their voices echoing the cruelty of their trade. One of them boasted about how much he would love to have his way with a beautiful girl like that, just once before she was sold off. Giacomo finally spoke, his voice trembling but filled with a sudden, desperate resolve. He begged them to stop talking, his eyes fixed on the cards in his hand. The traders looked at him with mild curiosity, surprised by the sudden spark of defiance. As Giacomo stared down at his cards, his mind drifted to a vision of the girl he held captive. He saw her sitting alone in the dark, her long blonde hair glowing in the shadows, an innocent soul trapped in a nightmare. With a flushed face and a voice thick with emotion, Giacomo insisted that she wasn't the kind of person they were describing. He defended her honor with a frantic energy that seemed out of place in such a den of vice. The traders didn't show any sympathy. The man with the blonde hair laughed loudly, noting that it wasn't like Giacomo to argue. He asked mockingly if the boy had actually committed the ultimate sin of a merchant, falling in love with the product he was supposed to sell. Giacomo shouted a denial, his voice rising in pitch. He slammed his hands on the table and frantically asked to change the subject, demanding to know what game they were going to play next. The traders merely smirked at his obvious agitation. The man with the mustache told him there was no need to be in such a hurry, noting that the night was still young. He enjoyed watching Giacomo squirm under the weight of his own conscience. The trader revealed an ace of hearts, his face twisting into a hideous, toothy grin. He labeled Giacomo an idiot for getting so worked up. He noted that Giacomo was also a slave trader, and his attempts to act like a nice guy were becoming increasingly irritating. The trader reached for the deck again, a dark and greedy look in his eyes. Giacomo closed his eyes and offered a silent, desperate prayer to a god who had likely long since abandoned this place, begging for just one good card. A new voice, smooth and chillingly calm, interrupted the game. Dantalian had moved from the bar and now stood directly behind the winning trader. He remarked that they were having a truly interesting conversation. The trader froze, a look of sudden alarm crossing his face. In a sudden violent blur of motion, a blade flashed through the dim light. A sharp stab echoed through the room. Dantalian had driven a dagger straight through the trader's hand, pinning it firmly to the wooden table. The demon lord stood over the man with a cold, jagged smile, remarking that the entire scene was truly disgusting. The trader let out a strangled, breathless cry of shock and pain. Giacomo and the other men at the table stared in paralyzed horror. Giacomo's mouth hung open, his eyes wide as he witnessed the sudden eruption of violence from a man who looked like a refined merchant. The tavern was suddenly filled with a horrific, blood-curdling scream. The trader whose hand was pinned to the table wailed in agony, his face contorting as blood began to seep onto the wood. Dantalian's smile remained fixed, but his eyes were devoid of warmth. He noted that, as expected of a slave trader, the man didn't seem to consider people as actual human beings. He maintained a crushing grip on the man's shoulder, keeping him pinned in place. The demon lord leaned in close, his voice dropping to a low, lethal whisper. He looked the man in the eye and accused him of the one thing gamblers hated most: cheating. Giacomo stammered out the word, cheating, in disbelief. Dantalian used his other hand to pull an extra card from the trader's sleeve, an ace that had been hidden away to rig the game. He slammed the dagger even deeper through the card and the man's hand. Dantalian addressed the table at large, noting that Giacomo had been completely fooled by this man's deception. He stood tall, the chaos of the room seemingly feeding his dark energy. Giacomo stared at the hidden card, his face pale and covered in sweat. He whispered, "No way," unable to believe that his friends had been robbing him blind while mocking his misery. Dantalian's smirk widened. He noted that this wasn't the time to be discussing the finer points of gambling etiquette. He looked directly at Giacomo and spoke his name with a chilling familiarity. Dantalian's expression turned serious as he asked a pointed question. He asked Giacomo if he was actually hesitating to sell the girl, Laura, to Count Roselle. Giacomo recoiled as if he had been struck. He stammered in shock, asking how a total stranger could possibly know her name. He pointed out that her identity was a secret that had never been revealed to the public. Dantalian stepped closer, his presence overwhelming the small space. He told Giacomo that there was no time to worry about how he knew the secret. He stated clearly and firmly that his intention was to free the girl from the bonds of slavery. He looked Giacomo deep in the eyes, his voice softening just enough to sound persuasive. He claimed that, in truth, freeing her was exactly what Giacomo wanted as well. Giacomo went silent, his blush deepening as he struggled to find an answer. The traitor with the stabbed hand continued to howl in the background, telling them to listen to their own idiocy. The wounded man shouted at them, asking if they had lost their minds. He roared that a girl who had already been sold could not simply be let go. He warned Giacomo that he knew exactly what happened to those who dared to break the ironclad rules of the merchants. Dantalian ignored the screaming man entirely. He looked at Giacomo and told him that it was finally time to make a choice. He urged the boy to find his courage, insisting that he had the strength to do what was right. Giacomo looked up, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. He whispered a question, asking if he truly could do it. A magical notification flickered in the air, revealing that Giacomo's favorability towards Dantalian had just increased by 10 points. Giacomo's expression hardened. The traces of tears remained on his face, but his jaw was set with a newfound determination as he looked at his former associates. Standing tall, Giacomo pointed a defiant finger at the group. He declared that since he was the one who had brought the girl to Pavia, he would be the one to decide her ultimate fate. The traitors looked on in stunned silence as their idiot victim finally found his backbone. The scene shifted to the quiet streets of the city under a bright full moon. Dantalian walked beside Giacomo, carrying a bottle of wine. He noted that Giacomo had been quite surprised by the turn of events earlier. He suggested they share a drink, noting that it was much easier to relax that way. Giacomo accepted the bottle with a humble thank you. Giacomo looked at the stranger with a mix of awe and gratitude. He admitted to himself that while he first thought the man was terrifying, he now believed him to be truly kind. Another notification pinged. Giacomo's favorability had surged by another 20 points. Dantalian asked him to speak more about the girl, noting that he felt they were destined to get along very well. A dark, hidden smirk crossed Dantalian's face as he suggested they have a toast to their new partnership. Giacomo agreed, his trust in the mysterious merchant growing with every passing moment. As they walked through the dark alleys, Giacomo asked if the man made a habit of traveling the world to free slaves. Dantalian looked up at the moon and confirmed his suspicion, stating that he hoped to one day rid the entire world of the practice of slavery. Dantalian added that to achieve such a monumental goal, he needed to find people with kind and pure hearts, specifically targeting Giacomo. He claimed that he hadn't been searching for Laura at all, but had been looking for a man of Giacomo's character. Giacomo was visibly moved, whispering that he finally understood. The favorability system pinged again, adding another 10 points to Giacomo's score. The young noble was now completely under Dantalian's spell. Looking down at his feet, Giacomo confessed the truth. He admitted that he had never actually wanted to be a slave trader. He explained that his father had been buried in debt, and in a town like Pavia, there were no other options left for him to survive. Stopping in his tracks, Giacomo bowed his head deeply. He begged Dantalian, with tears in his voice, to follow through on his promise and free the girl from her life of misery. Dantalian looked at him with a cold, analytical gaze. The false warmth in his eyes had vanished, replaced by the calculating focus of a strategist. Dantalian asked why Giacomo was willing to go to such incredible lengths for a common slave. Giacomo looked up, his face flushed. He stated with a sincere passion that she was a woman who simply didn't belong in a place as cruel and dark as the Pavia market. He claimed that he was the only one who truly knew the real person beneath her captive exterior. Suddenly, the bottle of wine Giacomo was holding slipped from his hands and shattered against the stone ground. Giacomo staggered, clutching his head. He slurred his words, wondering aloud if he had simply had too much to drink. Behind him, Dantalian watched with a cold indifference, asking himself if the drug he had slipped into the boy's drink was finally taking effect. Dantalian placed a comforting hand on Giacomo's back as the boy collapsed. He whispered that he understood how Giacomo felt and assured him that he was the only one capable of truly taking care of the girl. Giacomo looked up one last time, his vision blurring. He asked if the man truly believed that. The system pinged again, granting another 10 points of favorability just before Giacomo's consciousness began to fade. Dantalian asked him one final question. Where was she kept? Giacomo feebly raised an arm, pointing toward a distant structure in the market. He managed to whisper that she was kept inside a cage at the very end of the row. He groaned, complaining that he felt incredibly strange. Dantalian looked down at the nearly unconscious boy. He told Giacomo not to worry about a thing, promising that he would definitely set the girl free that very night. Giacomo's world began to spin in a violent, disorienting vortex. He saw Dantalian's figure twisting and distorting as the drug took full control of his mind. Despite the darkness closing in, Giacomo felt a strange sense of peace. He thought to himself that he was glad to have met a person as noble and kind as the man before him. The final notification appeared. His favorability had increased by 20 more points as he lost consciousness completely. Dantalian stood over the fallen noble, his legs framing the boy's broken form. He remarked to himself that he couldn't believe how easily this man's favorability could be manipulated. He compared Giacomo's gullibility to the difficulty he had faced with Lapis. He noted with a cynical sigh that this kind of trusting nature was exactly why people took advantage of someone like Giacomo. However, he admitted that he respected the boy's genuine feelings, in his own twisted way. Walking away into the dark, moonlit corridor, Dantalian looked back one last time. He issued a silent promise to the sleeping Giacomo, vowing that he would indeed make the girl happy, though his definition of happiness likely differed from the boy's. Giacomo lay face down on the cold stones, a tragic figure used and discarded. Dantalian's internal monologue noted that the boy should simply think of this as being tricked by someone with a truly rotten character. Dantalian checked his pocket watch. He noted that it was almost time. Nearby, a large clock tower struck the first note of midnight. As the final bell tolled, the disguise magic shattered. A surge of blue and purple mana erupted from Dantalian's body, swirling around him in a brilliant, flickering light. The human merchant vanished. In his place stood the demon lord, his dark cape billowing in the night wind as he approached the iron bars of a solitary cell. Inside the cage, a small silhouette sat motionless on the floor. Dantalian stood before the bars, his presence casting a long, intimidating shadow. He introduced himself with a chilling formality, stating his name and his rank as the 71st Demon Lord. The girl inside didn't flinch, her hands busy with a small object. With a wide, predatory grin, he addressed her by her full name, Laura de Farnese. He told her that he had finally come for her. The perspective widened to show the full scale of her imprisonment. Laura sat on the floor, her legs chained to the wall, a simple book resting on her knees. She remained calm, her head bowed as she listened to the monster outside her cage. Laura spoke for the first time, her voice quiet and steady. She stated that she didn't know who he was, and frankly, she didn't care. She made a single, strange request. She asked him to please move out of the way so he would stop blocking the moonlight. Her striking green eyes, filled with a hollow, ancient sadness. She looked up at the demon lord and explained that without the moonlight, she couldn't finish reading her book. Even in the face of a literal demon, her only concern remained her quiet, intellectual escape. Standing before the cold iron bars, the man with the solitary horn and piercing red eyes formally introduced himself. He declared that he was the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian. His gaze was fixed on the young girl huddled within the cell, calling her by her full name, Laura de Farnese, and stating with chilling confidence that he had come specifically for her. The girl did not tremble or beg for mercy. Instead, she responded with a calm, almost bored detachment. She noted that she had no idea who he was, but she had a more pressing concern. She requested that he stop blocking the moonlight, as her small world was currently limited to the pages of the book in her lap. She looked up, her green eyes sharp and filled with a weary intelligence that far exceeded her years. She emphasized that without the silver light from above, she was unable to continue her reading, treating the presence of a demon lord as nothing more than a minor inconvenience to her studies. As Dantalian looked at the frail girl, his mind drifted to the knowledge he carried from the game Dungeon Attack. In that world, Laura de Farnese was not a mere victim. She was a central figure, a protagonist-level entity capable of reshaping the very foundations of the continent. However, the memories of the game depicted a far darker path for her than that of a typical hero. The scenes of her future were bathed in fire and blood, marking a significant departure from the usual tales of salvation. The vision showed a battlefield where soldiers screamed for mercy that never came. A lone figure moved through the carnage with terrifying efficiency, ending lives without hesitation. In the game's history, she was not remembered for bringing hope. Instead, her legacy was one of absolute devastation. She was a storm that broke upon the lands, leaving only silence in her wake. Clad in a commander's uniform and drenched in the blood of her enemies, the future Laura stood atop a mountain of the fallen. The narrative of that world was clear. She did not bring peace. She brought despair. The conflict in Dungeon Attack centered on the struggle of the Habsburg Empire, to which the player belonged. It was a realm of gold and steel, constantly at odds with its neighbors. Laura, conversely, was the sword of the Kingdom of Brittany. The two powers were locked in a perpetual, burning rivalry, with Laura serving as Brittany's most lethal instrument of war. The history of the continent was written in the blood of the millions who fell during the fierce wars for dominance between these two nations, a struggle that spanned decades. The scale of her brutality was staggering. It was whispered that the number of lives claimed by Laura's strategic genius and cold steel far outnumbered the casualties caused by all the demon lords combined. To any player of the game, she represented a threat more profound and existential than the monsters of the abyss. Yet, as Dantalian looked at her now, he realized that the events that would transform her into that monster were still nearly 2 decades away. In the present moment, the girl before him was not a conqueror or a bringer of despair. She was simply a 16-year-old girl, imprisoned and discarded by a world that had yet to feel her wrath. A dark, opportunistic smile crossed Dantalian's face. He knew that this was the perfect moment to intervene. He needed to secure her loyalty now, before the fires of war forged her into his greatest enemy. He addressed her again through the bars, his tone shifting to one of business. He remarked that he possessed more than enough wealth to simply buy her at the upcoming auction without effort. He added that his hired witches were already positioned throughout the market, ready for his command. He noted that it would be incredibly easy for him to simply steal her away in the middle of the night. However, he paused, his expression becoming uncharacteristically thoughtful. He stated that he wished to take her feelings into consideration before making his move. Laura looked down at her book, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be weighing the words of the demon against the grim reality of her current situation. Dantalian leaned against the bars, his gaze intense. He told her plainly that he had no interest in her as a common slave. Instead, he declared that he was in search of a retainer, someone of her caliber to stand by his side. Laura looked up, a flicker of genuine curiosity breaking through her stoic mask. She repeated the word retainer with a hint of skepticism, asking if he truly meant a subordinate rather than something more degrading. Dantalian confirmed her suspicion, stating that if he had wanted a mere object for his pleasure, he would have used his gold or his power to take her long ago. He stepped back slightly, allowing his shadow to move away from her book. He told her that he was not like the other men she had encountered. He expressed a desire to prove to her that he was a master worthy of her formidable talents. Laura shifted her position, the heavy chains around her limbs clinking against the stone floor. She admitted that she appreciated the demon lord's offer, but she noted with a somber tone that her fate appeared to be already sealed by the laws of the market. Her gaze remained fixed on the book, her voice dropping to a whisper. She seemed resigned to the idea that her future was no longer her own to decide. Dantalian scoffed at her resignation. He informed her that the man intended to bid on her the next day was Count Roselle of the Kingdom of Brittany. His voice turned dark as he described the Count's reputation. He revealed that the nobleman had a grotesque hobby of collecting highborn ladies specifically to subject them to horrific tortures. With a theatrical sigh, Dantalian detailed the progression of the Count's cruelty, mentioning the use of candles and the eventual fate of being burned at the stake. He added that in the most extreme cases, the Count delighted in the dismemberment of his victims. Laura remained remarkably composed. She mused thoughtfully that while she believed she could endure the pain of fire or candles, the loss of her limbs presented a significant problem. She noted with a touch of irony that without her hands, she would no longer be able to turn the pages of her beloved books. Dantalian let out a short, surprised laugh. He looked at her with genuine admiration, remarking that she truly was a unique individual to worry about her reading habits in the face of such a gruesome fate. The girl brushed off the comment, stating that there was no need for his praise. She claimed with a matter-of-fact tone that she had been well aware of her own genius since the age of 6. A wide, sharp grin split Dantalian's face. He remarked on the incredible coincidence, claiming that he too had realized his own superior intellect at the exact same age. Laura looked at him with newfound interest. She shared that her realization came when she observed her own siblings, noting with disdain that even at the age of 10, they were still fundamentally unable to grasp the basic concepts of geometry. Dantalian chuckled, adding his own experience to the conversation. He recalled noticing his half-sister's intellectual failings when she proved unable to master even 2 foreign languages by the time she was 5. Laura looked toward the bars, her eyes reflecting a cold, shared understanding. She admitted that every time she looked at other human beings, she felt a sense of profound pity for them. She found it tragic that they were unable to grasp even the simplest of truths. A slight, cold smile touched her lips. She wondered aloud how anyone could hope to survive with such a limited capacity for thought. She admitted that if she were forced to live with such a mind, she would choose to end her own life immediately rather than endure such ignorance. Dantalian gestured with a gloved hand, agreeing with her assessment. He noted that the majority of people were indeed pitiful in their simplicity. He declared that it was the responsibility of individuals like them to provide the thorough education that the masses so desperately lacked. Laura looked at him, her expression turning slightly pensive. She addressed him as Demon Lord, and asked if he didn't find such a task to be a bit troublesome. Dantalian's eyes sparkled with a dangerous mirth. He conceded that it was more than just a little bit of trouble, it was an exhausting endeavor. However, he reminded her that they were still technically members of this world's community. He leaned in, his voice becoming a smooth, persuasive purr. He remarked that in their position, it was sometimes necessary to make certain sacrifices for what one might call the greater good. Laura stared at him for a long moment, the silence between them heavy with the weight of their shared arrogance. She asked for clarification, questioning if he meant that such sacrifices were a rare, once-in-a-lifetime necessity. Dantalian let out a soft, melodic laugh. He whispered that such a frequency should indeed be more than enough to achieve their goals. The Demon Lord's face was inches from the bars, his expression one of triumphant satisfaction. He declared that his initial assessment was correct. He and Laura were destined to get along quite well. The perspective shifted to show Laura standing up, her chains falling away as the lock on her cell was magically undone. She stepped toward the exit, noting the coincidence of their meeting with a newfound respect. For the first time, a genuine smile, one that mirrored Dantalian's own dark confidence, appeared on the girl's face. She looked at her new master and agreed that they would indeed make an excellent team. Dantalian stood tall in the moonlit corridor, his hands in his pockets. He asked her a rhetorical question, wondering who the smartest person in the entire world was. Laura answered without a second of hesitation, claiming the title for herself. The conversation turned toward justice and retribution. Laura was asked what should be done to those who were irresponsible, those who broke their promises, and those who chose to ignore the suffering of others. She responded with clinical coldness, stating that the proper course of action was to sever their limbs and hang them as a warning. She stepped out of the shadows, her bare feet hitting the stone path. She mused on the nature of purity, admitting that while she found the behavior of pure individuals to be foolish, their inner light was sometimes so bright that she was forced to acknowledge them as superior beings. The demon lord then asked for her definition of friendship. She defined it as a feeling she chose to bestow upon those who were wise enough to stay out of her way. He then moved to the final, most complex question, the definition of love. A terrifying, jagged smile spread across Laura's face. She described love as a suicidal act of ruin, a destructive force that was merely disguised as romance to entice the unwary. Dantalian's red eye glowed with absolute delight. He whispered a single word of approval. Perfect. A notification appeared in the air, signaling that the girl's favorability toward him had increased by 30 points, cementing their dark bond. With a sharp mechanical sound, the final shackles fell from Laura's wrists and ankles. She stepped out of the cell into the open air, stretching her limbs and noting with a quiet sigh that the sensation of freedom was quite refreshing. Dantalian watched her, his cape fluttering in the night breeze. He asked her how it felt to be free. Laura looked back at the prison that had held her, then at the demon who had released her. She offered a small, satisfied smirk and admitted that the feeling was quite comfortable. Dantalian pulled a magical scroll from his robes, his eyes gleaming with a lethal intent. He told her that he had a special gift prepared to celebrate her first night of freedom. He unfurled the scroll, and a sudden, violent bolt of blue lightning shot upward from the parchment, piercing the night sky. The signal traveled high above the city, visible to anyone watching from the shadows. From the rooftops and the surrounding hills, the Berbera witch sisters took flight. They descended upon the city like a flock of predatory birds, their brooms cutting through the air as they prepared to unleash their gathered mana. Massive, intricate magic circles materialized in the sky above the slave market. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the center of the town, serving as the opening salvo for the coming destruction. Laura watched the spectacle with wide, mesmerized eyes. She looked at the devastation beginning to unfold and asked with a hushed tone if this was truly his doing. A pillar of celestial fire descended from the heavens, slamming into the heart of Pavia. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the streets, shattering stone and wood alike. The slave market was rapidly consumed by an inferno. Thick black smoke billowed into the air as the witches continued their bombardment from above. In the cages nearby, other slaves watched the chaos with a mixture of terror and hope. Dantalian stood with his back to the flames, his silhouette framed by the burning city. He commanded Laura to look closely at the scene. His face was illuminated by the orange glow of the fires. He declared with a chilling, triumphant pride that they were about to cleanse the entire city of its filth. On the front lines of the chaos, Humbaba directed her magic with a playful flick of her fingers. She shattered the locks of the various slave pens, her laughter echoing over the roar of the flames. The newly freed slaves emerged from their prisons, their eyes glowing with a feral, vengeful light. They stood in the middle of the burning market, their chains now serving as weapons as they turned toward their former captors. The slave traders were in a state of total panic. One of the overseers shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was happening. Another screamed for the fires to be extinguished immediately, worried only about the loss of his merchandise as the buildings collapsed around him. A trader looked back in horror as one of his former captives lunged at him with a makeshift blade. A spray of blood painted the burning walls as the slaves began their bloody retribution. The trader's final question, asking who his attackers were, went unanswered as the blade found its mark. In another part of the city, Count Rosel lay on the ground, his white mask shattered and his fine robes stained with blood. He looked up at a hooded figure, trembling as he demanded to know if they realized who he was. He shouted his title, claiming to be Rosel of Brittany in a desperate attempt to use his status as a shield. A pair of polished boots stepped toward him, the sound of footsteps rhythmic and heavy. The Count's voice cracked as he warned his pursuer that they would sorely regret their actions. He looked up to see Lapis Lazuli standing over him, her eyes cold and pitiless beneath her hood. The Count's bravado vanished instantly. He held up his hands in a frantic plea, begging her to calm down. He offered her anything she wanted, promising her an endless supply of money if she would only stay her hand. He clutched his head in terror, his voice reduced to a pathetic whimper. He begged for his life, pleading for mercy as a blade descended through the air, ending his cries forever. Back in the alleyway where he had collapsed, Giacomo Petrarch began to stir. He groaned in pain, his mind foggy from the drug and the wine. He rubbed his eyes, trying to make sense of the world. He recalled the face of the kind merchant, and realized with a jolt of panic that he had lost consciousness. He looked around, wondering what had happened in the time he was asleep. He stood up and looked toward the center of the city, his jaw dropping in shock. The horizon was a wall of fire, and the screams of the dying carried on the wind. Giacomo's face contorted with a sudden, agonizing realization. He remembered the merchant's questions about Laura and the location of her cell. He shouted into the night, demanding to know what was happening as the magnitude of the disaster settled over him. Memories of the merchant's words echoed in his mind. He recalled the man's promise to free the girl from slavery. He remembered the man telling him to be brave and insisting that he could do the right thing. He saw the broken bottles on the ground and realized he had been played like a fool. A cold sweat broke out over his body. He whispered the name of the girl, his voice filled with a desperate, frantic need to find her before it was too late. Giacomo began to run toward the heart of the inferno. He told himself that he had to save her, even as the buildings around him crumbled into ash. High above, the Berbera sisters continued their assault. They swooped through the smoke, their laughter mixing with the sound of magical discharges, as they picked off any traitors who attempted to flee. On the ground, the slaughter reached its peak. Slaves armed with axes and swords cornered their former masters. One traitor begged for his life as a former captive raised a heavy axe over his head, the cycle of violence finally coming full circle. The entire market district had become a charnel house. The streets were filled with the sounds of battle and the smell of burning flesh. Dantalian raised a gloved hand, his fingers moving as if he were conducting a symphony. He asked Laura if she could hear the sounds drifting over the flames. He described the noise as the death throes of the men who had once tormented her. Laura looked at the destruction with a dark, satisfied smile. Dantalian leaned in and told her that her old life was over. He declared that her true life began here, in the middle of this cleansing fire. Dantalian stood with his arms wide, looking out over the ruins of Pavia. He declared that all of the death and destruction they were witnessing was merely a prelude, a grand opening ceremony dedicated entirely to her. The night air was thick with the scent of copper and smoke as the city of Pavia burned. Dantalian stood before the inferno, his arms outstretched as if welcoming the chaos he had orchestrated. The towering flames cast long, dancing shadows across the scorched earth, illuminating the skeletal remains of the slave market that was now a funeral pyre. Watching the destruction with a gaze that seemed to reflect the fire itself, Laura de Farnese remained remarkably composed. She looked at the man who had shattered her chains, addressing him formally as Demon Lord Dantalian. There was no fear in her eyes, only a cold, burgeoning clarity. Lowering herself into a graceful kneel, the blonde genius made a solemn declaration. She stated that from that moment forward, she, Laura de Farnese, accepted him as her true lord. She pledged the entirety of the new life he had granted her to his service, her voice steady despite the screams of the dying echoing in the distance. As the fires roared higher, consuming the very structures of oppression, Laura continued her oath. She promised to faithfully follow his every command, setting a single condition: that he never betray the trust she was placing in him. Behind them, the liberated slaves were transformed into agents of vengeance, their axes falling upon the traitors who had once treated them as mere livestock. Blood sprayed against the backdrop of the burning city as the uprising reached its peak. Amidst the carnage, Laura's voice remained a chilling anchor. She vowed to dedicate her very soul to him, provided he maintained the respect she felt she deserved. Dantalian looked down at her, a shadow falling over his face. He addressed her by name and issued a solemn countervow, swearing to protect her dignity at all costs. He asserted his authority as the 71st ranked demon lord, promising her that her absolute dedication would never go unrewarded. The two figures stood together in the heart of the wasteland, a demon and a genius forged in the fires of a massacre. Dantalian's red eyes glinted with a triumphant satisfaction, while Laura offered a subtle, knowing smile. They were no longer master and slave, but something far more dangerous. The moment was interrupted by a ragged figure stumbling into the clearing. Giacomo Petrarch, his face smudged with ash and his clothes disheveled, stared at the scene in a state of paralysis. He watched the girl he had supposedly cared for kneeling at the feet of a monster. Giacomo's voice was a frantic whisper as he begged them to wait. He looked like a man who had walked into a nightmare he couldn't wake up from, his eyes darting between the flames and the terrifying pair standing before him. He demanded to know what was happening, his confusion turning into a sharp, piercing dread. He looked at Laura, his voice cracking as he asked what she was doing in the presence of such a creature. Dantalian let out a weary sigh, his expression darkening with disappointment. He remarked quietly to himself that if Giacomo had simply remained unconscious, he could have lived the rest of his life in blissful ignorance. Giacomo recoiled, the sound of the demon lord's voice triggering a frantic memory. He stammered, asking how this man knew his name. He looked at the stranger's face, a terrible realization beginning to dawn on him as he struggled to place where he had seen those eyes before. The pieces of the deception fell into place with a sickening thud. Giacomo stared at the single horn protruding from the man's head, his face turning a ghostly pale. He whispered that it couldn't be true, his mind rejecting the reality of the situation. He pointed a trembling finger, noting that the horn hadn't been there when they were drinking wine together. With a voice thick with terror, he finally asked the question he already knew the answer to. He asked if the man was truly a demon lord. Dantalian didn't bother with further lies. He confirmed the boy's fear with a cold, flat tone. He introduced himself properly, declaring that he was indeed the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalian. Giacomo felt the air leave his lungs. He repeated the name in a daze, asking if he was truly that Dantalian, the name of a nightmare he had only heard in stories. The betrayal stung worse than the heat of the fires. Giacomo accused him of weaving a web of lies from the very beginning, realizing that every kind word and shared drink had been a calculated move to ensure his cooperation. Dantalian's expression remained unreadable. He told Giacomo that he was truly grateful for the assistance the boy had provided. However, he took issue with the accusation of deception. Gesticulating toward the burning city, Dantalian argued that he had merely fulfilled Giacomo's own deepest wish. He pointed out that by his hand, Laura and every other slave in Pavia had finally been granted their freedom. The backdrop of their conversation was the brutal reality of that freedom. The panels showed the liberated captives slaughtering the traitors with a merciless efficiency that mirrored the cruelty they had once endured. Giacomo's hands were clenched into white-knuckled fists. He growled in frustration, his voice trembling as he asked what Dantalian intended to do with Laura now that she was in his power. Dantalian looked at the boy with a mocking pity. He asked why Giacomo was still questioning his motives, reiterating that everything had proceeded exactly as the boy had wanted. He added that Laura was accompanying him of her own free will, a choice Giacomo seemed unable to comprehend. Giacomo could only utter a hollow sound of disbelief, his world collapsing around him as he realized he had effectively handed the girl over to the king of demons. A sudden, suffocating pressure filled the alleyway. A dark, crimson aura erupted from Dantalian, his eyes glowing with a lethal intensity. He told Giacomo that he would not repeat himself, ordering the boy to go back to his home immediately before he ended up dead. The sheer weight of the demon lord's killing intent sent Giacomo crashing to the ground. He let out a strangled yelp of terror, his body shaking uncontrollably as the predator loomed over him. Dantalian looked down at the pathetic display. He told Giacomo to use this experience as a lesson, warning him never to trust people so easily in the future. Giacomo could only gulp in fear, his spirit completely broken. Turning his back on the fallen noble, Dantalian addressed Laura with a calm, commanding tone. He told her it was time to leave, gesturing toward the shadows beyond the fire. Laura looked back at Giacomo one last time. Her eyes were devoid of the affection the boy had imagined they shared. She remained silent, her expression an impenetrable mask of cold indifference. They began to walk away, leaving Giacomo sitting in the dirt, surrounded by the ruins of his life and the city he had helped destroy. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage and shame. A new figure emerged from the smoke, her heavy traveling cloak billowing in the wind. Lapis Lazuli approached with a rhythmic, purposeful stride, her single glowing blue eye visible beneath the shadow of her hood. She stopped beside Dantalian, her presence adding a new layer of tension to the scene. The demon lord offered a dark, knowing smirk as his subordinate arrived. Dantalian asked if the task had been completed. Lapis confirmed the success of the mission with a chilling lack of emotion. She stated that not a single soul, not Count Roselle nor the traitors nor anyone associated with them, had managed to escape the city alive. Dantalian praised her for a job well done, his fingers tapping thoughtfully against his chin. Laura stood behind him, observing the newcomer with a sharp, analytical gaze. Lapis's focus shifted. She stared at the blonde girl, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. She addressed Dantalian as Your Highness, and demanded to know exactly who the person standing behind him was. Dantalian introduced her with a light-hearted chuckle, identifying her as the Laura he had previously mentioned. He then turned to introduce Lapis to Laura, but the succubus cut him off. With a piercing, icy glare, Lapis reiterated her question. She wasn't asking about the girl. She was demanding to know the identity of the man who was still cowering in the alleyway behind them. Dantalian looked genuinely surprised by the intensity of her questioning. Laura watched the exchange, the tension between the two subordinates of the demon lord becoming palpable. Giacomo, still struggling to breathe, managed to call out to them. He begged them to wait, his voice filled with a desperate, misplaced hope that he could still save the girl from her fate. Dantalian looked back at the boy, his gaze softening with a strange, cynical respect. He noted to himself that despite the threats and the terror he had inflicted, Giacomo's feelings for Laura must be remarkably strong for him to still be standing. Lapis Lazuli didn't share his sentiment. She reached for the hilt of her sword, the blade sliding from its sheath with a lethal hiss. Her intent to eliminate the final witness was clear. Dantalian stepped forward, extending an arm to block her path. He told her to stop, his voice echoing with an authority that demanded immediate obedience. He looked at Giacomo and then back at Lapis, explaining his reasoning. He stated that the man was one of the few truly pure souls left in this world. He declared that a person of such rare character must be kept alive, regardless of the risk. Lapis looked at him with a mix of confusion and skepticism. She asked if he was truly serious about letting such a glaring vulnerability live. Giacomo didn't listen to their debate. He scrambled to his feet and ran toward them, his movements driven by a frantic adrenaline. He reached out and grabbed Laura's hand, his grip desperate and tight. He shouted for her to wait, his eyes wide with a manic determination to rescue her. Giacomo pleaded with her, asking if she was truly okay with following a monster. He shouted that the person before her was a demon lord, believing the title alone should be enough to make her flee. Laura looked at him with a flat, unimpressed expression. She calmly informed him that she was well aware of his identity and stated firmly that she had already decided to live her life with the demon lord as her master. Giacomo's face contorted in agony. He cried out that it was impossible, questioning why she would make such a choice. He warned her that she had no idea what a demon might do to her once they were alone. Laura's gaze remained unwavering. She asked him rhetorically if he truly believed her life could be any worse than the one she had already endured. She looked at Dantalian and declared that her lord had given her a new life, one with purpose and agency. A faint, genuine smile touched Laura's lips. She confessed that for the first time in her entire existence, she could feel her heart beating with a loud, vibrant intensity. The system notification flickered. Her favorability had increased by another 30 points. Giacomo went silent, his hand slipping from her wrist. He stood frozen as the girl he loved turned away from him without a second thought. The group stood in a tense triangle amidst the embers of the city. Giacomo looked like a ghost, his silhouette framed by the very fires he had helped ignite through his own weakness. Lapis looked at Dantalian, her expression unreadable. She addressed him as Your Highness and asked for his final orders regarding the boy. Dantalian noted that it didn't matter anymore, referring to this moment as their final farewell. Dantalian stepped back, allowing Giacomo a final moment with the girl. He told the boy to hold on for just a second, his tone one of mock graciousness. Lapis watched with a cold, blue eye, her patience clearly wearing thin. Giacomo looked at Laura, his voice trembling as he admitted that this was the first time he had ever seen her truly smile. He whispered that the sight of her happiness was beautiful, even if it wasn't because of him. He bowed his head, his voice thick with a genuine, pathetic remorse. He offered his sincerest apologies for all the pain and suffering he had caused her up until that night. He caught himself wondering aloud what he was even trying to achieve by saying such things now. He admitted with a sob that it was far too late for words to make a difference. Giacomo looked up, his face flushed with a sudden, desperate courage. He shouted that there was one thing he truly needed to tell her before they parted ways forever. Laura looked at him with a neutral, almost expectant gaze. Giacomo stepped closer, his heart on his sleeve, whispering her name as he prepared to bare his soul. He looked her in the eye and began to confess his truth. He started to say that he liked her, a wide, hopeful smile breaking across his freckled face as he finally found the words to express his love. The moment was abruptly and violently shattered. A sickening stab echoed through the clearing as a blade erupted from the center of Giacomo's chest. His smile froze, his eyes widening in a look of absolute, paralyzed shock. Lapis Lazuli had moved with a speed that defied the eye, driving her sword through Giacomo's back from behind. Dantalian looked on with wide, stunned eyes, his mouth falling open as he witnessed the sudden execution of the pure soul he had ordered to be spared. A close-up of Lapis revealed a face devoid of anything but cold, professional detachment. She stared ahead, her eyes shadowed as she held the blade steady within the boy's body. Giacomo let out a final, strangled "Juh" as he fell to his knees. The sword remained embedded in his back, the blood beginning to pool on the scorched earth beneath him. Dantalian staggered back, his composure completely gone. He shouted at Lapis, calling her Lala, and demanding to know what the hell she was doing. He asked with a voice full of frantic disbelief if she realized the gravity of what she had just done. Lapis didn't flinch. She looked at her master with a chillingly calm gaze and stated that she was simply doing what needed to be done. Dantalian's face was a mask of horror and confusion. He asked her why she would do this, reminding her that he thought she despised meaningless killing. Lapis scoffed at the term, her expression turning into one of sharp, analytical disdain. She asked him how he could possibly consider this killing to be meaningless. Standing over the dying boy, she reminded Dantalian of his own explicit orders. She noted that he had commanded the slaughter of every slave trader in the area, including anyone involved with them. She twisted the blade with a cold efficiency, causing Giacomo to let out a final, pained groan. She explained that the entire point of the massacre was to ensure there was absolutely no evidence that the demon lord had ever visited this place. She stated that she could not understand why he would choose to let a primary witness live. Lapis stood tall, her blood-stained sword held high. She asked him directly if he truly believed there was such a thing as a meaningless death in a world as brutal as the one they inhabited. Dantalian could only whisper for her to stop, his voice hollow. He watched as she withdrew the blade, the sound of the metal sliding through flesh echoing in the silence of the alley. Lapis looked at the man she served with a growing, visible disappointment. She remarked that the demon lord she had sworn her loyalty to was supposed to be cold-hearted and merciless. She continued her critique, noting that his true self never missed the slightest opportunity and was always thorough in every action. As she spoke, a notification appeared. Her favorability toward Dantalian had decreased by 5 points. Dantalian stood frozen, his mouth agape as he realized the depth of the fracture he had caused in his subordinate's trust. Lapis looked at him with an eye that seemed to see through his every facade. She questioned the identity of the person standing before her, wondering if he was truly the master she had chosen to follow. The notifications began to ping in rapid succession, a relentless drumbeat of falling loyalty. Her favorability decreased by 3 points, then another 3, until the final message appeared in a stark, glowing red. Subordinate Lapis Lazuli's favorability towards Dantalian has reached 0. Dantalian stood with his head bowed, his shadow long against the cobblestones. He called her a devilish woman, in a voice that held a mix of bitterness and a terrifying new clarity. Lapis stood silent, her back to him as the fires of Pavia began to die down. The scene was one of absolute chilling resolution. Lapis stood over the corpse of Giacomo Petrarch, her sword dripping with his blood. She looked back at Dantalian and asked a final, devastating question. She wondered who exactly he thought she had been up until this moment. She was a weapon he had forged, and he was now discovering that a blade has no loyalty to a hand that begins to tremble. The mechanical chime of fate echoed through the air, signaling a devastating shift in the balance of power. The glowing red notification was absolute. Lapis Lazuli's favorability toward Dantalian had plummeted to 0. Amidst the roaring inferno of Pavia, the two stood at a crossroads of blood and betrayal, the silence between them heavier than the smoke rising from the ruins. Dantalian's face was a mask of pure, frantic confusion. He gasped out a plea, asking why she had done it. He reached out a gloved hand, his voice trembling as he reminded her of the past. Reminding her of the time he had tried to take the life of her own mother and the time he had intended to punish the maid. Vivid memories flashed before his eyes. Scenes of his own unchecked cruelty where he stood over his victims with a blade wreathed in dark mana. In every instance, Lapis had been the one to intervene, the one to stay his hand and advocate for mercy. Because of those past moments, Dantalian admitted that he had truly believed she would understand his reasoning this time. He had expected her to agree that a soul as pure as Giacomo's deserved to be spared from the slaughter. However, Lapis cut through his desperation with a single icy sentence, telling him that he was fundamentally wrong. Standing over the cooling corpse of the boy she had just executed, Lapis was a vision of cold, professional violence. Her cloak and face were splattered with fresh blood, yet her expression remained as stolid as stone. She remarked that it seemed His Highness still lacked even the most basic understanding of her nature. She looked down at the dead noble, then back at the demon lord. With a chilling authority, she commanded Dantalian to burn the image of the dying man's face into his mind and never let it fade. Dantalian could only stare, his red eyes wide with a mixture of horror and realization. The weight of her gaze was suffocating, stripping away his arrogance and leaving only the raw vulnerability of a man who had lost his most trusted ally's respect. Lapis gripped the hair of the deceased Giacomo, lifting his head toward the flames. She stated with brutal honesty that this pathetic, broken sight was the only future awaiting Dantalian himself if he continued on his current path. Dantalian went silent, the flickering orange light of the fire dancing in his eyes. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he processed the lethal weight of her warning. Lapis warned him that if he ever allowed himself to forget the reality of his own weakness, it would only be a matter of time before someone far less patient than her arrived to provide a much more permanent reminder. Dantalian let out a ragged, breathy laugh, clutching his face as the gravity of the situation settled over him. He whispered her name, calling her a truly devilish woman, his voice a mix of terror and a new, dark admiration. Lapis looked back at him through the haze of the burning city. She asked him a final, devastating question. She wondered exactly who he thought she had been during all the time they had spent together. She was not his conscience. She was his survival. The scene shifted forward to September 20th, 1505, at the official residence of the Admiral of Niflheim. Dantalian sat slumped in a plush red velvet chair, his expression brooding and distant. He reflected on the recent events, questioning what it was that Lapis truly wanted from him and where his calculations had gone so horribly astray. Opposite him, the white-haired demon Lord Barbatos leaned back with a wild, toothy grin. She declared that she had heard enough and suggested they take a break, noting that their conversation had stretched deep into the night. She complained with a playful growl, asking if he was at least going to offer her a drink for her troubles. Dantalian blinked, looking toward the window. He let out a weary sigh, admitting that he hadn't realized how much time had passed. He stood up, confirming that she was right and that a reprieve was in order. As he walked toward a large bookshelf, Dantalian noted that he had reached out to Ivar for assistance specifically to prepare for a moment like this. Barbatos watched him with a curious tilt of her head, wondering what the 71st ranked lord could possibly be planning. Dantalian turned back, a sly and dangerous smirk returning to his face. He held up a dusty, dark bottle wrapped in heavy chains. He asked Barbatos if she had any idea what he was holding. Barbatos's eyes went wide, and a thin trail of drool escaped her lips. She stammered in absolute disbelief, whispering that it couldn't possibly be what she thought it was. Dantalian began to recount the bottle's history, noting that according to Ivar, this vintage hailed from the finest wine-growing region in the demon world, the legendary fiery pits of hell. He described the lands of Count Magma, where the highest quality spirits were forged. He explained that such a vintage required the labor of the most skilled craftsmen, who were required to cast specific spells on the brew every half-moon throughout its maturation. Barbatos lunged across the table, her composure completely shattered. She shouted for him to shut up and demanded to know if that was truly a Balalunium from the year 1101. She screamed in a mix of rage and envy, asking how a minor lord like him had managed to get his hands on such a treasure. Dantalian tapped his chin thoughtfully, feigning ignorance. He remarked that it seemed the bottle was indeed valuable after all. This only incensed Barbatos further. She shrieked at him, asking if he was actually admitting that he'd been holding on to such a masterpiece without even knowing its true worth. A cold, calculating light returned to Dantalian's eyes. He leaned in and whispered that if she was willing to sit down and listen to the rest of his story quietly, he might be persuaded to let her have the very first sip. The promise of the legendary wine sent a visible shiver through Barbatos. Her face flushed, and she offered a predatory, toothy smile, admitting that she had suddenly become very, very excited to hear what he had to say. Dantalian let out a low, mocking chuckle. He found it amusing to see the great Lord Barbatos reduced to such a meek state by a mere bottle of fermented grapes. Barbatos slammed her hands on the table, threatening to kill him if he didn't stop stalling and hand over the drink immediately. Smiling with a newfound confidence, Dantalian poured himself a glass. He suggested they continue the narrative from the moment his castle first came under attack, the wine serving as the perfect lubricant for his tale of war. Barbatos took a deep, appreciative gulp, her eyes half closed in ecstasy. She admitted that the wine was everything the legends claimed. She then noted that the letter she had received must have been real after all, acknowledging the validity of Dantalian's previous warnings. Dantalian swirled the dark red liquid in his glass, his expression darkening. He agreed with her, stating with a sharp grin that they had finally reached the point where the story reached its absolute peak. The setting shifted to September 25, 1505, at Dantalian's castle. Under a clear blue sky, the massive stone fortress stood as a silent guardian over the surrounding forest. Nearby, the witch Humbaba kept a watchful eye from above, her broom hovering near the ramparts. Inside the throne room, Dantalian sat with his legs crossed, looking down from his high-backed chair. He asked the person standing before him if they had finally grown accustomed to the rhythms of life within the castle walls. Laura de Farnese stood at the center of the room, looking vastly different from the captive girl in the cell. She was now dressed in a sharp, military-inspired outfit with high boots and a red sash. She replied flatly that everywhere was the same to her, as long as she was permitted to keep her books. She adjusted her collar, her gaze steady. She admitted, however, that the current arrangement was a significant improvement, as it allowed her to eat decent meals and maintain her personal hygiene, luxuries her former life had denied her. Dantalian smiled, noting that it was good to hear she was satisfied. The sound of rapid, rhythmic footsteps outside the door interrupted their quiet moment. The doors burst open as Humbaba flew into the room on her broomstick. She saluted sharply, announcing that she had an urgent report for the demon lord. She revealed that an unidentified army was currently marching toward the castle from the north, positioned roughly 30 kilometers away. The witch clarified the scale of the threat, stating that the enemy forces numbered approximately 2,000. Outside, the clear sky was filled with the fluttering flags of the invaders, banners bearing the crest of a noble house. A massive war horn sounded, the deep, low tone vibrating through the air as the human knights prepared for their assault. Rows upon rows of heavily armored infantry marched in perfect unison, their shields locked and their spears held high. The sun glinted off their polished plate armor as they advanced across the dusty plains. Near the front of the column, a young adjutant addressed the man leading the charge. He asked his commander if there was truly any truth to the rumors of an endless supply of black herbs, the cure for the plague, being hidden within the demon lord's castle. The commander, an older man with a regal bearing, looked back at his subordinate. He corrected the boy, stating that since the battle was about to commence, he should be addressed as General. The adjutant quickly bowed his head, begging for forgiveness for his lapse in protocol. The man was identified as George von Rosenberg, known to many as the Northern Guardian and the Margrave of Rosenberg. He sat atop a white warhorse, his purple eyes cold and filled with a seasoned, aristocratic arrogance. George continued his explanation, noting that the objective truth of the rumors was secondary to the political reality they created. He stated that the facts of the matter were far less important than the consequences. He noted that the rumors were spreading like wildfire throughout his territory, fueling a desperate hope. He explained that the anxiety and fear of his people had reached their absolute peak. The scene briefly shifted to a village within Rosenberg's lands, showing commoners weeping over the shrouded bodies of those taken by the plague. George argued that if he were to take no action in the face of such suffering, he would lose the trust and the mandate of the people he was supposed to lead. He looked back at the castle on the horizon, his expression hardening. He stated that he needed to perform a public display of strength to prove to his subjects that their lord was actively fighting for their salvation. He concluded that whether the cure actually existed within the castle walls was a secondary concern. The primary goal was to project an image of a protective leader doing everything within his power for his people. The adjutant looked up with a realization, remarking that he finally understood. He noted with a touch of cynicism that this must be what politics was truly about. George scoffed at the thought of their opponent. He reminded his men that the master of the castle was merely the 71st ranked demon lord, a minor figure who didn't even have the backing of a major faction. He looked out over his vast army, noting that if crushing a weakling like Dantalian was the price to pay for increasing his own public approval ratings, then it was a price he was more than willing to pay. A map of the region was displayed, showing the Rosenberg territory's proximity to the castle. George mused that the location was incredibly convenient and that the timing of the plague rumors was a stroke of immense good fortune for his house. A scout suddenly approached the general, kneeling in the dirt. He announced that he had an updated report on the enemy's movements. The scout revealed that there appeared to be no enemy outposts or defensive fortifications along the road ahead. The general looked intrigued, his confidence growing with every second. George offered a predatory grin, his eyes flashing with violet light. He declared that he understood the situation perfectly and remarked that the goddess herself seemed to be smiling upon their endeavor. Drawing his sword and pointing it toward the fortress, George shouted that Demon Lord Dantalian was a coward with nothing for them to fear. He gave the final command for all forces to advance at full speed. Back inside the castle, Dantalian and Laura were hunched over a strategy table covered in maps and tokens. Dantalian looked up from the board, his voice soft as he addressed the girl. He told her with a sharp, expectant smile that the day of her very first battle had finally arrived. Laura stood at attention, the sound of her boots clicking against the wooden floor. She addressed him as Master and reminded him that she had already given him a final warning regarding her lack of experience. She argued that regardless of how much knowledge she had gleaned from her books, she possessed zero actual experience in the theater of war. She warned him that his hired mercenaries might very well be wiped out entirely under her command. She looked him directly in the eye, asking if he was truly certain that he was comfortable with such a massive risk. Dantalian leaned back in his chair, his expression unbothered. He told her not to worry about such trivialities. He laughed, a dark and hollow sound that filled the room. He stated clearly that he didn't care in the slightest how many of his mercenaries died on the field. His face was cast in a sinister shadow as he noted that he possessed more than enough wealth to simply buy a new army the next day. However, his tone shifted as he reached out and gently tilted Laura's chin upward. He looked at her with a terrifyingly intense focus, declaring that while the soldiers were expendable, she was the one thing in his possession that could never be replaced. He commanded her to listen closely. He told her not to think of the coming conflict as a traditional battlefield. Instead, he urged her to view the entire event as a grand, high-stakes playground. Gesturing to the map, he whispered that he had provided her with 3,000 toys to play with exactly as she saw fit. He wanted to see what her genius could produce when given full control over life and death. Laura looked down at the map, her eyes narrowing as she processed the Demon Lord's twisted perspective. She repeated the word toys with a thoughtful hum. She stood straight, her shadow falling across the strategy board. She stated simply that she understood his intent and began to move the pieces with a practiced, decisive hand. She announced that she would carry out her lord's orders to the letter. She declared her intention to engage in a bout of soldiers, her voice becoming as cold and sharp as a blade. Behind her, the armored mercenaries of the castle stood ready, their eyes reflecting the same feral intensity as the girl who now held their lives in her hands. The perspective narrowed to Laura's fingers as she slammed a black piece onto the map, directly on the path of the Rosenberg advance. Dantalian leaned forward, his red eye glowing with a savage delight. He whispered to the air, asking the world if it was ready. Looking out over the approaching human army from the safety of his ramparts, the Demon Lord asked a final rhetorical question. He wondered aloud if they should finally get started, the true massacre about to begin. Dantalian stands over the command table, his voice low and magnetic as he addresses Laura. He urges her to shift her perspective, telling her that she should not view the coming conflict as a mere battlefield. Instead, he commands her to think of it as her own personal playground. Gesturing toward the ranks of armored mercenaries waiting for orders, the Demon Lord notes that he has provided her with 3,000 toys to utilize exactly as she pleases. The soldiers stand in silent, rigid formations, their spears glinting as they become instruments for her budding genius. Laura stares down at the map, her analytical gaze sweeping over the terrain. She murmurs a quiet acknowledgement, repeating the word toys with a hint of dark fascination. She informs her master that she understands his intent perfectly, her fingers reaching out to grip a heavy black chess piece representing their forces. With a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips, Laura declares that she will carry out her lord's orders. She states her intention to begin a bout of soldiers, treating the lives of thousands as a grand, intellectual game. Dantalian sits back in his ornate throne, watching with an expectant smirk as Laura's hand descends toward the map. The atmosphere is thick with the weight of impending slaughter, orchestrated by a girl who is only just beginning to realize her own capacity for cold calculation. The actual ranks of the castle's mercenary army are a wall of steel and blue plumes, waiting for the signal to engage. Laura's voice echoes in the narrative as she asks a final, rhetorical question, wondering if it is time to finally get started. Standing tall at the table, Laura looms over the represented battlefield like a giant. Her green eyes are fixed on the enemy's position as she prepares to move her first piece, her hand poised to initiate a masterstroke of carnage. On the opposing side of the dusty plains, the human army under Margrave George von Rosenberg continues its steady advance. A frantic adjutant calls out to the general, announcing that their scouts have finally returned with critical intelligence. Rosenberg grunts a confirmation, ordering them to report immediately. The scouts reveal that just 3 kilometers ahead, a contingent of enemy troops is directly blocking the main road. The mercenaries stand in a broad line, their shields locked as they wait for the human tide to reach them. Rosenberg's expression flickers with a brief moment of shock. He admits to himself that he was completely unaware that a minor lord like Dantalian possessed any legitimate military forces. He orders the scout to continue, demanding to know exactly what kind of resistance they are facing. The scout explains that based on the various banners being flown, the opposition appears to be nothing more than a disorganized gathering of hired mercenaries. Rosenberg presses for specifics, asking for their exact numbers. The scout hesitates, estimating that there are probably a couple of hundred soldiers in the blocking force. Rosenberg's brow furrows in irritation at the vague response. He repeats the word probably back to the man with a sharp, biting skepticism. The general's voice boomed with authority as he reminded his subordinates that they were on a battlefield. He lectured them sternly, stating that vague or inaccurate information was a luxury they could not afford, as it often led directly to death. The scout bows his head in terror, begging for the general's forgiveness for his lack of precision. Beside them, the adjutant watches his commander, waiting for the next order. Rosenberg decides that he can no longer rely on second-hand reports. He states that he will see the enemy with his own eyes and commands his adjutant to follow him as he urges his white warhorse forward. Looking through a brass telescope, the general surveys the mercenary line. He confirms that the initial report was accurate. They are indeed mercenaries, and their numbers are meager, hardly more than 200 men. He notes that such a force is hardly a threat to his grand army. However, Rosenberg's veteran instincts begin to flare. He admits that while the numbers are small, he cannot understand why enemy soldiers would be positioned at this specific, exposed location. He stares out over the vast, empty plain, wondering if this means Dantalian was aware of their advance long before they arrived. He questions where such sensitive information could have possibly leaked from his own ranks. Taking a deep breath, the Margrave forces himself to think calmly. He reasons that regardless of how they knew, his priority must be dealing with the immediate obstacle standing directly in his path. He reminds himself that the decision to invade was made a month ago. He argues that even if the Demon Lord had caught wind of the move, the number of mercenaries he could have gathered in just 2 weeks would be extremely limited. Turning back to his staff, Rosenberg barks for his adjutant to convey his final commands to the rest of the army. The adjutant salutes sharply, ready to move the human machine into action. Rosenberg gives the order to mobilize the heavy cavalry. He commands them to execute a pincer movement, assaulting the mercenary line from both flanks simultaneously to crush them in a single, decisive blow. The deep, resonant blast of the human war horns signals the start of the charge. The sound rolls across the plains like thunder, announcing the beginning of the massacre. The human knights spur their horses into a gallop, a torrent of steel and muscle racing across the dry earth. They scream their battle cries, confident that the small band of mercenaries will be scattered like dust before them. Back within the safe walls of the castle, Dantalian sits with his fingers steepled, a dark and satisfied chuckle escaping his lips. He whispers that the game has finally, truly begun. On the strategy table, magic seems to take hold of the board. The white horse pieces begin to slide across the map with a rhythmic grind, mimicking the movements of Rosenberg's cavalry in real time. Laura watches the pieces move with an eerie stillness. She doesn't appear panicked by the enemy's aggressive maneuver. Instead, she looks as though she were observing a natural phenomenon she had already predicted. The human cavalry bears down on the stationary mercenary infantry. The disparity in momentum is terrifying. The human commander orders all forces to prepare their bows. As the horses thunder closer, the command to fire rang out, and a black cloud of arrows is unleashed into the sky. The arrows arch through the air and rain down upon the mercenaries with lethal force. The infantrymen hunker behind their shields, but the sheer volume of the volley ensures that many find their mark in the gaps of their armor. Rosenberg watches the devastation through his telescope. He demands an updated report on the enemy's reaction. His adjutant stammers, his voice filled with a strange confusion as he begins to describe the scene. The general's eyes widen as he realizes the absurdity of the situation. He notes that the enemy isn't even attempting to fight back or reposition. He questions what such a bizarre, passive response could possibly mean. As more arrows thud into shields and flesh, Rosenberg's mind races through the possibilities. He wonders if they are plotting an ambush or waiting for support from the rear, but he quickly dismisses the idea, noting that there is absolutely nowhere to hide on the open plains. A bead of sweat rolls down the general's face. He admits that he has no idea what the enemy is trying to achieve, wondering aloud what their commander could possibly be thinking to allow their men to be slaughtered like this. He watches as the mercenaries simply stand their ground, taking the full brunt of the attacks without even adjusting their formation. He remarks that even for hired swords, this was nothing more than a pointless and agonizing death. The adjutant reports with a surge of confidence that the enemy's formation is finally starting to crumble under the pressure. Rosenberg grunts a distracted acknowledgement, his gaze still fixed on the carnage. The Margrave notes that the situation is clearly in their favor. He commands his archers to maintain their distance and keep firing, deciding there is no need to rush into a melee when they can finish the job with arrows. Despite his apparent victory, Rosenberg admits to an indescribable uneasiness that is beginning to gnaw at him. He can't shake the feeling that he is walking into a trap he can't yet see. The human archers continue their relentless assault, row after row of arrows whistling through the air to find new victims among the dwindling mercenary ranks. Blood sprays across the dry earth as the mercenaries are torn apart. Men fall in heaps, their armor pierced and their lives extinguished in a one-sided slaughter that feels more like an execution than a battle. The field is littered with the bodies of the fallen. Rosenberg whispers Dantalian's name, his voice thick with a growing dread, as he looks over the remains of the force that had supposedly been sent to stop him. His confusion turns into a sharp, focused anger. He shouts at the empty air, demanding to know what kind of twisted plan the demon lord is currently unfolding. In the castle, Dantalian's expression is the polar opposite of the general's. His eyes are narrowed, and his teeth are gritted in what looks like a simmering rage. Laura, meanwhile, taps her chin thoughtfully as she observes the results of her experiment. She notes to herself that she has learned a great deal, admitting she hadn't realized that infantrymen were so utterly outmatched by cavalry in an open field. A dark, suffocating aura begins to radiate from Dantalian. He stands behind Laura, his eyes glowing with a lethal red light, as he asks her in a dangerously quiet voice exactly what she meant by that statement. The tension snaps as Dantalian erupts, calling her an idiot and lunging forward. He grabs the top of her head with both hands, shaking her vigorously. Laura yelps in pain and surprise, begging her lord to stop. The genius girl flails her arms, crying out for him not to rough up her hair. She shouts for him to stop his physical assault, her dignified military persona completely evaporating in the face of his wrath. Dantalian roars for her to shut up. He demands to know what that pathetic display on the battlefield had been, stating that in all his years, he had never seen such a poorly managed fight. Laura kicks her feet in frustration as he continues to mess with her hair. She shouts that this is exactly why she had told him not to leave the command to her in the first place, blaming him entirely for the loss of his men. Dantalian pulls back, his face a mask of incredulity. He dares her to say that again, his anger fueling a comedic but intense standoff between master and subordinate. Laura can only groan in response, her spirit momentarily defeated. Rubbing her sore scalp, Laura defends her actions. She reminds him that she only possessed knowledge from books and explained that she felt she had to test every piece of theoretical information she had, one by one, using his soldiers as test subjects. Dantalian's anger suddenly vanishes, replaced by a dark, intrigued grin. He leans in and promises he won't get angry if she just tells him the truth. He wants to know her real intention behind the massacre. Laura looks down, admitting with a weary sigh that she had sacrificed those men simply to see if the mercenaries would actually follow her orders to the letter, even when those orders were obviously suicidal. Dantalian immediately goes back to messing with her hair, accusing her of lying to him. Laura screams in protest, her voice echoing through the strategy room as she begs him to stop ruining her appearance. After the chaos subsides, Laura sits panting, her hair a complete mess. Dantalian stands over her, his expression turning deathly serious as he commands her to listen closely. He lectures her on the nature of triumph, stating that the goddess of victory only smiles upon those who are truly the bravest of challengers. He warns her that if she continues to take her time and hesitate like she just had, she would never achieve true dominance. Laura looks up at him, her eyes watering but her focus sharpening. She repeats his words under her breath, the phrase bravest of challengers, taking root in her mind. Dantalian grins, his eyes flashing. He tells her to be bold to the point of absolute recklessness. He urges her to be so daring that she should begin to wonder if what she is doing is even morally or tactically acceptable. The girl goes silent, her gaze falling as she processes the demon lord's words. She whispers the command to be bold and brave, her internal moral compass beginning to align with his ruthless philosophy. Laura looks up, her expression transformed. Her eyes held a new, chilling clarity. She informs her lord that she finally understands his lesson. She stands tall, her presence expanding to fill the room. She admits that she had been far too passive and realized that while she might be a genius in theory, she was nothing more than an infant in the world of war. She declares that there is no longer any reason for her pride to interfere with her duty. Dantalian places a supportive hand on the back of her chair. He states firmly that he will take full responsibility for whatever consequences arise from her actions. His face twists into a demonic, wide-toothed grin. He commands her to charge forward exactly as she sees fit and orders her to go out and seize glory and victory for his name. Laura mirrors his dark smirk, her eyes glowing with a newfound predatory light. She replies with a chilling formal respect, stating that she will do exactly as he commanded. The human army is now triumphantly marching over the corpses of the fallen mercenaries. Rosenberg looks ahead toward the castle, wondering what move the genius girl will possibly make next. Laura's face is devoid of mercy, her features hardened by her master's ideology. She whispers the word next, as she prepares to unleash the true horror she has been holding in reserve. General Rosenberg rides forward, his face a mask of grim determination. He is winning the battle of numbers, but he has no idea that he is currently being led into a slaughterhouse designed by a student who has just learned how to kill. Across the vast, desolate plains, the remnants of a one-sided struggle lay scattered under a bright, indifferent sky. The human army stood victorious, yet a heavy silence hung over the ranks as they looked upon the scorched earth where the first line of defense had been broken. Margrave George von Rosenberg sat tall upon his white warhorse, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed the aftermath. He mused to himself that while he had survived countless engagements, he had never once experienced a victory quite as peculiar as this one. He stared toward the horizon, silently questioning what the demon Lord Dantalian could possibly be plotting. His adjutant rode up beside him, his face pale beneath his visor. The younger man broke the silence, asking his commander if he could explain the strange nature of the battle they had just witnessed. The adjutant's voice trembled with a mix of disgust and confusion. He remarked that the scene had been far too cruel, noting that it felt less like a tactical maneuver and more like the enemy was using living beings as mere shields. He wondered aloud if those soldiers had simply died in vain. Rosenberg turned his cold, purple gaze toward his subordinate. He told the young man quite firmly that he should not waste his concern on the enemy. He observed that the adjutant had a bad habit of prioritizing the well-being of others before his own, a trait that had no place in the heart of a general. The adjutant quickly lowered his head, his voice tight as he begged for the Margrave's forgiveness, acknowledging the lapse in his professional distance. Rosenberg looked back at the field, his expression softening only slightly. He stated that while he respected the boy's compassion, he had to remember that they were on a battlefield. He warned the adjutant that as a warrior, such feelings were not a virtue, but a flaw that would eventually lead to his downfall. The adjutant nodded solemnly, confirming his understanding of the brutal reality of their profession. The general's eyes hardened as he spoke of their own sense of justice. He declared with absolute finality that Dantalian was a cancer upon the world and would have to be silenced permanently. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of a messenger from the front line. The soldier saluted breathlessly, and Rosenberg commanded him to speak his report. The scout informed them that another unexpected development had occurred. The scout revealed that a brand new force of mercenaries had suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Rosenberg's brow furrowed in genuine surprise. He hadn't expected the 71st ranked lord to have any further reserves. Inside the castle, Laura sat at the command table, her fingers hovering near the map. Above her, Dantalian watched with a shadowed, expectant grin. The girl's eyes were fixed on the board, a subtle smile touching her lips as she prepared to move her next toy. Rosenberg raised his telescope once more. He spotted a line of silver-armored figures waiting for them in the distance. He counted approximately 150 fresh troops. He wondered if this was the same group they had faced before, or if Dantalian had somehow managed to hire even more swords. The general let out a sharp gasp of disbelief as he realized the composition of the new unit. He noted that while the previous group had consisted entirely of infantry, this second wave was composed solely of archers. He admitted to himself that he had never seen such baffling tactics. He observed that these archers had absolutely no protection or countermeasures for close-range combat. He questioned whether the enemy commander knew anything about the fundamentals of military strategy at all. He paused, a gloved hand going to his chin. He reconsidered his assessment, thinking that perhaps they weren't acting out of stupidity, but because they simply had no other choice left. Rosenberg hypothesized that these archers were likely supposed to have arrived in time to support the first unit of infantry, but had failed to make the rendezvous. This, he reasoned, would explain why the first group had stood so passively and failed to fight back effectively. He concluded that they were nothing more than a ragtag group of mercenaries hastily assembled within a matter of weeks. He noted that, just like the previous engagement, there were no other enemy troops visible anywhere on the plains. The Margrave turned to his adjutant, his voice regaining its command. He stated that he had to make a move quickly to capitalize on this opening. He roared the order for the cavalry to charge. He commanded them to scatter the archers and show them that any further resistance against the human army was entirely futile. The human knights let out a collective roar as they spurred their mounts forward, their banners snapping in the wind as they raced across the flats. The cavalry bore down on the mercenary archers. The infantrymen on the ground didn't even draw their bows. They simply stared up at the wall of iron and muscle approaching them, their eyes wide with a terrifying resignation. From his high tower, Dantalian let out a low, dark laugh. He whispered to the cold stones that the real game had finally truly begun. On the strategy table, the magical chess pieces began to glide across the map. 2 white knights moved with a rhythmic grind, reflecting the exact position of Rosenberg's flanking maneuvers. Laura watched the pieces move with a chilling stillness, her eyes reflecting the glowing map. She appeared neither surprised nor concerned by the imminent slaughter of her own men. The human army closed the gap, a sea of spears and shields moving in perfect coordination toward the exposed mercenary line. The human commander gave the order for all forces to prepare. With a booming shout of fire, the archers unleashed a black cloud of arrows into the bright blue sky. The volley arched over the field and descended upon the mercenaries like a lethal rain. The sound of hundreds of shafts whistling through the air was the only warning the victims received. Rosenberg demanded an immediate report on the enemy's reaction. His adjutant stammered, his voice filled with a strange, growing dread as he described what he was seeing through his own lenses. The general stared in shock as he realized that even under fire, the enemy wasn't attempting to fight back or even raise their shields. He wondered aloud what this bizarre, passive suicide could possibly mean. He looked for any sign of a trap. He considered if they were waiting for support from the rear, but he dismissed the thought immediately, noting that there was absolutely nowhere for a secondary force to hide on such open ground. A bead of sweat rolled down Rosenberg's face as he admitted he had no idea what the enemy was trying to achieve. He questioned what kind of commander would allow their men to be butchered in such a pointless fashion. He watched as the mercenaries simply took the attacks head-on without even attempting to change their formation. He remarked that even for hired mercenaries, this was nothing more than a pointless and agonizing death. The adjutant reported that the enemy formation was finally beginning to disintegrate. Rosenberg gave a distracted grunt of acknowledgement, his mind still racing to find the logic in the carnage. The Margrave noted that the situation was firmly in their favor. He commanded his troops not to rush the melee, ordered his archers to keep firing until every last mercenary was dead. Despite the clear victory, Rosenberg confessed to an indescribable uneasiness. He felt as though he were winning a game where he didn't even understand the rules. The human archers continued their work with mechanical efficiency, row after row of arrows thinning the mercenary ranks until the ground was carpeted in gray and blue. Blood sprays against the dusty earth as the mercenaries were torn apart. Men fell where they stood, their lives extinguished in a one-sided execution that the humans called a battle. The field was a graveyard of broken armor and still forms. Rosenberg whispered Dantalian's name, his voice thick with a growing fear, as he looked over the remains of the force sent to stop him. His confusion boiled over into a sharp, focused rage. He shouted into the wind, demanding to know exactly what the demon lord was planning. Back in the safety of the castle, Dantalian's face was twisted in a look of absolute, simmering fury. His red eyes were fixed on the girl standing before him. Laura, completely unaffected by his rage, tapped her chin thoughtfully. She admitted that she had learned quite a lot from the encounter, noting with a clinical detachment that infantrymen were indeed no match for a cavalry charge on open ground. A dark, heavy aura began to erupt from Dantalian. He loomed over the girl, asking her in a dangerously quiet voice exactly what she meant by that statement. The tension snapped as Dantalian roared, calling her an idiot and lunging forward. He grabbed her by the head and began to shake her violently. Laura cried out in shock, begging her lord to stop his assault. The genius girl flails her arms, shouting for him not to rough up her hair. She begged for mercy, her dignified military persona completely shattered by her master's physical outburst. Dantalian barked for her to shut up. He demanded to know what that pathetic display on the battlefield had been, stating that he had never in his life seen such a poorly executed fight. Laura kicked her feet in frustration as he continued to mess with her hair. She shouted that this was precisely why she had told him not to leave the command to her, blaming him entirely for the loss of his soldiers. Dantalian pulled back, his face a mask of disbelief. He dared her to repeat herself, his anger fueling a comedic but intense standoff. Laura could only groan, her spirit temporarily defeated by his wrath. Smoothing her messy hair, Laura defended her actions. She reminded him that she only possessed theoretical knowledge and explained that she felt she had to test every piece of information she had, one by one, using his mercenaries as living test subjects. Dantalian's anger suddenly evaporated, replaced by a dark, intrigued grin. He promised he wouldn't get angry if she just told him the truth. He wanted to know her real intention behind the massacre. Laura looked down, admitting with a weary sigh that she had sacrificed those men simply to see if the mercenaries would actually follow her orders to the letter, even when those orders were obviously suicidal. Dantalian immediately goes back to messing with her hair, accusing her of lying to him again. Laura screamed in protest, her voice echoing through the strategy room as she begged him to stop ruining her appearance. After the chaos subsided, Dantalian stood over the panting girl, his expression turning deathly serious. He commanded her to listen to him. He lectured her on the nature of war, stating that the goddess of victory only smiles upon those who are the bravest of challengers. He warned her that if she continued to hesitate and take her time like she just had, she would never achieve true dominance. Laura looked up at him, her eyes watering but her focus sharpening as she repeated the phrase, "the bravest of challengers," under her breath. Dantalian grinned, his red eye flashing with a predatory light. He urged her to be bold to the point of absolute recklessness. He told her to be so daring that she should begin to wonder if what she was doing was even morally or tactically acceptable. The girl goes silent as she processed the demon lord's philosophy. She whispered the words, "Be bold, be brave," as her internal moral compass began to align with his ruthless ideology. Laura looked up, her expression transformed. She informed her lord that she finally understood. She realized that she had been far too passive and that while she might be a genius, in the world of war, she was nothing more than an infant. She stood tall, her presence filling the room with a new, chilling clarity. She declared that there was no longer any reason for her pride to interfere with her duty. Dantalian placed a hand on her chair, stating firmly that he would take full responsibility for whatever consequences arose from her actions. His face twists into a demonic, wide-toothed grin as he commanded her to charge forward exactly as she saw fit. He ordered her to go out and seize glory and victory for his name. Laura mirrored his dark smirk, her eyes glowing with a newfound predatory light. She replied with a chilling formal respect, stating that she would do exactly as he commanded. Dantalian turned and ran from the room, his footsteps echoing through the stone halls. He reflected on everything that had happened, realizing that all the pieces of his life were finally beginning to connect. He remembered Lapis Lazuli, the Lala who had once been so disappointed in him. He understood now why she had looked at him with such cold disdain. He had been weak, and he had been a fool. But as he burst through the doors of her office, seeing her standing there surprised by his sudden arrival, he offered a wide, manic smile. He declared to her with a terrifyingly genuine intensity that he loved her, finally ready to become the monster she expected him to be. The heavy doors creaked open as Dantalian strode into the room, his cape billowing behind him with an air of sudden urgency. Inside, Lapis Lazuli stood focused, her attention fixed on the documents in her hands. She did not look up immediately, her poise as unshakable as ever. A heavy silence hung between them, broken only by the steady rhythm of their breathing. Dantalian's expression was uncharacteristically strained, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he stared at her, as if searching for the right words to bridge the distance between them. Lapis finally shifted her gaze, her blue eyes cool and professional. She addressed him with her usual formal tone, calling him Her Highness. However, there was a hint of weariness in her voice as she reminded him that she had requested many times for him to knock before entering the room. Dantalian didn't offer an apology for the intrusion. Instead, he stepped closer, his face shadowed with a sudden, intense seriousness. He called her by her nickname, Lala, and insisted that they needed to have a conversation right then and there. He claimed it was about reaching a deeper understanding of the complex, delicate, and essential aspects of one another. She paused, the document still held firmly in her hand. She looked at him with a mixture of confusion and mild annoyance, questioning what had come over him so suddenly to prompt such a dramatic declaration. Dantalian took a shaky breath, his resolve flickering for a moment before he steeled himself. He looked her directly in the eye, his voice trembling slightly as he confessed his love for her. Lapis remained silent, her expression unreadable as she processed the weight of those words. The scene shifted to a grand, dimly lit hall where Barbados sat slumped in a red velvet chair, her face contorted in a grimace of pure disbelief. Her sharp teeth were bared in a silent snarl as she listened to the confession being recounted. Barbados finally erupted, throwing her hands up in exasperation while nearly spilling her wine. She shouted at the absurdity of it all, demanding to know what kind of nonsense she was being forced to listen to. Across from her, Dantalian sat with a calm, almost playful smirk. He chuckled softly, telling her that the explanation was quite simple. He leaned back, his eyes twinkling with a dark sort of amusement. He told her that it was all about love, repeating the word as if it were a universal punchline. Barbados watched him, her eyes wide with a mixture of disgust and genuine concern for his sanity. Dantalian raised a gloved finger, adopting the tone of a scholar presenting a riddle. He asked Barbados to consider why he had tried to kill Lapis's mother. He pointed out that he had absolutely nothing to gain from the death of that old woman. He gestured broadly, questioning why, despite having no motive, he had still attempted to take her life. He challenged Barbados to find the logic behind his actions. The room grew quiet as Dantalian reached out to a vase of pink flowers on the table. He touched a petal gently, his voice dropping to a whisper as he prepared to deliver the answer to his own question. Holding a single pink flower to his face, he closed his eyes and smiled. He declared that he did it because he loved Lapis. Barbados leaned forward, her mouth hanging open in complete shock. She asked him to clarify if she was hearing him correctly, questioning the insanity of trying to kill someone's mother out of love. Dantalian began to break down his twisted logic. He spoke as if reciting a list of experiments. He recalled the moment he stood over Lapis's mother with a bared blade, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. He acknowledged that even though there was no profit in the act, he had still pursued it. The list continued. He mentioned that he had also tried to kill his own maid. He reflected on the consequences, noting that had he gone through with it, his reputation would have plummeted and rumors would have spread like wildfire. He then recalled Giacomo, the witness to his dark deeds. He looked back on the memory of protecting Giacomo, standing between the witness and any potential harm. He admitted that, in the end, he had merely used the man's sincerity as a convenient excuse. He confessed that all of it was a performance. He had acted like a hypocrite, orchestrating these events simply to win Lapis over. As a flower petal drifted slowly to the floor, Dantalian's thoughts grew more analytical. He mused that the first time had been a whim and the second a coincidence, but by the third time it had become inevitable. He questioned how he, someone who prided himself on noticing the inevitable, had failed to see what was happening to him. He looked at Lapis in his mind's eye, her image bathed in a soft, haunting light. He realized that Lapis Lazuli was the woman who had driven him to madness. His gaze sharpened, his red eyes narrowing with a predatory glint. He reflected on his nature, admitting that normally, the act of asserting dominance over another would have been his greatest pleasure. He thought of Ivar, remembering the thrill of holding power over him. It had felt good and it had been fun. However, when it came to his actions regarding Lapis's mother and the maid, he realized with a start that he had felt no pleasure at all. He sat in his chair, staring at the flower in his hand. He concluded that his treatment of Ivar had been a pure act of power, while his actions surrounding Lapis had been an act of love. He let out a dry, self-deprecated laugh, covering his face with his hand. He told Barbados that he never thought he would actually fall in love with someone. Barbados could only stare at him in stunned silence. His expression suddenly shifted, becoming cold and calculated once more. He told her that now he finally knew what he had to do. Barbados's golden eyes locked onto his. Her curiosity piqued despite her annoyance. She asked him what exactly he intended to do. Dantalian looked at her with a chillingly calm smile, his eyes devoid of the warmth he had just described. He told her that he intended to break up with Lapis. The revelation hit Barbados like a physical blow, causing her to jump in her seat. She let out a shout of pure confusion, unable to grasp his logic. Dantalian ignored her outburst, his mind already far ahead. He told her to imagine just how deeply Lapis must have been disappointed in him. He recalled Lapis standing tall and distant. He realized that she had never once asked for his love. He smirked, a lecherous glint returning to his eyes for a fleeting second. He noted that while they had shared much in the way of physical intimacy, he understood that the body and the heart were entirely different entities. He realized that a physical connection was simply not enough. He believed there was something far deeper binding them together. He described Lapis as a woman who would sacrifice anything for authority and power. However, he realized that his own love had become an obstacle in her path. He thought back to the mother, the maid, and Giacomo. He realized that by sparing them or acting out of sentiment, he had been unconsciously suppressing Lapis's own thirst for authority because of his feelings for her. He looked at the rose in his hand, seeing it now as a symbol of his interference. He admitted that by following his heart, he had been ignoring Lapis's true wishes. Dantalian's smile turned razor-sharp as he crushed the stem of the flower. He made a cold declaration, stating that he loved authority more than he loved Lapis. He laid out his new hierarchy. Authority came first, and only then did Lapis follow. Barbados could only sigh, leaning back in her chair as she absorbed his twisted priorities. Barbados pointed an accusing finger at him, her eyes blazing with irritation. She told him flatly that what he was describing wasn't love at all. She said she didn't care about his relationship status, but found the idea of him loving authority more than a person to be completely ridiculous. Dantalian dismissed her criticism with a wave of his hand. He claimed that most people operated under a fundamental misunderstanding of what love actually was. Barbados stuck her tongue out in disgust, telling him that talking to him was a complete waste of time. She complained that he was ruining the taste of her perfectly good alcohol. She shook her head, trying to get the conversation back on track. She told him that was enough nonsense and demanded to know what had happened during the war. Dantalian shifted gears, his voice taking on the tone of a historian. He began the chronicle, stating that the first significant event occurred in Imperial Year 1505, on the 15th of September. In the dense forest surrounding Dantalian's castle, a scout emerged from the underbrush. He hailed his general, reporting that they had discovered a cave that appeared to be the main entrance to the Demon Lord's stronghold. General George von Rosenberg, a stern man with white hair and piercing eyes, listened to the report. He nodded solemnly, giving the order to begin the invasion of the castle exactly as they had planned. His troops responded with a disciplined shout of agreement. As they prepared to move, George's adjutant rode up beside him. The younger man seemed hesitant, asking the general if he still had doubts about the existence of the legendary black herb. George looked at his adjutant with a sideways glance. He stated firmly that whether the herb existed or not was ultimately unimportant. He explained that the campaign was about showing true sincerity and resolve to the people they served. His gaze hardened as he spoke of the plague that was currently ravaging their lands. He admitted that while their mission was political, it would be undeniably better if they actually managed to obtain the black herb to save the dying. Their conversation was interrupted by another scout who came racing back from the cave entrance. He shouted that there was an urgent report from the lead unit that had entered the tunnels. The scout scrambled toward the general, his voice cracking with excitement. He delivered the unbelievable news. They had found the black herbs inside the cave. He claimed there were 6 entire wagons worth of the life-saving plants. The adjutant gasped, his eyes widening in pure shock and joy. He turned to the general, his voice hushed with awe. George looked up at the sky, the sunlight filtering through the leaves above. He whispered a prayer of thanks, realizing the magnitude of the discovery. Clenching his fist with newfound determination, he declared that with these herbs, they could finally save the people who were suffering from the plague. However, he didn't let the success go to his head. He barked an order to his men, telling them not to let their guard down until the very end. The scene returned to the present day. Dantalian walked through the quiet halls of his castle, his boots echoing on the stone floor. He entered a room where Laura de Farnese was waiting and asked her for an update on the situation. Laura looked down, her face obscured by shadows. The narrative shifted back to the flashback, showing the dark, jagged entrance of the cave where the herbs had been found. A soldier reported to the general that they had successfully retrieved every last bit of the black herb from the cavern.
Georg nodded, satisfied.
He gave the command to relay the orders for the final stage of their operation. The adjutant stepped forward, raising his hand and shouting to the soldiers. He ordered the operational units to begin their task immediately and told everyone else to fall back to a safe distance. Deep within the mouth of the cave, a single spark flickered for a brief second. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the silence of the forest. The ground shook as a violent blast erupted from the cave entrance, sending a massive plume of smoke and debris into the air. The explosion was so powerful it seemed to rattle the very foundations of the distant castle. George watched from his horse as the entrance to the cave collapsed into a pile of jagged rocks and thick dust, sealing the passage forever. With the mission complete, George raised his hand, signaling his troops. He shouted triumphantly, ordering all units to begin the journey back home. The adjutant rode up to him, looking confused and a bit frustrated. He asked the general what he meant by returning home, questioning why they weren't going to finish the job and take Dantalian's head. George looked back at the wagons filled with herbs. He told his adjutant that now that they had what they came for, there was no point in wasting time on such an insignificant being as Dantalian. He reasoned that if the demon lord had any forces left at all, they would never have handed over something as precious as the black herbs so easily. He concluded that the lack of resistance proved the enemy had no troops left and would be unable to pursue them. He turned his horse away from the ruins, stating that for the sake of their suffering people, they had to return as soon as humanly possible. The adjutant watched him with newfound respect, praising him as an exemplary lord. George let out a booming laugh, his face filled with genuine joy. He called out to his men, telling them to return with the herbs and reminding them that their families were waiting for them. The soldiers erupted into a deafening cheer, their spirits soaring as they began their march. Back in the present, Dantalian's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. He turned to Laura, his voice high with shock, asking if she had actually just given the humans the black herbs. Laura looked back at him with a mischievous, confident smirk and simply confirmed that she had. She toyed with a black chess piece, a dark and calculating glint in her eyes. She told her lord to look forward to what was coming next. She looked over a map of the region, where white markers surrounded a single red fortress. With a chillingly calm smile, she promised Dantalian that from here on out, she was going to show him some very interesting things. The sun beat down upon the dusty forest path as the human army began its triumphant march away from the defeated demon stronghold. Heavily laden wagons, piled high with dark, withered vegetation, creaked under the weight of their prize. The soldiers moved with a sense of relief, their spears held upright as they escorted the precious cargo through the dense canopy of trees. Riding alongside the column, the adjutant looked toward his commander with genuine admiration. He remarked that, with this victory, the territory of Rosenberg would finally be able to rest easy. He went on to tell the general that he was certain the common folk would come to view him as nothing less than a saint for what he had achieved this day. General George von Rosenberg allowed a rare, weary smile to touch his face. He looked toward the light filtering through the leaves and agreed that, at long last, they possessed the means to save all those who were currently suffering from the ravages of the plague. The adjutant's expression shifted, a flicker of greed or perhaps practical concern crossing his features. He questioned whether the black herb shouldn't be sold at a proper market price, suggesting that even simply making it available for purchase would be considered a commendable act by the state. The general's response was immediate and stern, his eyes narrowing as he looked at his subordinate. He declared firmly that every single herb they carried would be provided to the sick free of charge. The adjutant gasped, his mouth hanging open in pure shock. He seemed unable to process the idea of such a valuable resource being given away without profit. George continued, explaining his philosophy. He noted that good fortune had already smiled upon him twice. The first instance, he said, was the simple fact of their territory being located so close to Dantalian's castle, providing them this opportunity. He sat tall in his saddle, his voice filled with a sense of noble conviction. He stated that it was now his solemn duty to bestow that same good fortune upon his subjects, rather than hoarding it for himself or the treasury. The general looked back at the adjutant and asked if he was wrong to feel this way. Overcome with shame at his own earlier suggestion, the adjutant quickly dismounted and bowed low. He stammered an apology, admitting that his behavior had been out of line and that he had overstepped his bounds. Looking up with renewed fervor, the adjutant looked into his commander's eyes. He swore a solemn oath, pledging his lifelong allegiance to the general. George gave a small, approving grunt and then asked a more personal question, inquiring about the age of the adjutant's children. The adjutant's face brightened with fatherly pride. He shared that his daughter was turning 6 this year, and that his son would be celebrating his 2nd birthday the very next day. The general nodded kindly, remarking that they must hasten their journey home so that the adjutant could be reunited with his family in time for the celebration. The younger man thanked him profusely, his heart full of hope. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the frantic shouting of a scout. The man came racing through the trees, his eyes wide with terror as he called out for the general. George and the adjutant froze, their instincts instantly on high alert. George barked at the man to calm himself and demanded to know exactly what was happening. The scout scrambled into a kneeling position, gasping for breath. He reported that enemy soldiers had been spotted positioned on the hill just beyond the forest's edge. The adjutant recoiled in disbelief, unable to understand how an enemy could have appeared so suddenly. The general didn't miss a beat. He commanded everyone to steady themselves, reminding them that the war would not truly be over until they were safely back within their own borders. He demanded precise information, the exact location of the enemy and, more importantly, their numbers. The scout explained that the forces were positioned in the very hilly area the army had passed through earlier. As the scout struggled to find the words to describe the scale of the threat, the scene shifted to the dark strategy room of the castle. Laura de Farnese sat at a table, a shadow falling over her eyes as she toyed with a black knight chess piece. With a delicate but deliberate motion, Laura placed her pieces on a map, showing a perfect, suffocating encirclement of the human forces. In the strategy room, Laura's voice was cool and devoid of mercy as she stated the number, 3,000. Back in the forest, the general repeated the number in a choked whisper, his face pale with cold sweat. Across the ridge, a massive host of armored demons stood in grim silence. Their eyes gleamed through the slits of their helmets, a wall of steel and malice waiting to descend upon the humans. George raised a telescope to his eye, his hands trembling slightly. He surveyed the horizon, seeing the vast, disciplined ranks of the enemy. He could only let out a low, breathy hum of realization. The adjutant began to panic, his voice rising as he called out to the general. George told him there was no need to lose their heads, insisting they needed to exit the area as quickly as possible. The general turned to his troops, his face hard. He warned each soldier to keep the possibility of an immediate battle in their minds. He asked if that was clear, and was met with a chorus of nervous but determined affirmations. The adjutant drew his sword and pointed it forward, relaying the order for all forces to advance at maximum speed. The human soldiers tightened their grips on their shields and spears, the sound of their marching feet growing more urgent.
Internally, Georg was reeling.
He calculated the grim odds. They had only 2,000 men to face a fresh army of 3,000. He agonized over what their next move should be. He stole a glance at his men, seeing the flickers of doubt and fear in their eyes. He cursed under his breath, knowing the soldiers already sensed which side was likely to emerge victorious. He steeled himself, refusing to let his own despair show. He reminded himself that he was the commander, and he could not afford to show even a hint of weakness in a place like this. His gaze fell upon the wagons of Black Herb. The weight of their prize now felt like a leaden anchor. George forced himself to think with cold logic. He questioned why the enemy had suddenly appeared in that specific spot. He puzzled over the enemy's tactics. If they truly had 3,000 soldiers at their disposal, he wondered why they hadn't deployed them from the very beginning. He realized the demons had possessed numerous opportunities to completely annihilate his forces earlier in the campaign. The fact that they only revealed themselves after their base had been destroyed struck him as profoundly strange. He concluded that there had to be a hidden reason behind this bizarre delay. The general's purple eyes widened as a terrifying realization began to take shape in his mind. The pieces of the puzzle were finally clicking into place. With a sudden burst of energy, George wrenched his horse around to face the entire army. He bellowed for all forces to heed his words. He knew he had to act immediately to prevent the soldiers' fighting spirit from collapsing entirely. He decided to gamble everything on a single, desperate winning move. He shouted a lie to his troops, claiming that the enemy soldiers before them had only just arrived on the battlefield. He told them that while the demons had planned to intercept the humans, the army of Rosenberg had actually been one step ahead all along. He pointed back toward the ruins, shouting that their success in bringing down the enemy base was the ultimate proof of their superiority. The adjutant and the surrounding soldiers looked up, stunned by this change in narrative. George raised his command baton high, his voice echoing through the woods. He urged his men to mock the fools standing in their way. He roared that they had succeeded while the enemy had failed. He continued his fabrication, telling his men that they were well-rested and prepared. He then asked them to look at the enemy. He claimed the demons were exhausted from their hurried arrival. He shouted that if they attacked now, victory would undeniably be theirs. He reached for their hearts, reminding them that they were nearly home. He told them to think of their families waiting for their return. The general reared his horse, a towering figure of false confidence. He promised that they would win and return to their loved ones, swearing that he would not allow a single one of them to die. The manipulation worked perfectly. The human soldiers let out a deafening, unified roar of defiance, their fear replaced by a desperate, burning courage. George screamed for them to show the enemy the indomitable spirit of Rosenberg's warriors. He gave the final command to blow the war horns. The deep, mourning blast of the horns filled the air as the human banners were unfurled. The general leveled his baton toward the enemy line and ordered all cavalry to charge with everything they had. The human horsemen thundered forward, swords drawn, their horses' hooves churning the earth into a cloud of dust as they raced toward the waiting demon ranks. The two forces collided with a violent, metal-on-metal crash. The screams of men and horses rose above the din of battle as the humans threw themselves into the fight with suicidal fervor. Blood spray painted the air as blades found their marks. The human soldiers fought like men possessed, driven by the false hope their general had ignited within them. In the quiet of the strategy room, the map showed the two forces locked in a bloody stalemate. Dantalian looked toward Laura, his voice tinged with concern as he asked if everything was going according to her plan. Laura turned toward him, a dark, unsettling smile playing on her lips. She assured him that she was perfectly fine and that there was no problem at all. She admitted that the morale of the human cavalry was truly incredible, but she followed this with a chilling chuckle. She remarked that the enemy had made a fatal error. In her eyes, they should have fled the moment they realized they were being pursued. Dantalian observed the map, noting that while a retreat would have cost them dearly, perhaps 30% of their men might have made it back alive. Laura's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with a cold brilliance. She noted that instead of fleeing, they had chosen to fight as if it were the most obvious and logical thing to do. She leaned back in her chair and asked her lord if he understood the true reason for their defiance. Dantalian smirked, his own crimson eyes reflecting her dark amusement. He replied that it was almost certainly because of the black herb. Laura confirmed his suspicion. She explained that with the herb in their possession, the humans believed they could save their territory. She mocked them, stating they were so consumed by this delusion that they couldn't bring themselves to abandon the wagons and save their own lives. Dantalian marveled at the brilliance of the tactic. He realized that Laura had manipulated the entire enemy army into a fight to the death simply by exploiting the desperate hope offered by the herbs. The general was shown once more, his face etched with hidden agony and sweat as he led the charge. Laura's voiceover noted that they didn't even realize they had been played. She compared them to fish lured by sweet bait, who had brought their own mouths to the hook. Dantalian looked at Laura, noting that the enemy's morale was still dangerously high and shouldn't be underestimated. He asked what her next move would be to break them. Laura's gaze sharpened, focusing on the map with predatory intent. She stated that the answer was quite simple. She recognized that their morale remained high only because they were currently on the offensive. She stood up from her chair with a sudden, violent motion. She declared herself to be quite selfish, stating that she could not allow the fish to keep enjoying the bait forever. She looked toward her master, her expression a mask of cold, tactical genius. She told her lord that the time had finally come to deliver the final, crushing blow. Dantalian's eyes flared red, ready for the end. The roar of battle echoed through the trees as the human forces fought with a desperate, frantic energy. Clashes of steel and the cries of the wounded filled the air, painting a scene of absolute chaos. Amidst the carnage, the human soldiers pressed forward, their weapons slick with blood. They screamed in a mixture of fear and adrenaline, throwing themselves into a fight that seemed to have no end. From a wider perspective, the scale of the struggle became clear. The two armies were locked in a grinding stalemate, a sea of armored men clashing in the dirt while the wagons of black herbs sat precariously in the rear of the human line. General George von Rosenberg stood on the front lines, his horse long since lost or abandoned. He looked out at the slaughter with a grim, unwavering intensity, the banners of his house fluttering defiantly behind him. The adjutant's voice cracked over the din of metal, calling out to his commander with a report of fresh disaster. He pointed toward the horizon, shouting that the enemy cavalry was moving to flank their position. George observed the movement through his telescope, his jaw tightening. He muttered that it was yet another foolish tactic, though the sweat on his brow suggested he was far more concerned than he let on. The general's eyes narrowed, flickering with a calculated purple light as he processed the shifting battlefield. He made a swift, high-stakes decision. He bellowed for the adjutant to refocus their entire military strength onto the right wing to meet the threat. The adjutant recoiled, his face pale with shock at the order. He stammered a protest, pointing out that shifting their strength would leave the defenses on the left wing fatally weakened. He feared the enemy would break through their lines entirely. George didn't look back. He told his subordinate to listen closely, claiming he knew exactly what the demons were after. He looked toward the wagons, stating that the enemy was aiming for the black herbs and nothing else. High above the valley of death, the atmosphere was chillingly calm. A dark wind whistled across the ridge where Dantalian and his inner circle watched the humans bleed. Dantalian sat comfortably in a high-backed chair, a dark parasol held over him by a servant. Laura de Farnese stood at the edge of the overlook, her silhouette sharp against the bright sky. She remarked with a cold smile that war was proving to be quite enjoyable. She turned back toward her lord, her eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. She addressed him with a formal tone, but her expression was one of pure, predatory satisfaction. Laura confessed that she had never imagined that getting people to do exactly what she wanted could be this much fun. Dantalian watched her with a smirk of his own. Laura turned her gaze back to the battlefield, noting that they could easily win the engagement right then if they simply attacked the humans' weakened left flank. However, she dismissed the idea of a quick victory. Her smile widened into something truly sadistic as she reached a hand out toward the struggling humans. She remarked that a swift end wouldn't be any fun at all. She spoke to the human warriors as if they could hear her, her voice a low, mocking drawl. She urged the proud warriors of Rosenberg to struggle more against the inevitable. Her eyes flashed with a manic intensity as she commanded them to attack with the same ferocity as before. She told them to go wild like mad dogs and lose all control, just so they could make a truly spectacular mess for her to admire. Back on the field, the human soldiers were being slowly ground down. The demons fought with a cold, mechanical efficiency that the exhausted humans couldn't match. George watched the line crumble, his hand covering his mouth in a gesture of mounting dread. He admitted to himself that the situation was dire and that his forces were being pushed back. He realized with a heavy heart that he lacked the ability to turn the tide. He observed his men fighting desperately despite being vastly outnumbered. He saw them holding their own against the crushing weight of the demon host. He realized that hope was the very weapon being used against them. He saw that his men believed that if they just pushed a little bit more, they could protect the herbs and see their families again. But the general saw the truth. That little bit more was a gap that would never close. He felt the enemy maintaining their advantage with ease and wondered if his army had finally reached its absolute limit. The adjutant approached him, his voice hushed with a new fear. He asked the general if it was possible that the first units they had defeated earlier in the day were actually nothing more than bait designed to make the humans lower their guard. George looked at the carnage, his mind racing. He pointed out that the first 2 units only numbered around 300. If the demons had intended to wipe them out, the 3,000 troops they were currently facing could have finished them off hours ago. He gestured toward the distant, smoking ruins of the castle entrance. He noted that even though it was only the entrance, they had effectively destroyed the demon lord's stronghold. He reasoned that if this were a trap, the enemy had essentially allowed their own home to be destroyed, which would benefit them in no way. He convinced himself that because the castle was ruined and the herbs were in human hands, the demons had already lost. He concluded that even if his army were annihilated, the enemy could never claim this day as a victory. Yet, despite his logic, a thick, green fog of unease seemed to swirl around him. The feeling clung to him like a physical weight. He grit his teeth against the mounting sense of wrongness. Desperate to turn the tide of the battle, George made his final move. He shouted for the adjutant to mobilize their last resort, the aerial mage force. For figures cloaked in brown robes and holding long brooms stepped onto the crest of a hill. They were the only mages the force possessed, kept in reserve for the direst of circumstances. The mages took to the sky, their brooms trailing fire. George believed that even such a small number would be enough to instill a paralyzing fear of terror from the skies into the demon ranks. The soldiers watched as the aerial mage force was mobilized, a flicker of hope returning to their tired eyes. George watched them go, realizing the staggering weight of their mission. Only 4 mages were left to save the lives of 1,500 soldiers. And beyond the soldiers, he knew the lives of his citizens were at stake. He looked toward the horizon, seeing the suffering people in his mind's eye. He clutched his command baton so hard his knuckles turned white. He silently pleaded with the mages. He begged them to, at the very least, create enough chaos among the enemy forces to give his men a chance to escape. He whispered that this was their absolute last hope. High in the sky, the lead mage suddenly froze. A high-pitched, manic giggle tore through the air. A small figure appeared above him, backlit by the sun. Before the mage could react, a young witch with a massive, jagged axe slammed into him. In a spray of blood and shattered wood, the human's last hope was literally cleaved in 2. George's face contorted in absolute horror as he witnessed the slaughter. The adjutant screamed as he watched the mages fall from the sky in pieces. He realized with terror who the attackers were. A whole flock of witches on brooms emerged from the clouds, their laughter ringing out over the battlefield. They circled like vultures, mocking the humans below. George stood frozen in the dirt, his voice a broken whisper as he asked why there were witches on the battlefield. The adjutant called out to him, but the general was paralyzed by the realization of his error. He shouted in frustration and fear, demanding to know why the witches were appearing only now. He realized that if they had been deployed from the start, the human army would have been wiped out in minutes. He looked out at the battlefield, the realization finally sinking in. He asked why they had waited, questioning if their goal wasn't actually to annihilate his army. The general slumped, his face drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood the source of the unease that had been gnawing at him. He looked at his hands, realizing he had been mistaken from the very first step of the campaign. He turned to his adjutant, who looked at him with confusion and mounting panic. With a voice that carried the weight of total defeat, George gave the order to raise the white flag. He declared that they were surrendering. The adjutant was horrified, throwing his hands out as he asked what the general meant. He insisted that they could still fight. George looked at him with hollow eyes. He explained that the enemy never intended to face them seriously. He realized the demons simply wished to slowly torment them before finally dealing the killing blow. He looked toward the castle, noting that they would be wiped out either way if the fighting continued. He reasoned that raising the white flag now was their only chance, hoping the enemy might show even a shred of generosity. He admitted that the decision was frustrating beyond words, but he insisted they had no other choice left. The adjutant tried to speak once more, his voice cracking with desperation. George cut him off sharply, stating that he would hear no more objections. He commanded that a messenger be sent to the enemy line immediately. The battlefield grew eerily quiet as the humans laid down their arms. Swords were cast into the dirt and the proud banners of Rosenberg were trampled. The messenger returned with the enemy's conditions. They had to leave all the black herbs behind. The conditions grew even more humiliating. The humans were ordered to disarm themselves completely, discard their banners, and present themselves before the demon commander. George led his broken, unarmed men forward, their heads bowed in shame. The adjutant walked beside him, his voice a low hiss of rage. He called the conditions far too severe, asking if they were truly expected to give up their spoils, their protection, and their very honor. He begged the general to reconsider, suggesting they should just fight until the very end instead of enduring such disgrace. George remained silent, his face a mask of stone. George finally spoke, asking what would remain if they chose to die. He explained that if the army were annihilated, their home territory would fall into absolute chaos. He stated that for the sake of the families they left behind, they were required to endure. His voice took on a sharp, bitter edge. He commanded his men never to forget the humiliation of this day. He vowed that one day, they would avenge this disgrace. As they marched, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes widened in confusion as he looked ahead. Walking through the ranks of disarmed human soldiers was a young girl with blonde hair and a confident, noble bearing. The adjutant gasped, asking who she could possibly be. The soldiers were mesmerized, their faces flushing as they wondered why such a girl was in a place like this. They whispered that she was beautiful. Laura looked back at them with a bright, innocent-seeming smile. The adjutant watched her with awe, noting her grace and noble presence. He even whispered that she looked almost like an angel. George, however, didn't share their enchantment. The general stared at her, his pupils shrinking in terror. He began to hyperventilate, his mouth falling open as he whispered that it was impossible. He realized that the girl was the source of the clinging unease that had haunted him. As he looked at her, the angelic facade seemed to melt away, replaced by a swirling mass of green shadows and a dozen glowing, malevolent eyes. His men were still lost in their delusion, but George saw the monster standing before them. With a final, desperate scream that tore his throat, the general reached out toward his men. He bellowed that it was a total defeat and that they had walked straight into a trap. The horizon burned with the fading light of dusk as a monstrous silhouette of churning green smoke rose behind the surrendering human ranks. Dozens of glowing, predatory eyes flickered within the mist, casting a sickly light over the disarmed soldiers. General George von Rosenberg, standing at the rear, felt a cold realization pierce through his chest. The silence of the battlefield was heavy with a sudden, suffocating dread. The angelic facade of Laura de Farnese had completely vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glint in her eyes. She stood framed by the nightmare of swirling shadows, a signal of impending doom. George's face contorted in a mask of pure terror, his voice erupting in a frantic roar. He bellowed for all his forces to listen. His words were etched with desperation as he screamed that it was a trap. The human soldiers, including the adjutant, recoiled in shock, their faces turning pale as the reality of their situation shattered the fragile hope they had held onto. George didn't stop, his arms flailing as he commanded them to do everything in their power to run away. He realized that the generosity of the demons was nothing more than a lethal lure. His warning was cut short as the sky suddenly darkened with a volley of arrows. George looked up, his eyes widening as the sharpened steel tips rained down toward him. The arrows descended with lethal precision. From her vantage point, Laura watched the unfolding slaughter with a small, satisfied smile, her eyes reflecting the cold brilliance of the setting sun. The air was filled with the whistle of 100 shafts of wood and iron. The humans had no shields to raise and no armor to deflect the incoming storm. Dantalian remained seated on his high throne, leaning his head on his hand in a pose of bored indifference. Humbaba stood beside him, holding the parasol steady as they watched the human lines begin to fragment under the pressure of the attack. Dantalian's red eyes narrowed, a sharp smirk playing on his lips. He watched the chaos below with the detached interest of a man watching an ant-hill be crushed. One arrow, faster and truer than the rest, streaked directly toward George's face. The world seemed to slow down for the general as the point of the arrow grew larger in his vision. A splash of crimson suddenly erupted into the air. George gasped, his eyes wide with horror. The arrow hadn't struck him. The adjutant had thrown himself in the way, the shaft now buried deep in his shoulder. The younger man gritted his teeth against the searing pain, blood soaking through his tunic. Despite the agony, the adjutant's first concern was his commander. He gasped out a question, asking if the general was uninjured. George was speechless, staring at the man who had just saved his life. The adjutant didn't wait for a reply. He turned toward the remaining troops and shouted for everyone to protect the general and retreat as quickly as possible. George grabbed the adjutant's shoulder, his voice trembling with a mix of grief and fury. He protested, stating that he could not simply leave his men behind and run away like a coward. Another soldier rushed forward, grunting in pain as he took an arrow to the back while trying to shield them. The adjutant's voice grew more insistent, pleading with George to escape before it was too late. The general hesitated, looking back at the carnage and the broken bodies of his men. The adjutant barked at him, asking what he was waiting for and demanding to know what would become of their home, Rosenberg, if their leader were to fall here. A soldier led a horse forward, urging the general to hurry and go. George looked at the mount with a heavy heart, the weight of his duty clashing with his desire to stay and fight with his men. The adjutant stood tall, despite the arrow in his shoulder. He reminded George that they were the proud warriors of Rosenberg. He urged him to think of his subjects and the people who relied on him, throwing the general's own words back at him. George closed his eyes tightly, his face twisting in an agony that had nothing to do with physical wounds. He remained silent for a long moment before the adjutant offered a final, pained smile, whispering for him to go. The general's fist clenched so hard it shook. He whispered a plea for forgiveness as he finally swung himself onto the horse's back. He spurred the animal forward, leaving the center of the slaughter behind. The adjutant watched him go, a sense of grim relief washing over him as the horse's hooves thundered across the dry earth. As he rode, George was consumed by a burning self-loathing. He cursed everything, the situation, the enemy, and himself. He realized his judgment had been flawed from the start and questioned what kind of general he was if he couldn't even protect his own men. He looked back one last time at the battlefield where arrows continued to rain down on the unarmed humans. His purple eyes blazed with a new, terrifying light. He swore a silent vow that he would never forgive those who had orchestrated this massacre. His mind fixed on the image of Laura. He realized that the young girl must have been the enemy commander and that her greeting had been nothing more than a calculated signal to open fire. He grit his teeth, the memory of her smile fueling his rage. He knew she was a subordinate of Demon Lord Dantalian, and he named them both as the ones who had brought this disgrace upon him. With the blood of his men staining the air behind him, George made a solemn oath. He swore on the honor of Rosenberg and the rest of his life that he would absolutely find them and kill them. Back at the demon overlook, Laura shielded her eyes with her hand, watching the distant figure of the general flee. She noted that the enemy commander appeared to be running away and asked her lord if they should pursue him. Dantalian didn't even look up. He told her to simply leave him be. He explained that the man was the Margrave of Rosenberg, one of the most powerful nobles in the northern regions of the empire. He reasoned that capturing or killing him now would only lead to unnecessary trouble. He looked toward the horizon with a cold, analytical gaze. He stated that it wasn't time yet and that there was no need to distinguish themselves further than they already had. Dantalian stood up, his cape fluttering in the wind. He reflected on his position as the 71st ranked, supposedly weakest demon lord. He noted that suddenly capturing a high-ranking Margrave would immediately attract dangerous attention from across the entire continent. He admitted that he wished to avoid making others wary of him for now. He looked down at the battlefield, observing that while they had technically won, it was not what he would consider an impressive victory. He gestured broadly, pointing out that the engagement was nothing more than 3,000 troops suppressing 2,000. He chuckled darkly, noting that his own castle had been destroyed in the process. He predicted that the other demon lords would likely ridicule him for such a clumsy win. Laura looked at him, her expression one of quiet observation. She remarked that he might be the only demon lord in history who would be glad his castle was destroyed. She asked if he was truly unbothered by the prospect of being looked down upon by his peers. Dantalian's smile turned sharp. He stated that he would actually be grateful if they did so. He urged her to think about the reality of the situation. He pointed out that Margrave Rosenberg could have easily gathered a force of 10,000 soldiers if he had taken the threat seriously. He laughed, mocking how much the general had underestimated him. He realized that it was precisely that underestimation that allowed him and Laura to survive and achieve their goals. His red eyes glowed with a chilling wisdom. He noted that even a lion should put its all into hunting a rabbit, but Rosenberg had failed to realize this simple truth. Laura placed a hand on her chin, repeating the phrase about the lion and the rabbit. She nodded thoughtfully, telling her master that she would keep that lesson in mind. Dantalian looked at her with a mock-paternal fondness. He called her commendable and told her to come closer, claiming he wanted to give her a reward for her performance. Laura looked up at him with a silent question. Suddenly, Dantalian reached out and began roughly kneading Laura's cheeks and head, laughing loudly. Laura's face turned bright red as she flailed, shouting in protest. She demanded to know why he was doing this again, especially since they had won. After the playful moment passed, Laura adjusted her hat, still looking a bit flustered. She quickly shifted the conversation back to business, asking her lord what they should do next. She gestured to the thousands of humans who were now being rounded up as prisoners. She asked if they had the facilities necessary to accommodate such a large number of captives. Dantalian let out a long, weary sigh. He pointed out the absurdity of her question, reminding her that he was a demon lord whose only castle had just been turned into a pile of rubble. He stated flatly that there was no way to house them. His expression suddenly turned cold and merciless once more. He noted that they couldn't simply let the soldiers go either. The air around him seemed to thicken with a dark, oppressive power. With a voice that brooked no argument, he gave the order, "Kill them all." The scene shifted back to the floor of the valley. The human prisoners were forced to their knees in long lines. Executioners stood behind them, their swords drawn and ready. The first of the executioners raised his blade high, the steel catching the last of the sunlight. The human prisoners looked on in frozen terror as the sword began its descent. The adjutant, bleeding and broken, suddenly lurched forward. He shouted for the executioners to wait. He struggled to his feet, facing the demon guards. He declared that he was the adjutant of the force and that if they took his head, their victory would be assured. He begged them to spare the lives of the common soldiers and take only him. High above, Dantalian watched the man's desperate plea. He looked toward Laura, his eyes reflecting a hidden purpose. He asked Laura if it were true that she had never actually killed anyone with her own 2 hands before. Laura paused, realizing he was right. She admitted that she hadn't. Dantalian suggested that she use this opportunity to try it out for herself. He remarked that imagining the act of killing and actually doing it were 2 completely different things. He stood behind her, his voice low and encouraging. He told her that the experience would be useful for her future. Laura looked at the adjutant below, her expression unreadable. She gave a small nod of agreement, acknowledging that his logic made sense. With a steady hand, Laura unsheathed her own sword. The sound of the steel leaving the scabbard was sharp and final in the quiet air. She began to walk down the ridge, the wind whipping her hair as she approached the kneeling adjutant. The adjutant looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the angelic girl approaching him with a bared blade. One of the executioners made a move to strike another prisoner, but Laura raised a hand to stop them. The adjutant watched her, his breath hitching. He muttered a curse, calling her a witch as he realized she was coming for him. Despite his fear, he pleaded with her one last time. He begged her to spare his soldiers, suggesting that she was capable of showing mercy. Tears of rage and sorrow tracked through the blood on his face. Laura didn't answer. She raised her sword and brought it down with a sudden, violent swing. The adjutant let out a choked sound as the blade struck home. The scene was visceral and messy. Laura pulled her blade back, looking down at the mangled result of her strike. She mused to herself that it appeared to be impossible to chop off a person's head in a single blow after all. The adjutant's screams of agony filled the air as she prepared to strike again. A short while later, Laura returned to Dantalian's side, her clothes and face splattered with blood. She sheathed her sword and looked at her master, stating simply that she didn't feel anything in particular after the act. Dantalian chuckled, looking at her with genuine approval. He noted that she appeared to have a much stronger heart than even he had imagined. Laura reached for her gruesome trophy. She held the adjutant's severed head by the hair, looking at it with a disturbing, almost affectionate gaze. She told Dantalian that she wished to keep it and turn it into a skull. She remarked that it was her first kill, after all, and she wanted to treasure and cherish the memory forever. The setting shifted to the autumn of Imperial calendar year 1505. Within the opulent walls of the governor's palace in Niflheim, the atmosphere was thick with a sense of dark victory. Barbados sat reclined on a plush red sofa, her white hair contrasting against the dark room. She swirled a glass of wine, a small, knowing smirk playing on her lips as she looked toward her guest. Dantalian sat across from her, his presence calm and commanding. The room was lined with tall bookshelves, a testament to the intellectual weight of the conversation taking place. The 2 demon lords occupied the space like chess players in the aftermath of a match, the tension between them crackling like a low flame. Dantalian's red eyes gleamed with a predatory intelligence. He wore a faint, mocking smile, appearing entirely comfortable in the presence of the 8th-ranked demon lord. His gloved hands were clasped together, signaling that he was ready to reveal the true nature of his recent exploits. Barbados took a long sip of her wine, her golden eyes fixed on him. She conceded that, in the end, he had won the war. She spoke with a mixture of begrudging respect and intense curiosity, wondering what his next move would be now that the dust had settled. Dantalian gestured broadly, an air of theatrical gratitude surrounding him. He remarked that indeed, he should be most grateful to the mysterious benefactor who had sent him the letter that sparked his intervention. Barbados responded with a sharp, dismissive scoff, unaffected by his dramatic flair. The conversation turned toward Laura de Farnese. Barbados noted that the young human general seemed to be a remarkably interesting person, drawing a direct parallel between her sharp intellect and Dantalian's own calculating nature. A vision of Laura in her military attire appeared, her expression cold and focused. Barbados leaned forward, her face partially obscured by shadows, adding a sinister edge to her tone. She told him that there was one specific thing she needed to ask him. Dantalian met her gaze steadily, asking her to proceed. She raised a finger, pointing it toward him like a weapon. She demanded to know exactly how he had learned about Laura and her incredible capabilities, especially considering the girl had only recently been revealed to the public eye. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she added a crucial detail. Even she, with her vast network of information, had not known of Laura's existence until very recently. She suggested that it would be more accurate to say that it seemed as if Dantalian already knew everything about the girl before they ever met. Dantalian remained silent, his expression unreadable as the silence stretched between them. Dantalian finally spoke, his voice tinged with a feigned confusion. He asked Barbados what exactly she was implying with such a line of questioning. The demon lord's smirk only deepened, his eyes glowing with a secret knowledge that seemed to both irritate and fascinate Barbados. Barbados's brow furrowed in a rare display of genuine annoyance. She placed a hand to her head, trying to parse through the enigma sitting across from her. Suddenly, the tension broke as Barbados erupted into a fit of dark, rhythmic laughter. She seemed delighted by the complexity of the game Dantalian was playing. She leaned back, her mouth wide in a jagged grin, declaring that she had been right about him all along. She found him to be an incredibly interesting individual, far beyond what his rank suggested. Calming herself, she took another sip of wine and waved a hand dismissively. She told him that he would hear the specific details of her thoughts in due time. The focus shifted to a close-up of Barbados's intense, reptilian golden eyes. She pivoted the conversation to a more personal subject. Her lips curled into a sharp, toothy grin as she prepared to probe deeper into his personal life. Dantalian leaned back into his chair, sensing her train of thought. He asked if what she was truly wondering about was the nature of his relationship with Lapis Lazuli. Barbados's grin widened, her eyes reflecting a wicked amusement at the prospect of hearing about his love life. The scene transitioned into a memory of the confrontation between Dantalian and Lapis. It showed the moments leading up to his confession, him rushing into the room, gasping for breath, while Lapis remained stoic at her desk. He recalled the moment he finally looked her in the eye and confessed his love. The memory continued with the weight of that confession hanging in the air. Lapis's reaction was not what he expected. She looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze and stated flatly that she was disappointed. Dantalian's face fell, his expression one of shock and hurt. Lapis paused, noting that she should be more precise. Lapis stood tall in the dimly lit office, the light from the window framing her silhouette. She repeated with absolute clarity that she was deeply disappointed in him. She explained the reason for her frustration. Her blue eyes were frigid as she looked at him. She stated that she had no desire for a typical romantic relationship where two people were simply chained to one another by emotion. She then asked him pointedly why he had tried to take her prey from her. Dantalian stood before her, his head bowed in a rare display of genuine remorse. The shadows obscured his eyes as he whispered a sincere apology. Lapis watched him, her expression softening only slightly. She recalled his earlier words, asking if he hadn't just claimed to love her moments ago. Dantalian looked up, his voice steady once more. He confirmed that indeed that was the case. Lapis let out a long sigh, the weight of their complicated dynamic pressing down on her. She suggested that if they were to continue, they needed to establish clear rules for their relationship. Dantalian looked at her with a hint of confusion, asking what kind of rules she had in mind. She looked him directly in the eye and delivered the first decree. She asked that he never seek affection from her, and in return, she promised she would never ask for his. She paced the room, explaining that the most important goal for both of them was the seizure of absolute power within the demon world. She stated that to achieve this, a cold-blooded attitude was required, one capable of wading through blood and tears without hesitation. Dantalian's smirk returned, his eyes lighting up with understanding. He told her that he completely agreed with her assessment. Lapis rubbed the bridge of her nose, her posture sagging slightly. She muttered that things had become quite a mess between them. She looked back at him, her gaze sharpening. She declared that love was nothing more than a weakness and a useless emotion in the pursuit of their goals. She expressed her surprise that he had even considered her as just a woman to be wooed. She stood with her head held high, reminding him that before she was a woman, she was a lowly being often referred to as a mongrel. She defined herself as someone who desired success and status above everything else in existence. Dantalian called her by her nickname, Lala, his voice low and intimate. He told her that he, too, had something he needed to say. He stepped toward her, pointing out that he wasn't the only one currently bound by intense emotions. He told her quite firmly that she was in no position to be reproaching him for his feelings. Lapis looked at him with a skeptical, guarded expression, waiting for his explanation. Dantalian's smile became almost cruel in its confidence. He looked her in the eye and made a bold claim. She was in love with him as well. Lapis recoiled, asking if he had finally lost his mind. She urged him to stop being so self-absorbed. Dantalian didn't back down. He told her to really think about it. He asked her if it wouldn't be highly beneficial to her own ambitions if he were to become a slave to his love for her. He spread his arms wide, explaining the logic. He noted that once he eventually gained supreme power, she, as the one who controlled his heart, would technically be the true, greatest authority in the land. However, his gaze grew more intense. He pointed out that she had never even considered using him in that way. He noted that instead of being glad at his obsession, she was actively unhappy seeing him focus on her rather than on gaining power. He asked her why she thought she felt that way. The realization hit Lapis like a physical blow. She stood frozen, a bead of sweat rolling down her face as her eyes widened in shock. She turned away, her voice trembling as she admitted that he was right. She acknowledged that logically, there was no reason for her to refuse his advances, and she questioned herself as to why she had pushed him away. A close-up of Lapis's eye showed the internal turmoil and the sudden clarity dawning within her. Dantalian leaned in, his voice a whisper of absolute certainty. He told her the reason was simply because she loved him back. Lapis could only stare at him, her breath catching in her throat. He explained their unique bond. He stated that while they both loved authority above all else, that was exactly why they were drawn to each other. They loved the sight of another person who shared that same singular passion for power. He reached out a hand, his expression softening with a dark sort of affection. He told her that he loved her specifically because she was someone who loved authority. Lapis's eyes shimmered with a mixture of shock and a new, deeper understanding of her own heart. Dantalian looked down at her, realizing the truth of their situation. He called her his weakness and acknowledged that he was hers as well. He suggested that if they accepted their nature, they could have a relationship where they covered for each other's shortcomings rather than exploiting each other's vulnerabilities. He used her full name, Lapis, and prepared to repeat his earlier declaration. Dantalian looked at her with a genuine smile and said once more that he loved her. Lapis looked back at him, a small, rare smile gracing her own lips. She finally reciprocated, telling him that she also loved him. They moved closer together, the space between them disappearing as they finally accepted the truth of their twisted, ambitious love. The two shared a deep, passionate kiss. In the corner of the room, a phantom notification seemed to pulse, noting that Lapis Lazuli's favorability toward Dantalian had increased significantly, marking a major shift in their alliance. The scene returned to the governor's palace. Dantalian concluded his story, stating that he and Lapis were making each other stronger through their bond. Barbados sat in a stunned, heavy silence, processing the complexity of his words. Dantalian admitted that their love lacked traditional warmth and softness. He mused that even though they might be unable to accept certain things, they were still moving toward a shared destination. He noted with a chilling smirk that their shared practice was to annihilate any enemy before them without a single moment of faltering. Barbados's eyes sharpened, her interest piqued once more. She asked him to clarify exactly what he meant by that. She shifted the topic slightly, recalling that his magic was supposed to have helped him identify the person who had originally sent him that mysterious letter. Barbados looked at him with a suspicious glint, noting that his magic had seemingly failed to find the culprit yet. Dantalian calmly replied that it was perfectly fine. Barbados grew irritated, demanding to know what he meant by such a statement. Dantalian laughed softly, leaning back with an air of total confidence. He remarked that it didn't matter if the magic found the author, because the search wouldn't be reaching that person anyway. Barbados erupted in fury, her face contorting with rage. She slammed her hand down, asking if he was mocking her. She shouted that her magic was absolute and never failed. Dantalian only laughed harder, his amusement echoing through the grand hall. Barbados stood up, her eyes blazing with a golden fire. She demanded to know what he found so funny about her claims. The focus tightened on Dantalian's red eye, which shimmered with a cold, triumphant light. His voice was calm and steady as he dropped the final revelation. He told her that the person who had written that letter was her. Barbados froze, her mouth open in a silent gasp as she asked what he was talking about. Dantalian chuckled one last time, his gaze never leaving hers. He looked at her with a terrifyingly sharp intelligence. With absolute certainty, he pointed his finger at her and declared that she, Barbados, was the culprit behind the letter that had set everything in motion. Barbados stared back at him, her expression a mix of shock and a newfound, deadly intensity. Barbados recoiled as if struck, her eyes widening in a mixture of fury and absolute shock. She gripped the edge of her seat, her teeth bared in a snarl as she demanded to know what Dantalian had just said. The air in the room grew heavy, charged with the sudden, sharp tension of a direct accusation. Dantalian didn't flinch. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes glowing with a cold, triumphant light. He asked her if she had failed to hear him the first time. With a chillingly calm voice, he repeated his declaration. The culprit behind everything was none other than Barbados herself. Barbados sat frozen for a heartbeat, her gaze locked onto his. Her jagged, demonic horns seemed to quiver with suppressed rage. The name hung in the air between them, a heavy weight that threatened to crush the fragile peace of the room. She finally broke the silence with a scoff, swirling her wine as she asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She questioned if he had finally succumbed to the drink or if he had simply lost his mind. In her eyes, the idea that she would orchestrate his victory and his castle's destruction was preposterous. Dantalian let out a soft, mocking laugh. He gestured for her to remain calm, suggesting they check the logic of the situation together. He began his deduction, noting that whoever sent the original warning letter clearly held a level of goodwill toward him. After all, the letter warned him of the 2,000 soldiers set to attack his castle 10 days in advance. He pointed out the key factor, the vastness of the information network required to know such things. He questioned who could have possibly known the private circumstances and movements of Margrave Rosenberg. He concluded that the culprit had to be someone holding significant power and influence. Dantalian spread his arms, mocking his own low status. He admitted that as the 71st ranked demon lord, he was essentially the absolute bottom of the barrel. He looked at Barbados, questioning how many truly powerful beings in this world would genuinely favor someone as insignificant as him. His gaze intensified, focusing solely on Barbados. He demanded she tell him the truth. Why exactly did she favor him enough to intervene? He suggested a motive. He asked if she had helped him because, by doing so, he had managed to make her rival, the representative of the mountain faction, crumble in front of the entire demon world. As he spoke, the invisible threads of their relationship shifted. A sense of Barbados's growing intrigue pulsed through the room, her favor toward him rising despite her irritation. He looked at her with a knowing smirk, asking if the sight of her enemy's failure was the reward she sought. Dantalian's smile was razor-sharp as he noted that such a calculated move sounded exactly like something she would do. Barbados watched him through narrowed, golden eyes, her silence more telling than any denial. Barbados finally laughed, though it was a harsh, jagged sound. She admitted she had been curious to see where his rambling was going. However, she argued that she wasn't the type to hide behind letters. She claimed that if she had something to say, she would say it directly to his face, just as she was doing now. She leaned forward, her grin displaying her sharp fangs. She reasoned that if she were truly the savior behind the scenes, she would have no reason to deny it. She would have used the debt to own him completely. She pointed a finger at him, stating that without that letter, he would be dead. She questioned why she would throw away a perfect opportunity to put him in her debt unless, quite simply, she wasn't the one who sent it. Dantalian hummed thoughtfully, but his eyes remained cold. He countered her logic, suggesting she didn't send the letter with the noble intention of saving his life. He looked her dead in the eye and claimed that the letter wasn't a lifeline, but a test. Barbados's expression faltered for a fraction of a second, her golden eyes widening in genuine surprise. Barbados let out a long, weary sigh, her tongue darting out in a gesture of annoyance. She muttered that she had been hoping he was just a somewhat useful rookie, but she concluded that he was actually a total psychopath. Dantalian's thoughts turned inward as he analyzed the pieces on the board. He questioned why Barbados would ever consider him useful to begin with. He wondered if it was because of the wealth he had generated from the black herbs. However, he realized Barbados didn't know the full details of how he had acquired his fortune. He surmised that she was plagued by the question of how he had managed to gather the herbs before the plague even began. This uncertainty, he realized, drove her to test whether his success was the result of blind luck or genuine skill. He smiled darkly at her, suggesting she had decided to use Margrave Rosenberg as a whetstone to test the sharpness of his strength. He laid out the endgame. She wanted to see if he was a tool worth keeping or a liability to be discarded. He gestured toward her and asked what the results of her little experiment were. Barbados stared at him in silence for a long moment, the tension in her jaw slowly fading. She finally let out a small, begrudging chuckle, admitting that he had passed her test. Dantalian's expression darkened as he moved to the next point of his deduction. He noted that she likely planned on recruiting him into her faction once he had proved himself. However, he stated that there was a large problem standing in the way of that alliance. That problem, he declared, was lapis lazuli. Barbados's eyes grew cold and predatory as lapis was mentioned. Dantalian explained the political reality. If a demon lord who associated with mongrels and half-breeds were to join a major faction, it would ruin that faction's reputation. He realized she feared the stain his relationship would leave on her image. He chuckled at the irony. He noted that in Niflheim, his passionate love for Lapis was well known. He accused Barbados of making a move in advance to ensure that relationship was severed before he officially joined her side. Barbados snapped at him to stop with the nonsense, her hand trembling with irritation. She demanded he explain exactly what he meant by her involvement. Dantalian brought up the most painful element of the past few days. Lapis's mother. The image of the weeping, haggard old woman flickered in his mind. Barbados's eyes narrowed into slits, her golden pupils glowing with a dangerous intensity. Dantalian mused that even if the woman were Lapis's biological mother, they hadn't seen each other in years. He recalled the chilling moment Lapis looked at the old woman with eyes full of a terrifying, hollow hatred. He noted there was always a chance that the biological connection was a lie. He reclined in his chair, closing his eyes as he spoke of the risks. He pointed out that lying to a demon lord was usually a death sentence, which made the old woman's presence even more suspicious. He recalled how strangely confident the mother had been, acting as if she were absolutely certain her information would protect her. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a low, accusatory whisper. He told Barbados that she was the one who had brought the old woman to him in the first place. Barbados remained silent, her face a mask of iron as she listened to him tear apart her schemes. Dantalian continued his barrage. He claimed that Lapis's mother wasn't the only person Barbados had sent. He accused her of planting subordinates within his own ranks to act as spies and saboteurs. He thought of the maid who had been caught in the middle of their conflict, a terrified pawn in a much larger game. He marveled at how quickly Barbados had managed to deteriorate the relationship between him and Lapis. He admitted that if he hadn't realized the truth midway through the chaos, her plan to break them apart would have succeeded perfectly. Barbados's lips curled into a sneer. She told him not to flatter himself, claiming she wouldn't bother with such roundabout nonsense. She stated coldly that if she truly wanted someone gone, she would have just killed the useless trash immediately. Dantalian stroked his chin, a playful glint in his eyes. He suggested that if Lapis were just an insignificant person, Barbados might have indeed taken that direct approach. Barbados bristled, the air around her beginning to crackle with magical energy as she asked what he was implying. He told her he was actually praising her, calling her a proper politician. Her eyes flared with a lethal golden light. Dantalian recalled the public image they had cultivated, the hottest couple in the demon world. He thought of the citizens of Niflheim who celebrated their union. He looked at Barbados and delivered the killing blow to her logic. He noted that if either he or Lapis were killed for someone's personal gain, the perpetrator's reputation would be utterly ruined. Barbados tried to interject, claiming she didn't care about her reputation. Dantalian cut her off, telling her to stop lying. He reminded her that she was the leader of a major faction and that no matter how much she denied it, politics and public perception were essential to her survival. He noted how she had been holding her head in frustration, unable to find a clean way to separate them. He smirked, noting that their relationship was currently stronger than ever. He mocked her, saying she probably never imagined that people with such twisted forms of love as theirs even existed. Barbados's face contorted in a silent, toothy snarl of rage. Dantalian noted that when she heard the rumors of them fighting, she had come rushing over, thinking she finally had her opening. He recalled the fight they had staged. Lapis slapping him in public, the dramatic displays of anger. He noted that there was no weaker glass than someone who had just been in an argument with their lover. He realized Barbados thought that if she made her move then, she could finally destroy their bond. He looked at her with a look of pure intellectual superiority. He revealed the ultimate truth. The entire argument had been nothing more than an act. He thought back to the moment he and Lapis stood in the street, their eyes meeting with a secret understanding as they performed for the hidden spies. The result was exactly what they wanted. Barbados had shown up nonchalantly less than 2 hours after the staged slap, falling directly into their trap. Dantalian leaned back, his voice thick with satisfaction. He told Barbados that with her arrival, all the mysteries had finally joined into one coherent picture. Barbados's eyes blazed with a manic, flickering orange light. She whispered that she had simply come because she was thinking about him, but her tone suggested a much darker obsession. Dantalian snapped his fingers, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet room. The doors groaned open and Lapis Lazuli entered, pushing a heavy metal cart. Barbados looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide with shock and confusion as she realized the game was far from over. Dantalian looked at Lapis and asked about that. Lapis remained stoic, her blue eyes as cold as ice. She reported that they had received word from the witches. A memory of Barbados using her magic appeared. A scrap of paper turning into a shadowy bat and flying out the window. Lapis revealed the witch's report. The bat had disappeared only 3 kilometers away from the castle. Dantalian pointed a finger at Barbados, mocking her bad lie. He claimed she had panicked because her letter had allowed for too many deductions, so she used flashy magic to create a diversion. A bat searching for a culprit that never actually existed. He laughed at her, stating that if it weren't for his own intellect, he would have been completely fooled by her performance. Dantalian's gaze turned heavy. He commanded Lapis to show it to their guest. Lapis knelt and gripped the handle of the metal cart. Barbados watched from her sofa, her mouth slightly open as a sense of genuine dread finally began to take hold. Lapis opened the cart to reveal 2 severed, bloody heads resting on a shelf. The mother and the maid. Both had expressions of frozen terror etched onto their pale faces. Dantalian gestured toward the gruesome display, asking Barbados if it wasn't splendid. He explained that Lapis hadn't been angry because he tried to kill her mother. He revealed the dark truth. Lapis was angry because she thought he was trying to steal the joy of her revenge from her. He noted the same was true for the maid who had dared to insult Lapis. Barbados erupted, slamming her hand down and demanding to know what he was trying to say with this horrific display. Dantalian's smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold, hard calculation. He told Barbados that she had been wrong from the very start. He stood by Lapis, describing her as a woman who couldn't be easily measured, a fascinating person who had executed a perfect equation of revenge. He declared that this was why he had fallen in love with her. He swore that no one would ever be able to stand in their way, and that not even the gods themselves could tear them apart. Lapis let out a long, weary sigh, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She told him that his ramblings seemed endless and stated she would take her leave. Dantalian waved her off, noting that they had done enough for one day. He told her to go ahead and rest, mentioning he would be late that night. Lapis exited the room, the heavy doors clicking shut behind her. Dantalian turned his full attention back to Barbados. He stood over her, his silhouette looming large. He noted that her hope for him and Lapis to break up had now completely crumbled. He asked her, with a voice full of dark anticipation, how that made her feel. Barbados remained silent, her head bowed as shadows obscured her face. A low, rhythmic ha escaped her lips. She began to chuckle, the sound growing into a manic, rolling laugh that shook her entire frame. The focus tightened on Barbados's golden eye, now bloodshot and burning with an unhinged, terrifying light. She erupted into a deafening, hysterical scream of laughter, her magical aura flaring into a violent purple storm that threatened to tear the room apart. Finally, she leaned back, gasping for air as her laughter subsided into heavy pants. She looked up at the ceiling with a wide, jagged grin. She whispered that he had done it. She admitted that Dantalian had amused her far more than she had ever expected. She sat up, her eyes still glowing with a dangerous, playful light. Dantalian watched her, noting that she seemed like a completely different person now. He smiled, stating he was glad the night's performance had been worth the effort. Internally, however, he wondered if this was the true Barbados he was finally seeing. Barbados mocked the idea of it being a performance. She laughed at the thought of him spending half a day just to make her laugh. She leaned in close, her gaze burning with a new intensity. She suggested it would be more accurate to say that he had managed to win over the 8th-ranked demon lord in a single night. Her expression shifted into something truly predatory. She agreed that things were exactly as he said. She stood up, her aura of power becoming suffocating. She noted that now that someone finally knew the real her, she would normally have to get rid of them to protect her secrets. However, she claimed to be a generous demon lord. She offered him a single choice. If he joined her faction, she would spare his life. Her voice grew low and dangerous as she added the condition. He would have to break it off with Lapis, whom she once again referred to as a mongrel. She bit her own finger, a drop of blood trickling down her chin as her eyes flared red. Barbados suddenly lunged forward, her hands glowing with a dark, swirling energy. She cast a powerful spell that wrapped around Dantalian like a physical weight. Dantalian found himself slammed back into his chair, his wrists bound to the armrests by heavy, magical shackles. He struggled against the restraints, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the dark energy surged through him. Barbados stood over him, her face inches from his, her grin wide and terrifying. She delivered a final, gruesome threat. She told him that if he refused her offer, she would take his head while he was still alive and ensure he spent eternity trapped as a severed, undying head. Dantalian met her gaze, his red eyes burning with a defiance that matched her own. He questioned why a demon lord of her stature would go to such incredible lengths just to get someone to join her faction. He suggested her true goal was nothing less than the total annihilation of humanity. Barbados reached out and gripped his chin, her eyes glowing with a manic fire. She asked him what it mattered if that was indeed her goal. She conjured a sharp, elegant dagger, the blade wreathed in the same dark, magical energy. She pressed the point of the blade against his throat, demanding he break up with Lapis and join her immediately. She began to deliver a final warning of what would happen if he didn't. Dantalian felt the cold steel bite into his skin, a single drop of blood trickling down his neck. He gasped out for her to wait. He closed his eyes, his expression one of surrender. He whispered that he would do it. Barbados's grin became wide and triumphant. She mocked his sudden compliance, suggesting she would have to find a nice collar for her cute new slave. Dantalian's eyes suddenly snapped open, the look of defeat replaced by a terrifyingly sharp clarity. He told her firmly that this wasn't about him at all. Images of human armies clashing and common folk suffering in the streets flickered in the background. Dantalian spoke of what Barbados truly desired, the sole means to wipe out all of humankind. The room seemed to explode with an inferno of orange light as Dantalian stood up, the magical shackles shattering like glass. He looked Barbados in the eye and made a grand, terrifying promise. He was going to give her a great war. Barbados recoiled, stunned by his sudden shift in power. He described a conflict that would involve every demon lord and every human nation on the continent. Barbados scoffed, calling him a small loach and questioning how he could possibly offer such a thing. Dantalian's silhouette grew dark and imposing, his eyes glowing like embers. He instructed her to simply spread a single rumor, that the demon lords were the ones responsible for spreading the plague. He noted that the human world was already on the brink of absolute collapse due to the disease. He pointed to the rows of bodies covered in sheets, noting that dissatisfaction with their own lords was at an all-time high. He predicted that the rulers of the human world would jump at the chance to shift the blame away from their own failures. He knew they would paint the demon lords as the root of all evil to save their own skins. Barbados watched him, her dagger dissipating into smoke as she became mesmerized by the sheer scale of his plan. She whispered in awe at the brilliance of the manipulation. Dantalian smirked, stating they would then make use of that human desperation. He threw his head back and laughed, his voice booming with a dark, prophetic power. He shouted that they were going to show the humans what true hell looked like. He declared that the foolish humans only needed a single justification to throw their lives away. He relished the thought of them charging straight at the demon armies of their own accord. With a final, thunderous roar that seemed to echo across the entire world, Dantalian proclaimed that this was the official beginning of the Great War. Barbados watched him with a look of pure, unadulterated fascination. She finally admitted that he was incredibly clever. She climbed into his lap, her movements fluid and predatory. She warned him that it was a mistake to think that intelligence alone allowed him to understand the entire world. She told him that only time would tell how he would eventually meet his end, but she promised to see his journey through to the very finish. She leaned in close to his ear, her voice a low, dangerous purr. She mused that perhaps she would just take his head herself when the time was right. She confessed that just imagining how gruesome his war would be filled her with an intense, dark enjoyment. She told him he couldn't possibly plan to leave now, considering how much he had excited her. Dantalian's face flushed a deep red as the magical energy in the room shifted again. He asked if she had truly cast a lust spell on him. Barbados grinned wickedly and confirmed that she had. She mocked him, saying that taming a brat like him was quite simple for someone of her power. She pressed her finger to his chest, the spell's influence visible in the hazy, dark smoke surrounding them. Dantalian reached out a trembling hand, his own desires beginning to overwhelm his logical mind as the spell took full effect. The two stared at each other, their red and golden eyes reflecting a shared, dark madness. Barbados pulled him into a final, suffocating embrace. Her voice was a desperate, unhinged whisper as she demanded he fulfill her impulses. She told him she wanted to be shamelessly overpowered by a villain like him and spend the night panting like a dog at his feet.